Chapter 1. Crossing the Tribulation. Boom! A thunderous bolt struck down, landing squarely upon Sheng Ling. The sound of wind howled in her ears as her body plummeted swiftly. She had failed her tribulation. Bang! Lush trees and boundless mountains surrounded her. For a moment, Sheng Ling was taken aback, the vibrant spiritual energy and some unknown force around her leaving her at a loss for how to react. In the age of the end, where could such verdant vegetation possibly come from? Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy alleviated the pain and dryness in her meridians and dantian. Turning her consciousness inward, she confirmed with dismay that her golden core had shattered. Her current strength had fallen to that of an ordinary person. I understand, but surely even the specially cultivated varieties from the bases couldn't be this immense? As the rabbit and the fox approached, Sheng Ling narrowed her eyes. If they were indeed demon beasts, discovery would be perilous, for cultivators often regarded the flesh and demon cores of such beasts as substantial treasures, and demon beasts felt similarly towards cultivators. The gray-white rabbit appeared slightly irate. However, should she succeed in hunting a demon beast and acquiring its demon core, her cultivation would certainly ascend to new heights. Her pupils involuntarily constricted as she noticed a fox and a rabbit sprinting rapidly in a particular direction, their mouths incessantly uttering words. And a talking rabbit and fox? Were these the demon beasts that had long since vanished from the world of the end? Moreover, the height from which she had just fallen was certainly no trivial matter. To be alive now was largely thanks to the dense trees, which significantly cushioned her fall, as well as the robe she had purchased at great expense. When Sheng Ling looked up, her view was obscured by the towering trees and their thick foliage. What manner of place was this? Were the speakers ordinary folk or rare cultivators? Sheng Ling turned her gaze towards the source of the voices. Could you please run a bit faster? If we miss the ceremony, we might have to wait 3 years if the females run out of spots. Everything around her felt exceedingly unusual once the rabbit and fox vanished. Sheng Ling leaned against a tree and exhaled gently. She raised her eyes to the sky. A sacrificial ceremony? In the age of the end, nearly 80% of the continent had turned to desert. And although the place where she had crossed her tribulation was a high platform, it barely measured a dozen meters. Yet, reflecting on her now diminished cultivation, Sheng Ling couldn't help but sigh. Rayo, hurry up. The sacrificial ceremony is about to commence. In this unfamiliar environment, the loss of her power stirred a sense of discomfort within her. The sizes of that fox and rabbit were absolutely beyond the norm. Oh, this is already my fastest speed. Rayo, hurry. You're simply too slow. I should have asked you to set off earlier. I understand. To see further, she could only climb a tall tree, utilizing its height to broaden her perspective. Quickly adjusting her state of mind, she realized that merely surviving was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After all, in the age of the end, it had been over 1,000 years since any cultivator had broken through to the nascent soul stage. The highest cultivation level achieved was merely the golden core. However, just as she had climbed halfway, rustling sounds emanated from her surroundings. Sheng Ling's ears perked up, and she immediately concealed herself among the leaves, holding her breath to minimize her presence. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she was determined to ascertain her approximate location and the surrounding environment. So she sought out a large tree and began her ascent. Glancing at the height still remaining, Sheng Ling continued to climb. Upon reaching the top, she discovered that the scenery she had observed from the sky was indeed accurate. And now, from a closer vantage point, she realized that all the vegetation within the mountains was remarkably large. Unusually large. Chapter 2. The Worthless Beast. Surveying her surroundings, Sheng Ling's gaze finally settled on a barren area. There appeared to be a considerable gathering of demon beasts there, densely packed. Had she not maintained her composure over the years, she might have been thrown into disarray at this moment. So many demon beasts? Eek! A piercing bird call resonated, prompting Sheng Ling to freeze, softening her body as she endeavored to blend in with the trees. She was captivated by the bird's call, and upon glancing upward, found herself locked in several pairs of eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Alara, there's a beastman on the treetop. The eagle clan was known for their keen eyesight among the avian races, and it was an eagle that first spotted Sheng Ling. Several male avians promptly flew towards the tree where she perched. As they approached, one of the males scrutinized Sheng Ling from head to toe. The others appeared somewhat skeptical of her words. I got separated from my companions, so I wanted to stand atop the treetop to see further and make it easier to find them. Then they would forcibly take her back to breed, and the females tormented by their vile acts seldom lived long. Alara, look at him, he resembles a monkey clan member more. but so weak, speaking like a female, yet daring to wander alone. Sheng Ling nodded. The aura emanating from this beastman was exceedingly feeble. Moreover, standing so high without altering his skin tone to conceal himself if a wandering beastman were to act thus, wouldn't that make him an easy target for the patrolling beastmen? Was this beastman utterly worthless or simply lacking in wit? Beastmen capable of climbing trees were primarily from the leopard cat and monkey clans, alongside those cold-blooded beastmen, such as snakes and lizards, and the remainder consisted of the perpetually weak insect clan. Regardless, it was the patrol today, and Alara issued a cautionary word. Thus, the tribal beastmen of Bailu continent harbored deep-seated animosity towards wandering beastmen. After all, females without strength still bore the responsibility of procreating, dependent on the protection of males. In the beast world, a male without strength deserved to perish. Do not run about, it would be best to head to the sacrificial grounds quickly. You are too weak if you encounter a wandering beastman. You will become their dinner. What are you doing up here, crawling beastman? Where are your companions? Noticing his lack of any avian traits, they spoke up. It is currently the time of the grand sacrificial ceremony. Your companion has likely gone there. Even if he is weak, he is still a male. Shouldn't other males protect him? Alara frowned. Yes, my companion is rather tall. I can spot him from here, which helps in determining a general direction to find him. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of several demon beasts, Sheng Ling tightened her grip on the tree trunk, though her expression remained unchanged. Sheng Ling quickly nodded in gratitude. After all, during every grand sacrificial ceremony, some wandering beastmen would attempt to abduct females. Exchanging glances, the foremost Alara nodded at the other beasts. Under their watchful eyes, Sheng Ling steeled herself and made her way towards the clearing she had just seen. With agile movements, she descended swiftly along the tree trunk. The avian females would soon arrive, and they were dreadfully afraid of encountering wandering beastmen, especially the cold-blooded ones. Scanning the surroundings, the group sighed in relief upon realizing they had not spotted his companion. That clearing appeared rather spacious, filled with various demon beasts. Guided by her sense of direction, Sheng Ling found she had not strayed from her path. One of the flying beastmen could not help but murmur. This crawling beastman is quite peculiar even when on the ground. He doesn't revert to his beast form. Could he truly be a worthless beast? Worthless beasts, much like wandering beastmen, were looked down upon in the beast world, the latter due to their notorious actions, while the former were scorned for their very nature of being utterly devoid of strength. Chapter 3. The Sea Tribe. When beastmen reach adulthood, they evolve from beast form to beastman form, gaining the ability to transform at will between the two. This evolution can manifest in 4 possible outcomes. The first is complete evolution, becoming a beastman, which is the outcome every beastman hopes for and welcomes. The second is partial success, resulting in a half-beastman, possessing shared traits of both human and beast, yet unable to shift forms at will. Half-beastmen constitute the majority among the beast world. Compared to the latter 2 outcomes, being a half-beastman, while limited, is not the worst scenario, as they retain some beastly traits, akin to having means for self-preservation and offense. The third outcome is the worthless beast, which occurs when the evolution fails, resulting in a human form that cannot revert to beast form. This human state is exceedingly frail, and encountering dangerous wild beasts could easily lead to their demise, not to mention encounters with magical beasts. The final category, in fact, bears some resemblance to the third. Both pertain to the classification of the worthless. However, unlike the former, it retains a semblance of humanity and preserves the essence of thought. The fourth category signifies the failure of purification, resulting in the transformation into a beast, a complete loss of reason, evolving into a creature strikingly similar to a demonic beast. Upon reaching this point in his discourse, the orc found his reasoning somewhat valid. I wondered why he was peering about from the treetops. It must be his overwhelming desire for a mate, yet due to his status as a failed beast, he can only gaze from afar. Orc, not a demonic beast. Wasn't she undergoing tribulation? Even in failure, the outcomes should merely be death or becoming a mere husk. Why then did she find herself in this world after falling from the high platform? Her height was not insignificant in the realm of the spiritless lands, standing at 175 centimeters. Yet here, she appeared somewhat petite. Lingering at the edge of the crowd, she listened to the cacophony around her. As time passed, Sheng Ling began to feel uncertain about whether she still resided in her original world. An orc clenched his fist and swung violently at a boulder, causing it to shatter and dust to swirl. Yet, she remained oblivious to the strength of these beings. Those precious females are fond of such trinkets. In previous years, the Sea Tribe garnered considerable favor from them, due to these items. Sheng Ling's gaze fell upon the robust muscles of the surrounding demonic beasts, her eyes dimming slightly. Ha ha ha. Xiong Fei, do you truly believe that your strength alone will attract the attention of a young female? However, I have heard that this time, several tribes from the Sea tribe have brought an abundance of items, part of which is intended for trade. Indeed, as I arrived, I noticed the Sea tribe carrying many exquisite items. Those gleaming treasures are far more appealing than the stones I unearthed from the Mooncliff. A failed beast? Aspiring to earn a mate? How could that be possible? I have heard that this year's competition is fiercer than in previous years. The physiques of these demonic beasts bore a striking resemblance to those of body-refining cultivators. The surrounding demonic beasts were mostly clad in animal hides wrapped around their waists, their upper bodies bare, adorned with various peculiar ornaments. From the appearances and physical traits of some of the demonic beasts, Sheng Ling could barely surmise the original forms of those semi-demonized creatures. The noise grew increasingly louder as Sheng Ling evaded several orcs. A spatial rift? Such occurrences were not unheard of in the spiritless world, albeit the probability of encountering them was exceedingly low. Could she have stumbled upon one? Silence. Silence. The Sea tribe is arriving. Chapter 4. Hope. Upon hearing the mention of the Sea tribe, the surrounding crowd fell into a notable hush, leaving only the faintest murmurs of discussion. I have heard that this year's females from the Sea tribe are exceedingly rare. Look at all the items they have brought that females adore. How cunning. From the discussions of the orcs around her, Sheng Ling gleaned a wealth of useful information. She finally confirmed that she had indeed departed from her original location. This so-called grand sacrificial ceremony was, in reality, a mate selection ritual for females in the eastern regions of Bailu continent. For this ceremony, nearly all orc tribes from the eastern regions would attend, and here, orcs were broadly categorized into 4 primary types: the avian flying beasts, the terrestrial crawling beasts, the aquatic sea beasts, and the diminutive yet ubiquitous insect beasts. Beneath these categories, there existed a myriad of races. The discussions continued, and Sheng Ling felt a flicker of astonishment within her. It seemed that females here were exceedingly precious, perhaps due to their scarcity. As the Sea tribe entered the venue, laden with their so-called rare treasures, Sheng Ling cast her gaze in their direction, especially with their somewhat peculiar appearance. These grayish-black orcs were unlike anything she had ever encountered. They were truly unattractive. Due to the generally low combat prowess of herbivorous orcs, their status within the orc society paled in comparison to that of more formidable tribes. Alas, I shall have to wait until tomorrow to take a closer look. Sheng Ling scoured the woods, ultimately resting near the encampment of a tribe. However, unlike the terrestrial beasts, upon drawing nearer, they detected that Sheng Ling bore no scent of a beastly lineage and thus categorized her as a failed evolutionary beast. The attire and conversations of the surrounding orcs, along with the collective gasps of awe, led Sheng Ling to deduce that this world seemed somewhat primitive, or perhaps its customs were particularly unique. As she navigated through the throngs of orcs, she overheard a plethora of information. Her clothing consisted of a black, form-fitting training outfit, devoid of excessive embellishments even though her cultivation had waned. This robe effectively muted her presence. Her eyelids twitched involuntarily. After all, this place was not solely inhabited by avian beasts. While their vision was somewhat remarkable, their olfactory senses left much to be desired. Nevertheless, the Silver Deer tribe, possessing the invaluable presence of shamans, had the opportunity to participate in the ceremony, their status undeniably superior to that of other herbivorous tribes. Do not slacken. As long as we showcase ourselves sufficiently, we may catch the attention of a female and become her mate. Aside from the unfamiliar surroundings and the solitude she felt, Sheng Ling harbored no significant aversion towards this continent. This tribe was, after all, one of the few herbivorous orc tribes participating, the Silver Deer tribe. Unfazed by the scornful glances directed her way, Sheng Ling awaited the twilight hour when the orcs in the venue finally began to disperse. In the orc world, scent served as a form of self-identification. At this juncture, no amount of scrubbing could erase it. Having once resided in the spiritless lands, she yearned daily to witness the unblemished sky, inhale fresh air, marvel at vibrant flora, and savor the clear, sweet babbling of streams. Of course, there were also curious orcs who approached her with inquiries, and Sheng Ling responded in kind, inadvertently drawing a multitude of disdainful glances. Were those unrefined pearls, the vividly colored shells, and an assortment of peculiar stones? Though some orcs found her peculiar, the majority presumed she was attempting to attract females. It seems no females will be present today. Sheng Ling was not blind to the charred skin resulting from her failed tribulation. She paid it no mind. For as long as she could once again cultivate, the ash and darkness upon her skin would inevitably fade away. Nightfall descended, stars twinkling above. The starry sky of Bailu continent was remarkably pristine, far surpassing that of the spiritless lands. Yet, these wonders were all chronicled in the ancient texts of the spiritless lands. And here, all that she had once longed for existed. With these possessions in hand, even if her cultivation were to be utterly depleted, she could still embark on the path of recultivation, rising to prominence once more. Chapter 5, The Silver Deer Clan. However, the premise of all this is to avoid being an outlier and facing execution at the hands of the beastmen. After all, those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. Thus, Sheng Ling maintained a low profile throughout her journey, opting for silence whenever possible. Utilizing branches and leaves gathered from her surroundings, she constructed a rudimentary tent and settled inside, focusing on her breath and attempting to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. With her cultivation rendered ineffective, she had to begin the process of channeling energy into her body anew. As the morning sunlight streamed into the tent, Sheng Ling opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. A night of cultivation, though devoid of rest, had not left her overly weary. However, due to her diminished cultivation, her body bore numerous injuries, large and small, preventing her from successfully channeling energy immediately. Yet, Sheng Ling remained unperturbed. After all, anxiety could not remedy her predicament. Outside the tent, a cacophony of sounds began to emerge. Listening to the roars of various animals, Sheng Ling found herself rubbing her ears. Among the beastmen she had encountered, one stood out as particularly unattractive. In an effort to win favor with the females, males would often cleanse themselves of the sin of blood after hunting, grooming themselves to appear more appealing to the females. Beauty, it seemed, only held significance when material conditions were met and life was assured. In the Bailu continent, many females, having been well protected, had developed a penchant for laziness, resulting in a considerable number of untidy females. She needed to devise a means to procure sustenance. During her years in the inland continent, their diet primarily consisted of compressed food items, emphasizing mere satiety and energy replenishment. The long-forgotten pangs of hunger made the roasted meat in the distance appear all the more enticing, had it not been for Nir's recent sniff. Confirming that this petite and disheveled beastman lacked the sin of a female, he might have mistaken Sheng Ling for an untidy female. With his white short hair and innocent large eyes, the youth exuded a radiant, sunny demeanor. As his ears perked up and met Sheng Ling's gaze, his moist eyes blinked twice. Clad entirely in black due to her practice attire, and marked by her failed tribulation, her exposed skin appeared ashen. With her hair a chaotic mess. At times, not only was energy scarce, but the taste was also lacking. Yet, the rich aroma of meat wafting around her compelled even the long-abstinent Sheng Ling to inhale deeply. In her former world, such beauty would have been regarded as exceptional. The sounds of the beastmen rising stirred a sense of sympathy within Nir upon observing Sheng Ling's diminutive form, especially in the inling world. Possessing beauty without the means to protect oneself could become a liability. Nir cast a curious glance up and down at Sheng Ling, perhaps due to her intense gaze. The beastman tending to the roasting meat turned his head. However, Sheng Ling merely glanced momentarily before shifting her gaze, surveying her surroundings. Lifting the grass covering the tent flap, she was met with the enticing scent of roasted meat. The rich aroma enveloped her, prompting her gaze to drift towards a nearby fire pit. Having gone a full day and night without sustenance since her tribulation failure, she found herself longing for nourishment. Even if meat products were available, they typically consisted of frozen or mechanically processed items. Perhaps the weakness of the beastman was the reason for his unfortunate circumstances. Nir turned his roasted meat, ensuring it was perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, then brushed a layer of golden honey atop it, intensifying the savory aroma. Thanks to the presence of a shaman, the Silver Deer Clan had thrived in recent years, with their food supplies gradually becoming more abundant. During this sacrificial ceremony, they had exchanged a wealth of food. Chapter 6, Barbecue. Within his tribe also lived a handful of discarded beasts. Thinking of his friend, Neil sliced a piece of roasted meat with a bone knife, dividing off a small portion. Male, Neil called out to Sheng Ling. The disheveled male was not of their Silver Deer tribe, but had taken up residence beside them, likely expelled from his own clan with nowhere else to go. Such discarded beasts were countless on the continent of Bailu, and once cast out, lacking the strength to survive, they would soon fall prey to wild beasts or magical creatures. The Silver Deer tribe would not accept an outsider, yet with an abundance of food recently, offering a small piece of roasted meat posed no issue. Having experienced hunger himself, Neil understood that if this discarded beast was destined to meet the beast god, it would be a small consolation to fill his belly before departing. Neil's shout caused Sheng Ling to pause instinctively, turning her head slightly to see the young man extending a piece of roasted meat wrapped in leaves towards her. Glancing around to confirm her solitude, Sheng Ling found herself momentarily stunned. In the desolate world of the in-spirit continent, food was synonymous with life itself, even among blood relatives. Survival could incite bitter conflict. Regrettably, she had only just begun to cultivate her energy. Lacking the spiritual strength to activate her storage bone nail, a resource accessible only to cultivators who had progressed to the mid-stage of chi refinement. The moment she took a bite, A sweet honeyed flavor enveloped her senses, followed by the savory essence of meat, intermingled with a refreshing herbal aroma. To avoid detection, each person had a different embedded location, and hers was at the collarbone, where the storage bone nail had fused seamlessly with her body, rendering it imperceptible to outsiders. The exterior was crisp while the inside remained tender and rich without being greasy. Sheng Ling felt a burgeoning curiosity and anticipation for this world. Inspecting the roasted meat in her hand, she confirmed it was safe. It was as if she had encountered rain after a prolonged drought. Sheng Ling promptly settled on the ground, aligning her heart towards the heavens. She had finally begun to cultivate her energy. Exhaling, she became aware of her own odor, and with a gentle movement, felt a sticky sensation where her skin met her training attire. Eat, she thought, reaching towards her collarbone, where a storage bone nail had once been embedded by their base. She observed Neil's somewhat naive demeanor. Instinctively grasping the roasted meat, she heard the boy's voice again. Through the tense seams, the lush world outside came into view. Noticing Sheng Ling's dazed expression, Neil felt an increased pity for the discarded beast nearby. Realizing food should not be wasted, he returned to his tent, tentatively placing the roasted meat in his mouth. The purity and sincerity in the boy's gaze left Sheng Ling, who had long been indifferent, at a loss for how to respond. She hastened her eating. Undoubtedly, this was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. Touching her collarbone, she attempted to sense her energy. With a resigned sigh, Neil took the roasted meat and approached Sheng Ling, placing it in her hands. To her surprise, she felt a trace of energy within the meat, which began to spread through her gastrointestinal system, nourishing her meridians, bones, and flesh. Soon, she had consumed the roasted meat, finally alleviating her hunger. Without another glance at Sheng Ling, Neil returned to the fire, resuming his own meal. As the blazing sun reached its zenith, Sheng Ling finally opened her eyes. After fruitless attempts, she had no choice but to abandon her search. The odor emanating from her was unbearable, prompting her to seek a place to cleanse herself. However, before she could exit the tent, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The wandering beastmen had arrived. There were fourth-tier wandering beastmen. Chapter 7. The wandering beastmen. The chaos outside alerted Sheng Ling to the occurrence of some dire event. Without hesitation, she swiftly emerged from her tent, only to collide with a panicked white deer fleeing for its life. She deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the creature. The scent of blood thickened in the air, growing increasingly pungent. In the distance, the roar of beasts echoed, a sign of the fourth-order toad beastmen. Everyone, flee. The Silver Deer clan possessed little offensive capability, and their dwelling was situated at the edge of a sacrificial area. The most formidable beastmen within their tribe were merely second order. In the entire sacrificial ground, the mightiest beings were the 4 beast kings of the Beast King City, fifth-order beasts. For now, they could only run in all directions, awaiting the arrival of the high-ranking beasts from the Beast King City to eradicate these wandering beastmen. Charge, brothers. Kill the males. Capture the females. No. The massive serpent, adorned with dark red patterns, flicked its tongue menacingly, exuding an aura of danger that Sheng Ling could acutely sense. Hissing sounds filled the air. This time, a multitude of wandering beastmen had gathered, not just a solitary fourth-order beastman like Sheng Ling. With the aid of her practiced techniques, she moved with newfound agility. Among the beastmen, a few possessed exceptional speed. This situation was untenable. Her peripheral vision caught glimpses of crimson beneath the trees. It was a primal hunt, brutal and direct. She struggled to steady her breath. The stampede below continued as the wandering beastmen encircled the others. The serpent beast lashed out in agony, its massive form thrashing wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Ling leapt onto the serpent's head. The ground below was no longer an option, yet this colossal serpent overhead with resolute determination. She pivoted her wrist, catching her hairpin deftly in her hand. Suddenly, she was met with a pair of icy eyes. With fierce intent, she aimed the pin at the serpent beast's nostrils and plunged it in with force. Although the few females who had arrived early were not comparable to those escorted by the Beast King City's retinue, they were still females. The leading toad beastman's eyes glimmered with excitement and bloodlust. Kill. A sharp snap echoed as Sheng Ling was violently hurled away by the serpent beast. Branches scraped against her exposed skin, igniting a cold fury within her. The scene descended into chaos. Observing the fleeing beastmen, Sheng Ling gritted her teeth. Her speed was neither the fastest nor the slowest. As she noticed an approaching beastman behind her, she sprang into action, using a nearby tree to scale upward with hands and feet. However, the speed of the wild beast was not to be underestimated, particularly that of the stronger ones. Crack. Having successfully drawn in her energy, she was naturally stronger than an ordinary person. In the next moment, the serpent's massive tail lashed out towards her. Retreat. A roar echoed as the tide of beasts surged forward, followed by a scream. The serpent beast had not anticipated that a seemingly weak beast would dare to injure it, prompting an enraged howl directed skyward. The serpent's scales were hard and smooth, and with no foothold, it swayed violently, nearly causing Sheng Ling to lose her balance multiple times. Suddenly, a third-order wandering beastman appeared ahead, bringing the beasts to an abrupt halt. The following beastmen, unable to stop in time, caused a stampede. The speed of a second-order serpent beastman was already comparable to that of a high-level practitioner. He was unconcerned about the swift arrival of the Beast Kings. After all, the main force was still escorting the female contingent, and those present were mostly low-ranking beastmen. with the strongest being merely fourth order. In a blur, Sheng Ling pressed forward rather than retreating, just as she was about to clash with the serpent beastman. With a sudden pivot, she thrust her pin directly towards the serpent SI. The serpent also launched an attack at her. Yet, she relied solely on the pin for leverage. Its slender form, despite being metallic, could not withstand the force of an adult's strength. Following the path of the fleeing white deer, she advanced rapidly. In the midst of her backward leap, she skillfully grasped a vine to mitigate the impact, then propelled herself away from the serpent beastman's range. Don't kill me. Help. Chapter 8. Escape with Keen Eyes. Sheng Ling caught sight of the young man who had roasted meat for her, about to be devoured by a one-eyed lion. With a powerful leap, she quickly maneuvered between the trees. The pursuing serpent beast, though swift and agile, had to rely on the surrounding trees to launch its attacks, which rendered it less nimble than Sheng Ling. Despair flickered in Neil's eyes as the second-tier lion beast's jaws descended upon them. Clutching a broken hairpin still dripping with the serpent beast's blood, Sheng Ling soared above the one-eyed lion, releasing her grip and thrusting the pin directly into the lion's remaining eye. The lion let out a heart-wrenching roar that made some first-tier beastmen cover their ears. Sheng Ling felt a ringing in her own ears as she noticed Neil, momentarily stunned by fear. She swiftly pulled him up and rolled aside, narrowly escaping the lion's massive claws. If they continued to pursue relentlessly, she might have to abandon Neil. If she could save him, she would. If not, she would not hesitate to prioritize her own safety. A chilling sound sliced through the air as the black-red flower serpent opened its mouth, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Stones infused with spiritual energy hurtled towards the serpent's eyes at astonishing speed. Behind them, the ragtag group had already lost 2 second-tier beastmen. The leader, a toad beastman, commanded 3 second-tier beastmen to pursue them. Sheng Ling was biding her time, knowing she had only one chance to strike. If she missed, her only option would be to flee for her life. With a swift motion, she hoisted Neil onto her shoulder and dashed towards a thicket of trees. Indeed, one could never be without a weapon for self-defense. As 2 beasts charged toward them, Sheng Ling picked up a sharp stone from the ground, directing all her spiritual energy towards it and aiming for the giant serpent's eye. Her weapon lay safely in her storage space. As her attack neared its target, she hesitated no longer. Blinded, the massive serpent went into a frenzy, thrashing about in search of Sheng Ling, indiscriminately striking at anything nearby. With a piercing sound, it fell the first-tier beastman. She was determined to see how far they could run. Swiftly, Sheng Ling darted through the forest, utilizing her small stature and the dense foliage to distance herself from the 3 wolf beasts pursuing her. The 2 beasts soon became entangled in a chaotic tumble. The serpent, unable to distinguish friend from foe, inadvertently ensnared something warm in its coils. The injured lion, reacting instinctively, bit down on the serpent. With the lion in front and the massive serpent behind, Neil finally grasped the situation and joined Sheng Ling in their desperate flight. The one-eyed serpent, though still formidable, lacked the precision of the blind lion. In this moment, Sheng Ling's energy waned, leaving her pale. The swift conversion of her spiritual energy into golden energy had drained her further. The stone embedded itself into the serpent's flesh, causing it to plummet from the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sheng Ling did not linger to observe the battlefield. Every moment was a chance for escape. Tightening her grip, she refrained from using her innate and enlightening energy, focusing instead on harnessing her spirit within. However, the 3 wolf beasts were no fools. They were exceptional hunters. A flash of golden light glinted off the gray-black stone, its sharpness shining even brighter. The 3 beasts abandoned their coordinated pursuit, quickly converging on them in a surrounding formation. Finally, Neil, perched on her shoulder, regained his senses and spoke urgently. Let me down. Focus on your escape. Don't worry about me. My father and kin are still behind. Chapter 9. The Misty Forest Howl. The sound of wolves echoed behind them, while the forest ahead grew increasingly dense, enveloped in a greenish-purple mist. Upon her arrival, she had spotted a particularly lush area of the woods, where the mist and overall hue distinctly contrasted with the surroundings. Years of experience warned her that this verdant forest, shrouded from sunlight and wind by its thick foliage, harbored a toxic miasma. At this moment, it appeared to be an ideal refuge. Thank you for your kindness, but please release me. Carrying me will only weigh you down. My kin are still behind. Even if I must perish, I shall remain with them. Neil, already gravely wounded from the recent pursuit, realized that even if Sheng Ling abandoned him, he could not return to his tribe, as he would merely fall prey to the 3 pursuing wolf beasts. As Sheng Ling approached the thicket, she made a swift turn, shaking off one of the beasts. At that moment, Neil caught sight of the forest ahead, and his pupils constricted in alarm. A male. We cannot proceed. Ahead lies the perilous misty forest. Entering it means we may never emerge. Leave me behind and flee for your life. Neil believed that without his burden, Sheng Ling's chances of survival would greatly increase. Hearing Sheng Ling's calm demeanor and her inquiries rekindled a flicker of hope in Neil, covered in mud. He felt bewildered as Sheng Ling posed another question. No. Any beastman familiar with the misty forest in the eastern region of Bila continent would never dare to enter. The wandering beasts included. The distant Songshu can repel the miasma. Even if you were to return now, it would be futile. You cannot fend off the wolves behind you. It is better to escape them first and seek assistance. Perhaps you may yet save your kin. After all, the miasma and toxins are indiscriminate to all who venture within. If you wish for your kin to survive, heed my words and lead them this way. There may still be a chance for survival. Sheng Ling had already spotted the Tsangshu and a nearby mud pit. The mud could serve as a temporary barrier against the toxic gases. Although she was uncertain why Sheng Ling had suddenly inquired, Neil answered truthfully. A shiver ran through Neil. With a swift motion, Sheng Ling smeared mud across her face, feeling utterly embarrassed after being chased so relentlessly. In their world, fire was an essential survival skill for every male. Perhaps it was wise to heed the advice of this male before her. The three wolf beasts, still in pursuit, growled in frustration and quickened their pace. Indeed. At this moment, what could he achieve by returning? Would the wandering beasts dare to enter the misty forest? Sheng Ling's words left Neil feeling somewhat defeated. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a few green plants not far off and breathed a sigh of relief. Having seen Neil roast meat before, she quickly covered his face once more. It was said that where the utmost yin exists, so too does the utmost yang. In a forest rife with toxins, there would naturally be some detoxifying herbs. Pleased with her discovery, Sheng Ling continued her efforts, plucking a handful of tsangshu. Can you make a fire? Yes. Disregarding her disgust, she rolled into the mud pit with Neil. The three wolf beasts were nearly upon them, their gaping jaws revealing sharp fangs. Sheng Ling cast a determined glance at the beasts, vowing not to encounter them again after escaping. With a sudden crash, the wolf beast's claws lunged toward them. Sheng Ling dodged swiftly, her mud-caked shoes slipping beneath her. Once more, she hoisted Neil up and, with a deft maneuver, they charged directly into the misty forest. As they were about to plunge into the mystical woods, Neil closed his eyes and, with a voice steeped in his tribe's language, howled a warning. Call to our kin to come this way. Chapter 10. The shaman as the three-headed wolf beast pursued them. They skidded to a halt at the threshold of the colorful mist forest. Ah, they've entered the misty woods. Shall we continue the chase? The leading wolf beast questioned. Its eyes shadowed with uncertainty. No need to pursue any further. Entering the misty forest is no different from being slain by us. It saves us the trouble of taking action. Let us go. The moment they stepped into the colorful mist, Neil was set down by Sheng Ling swiftly. Sheng Ling gathered the surrounding dried branches, piling them together and clearing away other withered twigs and leaves. Forest fire safety is paramount. We must be cautious. Once prepared, they placed the precious herbs atop the pile, adding another layer of dry twigs above. Unaware of Sheng Ling's intentions, Neil only comprehended when she instructed him to ignite the fire. Trembling, he retrieved 2 stones from his pocket and struck them together, producing sparks. Soon, a fire blazed to life. This place, feared by the beastmen, must possess its own reasons for inciting such dread. As the herbs burned, the surrounding noxious miasma gradually began to dissipate. Sheng Ling poked at the pile of herbs, noting that their freshness made them difficult to ignite. After all, the female, tasked with reproduction, was not necessarily safer than the beasts themselves. Sheng Ling had always respected the formidable forces of nature. As Neil observed the retreating miasma, his previous sense of oppression eased, and his eyes widened in realization. He refrained from correcting himself, akin to the venomous serpents and ferocious beasts lurking in the miasmic forest. Gazing at the seemingly inconspicuous plants in the fire, Neil suddenly understood. Hearing Neil call out a few times about the male, Sheng Ling slightly furrowed her brow. Male? How? How did you do that? However, considering the information she had received about the beast realm, where males outnumbered females, she noted the astonishment in Neil's widened eyes. Gripping a sharp branch tightly, Sheng Ling remained vigilant of Neil's expressions, until she grasped the true situation of the beast realm. Sheng Ling had to tread carefully with every step. Should any hint of a change in his demeanor arise, she would not hesitate to act. I am Sheng Ling. The misty forest harbors miasma and toxins. Inhaling the miasma can lead to respiratory distress and suffocation, while the toxins can cause poisoning, ultimately resulting in death. When we entered the misty forest, I had you roll in the mud, which offers temporary protection, but the true safeguard comes from the herbs burning in this fire. Suddenly, Neil turned sharply to Sheng Ling, realizing why she had dared to lead him into the misty woods. This was the very reason she felt emboldened to traverse the colorful forest. Burning the herbs could dispel the miasma. Yet, she only dared to remain on the fringes of the misty forest. If she possessed greater strength, she might venture further into perilous areas, but lacking that power, it was prudent to remain cautious. Sheng Ling, are you a shaman? A revered shaman? Sheng Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. A shaman? Revered? Before she could respond, Neil exclaimed excitedly, you must be a revered shaman, and a formidable one at that. Otherwise, how could you know to use this herb? No, this medicinal herb to dispel the miasma. You even understand the properties of mud. Sheng Ling, you are incredible, far surpassing the revered shamans of our tribe. Chapter 11. Action. Observing the exhilarated Neil, Sheng Ling remained silent, without a clear understanding of the situation. Speaking too much could lead to errors. However, Neil's demeanor suggested that the shaman he referred to must hold a significant status. Consequently, Sheng Ling's response was perceived by Neil as tacit approval, further solidifying his belief that Sheng Ling was a powerful and enigmatic shaman, though she appeared somewhat aloof. Her character was indeed commendable. Yet, after the initial excitement, Neil's expression fell as he contemplated the fate of his kin. Sheng Ling, do you think my people will come? What if they are as frightened of the misty forest as I was at first? What if they do not receive the aid from Beast King City in time? Once the flames had stabilized, Sheng Ling ceased her efforts to tend the fire. Neil, appearing to be a simple-hearted youth, was someone Sheng Ling could rely on in her quest for a secure place in the beast world. After gathering reliable information and gaining a deeper understanding of this realm, she would formulate her next steps. Neil could potentially serve as an excellent starting point. Noticing his evident concern, Sheng Ling spoke. Let us remain at the periphery of the misty forest. You've injured your leg? Is your hand still functional? In the Endless Spirit Continent, although her innate talents were exceptional, she had progressed step by step, acquiring essential survival skills along the way. Now, with the ability to dispel miasma, they needed to locate new sources of the Zhangji herb before the existing supply was entirely consumed. Moreover, they needed to prepare for two contingencies. First, they must ensure that if Neil's kin were to arrive, they could protect them by swiftly setting traps to halt any encroaching beastmen. Second, they could not remain idle. If the forces from Beast King City were unaware of their predicament or were obstructed, they needed to attract attention to their plight. Neil nodded, acknowledging that while his leg was injured from trampling, his hands remained unharmed since he had been in his human form at the time. At least there was hope. After all, possessing more survival skills equated to an increased chance of survival. With a plan established, Sheng Ling set into motion, dragging Neil to a suitable location. She had narrowly escaped several beastmen's pursuits, which were merely first and second tier. If a fourth-tier rogue beastman had attacked, her chances of escape would have been slim. Exiting the misty forest was also perilous, as the rogue beasts outside could spell doom for them. They could not remain in the misty forest indefinitely. If the nearby sources of Zhangji were exhausted, they would have only two paths to take. Neil understood this well, nodding vigorously. Upon hearing this, Neil felt a surge of excitement. Entering the misty forest was fraught with peril, especially with her low cultivation level. Encountering a ferocious beast would mean certain demise. Shaking his head, Neil struggled to piece together Sheng Ling's words, feeling somewhat bewildered. If they continued to hesitate, they would surely lose their opportunity. Observing his state, Sheng Ling chose not to elaborate further, as time was of the essence. Quickly assessing the terrain, Sheng Ling devised a rough plan. We must act swiftly. For this could aid your kin. Can you dig a pit approximately this long and wide, with a depth 6 times your height? As a herbivore, Neil was quite adept at digging. After witnessing the beastmen's capabilities once again, Sheng Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their efficiency would increase significantly. Do you have anything sharp? Chapter 12. The plan. She did not know what they called the knife, so she could only describe what she needed in abstract terms. Neil continued digging without pause, pulling a bone knife from the animal hide at his waist and tossing it directly to Sheng Ling, catching the bone knife. Sheng Ling immediately began crafting the tools necessary for the trap, considering the combat prowess of the beastmen. She coated the sharp wooden stakes with poisonous liquid extracted from nearby plants. After setting up the ground traps and carefully concealing their traces, she turned her attention to the sky above. She simply instructed Neil, remember the markers we left? Don't step on the traps. Neil nodded blankly, though a faint understanding of Sheng Ling's plan seemed to dawn on him. Watching her agile movements as she climbed the tree, his eyes grew brighter with admiration. Medicine woman Sheng Ling is so clever, he exclaimed. Medicine woman Sheng Ling, you couldn't possibly be a sage, could you? In the beast world, medicine women were equivalent to human healers, though some herbivorous creatures could roughly distinguish between poisonous and non-poisonous plants. They lacked the knowledge to use herbs for healing, let alone combine multiple herbs for treatment. Coughing lightly, Sheng Ling remained silent, adhering to her principle of speaking sparingly. The harsh environment of their world meant high mortality rates among beastmen, and few lived to old age. Thus, over time, the role of the medicine woman had become sacred, revered, and inviolable. Neil, however, grew even more concerned. Perched in the tree, Sheng Ling frowned at the additional identity thrust upon her. Impersonating a medicine woman was punishable by death in the beast world, as both roles, medicine woman and sage, were exceedingly rare. Neil's eyes sparkled with reverence. He never imagined that Sheng Ling was not only a medicine woman but also a sage. The former could heal females and youngs, and the most skilled could even aid warriors, while the latter possessed wisdom and mastery over many skills. Both were figures capable of strengthening a tribe, earning respect and favor from countless others. The scarcity of such individuals stemmed from many factors, but the primary one was the brutal conditions of the beast world, where most still lived in primitive stages. As for sages, it was that beastmen were unintelligent. Rather, their harsh environment demanded most of their time be spent hunting. Moreover, their inherent beastly nature made them more direct in temperament. Most sages were elderly beastmen who had accumulated vast experience over time, and they dared not overstep their bounds. For as the saying went, jack of all trades, master of none. Misusing medicine, especially on precious females, was an unforgivable crime. Sheng Ling proceeded with her second preparation, expanding the fire from a single pile to multiple, larger ones. By the time the two finished their swift work, no tribesman had yet appeared at the edge of the misty grove. Seeing Neil struggling against the thickening smoke, Sheng Ling reassured him, this way, the beastmen will notice us. After all, it would be impossible to ignore. A forest fire demanded vigilance. Perhaps it would even scare away the rogue beastmen. Sheng Ling could only hope for the best. Chapter 13. Threat. Neil, now you can boldly call out to your kin. Neil's eyes brightened, and he immediately raised his voice. calling out in the beast language of the Minglu tribe. The Minglu tribe, in a state of disarray, scattered in various directions. Upon hearing Neil's call, some beastmen hesitated. However, with no other path available, they were compelled to heed that voice. In the misty fog forest, Sheng Ling pressed her ears to the ground, sensing the tremors beneath to discern if any beastmen were approaching, how many there were, and their approximate distance. After all, the miasma in the misty fog forest was dense. Be vigilant. If your kin approach, lead them away from the traps. Sheng Ling remained attentive to the forest's periphery, knowing that if the Minglu tribe was coming, there was a chance that audacious rogue beastmen might pursue them inside. While the traps had been set, she could not afford to be complacent. The first to rush in was an elderly beastman who had become separated from his group. At the time, he was somewhat distant from the Minglu tribe and had thus evaded the pursuit of the rogue beasts. Reports had already come in that those beastmen were recklessly charging into the misty fog forest. Neil called out once more, and this time the elderly beastman acted without hesitation. It was evident that Neil was familiar with him. The captured Minglu tribe members trembled under the cold gaze of the fourth-tier toad beast. Initially, the rogue beastmen had not noticed the commotion, but as more and more Minglu tribe members, as well as others from different clans, rushed in, they finally turned their attention toward this area. A portion of the miasma had already been dispelled, so when the elderly beastman dashed in, he was not significantly affected. Uncle Feng, there is strength in numbers, he thought, and more importantly, it instilled hope in the remaining Minglu tribe members that there was a chance for survival. Upon seeing Neil, the elderly beastman's heart finally settled. Outside, there were rogue beastmen, yet within the misty fog forest, despite its dangers, there were still living kin. He halted, seizing the moment to shout for him. Both had endured life and death experiences and felt a surge of emotion, but soon Uncle Feng joined the call. However, was the misty fog forest traditionally a one-way passage? Why were these beastmen desperately running toward it? Or was it that the dangers of the misty fog forest no longer existed? The memories of the toad beastmen surged with tales of the forest's perils. The sound of scraping against the ground echoed as the elderly beastman charged in. Although there was a common language across the beastly continent, each race possessed its own beast tongue. The high-pitched call of the deer was incomprehensible to him, but that did not mean the Minglu tribe members could not understand it. Speak. What are your kin shouting? Alive. Yet, the elderly beastman, running relentlessly, was filled with hesitation as the misty fog forest loomed closer. With more and more beastmen entering, Sheng Ling had to increase the size of the fire. Even for their naturally toxic toad beastmen, venturing in was fraught with peril, let alone the herbivorous beastmen with little combat prowess. The captured Minglu tribe members were predominantly young beastmen, valuable laborers who were easily controlled. The rogue beastmen spared their lives, intending to bring them back as slaves. The Minglu tribe members were acutely aware of the calls coming from that direction, and despite their fear, they remained silent. If there was a chance for survival, those who escaped could live on. Chapter 14. Doubt the toad orc, upon witnessing their silence, could not suppress a cold sneer. Do you think that your silence renders me powerless? Believe me, I will crush your hands and feet one by one and cast you out as fodder for the beasts. Despite the palpable fear among the orcs, including some younger ones who shed tears and soiled their leather skirts, none dared to speak. The toad orc's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Bring her forth. One of the snake beasts, understanding the command, swiftly dragged a captive from a short distance away. The sight of a female orc caused a collective change in expression among the restrained orcs. Satisfied with their reaction, the toad orc continued. You may be willing to sacrifice your lives, but what of this female? As she could no longer endure, she fainted, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth and one side of her face swelling grotesquely. The toad orc's brutal methods only deepened the fear among the assembled orcs. The female orc, pale and trembling, was carelessly shoved aside by the toad orc to a waiting snake beast, which elicited a scream of terror from her. Amidst the chaos, Sheng Ling swiftly ascended a large tree to survey the surroundings, noting an unusual stillness outside the misty growth. Overwhelmed by fear, she shook her head repeatedly, pleading for mercy, while a yellowish, translucent liquid trickled down her legs. Release her. You cannot harm the female. Otherwise, the Beast King City will not spare you. In the moment of catching the female, he had taken the liberty to grope her. She should not have arrived so early. However, the female was unable to transform into her beast form, rendering her incapable of understanding their language. Within the misty grove, Sheng Ling raised her hand, prompting Near to signal the others to cease their cries. The snake beast eagerly took over, as the chief showed disinterest, preferring the female instead. After all, females in the beast world were exceedingly rare. The toad orc's cold demeanor darkened further at her scream, and with a swift slap, her cries were silenced. A young orc. Witnessing the female he admired faint, fear gripped him that the toad orc might indeed kill her. He frantically dashed out of the circle of his kin. But it was too late for others to intervene. In the beast continent, the scarcity of females instilled a deep-seated instinct among orcs to protect them. Even at the cost of their own lives, they could not allow harm to befall a female. Yet this did not apply to the bloodthirsty wandering orcs. Do not harm Nana. I will speak. I will speak. His heart raced with fear and regret. Upon landing, Sheng Ling swiftly altered her strategy. In battle, adaptability is the greatest strategy. At present, too many of our orcs have gathered. The orcs from Beast King City have yet to arrive. and it is evident that the wandering orcs have taken notice of this situation. Now, everyone must sit in silence. I will signal when it is appropriate to speak again. The volume need not be as loud as before. It can gradually diminish. Considering the time elapsed, nearly all who could escape have done so. Those remaining are likely under the control of the wandering orcs. If they continue to shout, it will only prompt the wandering orcs to believe that the misty grove poses no threat. Consequently, this might incite them to charge forth. Moreover, the diminishing volume from the orcs will lead the wandering orcs to speculate whether those within have already fallen. If they persist in their cries, are they attempting to lure them in to meet their demise? Coupled with the orcs' dread of the misty grove, any hint of suspicion could afford them additional opportunities and time to escape. Chapter 15. The arrival. Sheng Ling has never underestimated the wisdom of any living race. Not even the forthright orc tribe. Even plants have their means of survival. How could the orc tribe, which dominates the Biluo continent, possibly lack intellect? As Sheng Ling had anticipated, when the toad orc led a group of wandering orcs to the vicinity of the rainbow mist forest, the diminishing sounds and the billowing smoke caught his attention, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Could it be that the orcs inside were nearing their demise? Were their earlier shouts merely a ploy to draw them in? With the descriptions of the rainbow mist forest embedded in his ancestral memories, the toad orc's suspicions deepened. The other wandering orcs, as they listened, began to sense something amiss. The thickening smoke within the rainbow mist forest was increasingly alarming. An orc, resembling a wolf, could not suppress a gulp. Were they engulfed in flames? Although orcs had learned to utilize fire for cooking, it was merely a rudimentary application. The forest fire, however, was a different beast altogether. Each instance of a forest inferno claimed countless lives, and even with the intervention of the beast masters from Beast King City, the speed at which the flames spread, especially during the dry season, was terrifying. At that moment, the realization dawned upon him. He had been deceived. The toad orc gritted his teeth. They had 3 females in their possession, not to mention the spoils of their recent hunt. So their efforts had not been entirely in vain. Nir's eyes widened in excitement as he clambered to his feet, leaning against a nearby tree to steady himself. Perhaps we should leave quickly. The trees in the rainbow mist forest are dense, and if the flames break out, He understood the urgency of the situation, and he was acutely aware that if they did not retreat soon, they would inevitably attract the orcs drawn by the flames. The cheers from the other beasts only served to darken the expression of the fleeing toad orc. His countenance grew increasingly grim. Certainly, higher-ranked orcs with better defenses might have a chance of survival. Without the intervention of a 6th-tier water beast master or above, extinguishing a large-scale fire was impossible. We are saved. We are saved. They rejoiced. But as wandering orcs, where would they find a beast master? Upon hearing his command, the other wandering orcs exhaled in relief. The orcs within the rainbow mist forest had also heard the shrill cry of the eagle. Yes, it is the team from Beast King City. We are saved. Let us go. Once engulfed in a forest fire, escape becomes an impossibility. The shouts of other orcs echoed behind them. It is a 4th-tier eagle beast. Quick, run. A massive figure soared towards them at an astonishing speed, coming into view in an instant. If they were low-tier orcs, it might be manageable, but for high-tier orcs, damn it, at least we have preserved one life. Yet before they could fully relax, a piercing eagle's cry resonated through the air. Cursed herbivorous orcs. He had chosen a region predominantly inhabited by herbivorous orcs. Though females were scarce, powerful orcs were even rarer. He had not anticipated being delayed by the herbivorous orcs, only to be met by the forces of Beast King City, just as the fleeing toad orc thought he would shake off the pursuing eagle beast. A flash of yellow suddenly burst forth. A chilling scream pierced the air. Shen Hung shook his head. The toad orc he had pinned beneath his feet trembled at the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 6th-tier orc. A colossal tiger, its coat sleek and gleaming, possessed golden eyes that radiated a terrifying brilliance. Chapter 16. Identity. The pursuing eagle beast instinctively halted upon spotting the tiger. Lord Shen Hung. Shen Hung merely nodded, refraining from uttering a word. The eagle did not find this peculiar, for Lord Shen Hung's temperament had always been thus. Lord Shen Hung. There are still beastmen alive in the color mist forest. The group of beastmen concealed within the color mist forest grew anxious as the commotion subsided. Had the beastmen from Beast King City dealt with the strays? An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Crack. The vigilant Sheng Ling, fixated on the entrance of the color mist forest, suddenly became alert. A massive yellow silhouette flickered through the mist, just from this figure. Sheng Ling discerned that the approaching beastman was not the dark toad. Upon noticing the faint glow of fire within and the presence of numerous beastmen, Shen Hung bellowed. A trap? Yet, as he turned to see the pit glimmering with sinister barbs, Luoji involuntarily gasped. On Biluo continent, there were only 2 instances in which beastmen would refer to someone as Lord. Sheng Ling remained silent, while Nir provided a brief explanation. And Shen Hung had already surmised the purpose of the trap. My lord, this trap is to prevent those stray beasts. Your sudden arrival made me forget to warn you. However, the terrifying aura emanating from the colossal figure opposite made Sheng Ling feel that this beastman was even more perilous than the toad beastman. Luoji's gaze fell once again upon the trap. The eagle beast accompanying Luoji, upon hearing the sound, expressed delight. Is it merely a matter of high rank that conceals one's aura? Reflecting on this, Luoji's demeanor turned solemn. and the atmospheric pressure around him dipped. He speculated that the herbivorous beastmen inside were likely paralyzed with fear and stepped forward, pondering the possibility of a female being inside. It is Lord Sheng Ling of Beast King City. Nir's words successfully redirected Luoji and Chen Heng's attention to Sheng Ling. Though this territory did not fall under the jurisdiction of their East City, given that East City 3 was currently besieged by stray beastmen. They had come to lend support upon witnessing the flames. Yet, the masculine figure before them seemed devoid of any aura typical of the beast tribe. A wasteland beast? They had indeed arrived just in time. Possessing formidable strength and a unique identity, Chen Heng's voice remained flat, devoid of any inflection. Had he reacted just a moment slower? However, this realization brought Nir a sense of relief. Sheng Ling subtly withdrew her arm. Finally rescued, Nir joyfully grasped Sheng Ling's arm. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves within the color mist forest, reminiscent of the trapping techniques employed by northern beastmen. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, flapping his wings to narrowly avoid the gaping pit. Let us proceed, to prevent the stray beastmen from reappearing. Be cautious. Luoji glanced at Nir, who had just spoken. And then at Sheng Ling. Some beastmen recognized Chen Heng. Nir looked up at Sheng Ling with admiration. Chen Heng stood outside the color mist forest, having only extended a massive head inside. Before Nir's words could fully escape his lips, Luoji swiftly made his entrance. But a sudden misstep nearly sent him plummeting into the abyss. My lord, we have been saved. This is Sheng Ling, the shaman, she also. Before he could finish, Sheng Ling tugged at him. Nir was somewhat perplexed, but Sheng Ling stepped forward. I possess some knowledge of herbs. Chapter 17. Journey. Upon hearing her introduction, the gazes of the surrounding orcs transformed into one of respect. Chen Heng's eyes fell upon Sheng Ling and then surveyed the traps, saying nothing. After all, the orcs from the northern territories already possessed similar techniques of entrapment. Let us proceed. Neil, with an injured leg, was unable to stand and was thus supported by his kin, following Rogi and Chen Heng. The group of orcs finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the rogue orcs outside had been dealt with. Rogi, noticing the pale and frightened faces of several females, offered words of comfort. This time, the sacrificial ceremony was disrupted by a coalition of rogue orcs from the island in the sea. Rest assured, they have been dealt with, and the remaining matters will be handled by our Beast King City. Despite his reassurances, the faces of the females remained ashen, for the ambush had claimed many lives, including that of one female orc. This left the orcs seething with anger. The protected females, worried, began to inquire. They were blocked midway by a fifth-tier serpent beast. Upon hearing Finya's words, Rogi's smile faltered slightly. However, out of respect for the females, he gently explained, he recently advanced to a fourth-tier orc. As one of the most formidable among the younger generation, he is naturally the object of affection for countless females due to his remarkable appearance and combat prowess, coupled with his sunny disposition. Lord Chen Heng, one of the esteemed figures from East 3 Beast King City. We heard they would attend the sacrificial ceremony. Indeed, Lord Rogi. How is Lord Shirlai? In the eyes of the females, Chen Heng evoked a great deal of apprehension, for he bore a fearsome and unattractive visage, compounded by his indifferent demeanor. Despite being within the protective embrace of East 3 Beast King City, it was East 1's Chen Heng who came to their rescue. Chen Heng remained silent, leaving it to Rogi to respond. Is Lord Shirlai injured? How is he? Once the essential inquiries had been made, Rogi transformed into a massive eagle, and the other orcs followed suit, shifting into their beast forms as they began to channel their powers, drawing in the spiritual energy from the air. Neil understood that Sheng Ling would not transform, yet his own injured hooves necessitated assistance. With no interest in their discussions, Sheng Ling bandaged Neil's leg and then leaned against a tree, closing her eyes to rest. Typically, an orc's back is reserved for their female partners or male brethren. Finya, devoid of any color in her face, trembled upon seeing the cold Chen Heng, particularly the scar that traversed half of his tiger-like visage. Clearly, it was time for them to embark on their journey to a safer location. The rarity of females was such that only the malevolent rogue orcs would commit such acts. As one of the most formidable orcs under the Beast King of East 1, Chen Heng's prowess was unquestionable. Neil sought to have a strong can carry Sheng Ling immediately. A robust white deer stepped forward, lowering its posture. My lord, please mount. I shall carry you. It is an honor to bear the esteemed healer. The white deer's bright eyes sparkled with joy. The Ming deer clan was immensely grateful to this healer, for without her, many of their kin might not have survived. Chapter 18. Food beside him, Neil felt a pang of envy. Had his foot not been injured, it would have been he who carried Lord Sheng Ling. How infuriating. Observing the white deer before her, Sheng Ling made no objection. After all, who would prefer to walk when there was a mount available? As she settled atop the white deer, Sheng Ling exhaled deeply, her gaze drifting to the swiftly retreating trees around her. The ancient text of immortals flickered in her mind, depicting celestial beings riding upon white deer or cranes, soaring through clouds. Her thoughts soared, inevitably landing upon the beastman racing ahead. The beastman bearing her weight was a second-tier creature, naturally slower than the third, fourth, or even fifth-tier beastmen from Beast King City. A few females, for their safety, were carried by several fourth-tier leopard beastmen. 4 fifth-tier beastmen and the sole sixth-tier beastman stood vigilant, guarding against any potential ambush, prepared to respond swiftly. No need to thank me. Lord Sheng Ling, you have saved so many of our kin. It is I who should express my gratitude. The instinctive response of her body prompted Sheng Ling to open her eyes. The question of survival remained uncertain. The group of beastmen advanced rapidly until they finally merged with another party. Over the years, Sheng Ling had grown accustomed to the mixed emotions of the beastmen: fear, dislike, reverence, and even hatred from the females. What if the shaman did not consume fruits? After all, while herbivorous beastmen occasionally ate meat, carnivorous ones rarely indulged in vegetation. Sheng Ling accepted the fruit, harboring no ill intentions, and chose not to comment. Lord Sheng Ling, are you hungry? I will go hunt. I have some fruits here. Would you like some? The beast man named Chunhang felt the intense gaze finally shift away from him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The speed of Sheng Ling's mount evoked a tinge of envy within her. In the land of Moling, meat was scarce, and fruits even more so. The gratitude of the beastmen was sincere. Cade's eyes glimmered with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. The unfamiliar gaze from the earlier beastman had been too fervent, a mix of curiosity and envy. If only her cultivation had not been forsaken back then, she too could have moved with such swiftness. With their lives secured, the beastmen once again embraced their excitement. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, eliciting a growl from Sheng Ling's stomach. Thank you. Whether from small clans or larger ones, all were sheltered within the sacred square of the ritual. This brought relief to some of the smaller clans. For resting in the forest beyond could lead to encounters with rogue beastmen. Given the shaman's value, Sheng Ling was also safeguarded in the center of the group. The beastman carrying Sheng Ling was named Cade. Positioned at the forefront, Chunhang moved swiftly. Had it not been for the need to wait for the larger group, he would have been even faster. The fruit presented by the beastman before her appeared exceptionally fresh. Following the recent attack by rogue beastmen, the entire square of the ritual was now encircled tightly by the forces of Beast King City. Observing the females being surrounded, the males could not help but feel an increased sense of excitement. After all, 2 parties from the 3 great Beast King cities had already arrived, and numerous females were present. Yet, the intensity of the atmosphere rendered her somewhat uncomfortable. Exhaling deeply, Sheng Ling closed her eyes once more to meditate. She needed to cultivate diligently to restore her former strength as soon as possible. Cade was just preparing to hunt small game, but now he dared not venture far. Had it not been for the fear of Sheng Ling and the immobile kin going hungry, he would have hesitated to step outside. Before he could make his move, Roji arrived, leading a group of beastmen. During the 3 days of the ritual, the beastmen of Beast King City will ensure your safety and provide food. Roji's voice resonated throughout the area, instantly lifting the spirits of the anxious weaker beastmen. Chapter 19. Restoration after issuing his commands. Rogi led the hunting party from Beast King City into the wilderness. Given the abundance of game at this time, there was little concern about a shortage of prey. The various tribes under the jurisdiction of Beast King City regularly contributed a portion of their catch, and in turn, the city was obligated to protect them. At this moment, following the recent attacks by the wandering beasts, several smaller tribes had lost their capacity to hunt. Allowing them to venture out now would be tantamount to inviting disaster, rendering any prior rescue efforts futile. Cade sighed in relief, his spirits lifted. Safety and sustenance had returned. The surviving orcs began to erect their own tents. Sheng Ling also intended to construct a simple shelter, but before she could begin, the Minglu tribe had already constructed one for her. Sheng Ling noted that the grass surrounding the tent was softer and more delicate than that of their own tents, and the inside was lined with clean animal skins. The former patriarch of the Minglu tribe had passed away, and the current leader was a young orc who had just recently advanced to the 3rd tier. The meat of magical beasts, rich in energy, was a prized commodity. As she swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy and circulated her cultivation techniques, Sheng Ling felt her body brimming with abundant spiritual force and a surge of formidable power. The recent ordeal with the wandering orcs had granted her a clearer understanding of the world's harsh realities, instilling in her a fervent desire to expedite her training and restore her former prowess. Due to her identity as a shaman and the lives she had saved, Beast King City allocated her some magical beast meat. Even the usually cheerful and bright Nier appeared somewhat dispirited. However, at this moment, he found himself powerless to act. It felt as if a barrier within him had been lifted, and a gentle breeze swept through. Lacking sufficient combat strength and resources, the thought of losing their proud shaman was too dreadful for Nier to contemplate. Pop. Sheng Ling's suspicions were confirmed. Even among beasts, there existed both high-quality and inferior meats. She sensed that the roasted meat she had just consumed contained a significant amount of spiritual energy, far exceeding what Nier had provided her earlier. Could it be a higher grade of beast meat? Sheng Ling opened her eyes and slightly shifted her body. The sound of her bones cracking echoed like crisp snaps. Nier worried that, given the current circumstances, their tribe might swiftly face extinction. Within the shaman's tent, a formidable friend of the shaman from Beast King City, renowned for his healing prowess, tended to the wounds of his kin. They had just endured a brutal assault by the wandering beasts, resulting in heavy casualties among their people, their food supplies plundered, and even their precious shaman suffering grievous injuries. After finishing the roasted meat, Sheng Ling returned to her tent, pulling down the animal skin that served as a door, and began her cultivation. The hunting party from Beast King City was undoubtedly among the elite in their realm, their hunting capabilities far from mere boasts. As night deepened and the stars blanketed the sky, the atmosphere within the Minglu tribe grew somber, their hearts heavy with sorrow and the burdens of many matters needing attention. Yet they still managed to spare hands to assist Sheng Ling in constructing her tent. Nier could only pray that the shaman would endure this trial, for it would offer their tribe a chance to breathe. She had finally broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Even more astonishing was the realization that apart from the spiritual energy, she could utilize her physical enhancement techniques to strengthen her body. It was well known that formidable physical cultivators could overpower even the most proficient spiritual cultivators. The physical cultivation of a cultivator paralleled that of ordinary orcs, emphasizing strength and physical resilience, while spiritual cultivators, akin to beast tamers among orcs, wielded unique powers. Chapter 20. Space having achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Sheng Ling excitedly reached for her collarbone. As her consciousness swept into her space, she instantly beheld her once-created domain. Currently, the space was modest, akin to a typical three-bedroom apartment. It would expand gradually with the enhancement of her cultivation. Within it lay primarily essential items for daily life, such as self-defense weapons, emergency medical supplies, and various articles of clothing. However, due to her current level of cultivation, many of these items were temporarily unusable. Nevertheless, these possessions were certainly preferable to having none at all. As Sheng Ling's consciousness first entered the space, a wave of energy surged forth. Master! My beloved master! This was not surprising, considering that when she had created the spatial consciousness, it had been overly eager and incessantly vocal. After inspecting her space, Sheng Ling decisively exited, leaving behind the melancholic telegraph machine, its gaze profound. Master, I miss you. I yearn for your starry eyes, your delicate rosy lips, your fair skin, your exquisite collarbone, and your proud, well-endowed form. The telegraph machine lamented. Please, remove your paws from my hands. It had been silenced once more. Upon breaking through again, a layer of residue from her previous refinement process clung to her, emitting an unpleasant odor. Sheng Ling opened her eyes, the light glimmering within them. Indeed, the dark, amorphous entity before her was the simulated consciousness of her space. The bond formed by the contract could not be dissolved until the master met their demise, leading to the destruction of the space itself. Thankfully, she was now a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, possessing a certain resilience to the natural environment's temperature. At the very least, she was no longer defenseless against some beastmen, capable of mounting a counterattack. Stepping out of the tent, she declared, "Wait for me. I shall fill my little golden vault with handsome men and beautiful women, with alluring curves, broad shoulders and narrow waists, ample bosoms and shapely rears." The telegraph machine regretted choosing her simply because of her captivating visage and impressive assets. Moving cautiously, Sheng Ling followed the rich spiritual energy in the surrounding air, discovering a nearby stream not far away. Regretting his initial choice based solely on her appearance, he found a secluded spot, scanning with his consciousness to ensure no other beastmen were present. Sensing no danger beneath the water, Sheng Ling gradually stepped into the stream. Once fully immersed, she let out a refreshing sigh. The increasingly lewd sounds echoed until they encountered the spatial control system, transforming into a series of beeps. As Sheng Ling unfastened her robe, the space was instantly engulfed in darkness. The clear stream quickened her pace, a reminder to observe but not touch. Yet, she felt reassured, for she had her treasures. A grin crept across her face, taking on a somewhat sinister edge. With this space, she felt emboldened. That despicable woman. The robe she wore had been crafted by a high-level artifact master, of unparalleled quality. The night water remained somewhat chilly. While others had charming simulated consciousnesses like white rabbits or adorable kittens, the telegraph machine had always harbored resentment. Staring at the dark, fuzzy mass before her, Sheng Ling remained expressionless. At that moment, she had considered changing her space, but initially, the telegraph machine had behaved quite normally. It was only after the contract was established that its true nature began to reveal itself. Its tiny, bean-sized eyes widened in surprise. Within the space, the telegraph machine, wide-eyed and darkly excited, displayed a mix of eagerness and lewdness. However, after enduring the thunder tribulation, it had been significantly damaged, leaving only some basic functions, such as convenience and the ability to conceal its presence. As she pulled her upper garment aside, the moonlight illuminated her snow-white skin. Chapter 21. Peeking the shimmering water reflected her snow-like skin, subtly revealing the graceful curves of her form. Her long, dark hair danced in the stream, flowing like silk. Gently, she scooped a handful of water, her slender, fair fingers brushing it against her once ashen face. The water became murky, yet it unveiled her true beauty. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her skin was as white as snow, her nose was delicately sculpted, and her lips were plump and rosy, adorned with captivating peach blossom eyes. However, under the moonlight, there was a sharpness and coldness, adding an air of aloofness to her inherent allure. With a cleansing spell, Sheng Ling quickly composed herself and rose. The water splashed around her, and she coughed, instinctively tightening her grip on her animal skin skirt. As she closed her eyes, Images of a fleeting glance invaded her mind. Now that she could refine her body, she had no desire to abstain from food any longer. Once she had distanced herself, ensuring she would not disturb other beastmen, she violently collided with the surrounding trees, toppling them one by one. Realizing these were unfamiliar beastmen, Sheng Ling no longer lingered. Focusing intently on roasting the meat in her hands, Chen Hang immediately turned away, choosing not to look further. At that moment, Sheng Ling's cultivation was compromised. And having not fully integrated into the beast world, a lapse in vigilance revealed her presence. A pair of golden eyes glimmered faintly in the dark. After a violent cough, fearing discovery, Chen Hang hastily covered his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment. A scar ran from his brow to his chin, a grotesque mark that females typically abhorred. Chen Hang slowly released his grip, the dampness of the pen no longer a concern, as he dashed into the forest. Yet, upon touching the rough, uneven texture of his face, he felt his body stiffen. The increasingly fragrant aroma of roasted meat heightened Sheng Ling's hunger. Unlike other beastmen, Chen Hang preferred to leave his scent in his wake, and having engaged in battles with magical beasts for years, he excelled in concealment. With a 6th-tier rank, he was formidable, comparable to a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, just beneath the Beast King's peak prowess. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already uncovered his secret. Upon returning to her tent, Sheng Ling made sure not to disturb anyone. Unlike the past, the beast meat from the Ru continent was now imbued with energy and had an exquisite flavor. Her mind felt slightly clouded. Sensing a piercing gaze, she instinctively looked around. Once she had moved further away, a gurgling sound emanated from the tranquil stream nearby. Sheng Ling glimpsed a robust figure, an animal man clad in a tiger-skin skirt. He had not anticipated that the shaman was a female, but why would she conceal her identity? Chen Hing blinked, puzzled. Yet his gaze froze upon noticing the silhouette by the fire, cooking meat. To indulge in such delectable roasted meat was indeed a pleasure. When the meat turned golden, crispy on the outside and tender within, Sheng Ling spread a layer of honey over it, her luminous skin, accentuated by her enticing curves. Dressed in a similar black robe, her hair cascading down, she gracefully moved towards her tent like a spirit cat. The morning breeze was slightly cool, and upon returning to the encampment, Chen Hang wore an expression devoid of emotion. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he took a bite. From a distance, Chen Hang feigned nonchalance, stealing a glance. He beheld the beautiful young female savoring the roasted meat, her eyes crinkling in delight, seemingly glowing under the morning sun. Memories flooded his mind, and he felt an itch in his nose. Chapter 22. Lion Lai quickly lowered his head, covering his nose, when suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Uncle. Chen Hang was startled, feeling a twinge of guilt. Turning around, he was met with the radiant smile of Lion Lai. Given that Lion Lai's father was a close friend of his, and with an age difference of over 10 years, he could certainly bear the title of uncle. With a nonchalant nod, he reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, which Lion Lai found unsurprising. However, this time, Lion Lai was in remarkably high spirits and had come to greet the typically indifferent Chen Hang. On ordinary days, he would not have the inclination to seek warmth from a cold shoulder. Uncle, after this sacrificial ceremony, I will have my own little female. Lion Lai could hardly contain his excitement, eager to announce to the world that he was soon to have a female companion. Despite being from different cities, Chen Hang had heard much about Lion Lai, given his notoriety. Neil could not quite recall what Sheng Ling looked like, but upon seeing her, he was nearly unable to recognize her. Stunned, Neil gazed at Sheng Ling, struggling to believe his own eyes. One was chattering away animatedly, while the other listened with feigned disinterest. Given Chen Hang's nature, he would never share such matters with other beastmen. Uncle, I found a little female. She is so delicate, as fair as milk fruit. Her eyes are round, and her lips are a lovely pink. Listening to this young man ramble was perhaps a form of distraction for Chen Hang. Regardless of what Lion Lai spoke of, he had his own thoughts. Sheng Ling the shaman. How had she transformed into someone so enchanting? If he were to convey it in his limited vocabulary, it would be simply beautiful, more so than even the Fox tribe's females. Although Sheng Ling the shaman was formidable, he couldn't shake the thought that she was not a slovenly male beastman, was she? He wished to share his excitement. Though the outcome was not yet certain and the little female had not yet consented, he believed wholeheartedly that he would succeed in winning her affection. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Hang found himself burdened with thoughts. On ordinary days, he would never entertain the idle chatter of this young man. Wasn't this lad notoriously picky, dismissing all females, including the one from the Fox tribe? Why the sudden change of heart? Yet, he now desired to be closer to the little female, though he lacked a valid reason. Lion Lai's words left Chen Hang slightly astonished. He felt that no other female could surpass her beauty. The fervor in Lion Lai's eyes was palpable. He had chosen a spot that was rather inconspicuous, where Neil had searched for her multiple times before finally spotting the beastman clad in a similar hide skirt. Yet, Chen Hang couldn't help but think of that little female. Listening to Lion Lai's enthusiastic monologue, it became clear that the female he had found was one of a kind, unparalleled in existence. Meanwhile, Sheng Ling continued to enjoy her roasted meat when suddenly, a significant portion of sunlight was obscured beside her. This was her first companion. Had it not been for Sheng Ling's familiar silhouette and those unmistakable eyes, he would have nearly thought that she had been slain by another beastman. Her hide claimed by someone else. Among beastmen, especially males, to win a female's favor required not only formidable strength, but also outstanding appearance. This appearance encompassed features such as looks and physique. After all, in the beast realm, females were scarce, and to ensure the propagation of superior offspring, they naturally sought out the most exceptional males as partners. Although Sheng Ling's figure appeared somewhat frail, it was not as robust as that of some other females. Chapter 23. Strategic planning. However, he was well aware of Sheng Ling's formidable prowess. Even if she could not transform into her beast form, she would still easily overpower that second-tier wandering beastman. Moreover, there were indeed beastmen among them who were smaller in beast form, and those who could shift into a more compact human form. As long as one possessed sufficient excellence, naturally, females would be inclined to accept them. Furthermore, Sheng Ling was also a powerful shaman. Suddenly, Neil contemplated introducing his sister to Sheng Ling, yet he feared that she might not find her appealing. Observing Neil's conflicted expression, Sheng Ling offered him some roasted meat. Would you care for some? The meat sent from Beast King City today is quite delectable, possessing a delightful chewiness, and it grills beautifully. Upon inhaling the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, Neil promptly cast aside his other thoughts and, without hesitation, took a seat. Thank you, Lady Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling was rather indifferent, for she had already satiated her hunger. Her only desire was to savor a little more. Now that she had recently arrived, her foremost priority was to establish herself. This little black contraption, though seemingly trivial, could serve as a source of conversation during dull moments on missions. The telegraph machine's laughter suddenly froze. Sheng Ling shifted her posture, her downcast eyes appearing somewhat dimmed. This lad is quite impressive. He has a sunny disposition and six-pack abs. If he were in the base, he would undoubtedly be considered a fresh young talent. Master, let us go. Sheng Ling calmly observed Neil as he indulged in the roasted meat. Besides, aren't those transmigrated heroines also surrounded by admirers, chattering incessantly? Master, do I hold only this trivial significance in your heart? Although conversing is indeed my forte, I possess other capabilities as well. Just like at this very moment, I could offer you strategic advice. Undoubtedly, I have a greater understanding of this matter than you do, Master. So heed my words, and you shall not go astray. At this moment, Sheng Ling did not mute the telegraph machine, which naturally grasped her thoughts. Unconcerned by the machine's lewd chuckles, she was suddenly struck by a realization. The telegraph machine's beady eyes gleamed mischievously as it gazed at Neil. Weren't there tales of individuals who transmigrated to beast realms and began indulging in hedonistic lifestyles? Since we have arrived, perhaps it is a divine compensation for us. After all, you've cultivated for so many years and yet remain unfulfilled. You've certainly read your fair share of stories. Why then, do you not call it strategic planning? After toiling for so long, what is wrong with being a tad lecherous? Sheng Ling felt a sudden itch in her hands. She pursed her lips. Although the telegraph machine often strayed from propriety, one could not deny that its insights were quite astute. Sheng Ling chose to remain silent about the treasures the telegraph machine had collected. Master, isn't it true that in this beast realm, males outnumber females? You are somewhat female yourself, aren't you? You could enjoy a life of luxury, akin to those females with multiple partners. Does a male-dominant society necessarily favor females? Yet Sheng Ling held only a sense of admiration. Is that what you call strategic planning? At least Neil possesses an appealing appearance. Not necessarily. When any situation presents a significant imbalance, particularly an extreme one, problems arise. Even though the beast realm stipulates that males cannot harm females, the information gathered suggests otherwise. The majority of females in this realm have multiple partners, while those with a single partner are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. But why is that? Chapter 24. Persuasion. Females are scarce, yet they bear the weighty responsibility of procreation. To articulate it more gracefully, one might say they strive for the continuation of their lineage and the future of their kind. Conversely, one could speak bluntly, labeling them mere instruments of reproduction. They can only select a few exceptional males for pairing. My master, your perspective is flawed. What if they are willing? The telegraph machine interjected. Have you never read a story? The female protagonist adores her partners, and they are equally devoted. Sheng Ling could only chuckle, at times. She felt that the telegraph machine was not merely a conduit of resources, but rather a vessel of romantic notions. Sheng Ling recognized the myriad of beings inhabiting this world, each with their distinct thoughts. She would not impose her beliefs upon others, yet she held steadfast to her own convictions. Willing? In what regard? Is it merely lust? Or instinctual behavior? Or perhaps something else entirely? The telegraph machine bristled with indignation. This master was far too straightforward. What should be done? I do not oppose the notion of many males to a single female in this realm. Given the harshness of the environment, it is a strategy for survival. Indeed, it is one method to enhance fertility. The telegraph machine nodded vigorously. It had assumed that its master had gained insight, only to realize that she remained unchanged. As Sheng Ling conversed with the telegraph machine, Neil had nearly finished his meal and let out a satisfied burp. Master, back in the end spirit continent. We lack the means. Now that we have the opportunity, this must be pursued. Moreover, you have already consented. Haven't you? These past few days have been so fulfilling. I truly wish to continue dining so heartily. He scratched his head. Sheng Ling tended to the fire, adding a few more logs. The telegraph machine gazed despondently at the sky. What nonsense is this? It exclaimed, perplexed. Neil beamed with a radiant smile. Emotions, you see, can only be nurtured once our material needs are met. Then we may discuss spiritual conditions. You are overthinking it. We have yet to establish ourselves and are already contemplating such matters. Do you not find it premature? We have the chance to grow stronger. Why should we seek to depend on others? She wished to be with someone she cherished, to forge a bond of love. Even if they ultimately did not end up together. She sought not to live merely for survival or reproduction, but to have the power of choice. As for the idea of engaging with multiple partners at once, apologies, but Sheng Ling had never entertained such thoughts. The journey of becoming stronger is fraught with pain, monotony, and danger, yet Sheng Ling was grateful for the opportunity to grow. After all, one could argue that the choices made by the females in this realm stemmed from the pressures of their survival environment. They lacked the means to protect themselves and had to rely on the strength of males. Thus, acquiring one thing often meant relinquishing another, such as freedom and choice. Reproduction is an instinctual drive, while love is a matter of choice and restraint. She did not dismiss the lifestyles and survival strategies of others. Yet she firmly held her own beliefs. If I possessed the capability, I would not. The appetite of the male beastmen was insatiable, for Neil. That modest portion of roasted meat barely sufficed. The distinction of humans from other animals lies in their wisdom and rationality. However, Neil also understood the impracticality of his desires. After all, they were amidst a season of abundance, yet the cold months would soon arrive, during which hunger would become the norm. Some beastmen would even perish due to the frigid temperatures and scarcity of food. Not far off, Lion Lai continued his ramblings. While Chun Heng's thoughts had already soared far beyond the mundane, his gaze fixated intently on Neil, convinced that the lad's smile concealed ulterior motives. Chapter 25 Request Moreover. He even accepted food from a female. As a male, how could he do such a thing? Although he was aware that Neil was oblivious to the fact that Sheng Ling was a female, he could not suppress the pangs of jealousy welling up within him. The sight of Lion Lai, who had been boasting about his yet-to-be-acknowledged female partner, was exceedingly irksome. While Neil was still conversing with Sheng Ling, a sudden commotion erupted among the Ming Lu tribe. The two of them glanced over curiously, only to see several individuals carrying something. What was happening? Upon noticing the sorrow etched on the faces of the tribe members, Neil was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sensation. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the Ming Lu tribe. Upon seeing a person lying on a stretcher, their complexion pale and tinged with a faint flush, Neil felt as if his mind had gone blank. He clenched his fists tightly. The tribe member who had been seized nearby bore an expression of profound grief. Was there truly no other recourse? Sheng Ling frowned slightly, her eyes shimmering with concern. In the beast world, such wounds were classified as perplexing ailments, fraught with danger. Lord Sheng Ling, we beseech you, please, save our esteemed shaman. Neil is willing to give up everything. The Ming Lu tribe echoed in unison. We implore you, save our revered shaman. Upon hearing this, Neil's countenance turned ashen. The shaman, the esteemed shaman, what had happened to him? He grasped the arm of a nearby tribesman. The esteemed shaman from the Beast King City just said that our shaman, he can only pray for the beast god's blessing. Even the shaman from the Beast King City could do nothing? In his heart, Neil regarded Sheng Ling as an extraordinarily powerful shaman. Indeed, she was remarkably astute. Perhaps she was even a sage. In a sudden rush, Neil sprinted towards Sheng Ling, collapsing to his knees before her. To save a life, one must possess medical knowledge. Though she was not a practitioner from the herbalist sect, every practitioner had some understanding of medicine. They all comprehended that, prior to being ravaged by the roaming beasts, the rewards demanded by those esteemed shamans were beyond their means. They were merely a small tribe. The chieftain had stated he would contemplate a solution. However, the shaman from the Beast King City had said that unless they sent the injured to the capital for the attention of several formidable shamans, he could not offer assistance. Yet, as you know, the remuneration for saving lives from those esteemed individuals in the Beast King City is exorbitant. The Ming Lu tribe had just been completely plundered by roaming beasts, and the distance to the three great Beast King cities was considerable. The shaman appeared to be on the verge of succumbing. After a moment of silence, an elderly beastman spoke hesitantly. That esteemed shaman said that our shaman has been bleeding profusely and is running a fever. When we visited the shaman today, we also noticed a foul stench emanating from the wound in her quest to enhance her own odds of survival. She had previously exerted effort in this regard. The Ming Lu tribe's shaman, however, had suddenly succumbed to all three afflictions. The surrounding tribesmen bowed their heads, too fearful to utter a word. Neil felt an increasing heaviness in his heart and, in a flash of inspiration, turned abruptly toward Sheng Ling. Perhaps her medical skills did not rival those of the specialized herbalists, but this was the beast world. The foundational conditions here were woefully inadequate. To establish herself in this realm, perhaps possessing a unique skill before her cultivation strengthened would be a commendable choice. Yet, she also understood the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind. Chapter 26. Treating wounds thus, even in the endeavor to save a life. One must refrain from making grandiose declarations. Take me to sea. I shall do my utmost, she stated. Upon hearing her words, Neil's eyes sparkled with hope. He promptly nodded and led Sheng Ling towards the location of the shaman. Upon encountering the shaman lying on a makeshift support, Sheng Ling cast a sweeping gaze over the scene, her consciousness probing the surroundings. She noted the severity of the external injuries sustained by the shaman of the Minglu tribe. But fortunately, there were no internal wounds. In this primitive, beastly world, internal injuries are far more challenging to treat than external ones. Make way, let Sheng Ling the shaman have a try. Neil's voice roused the others from their sorrow. It is known that when a shaman is deemed to require only the beast goddess prayers, it often signifies that the individual is on the brink of accompanying the deity. Only the eastern and southern regions of the Bila continent are relatively affluent, thus hosting the largest number of orcs. Sheng Ling deftly arranged her tools for sterilization over the fire. In order to minimize her exposure, she refrained from revealing her possessions. While she had witnessed orcs utilizing fire and rudimentary stone pots, she had never observed them sewing animal hides. However, the skirts worn by a few females indicated that such craftsmanship existed. The orcs residing in the harsh environments of the northwest were known for their formidable resilience. Sheng Ling had neither encountered nor heard of their prowess. The shaman from the Beast King city speculated that this individual may have originated from other regions. Before long, everything was assembled, and Neil constructed a fire pit nearby. The other orcs lent their assistance, though even the shamans from their various cities exhibited notable differences despite their proximity. Sheng Ling possessed a set of rudimentary tools within her spatial realm, yet she chose not to retrieve them hastily. The sterilized bone knife glided slowly along the shaman's festering wound. Simultaneously, she extracted a relatively soft yet resilient piece of wood from the pile of kindling and placed it in the shaman's mouth to prevent him from injuring himself in response to the pain. After all, each shaman possesses their unique skills, and interference is generally considered disrespectful unless permission is granted. Neil, prepare the fire, hot water, and bone knives. Also bring tools for sewing animal hides. As Sheng Ling meticulously examined the wound, the shaman from the Beast King city remained silent. The western region bore little difference from the northern areas, let alone the other regions of the Bila continent to the east. In his youth, he had ventured to the northern lands, where he had encountered their shamans. Fortunately, she had now reached the mid-stage of chi cultivation, enabling her to employ spiritual energy for guidance. This rendered the shaman's knowledge and certain traditions even more scarce. Hold him still, preventing any movement that might aggravate the wound. The shaman's injuries appeared grave, yet they had not reached a perilous state. The shaman from the Beast King city had heard whispers of Sheng Ling's prowess over the past couple of days. Thus, despite his lack of understanding regarding her actions, he dared not inquire further. One region is perpetually snowbound and cold, while another is characterized by aridity and heat. Upon receiving Sheng Ling's directives, Neil hurried off in search of the necessary items. There exists a formal decree within the beast realm forbidding the act of stealing knowledge from others. However, that region, in comparison to the east, was far more primitive, resulting in a significantly inferior level of medical care. As the bone knife sliced through the festering wound, a putrid stench of decay erupted, accompanied by a spray of thick, foul fluid. Sheng Ling's expression remained unchanged as she deftly evaded the viscous discharge. She had witnessed far more repugnant scenes before. Chapter 27. The hair of the merfolk. Sheng Ling meticulously maneuvered the spiritual energy along the bone knife, ensuring that the other beastmen remained unaware. His consciousness swept over the area, vigilant against severing critical nerves or major arteries. The shaman, who had been unconscious, stirred back to awareness due to the excruciating pain. The beastmen guarding him were filled with a mix of concern and fear, witnessing a scene unlike any they had encountered before. They held their breath, waiting anxiously in silence. Regardless, the worst fate for the shaman would be to meet the beast god. This shaman, Sheng Ling, had saved many beastmen. Perhaps he was an exceptionally skilled healer. If he could revive the shaman, there might still be hope for the Minglu tribe. Typically, a small tribe like Minglu would not attract the attention of a shaman. But the healer's partner happened to be the daughter of the tribe's chief, unwilling to forsake her kin. Thus, the shaman had joined the Minglu tribe. These were the strands of hair from the merfolk. Time was of the essence during the procedure. Once everything was concluded, Sheng Ling found himself glistening with a light sheen of sweat. He did not harbor expectations of locating fine ropes in such a short span. Considering the constraints of the beast world, usually shamans resided within the grand cities or larger tribes. However, upon glancing at the somewhat coarse rope, he could not suppress a frown. Raising his gaze, he noticed Chen Heng's discomfort. After a brief pause, Sheng Ling stood, realizing he had been squatting for too long, resulting in numb legs. The rope was evidently fashioned from some plant's fibrous roots. Just moments ago, the young female had brushed against his palm with her delicate fingers, soft and fair, reminiscent of Now, having performed rudimentary external treatment, the wound was cleansed of putrid flesh and blood. However, the shaman still exhibited signs of fever. To stave off infection and further suppuration, medicinal herbs were required. Observing the finally treated wound, Sheng Ling exhaled in relief. Sheng Ling, with his hands behind his back, couldn't help but rub them together. Sheng Ling's gaze shifted to the shaman from Beast King City. He swiftly threaded the needle. After all, the resources and safety in those regions far surpassed that of a small tribe. Given the recent slip he made, if his old friend were to be successfully treated, perhaps he could shamelessly seek the shaman's counsel. He had been observing for quite some time, particularly since Sheng Ling began tending to the wound. Initially devoid of hope, Sheng Ling had planned to extract the threads quickly to create a slightly finer stitch when suddenly, a vibrant array of thread-like materials was presented before him. The shaman from Beast King City promptly retrieved his large bag and spread its contents on the ground. After removing the decayed flesh, Sheng Ling began to meticulously cleanse the wound with warm water. Without hesitation, he accepted the colorful threads, gently tugging at them and discovering a slight elasticity. Lord Sheng Ling, has the shaman recovered? Chen Heng's ears gradually turned crimson. If there were ready herbs available, the task would be significantly simplified. This was far superior to the coarse ropes. Yet, he still inquired, how many tribes vanish each year, perishing from natural disasters, hunger, or falling prey to wild beasts and marauding beastmen? Naturally, he would offer appropriate compensation. Searching through the vast collection of items from the shaman of Beast King City, Sheng Ling sniffed and sifted through, locating several necessary herbs. Nevertheless, two crucial ingredients were still lacking. For the sake of caution, the individual lying on the ground would require both internal and external remedies. Chapter 28. The willingness to help. A few essential medicinal herbs were still missing, which could be temporarily used for external application, proving effective in stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Sheng Ling carefully selected several herbs, cleansing them with water, swiftly pounding them into a paste, and then gently applying it to the injured area of the shaman. The remaining herbs needed to be sought after. First, you all set up a makeshift tent here. We must ensure he is shielded from the scorching sun while allowing for ventilation. Orcs, step back a bit. The leader of the Minglu tribe and the orcs complied readily. Kneel. I'm here. From now on, use this beast hide to dampen, and every so often, apply it to the shaman's head, but be cautious not to touch the wound. Understood. As Sheng Ling prepared to set off, the leader of the Minglu tribe transformed into a robust deer and knelt down. Lord Sheng Ling, hop on. I shall carry you to find the herbs. Sheng Ling frowned at Chen Hang, who realized, in a moment of nervousness, he had acted foolishly and felt somewhat embarrassed. It was not intentional. Before he could finish, Sheng Ling had already leaped onto his back. Chen Hang felt that what he had said was quite reasonable and quickly turned to Sheng Ling. The orcs of the Minglu tribe were moved. Worried he might lose control, Chen Hang hastily dismissed those thoughts. Having witnessed Chen Hang's speed, Sheng Ling did not hesitate and nodded. I am a 6th-tier orc. My speed is greater. I shall carry you. Moreover, as you are a shaman, I can protect you. Indeed, it seems Lord Sheng Ling is truly formidable. Chen Hang breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly transformed into a massive tiger, crouching on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lord Sheng Ling, indeed, Lord Chen Hang is superior to me. Let her take you for safety. After all, this shaman Sheng Ling appeared to be quite skilled. If he were targeted by ill-intentioned orcs, despite having 3rd-tier strength, he would still be no match for Lord Chen Hang. Chen Hang spoke up quickly. The leader of the Minglu tribe, who had been kneeling, immediately stood up, watching the duo of one person and one tiger depart. The surrounding orcs coughed, taken aback by the dust. Cough, cough, cough. Having experienced the earlier incident, she understood that orcs, especially high-tier ones, were faster than her. How wonderful it would be if Lord Sheng Ling could remain with the Minglu tribe. Chen Hang sniffed, her ears twitching uncomfortably. Just as she prepared to climb onto the deer's back, a hand pressed down on her. All right. Seeing the muscular stag, Sheng Ling did not hesitate. Chen Hang trembled, nearly losing control and tossing Sheng Ling off. I am ready. Let us go. Chen Hang steadied her body and swiftly, yet smoothly, headed towards the forest pointed out by Sheng Ling. Lord Sheng Ling is truly wonderful. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the leader of the Minglu tribe's words, Sheng Ling realized that the imposing male orc before her was the very tiger that had saved them. The soft touch, the delightful scent, the fair fur. She had not anticipated that Lord Chen Hang would be so kind. Others said Lord Chen Hang was unapproachable, yet she found her quite amiable. Not only had she rescued them, but she was also willing to search for herbs on their behalf. Lord Chen Hang is truly a good person. In the distance, Luo Ji and Sherlai observed the departing tiger, their faces filled with bewilderment. When did Uncle Chen, the leader, become so altruistic? Chapter 29. Foraging for herbs. The wind gently tousled Sheng Ling's hair, alleviating her previous restlessness. The back of the tiger was considerably broader and sturdier than that of a deer. Chen Hang moved swiftly through the underbrush, using his powerful frame to shield the little female from the thorny bushes, ensuring her safety as they navigated the terrain. Despite his careful pace, the inevitable jolts of movement intensified his awareness of her presence, stirring within him a desire to roar in triumph, if only not to frighten her. How wonderful it would be to carry her forever. Unbeknownst to Sheng Ling, who was engrossed in her surroundings searching for useful herbs. Her formidable companion was lost in thought. Shortly, she spotted familiar foliage beside a low thicket. "Stop," she exclaimed, recognizing the herb known for cooling heat and alleviating fevers, thirst, dry coughs, and other ailments stemming from internal heat and constipation. Among these herbs were those that clear heat, stop bleeding, and provide nourishment. With a quick leap, Sheng Ling dismounted the tiger's back and hurried towards the thicket. The duo wasted no time. The shaman was still feverish, and finding the jimu herb was essential for his treatment. Next to the thicket, a cluster of tall, slender plants caught her eye. She quickly ignited a fire to begin brewing the medicine. After checking the shaman's forehead, she was relieved to find his temperature stable. Some herbs thrived in moist areas, while others flourished in arid conditions, highlighting the importance of precise dosages in traditional medicine. Upon their return, the beastmen erupted in excitement at their success in gathering the necessary ingredients. Sheng Ling ordered Chen Hang to carry her back, having also collected chaihu, wild chrysanthemum, mugwort, safflower, and white atractylotes. In the realm of Mo Ling, the vast and diverse terrain created a multitude of environments conducive to various herbs. Whether due to the region's untouched nature or other factors, the biodiversity was striking. Upon arriving at the gathering site, the Ming Lu tribe had followed Sheng Ling's instructions and set up the tents, while the surrounding beastmen had dispersed, leaving only a few to keep watch. Within the grove, Sheng Ling discovered several herbs that thrived in different areas. The jimu herb, with its elongated rhizomes and slightly flattened, rounded shape, bore remnants of yellowish-brown leaf fibers above and numerous roots below, though less pronounced than the extremes found in other lands. Regional variations were evident even in the Mo Ling continent. Only 3 individuals remained close by, near, the shaman of Beast King City, and the leader of the Ming Lu tribe. Lady Sheng Ling and Lord Chun Hung have returned, they announced. For her, this was a fortuitous turn of events. Sheng Ling quickly made her way to the water source, clearly identifying the medicinal plants. She separated those for external application from those for internal use. Chun Hung, ever vigilant, halted his movements, careful not to harm Sheng Ling as he adjusted his pace. With the herbs in hand, their return journey was considerably swifter. Chen Hung remained alert to their surroundings, ensuring no dangers lurked nearby. After swiftly excavating the jimu, Sheng Ling and Chen Hang resumed their search in the vicinity. Lacking precise measuring tools, Sheng Ling could only estimate the quantities. The process of brewing the medicine was slow, but thankfully, the shaman's wound had been tended to, and his temperature remained stable. As they waited, Sheng Ling's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. After their flurry of activity, she realized she was quite hungry. Chapter 30. The Hunt. Cheng Hung, who had been attentively watching her, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Sheng Ling, shaman, you must be hungry. I shall go hunt at once. Sheng Ling did not refuse the eager Cheng Hung. It was as if the voice echoing in her ears reinforced her thoughts. Lord Cheng Hung is truly a good man. Although we do not belong to the jurisdiction of his city, our Lord Shirlai maintains a cordial relationship with him. Indeed, Lord Cheng Hung is a responsible leader. In Sheng Ling's mind, Cheng Hang's image grew a few notches taller. Though he appeared somewhat aloof and rarely smiled, he was a conscientious and caring leader for his people. The telegraph machine buzzed incessantly, causing Sheng Ling, who had been resting her eyes, to feel a twinge of annoyance, prompting her to silence it. As Cheng Hung entered, some of the beastmen could not help but exclaim. He expertly managed the fire, occasionally adding a few logs. If that were true, he was bound to be disappointed. Master, you are indeed a genuine woman. Oh no, a female. The world around Sheng Ling fell into a profound silence as she exhaled. A good leader? Why do I feel that his gaze upon you, master, is rather peculiar? Could he possibly be gay? Were it any other time, he would have spent less time hunting for large game. However, there was a slight regret concerning the scar on Cheng Hang's face. Had it not been for that scar, with his striking features and physique, he would undoubtedly be considered a handsome man. But, master, don't you possess healing arts? Perhaps when you reach the golden core stage, you could remedy his scar. At that time, wait, what if he truly prefers males? Would you not be wasting your efforts? Sewing a wedding dress for another? No. We must first ascertain whether he favors females. In truth, Cheng Hung himself felt that this hunting expedition was taking longer than anticipated. Why am I so blind? No, I'm not a dog. Master, how can you be so sure that Cheng Hung does not fancy you? Have we not heard plenty of rumors about him recently? Such a male of his age, most have already formed pairs and are raising children. And what of him? He possesses great strength and an admirable physique. Those 8-pack abs, a well-defined waist, long legs, and that impressive, well, you know. Sheng Ling closed her eyes to rest. It is a soft for beast. Hearing the telegraph machine's gleeful voice, Sheng Ling couldn't help but smirk. The machine grew increasingly animated. However, today, he took extra time to select prey suitable for a female's palate. Your eyes are blind to the truth. At this point, the telegraph machine became quite animated. Cheng Hang's actions were swift. When he appeared with the prepared game, Sheng Ling was still brewing her medicine. After a series of beeps, the telegraph machine fell silent for a moment. In any case, I believe he possesses outstanding qualities. He exudes a strong masculine presence. Moreover, it is said, his physique is so appealing that it attracts the same sex. Upon hearing soft fur beast, several females turned to look. When they spotted the soft fur beast Sheng Ling was carrying, they could not help but swallow hard. That creature, being magical beast meat, was known for its tender, chewy texture and subtle fragrance, almost every female's favorite kind of beast meat. However, although the soft fur beast was not large in size, it was incredibly swift and exceedingly cunning. If it were of a higher level, it would be even faster and more challenging to capture. Yet, the soft fur beast in Sheng Ling's possession had already been processed, and its level crystal had been removed, making it impossible to discern its rank. Chapter 31. By the way, even so, it caused the surrounding females to swallow in anticipation. If only the Minglu tribe were not situated on the fringes, and if the sacrificial square were not so expansive, it would undoubtedly attract even more females. Ignoring the fiery gazes of both the surrounding females and males, Sheng Ling kindled a fire for roasting meat beside Sheng Ling, swiftly commencing his culinary endeavor. His fluid movements caught Sheng Ling's attention, prompting her to glance over slightly. His slender fingers, a balance of grace and strength, exuded a captivating allure. The muscles in his hand, gripping the skewer, subtly bulged, radiating an undeniable power. As her gaze drifted lower, she noted his narrow waist, defined abdominal muscles, and long legs. Influenced by the recent words of the telegraph, Sheng Ling involuntarily narrowed her eyes. Near turned to look at the chief who was beckoning him, reluctant to approach yet apprehensive of incurring the chief's ire. Lord Sheng Ling, you are truly remarkable, to have captured a soft beast. As this thought crossed his mind, he slightly lowered his head and shifted his body. However, it was evident that Sheng Ling and his companions were not from their direct jurisdiction of Beast King City. After waiting for a moment without hearing Sheng Ling's voice, Sheng Ling raised his head, casting an impassive glance at Nier, who felt a surge of anxiety and embarrassment. His ears tinged with crimson. The shaman over there has the chief and the shamans from Beast King City watching. Perhaps Nier can spare a moment. He lowered his head, remaining silent. Reluctantly, Nier made his way over. So this is merely a coincidence? I initially thought Lord Sheng Ling had specifically captured the soft beast for Lord Sheng Ling. The chief's call echoed from a distance. Sheng Ling felt a lump lodged in his throat, a discomfort of being unable to release or swallow. Thankfully, it was merely a coincidence. Had he known, he would have chosen a different path. I am so eager to eat. Nier. The aroma intensified as Sheng Ling brushed a rare honey from Beast King City onto the meat, recalling how the little female had applied honey while roasting. He inhaled deeply, swallowing hard. Fortunately, Sheng Ling's fire pit was right beside Lord Sheng Ling. Yet, confronted with his fierce and indifferent visage, Nier felt a flutter of unease in his heart. His expression, however, in this moment, complimenting him in Sheng Ling's presence sparked a flicker of expectation within him. Although praise for his hunting prowess was a frequent occurrence, Sheng Ling had never been particularly affected by it. Nier's audible gulp grew more pronounced. Instantly, the enticing aroma became even more irresistible. Sheng Ling felt a twinge of discomfort. Nier, with his sparkling eyes, leaned closer to Sheng Ling. Drawn by the scent of the roasted meat, despite the hunting team from Beast King City providing their sustenance, this made Sheng Ling somewhat uneasy. Nier, with his innocent smile, licked his lips, his expression untainted. This person couldn't he possibly be truly Navi? Sensing Sheng Ling's gaze upon him, Sheng Ling tightened his grip on the skewer. Regardless of the direction, he could not alter the flaws of his visage. Thus, the Minglu tribe's leader decided to bring along several skilled hunters to assist in the hunt, even if just to lend a hand or learn from the experience. Though he longed for the roasted meat, Nier remained diligently attentive to the shaman. Once Nier departed, Sheng Ling couldn't he help but exhale in relief, despite that boy's seemingly frail appearance. Chapter 32. Dislike. But what if the little female finds his visage appealing? Although he is acutely aware of the slim chances, he still yearns to capture her gaze, even if just for a fleeting moment. It is no wonder that Lion and other males, while hunting, often extol the virtues of their females, reveling like foolish deer upon winning their admiration. Sheng Ling remained oblivious to Sheng Ling's thoughts. As she observed the medicinal herbs, her attention also drifted to the roasted meat. At last, the meat was ready, and Sheng Ling discovered a makeshift plate, washed it with water, arranged the roasted delicacies, and presented it to Sheng Ling. Here, roasted meat for you, esteemed healer. Merely gazing at the exterior of the roasted meat, coupled with its enticing aroma, it epitomized the essence of culinary delight, though its taste remained a mystery. It resembled a medium-sized hunting dog. Even after deboning, it filled the plate abundantly. The entire soft cotton beast, while not as grand as a tiger or leopard, certainly had its size. Does she truly dislike it? Before her stood a beastman whose rugged features were accentuated by a physique brimming with strength. His chiseled face further defined by a scar that lent him an even fiercer demeanor, though having grown accustomed to being shunned by females. The disapproving gaze directed at him felt distinctly incongruous. With a furrowed brow, Sheng Ling lowered his gaze to the roasted meat, pondering for a moment. Though Sheng Ling was a practitioner who required spiritual energy, she had yet to transcend the normal human limitations and could not consume such a vast quantity. Was it the meat she disdained, or was it his cooking? The latter thought stirred a discomfort in Sheng Ling's chest. Momentarily lost in thought, he glanced at the modest portion of roasted meat in his hands. He had ventured out to hunt upon hearing Sheng Ling's stomach growl. Yet this amount was hardly sufficient for an adult female beastman. His concern lay in her hunger, he had intended to hunt further once she began eating. Faced with Qin Heng's expectant gaze, Sheng Ling could not help but twitch her lips. Thank you, but I cannot consume this much meat. You may have the other half. Before long, 3 red fruits, resembling apples, appeared atop the plate. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Sheng Ling sensed a tinge of melancholy emanating from the imposing figure before her. Yet, was not the soft cotton beast a favorite among females? A mature female, under suitable conditions, could easily devour 3 to 4 of them, with those possessing hearty appetites capable of consuming 5. Noticing that Sheng Ling had not immediately taken the roasted meat he offered, Qin Heng pondered for a moment before rummaging once more in his leather bag. He had meticulously deboned and sliced the entire soft cotton beast he had hunted, presenting it beautifully on the plate, which resembled a basin from times past. They say females enjoy fruits, and he had plucked a few along the way. Beyond the initial sting of wounded pride, he had grown numb to discomfort. It had been ages since he felt so unsettled. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Sheng Ling felt compelled to explain. I do not know if I particularly enjoy it, she began, but it seems I have no capacity to consume it all. Yet, this admission only added to the charm of their contrasting personalities. However, he had not anticipated that Sheng Ling could not finish even a single soft cotton beast. Did she truly harbor a distaste for food? Had she not seemed fine just moments ago? Indeed, the heart of a man is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Nonetheless, she felt gratitude for his gesture in providing her with roasted meat and reiterated, there is no dislike, truly. I simply cannot eat anymore. Chapter 33. Fear of medicine. Sheng Ling had resolved that if this didn't work, she would simply refuse. After all, she was perfectly capable of hunting on her own. Even if she only caught smaller prey, she wouldn't starve. Besides, the medicinal herbs were nearly ready. Her relationship with the beastman before her was merely a few chance encounters and one cooperative venture. She wouldn't let the emotions of strangers or acquaintances disturb her own peace of mind. Moreover, she had spoken the truth. Was she really expected to finish everything? Her words made Qin Heng look up again. Not dislike. His eyes brightened instantly. Though Sheng Ling's stature wasn't particularly imposing here, considering that the beast world also had many petite female beastmen, Qin Heng felt somewhat reassured. Even if her appetite didn't quite match her size, if she finished and was still hungry, he could always hunt again. In the beast world, protecting females was the responsibility of males. But what male didn't appreciate recognition for his efforts, even a simple thank you? Sheng Ling also noticed that this batch of honey seemed far richer and more fragrant than the last, though Qin Heng's expression remained stoic. The faint trace of disdain in his eyes didn't escape her notice. The fruit, resembling an apple, was soft, sweet, and pleasantly glutinous, perfect for cutting through the greasiness after roasted meat. The meat itself was tender, neither tough nor mushy, its savory richness laced with the sweetness of honey. Carrying the medicine, she approached the shaman. Sheng Ling extinguished the fire, wrapped the stone pot's rim with animal hide, and poured the decoction into a prepared stone bowl. All right, thank you. Though he was picky about food, tough, dry, hard, or soft, anything would do when hungry. Was this higher quality fare? The moment it reached his stomach, a surge of energy spread through his limbs. Afraid of medicine? Sheng Ling arched a brow. Then, hurry up and eat. I washed the red fruit when I brought it back. While the medicine was still hot, she had to administer it. Once cooled, traditional remedies became even more unpalatable. Support him carefully, lift his upper body. I'll feed him the medicine. Unlike Western medicine, and given the shaman's lower body injury, a slight tilt would make it easier to administer. Estimating her own appetite, Sheng Ling ate only half the portion, along with 2 red fruits. But today, whether it was the tenderness of the beast meat or something else, the roasted meat tasted exceptionally delicious. Silently, she adjusted her cultivation technique. This batch of roasted meat was far superior to the last. No need for thanks. After finishing the meat and cycling her energy, the medicine was nearly ready. Once the roasted meat was gone, Qin Heng left the remaining fruit untouched. It could be saved for when Sheng Ling grew hungry again. His eyes gleamed brighter. With their keen sense of smell, Qin Heng inhaled beside her and instinctively recoiled from the dark, bitter liquid. The brown medicinal brew exuded the distinctive, acrid aroma of traditional herbs. He took an involuntary step back. Qin Heng watched the entire process, seeing Sheng Ling stop eating. He wasted no time finishing the remaining roasted meat. That day by the stream, the little female bathing had seemed quite fastidious. Neil obediently supported the shaman from behind. After swirling the bowl briefly to cool the medicine slightly, Sheng Ling, lacking a spoon, simply tilted the stone bowl and carefully poured it down. Once the shaman had drunk his fill, Sheng Ling instructed Neil to wipe his body with animal hide. Chapter 34. The female snow jiao after all was accomplished. The sky once again darkened. Sheng Ling instructed Neil, the night watchman, as well as the shaman of Beast King City and the leader of the Ming deer tribe, to monitor the shaman's temperature closely. Should any abnormalities arise, they were to awaken her. After a long day of toil, Sheng Ling felt fatigued. She returned to her tent and rested briefly. In the evening, Neil roused her, reporting that the shaman had developed a fever. Once Sheng Ling administered medicine and employed physical methods to reduce the fever, the horizon began to brighten once more. Fortunately, the shaman's temperature had stabilized. If, in the coming days, the wound showed no signs of pus or infection, she would be on the path to recovery. She was exquisite. Her long, flowing black hair was stunning, long and straight. I had never encountered such beautiful hair. Black? What beast tribe does she belong to? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lion Lai, the orcs were compelled to avert their gaze, yet they could not resist furtively glancing at Snow Jiao. My goodness! That little female is so fair. Look at her skin. It is even whiter than the milk fruit. After all, the quicker the shaman healed, the more her medical skills would shine. In this perilous otherworld, her desire to grow stronger was fervent. Upon waking, Sheng Ling chose not to return to her tent. Instead, she seated herself beside a fire, closing her eyes to rejuvenate while secretly cultivating her skills. Lion Lai, noticing the fright in his little female, glared fiercely at the surrounding orcs. To prevent her from succumbing to the night's chill, he continuously added wood to the fire. After all, in the Bila continent, the fervent admiration of males for females was always so overt. Snow Jiao, take care. Your feet are so delicate. Watch out for the little stones on the ground. This was straightforward, passionate, and imbued with intense desire. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, Chen Hang led a hunting party into the wild. Sheng Ling's eyes flickered. Was this the robust physique of the orcs, or the unique properties of the medicinal herbs from this beastly realm? Contemplating the lean meat consumed in the physique of these orcs, she surmised that both factors contributed. Seeing Sheng Ling with her eyes closed, he wished to let her rest, yet dared not disturb her. This caused Snow Jiao to shiver slightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she fearfully hid behind Lion Lai. However, in her current situation, this was a fortuitous development. Chen Hang remained vigilant nearby, even as some male orcs began to murmur quietly amongst themselves. When Lion Lai supported a little female over to this side, immediately the eyes of the surrounding males turned toward them. Sheng Ling checked on the shaman once more, discovering that her condition had improved, and surprisingly, the wound had begun to heal. To gain the right to mate and bear offspring was the lifelong dream of the orcs. She appeared somewhat frightened, yet undeniably beautiful. How it longed to be her male, to sire cubs with her, a whole brood. Just look at yourself. That little female is so beautiful. How could she ever take an interest in you? And did you not see Lord Lion Lai's protective demeanor? To dare set your sights on that little female is to invite his wrath. The individual was taken aback. Lion Lai's prowess was well known. Although he had only recently broken through to the 3rd tier, it was rumored that he had successfully challenged seasoned 3rd tier orcs. For those of us at the 1st and 2nd tiers, there was little hope of victory in his presence. Chapter 35. Return yet, despite everything. The hearts of some males burned with fervor. In the beast realm, females were exceedingly rare, and the chances of having a partner were scarce, necessitating their own efforts to secure one. Though I cannot contend with Lord Lion, I may not be the first partner of the little female, yet I can be one of her remaining partners. Moreover, I am still young. The surrounding murmurs caused Xue Jiao to tremble uncontrollably, despite Lion's comforting presence. She could not help but shed tears. How could these boorish creatures gaze upon her in such a manner? They were utterly devoid of decorum and shame. Scoundrels! Upon witnessing Xue Jiao's tears, Lion felt a surge of compassion. The oppressive aura of a 3rd-tier beastman enveloped the area, causing those around to feel a weight upon their chests, with some weaker individuals collapsing to the ground. The commotion was so pronounced that even Sheng Ling, eyes closed in meditation, could not remain oblivious. Opening her eyes, a cold glimmer passed through her gaze. Her sight swept across the surroundings, finally resting upon Lion. Xue Jiao had been enveloped in his embrace. The fervor and affection in his eyes fell upon her fair visage, only to dim into a shadowed light. Chen Hing, his eyes ablaze with fury, released the prey he had clutched. The oppressive force coalesced into a concentrated mass, directed straight towards Sheng Ling. The cacophony of the telegraph rang in his mind. He despised the glances of the surrounding males. It was that shaman. If he disregarded the other males present, Sheng Ling was certainly not among them. Should that pressure descend, the little female would be left maimed, if not dead. And what of the formidable shaman? Even if Sheng Ling were deemed a useless beast, her formidable medical skills would ensure her standing in the beast realm. Upon seeing Sheng Ling, Lion instinctively tightened his embrace around Xue Jiao. Chen Hing, returning with his prey, beheld this scene. It would not be long. The little female would undoubtedly belong to him. After all, she had tasted his roasted meat. Sheng Ling's gaze fell upon Xue Jiao nestled in Lion's arms, her eyes narrowing slightly. The rules of protection were ostensibly in place, yet behind the scenes, they were not always upheld. How dare that shaman covet his little female? What did it matter if he were a shaman? The possessiveness and anger stirred within Lion, darkening his aura further. Sheng Ling also sensed that the woman appeared somewhat out of place among the surrounding beastmen. The petite, helpless little female faced a looming pressure. The existence of a shaman had always been a peculiar phenomenon in the beast realm, of course, contingent upon someone being able to safeguard her. Under Lion's threatening presence, the gazes of the surrounding beastmen swiftly retreated. Was Xue Jiao clad in clothing? Good heavens! This person, could they be an ancient being? Or perhaps a costume from ancient times? Master, could it be that she arrived alongside you? The atmosphere around them warped slightly due to Lion's actions. Holding the fragrant, soft jade in his arms, Lion felt his blood boil, had it not been for his respect for the little female's choices. he would never have allowed her to venture out before their bond was solidified, unlike the animal skin skirts worn by the beastmen. Her attire was distinctly different from any female he had encountered. However, Lion still sensed a gaze directed at his little female, and with a flash of murderous intent. He fixed his eyes upon Sheng Ling. Naturally, Sheng Ling felt the palpable force in the air, her spiritual energy brimming, ready to be unleashed. Yet, before she could make a move, a deafening roar erupted. A massive yellow figure lunged forward with lightning speed, fast as a flash. Boom. Chapter 36. Intact Sheng Ling witnessed a figure being hurled backward. Lion Lai could scarcely fathom that he had been struck away by a single claw of Chen Hang, who deftly avoided the petite female in his grasp. Nevertheless, Shui Jiao was still pulled back several steps by the force, stumbling and ultimately collapsing to the ground. With a resounding thud, Lion Lai's body crashed onto the earth, sending dust and debris flying. Coughing violently, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, while his back burned with discomfort. Chen Hang had only exerted a fraction of his strength this time. Had he not retained a sliver of rationality, Lion Lai would have been unable to even cough. After sending Lion Lai sprawling, Chen Hang cautiously turned his gaze towards Sheng Ling Little. Sheng Ling, esteemed healer, are you unharmed? Sheng Ling shook her head in gratitude. What a splendid display of mutual affection. It was as though no one else was there to protect her. Master Go? I am fine. Cough, cough. Lion Lai, are you all right? Please do not frighten me. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would have dutifully served her mistress. Perhaps when her mistress married, she might have found herself a good family, or at the very least, become a handmaid in the dowry. Shui Jiao, trembling with fear, retreated while casting wary glances at the towering, fearsome Chen Hang. As she heard a familiar voice, she snapped back to reality, turning to see Lion Lai spitting blood. This was an utter travesty. How could a woman so carelessly disregard her own reputation? In recent days, she had even entertained such thoughts herself, though she lacked the courage to act upon them. In this unfamiliar world of demons, she could only rely on that person. Shui Jiao. Cough, cough. At this thought, sorrow overwhelmed her. This man was more terrifying than a bandit. It jolted the thoughts of the other beastmen back to reality. Before Sheng Ling could respond, a piercing scream echoed through the air, with tears streaming down her face. Shui Jiao once again heard Lion Lai's call and fought to suppress her fear as she stumbled toward him. Shui, why was the heavens so cruel to her? After years of servitude, merely for stealing a piece of chicken in the grand kitchen, she found herself in this monstrous realm. Although she felt trepidation toward this man, he had saved her and treated her gently in recent days, allowing her to lower her guard just a little. The petite female, frightened to the point of losing her color, caused Lion Lai, who was still coughing blood from a distance, to feel a pang of heartache. These individuals were utterly uncouth, lacking any semblance of decorum. Yet, merely for a piece of chicken, she had been thrust into this alien, violent, and primitive place. Regrettably, he currently lacked the strength to rise. Were it not for the fear of inciting Sheng Ling's disdain, Chen Hang would have preferred to examine him personally. Instead, he could only exert effort to call out, I am fine, not injured, thank you. The telegraph in the space curled its lip. There were even instances of polyandry. The scrutinizing gaze was utterly genuine. Upon hearing Sheng Ling declare herself unscathed, Chen Hang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the earlier scene, his heart had nearly leaped into his throat. He hoped fervently that he could act more swiftly. Fortunately, the petite female before him was unharmed. Yet, the thought of Lion Lai, who had acted against the petite female, caused Chen Hang to turn his head toward the fallen Lion Lai, his expression cold. Were it not for the concern of frightening the petite female behind him, he might have appeared more menacing. Chapter 37. Curses Li, there shall be no next time. If it were not for the reputation of Li's father, the situation would have been far more dire. Of course, if that little female truly belonged to him, then no one's prestige would matter. Observing the terrifying Chen Hong, Shui Jiao felt a mixture of anger and fear, yet she could not allow her sole support, Li, to come to harm. Trembling, she clung closely to him. She understood that these creatures valued women greatly and would not easily inflict harm upon them. Even when Chen Hong had just acted, he had deliberately avoided her. Otherwise, at that very moment, she might have met a grim fate. Reflecting on this, her eyes flickered. In the past, her beauty could only be considered as charming, yet these beastmen regarded her as if she were a celestial being. This greatly satisfied her vanity. During her days here, everyone had catered to her, treating her with reverence, and she relished that exalted feeling. However, why did this fierce, ugly creature dare to treat her in such a manner? Especially in front of the one he favored. The combination of humiliation and inferiority made her feel even worse. Her eyes reddening with fury. Shui Jiao had heard of the punishment before. Just a glance at it sent shivers down her spine. Yet, seeing that Chen Hong had not acted, she instinctively straightened her neck. When Shui Jiao met his gaze, she could not help but retract her neck in fear. She knew that one of the greatest punishments for a beast man was to have their beast marks stripped away, rendering them a wandering beast man. She felt a soft, delicate hand pull her behind. Sheng Ling's words filled Shui Jiao with indignation. The sensation of being abandoned and plunged into darkness enveloped her, making it hard to breathe as her muscles tensed to their limits. Shui Jiao stood frozen in place. Sheng Ling's gaze reminded her of the look in her master's eyes when he executed a traitorous servant years ago. An eerie silence fell around them. One could hear a pin drop. No one relished having their wounds laid bare, exposed anew in all their gory detail. The humiliation mixed with anger caused her to act impulsively, her mouth moving of its own accord. Huh, ugly creature. Have you even looked at yourself? That crooked nose and squinty eyes, not a single ounce of flesh on your chest, and barely taller than 2 stools, with a backside so bony it's almost skeletal. What do you think you are, a sight for sore eyes? Furthermore, being cast as a wandering beastman, what harm has befallen you? Is it your hand or your foot that is broken? Or has your mind been so damaged that your limbs are simple, and your thoughts are too? You dare to claim such worth? Chun Hung's body stiffened, his fists cracking with tension. A cold, foreboding aura surrounded him, reminiscent of his past days of humiliation. Not only was he reduced to a wandering beast man, but the insult of being called an ugly creature caused his heart to ache with each pulse. You ugly creature! How dare you strike me? Be wary, or I shall see you transformed into a wandering beast man. In contrast to Chun Heng's furious eyes, which brimmed with murderous intent, Sheng Ling's gaze was icy and filled with malice, fixed directly upon Shui Jiao. The sight of his eyes invoked nightmares that had haunted her for several nights. She despised it when others commented on her appearance, especially her eyes, nose, and figure. After all, the last rival for the young master's affection had been cast aside due to her large eyes and striking figure. You wretched creature. Shui Jiao seethed with anger, but meeting Sheng Ling's gaze compelled her to swallow the rest of her words. Her instincts warned her that provoking this individual could very well cost her life. Chapter 38. Pleading for mercy as Sheng Ling's gaze swept over Shui Jiao's attire. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Master, this woman. She seems utterly out of place in this world, likely not one of its denizens. Sheng Ling felt compelled to investigate the origins of Shui Jiao, to discern the nature of this realm, whether there existed a path for her return, or if other travelers had also crossed into this dimension. Such knowledge would allow her to react accordingly. However, if Shui Jiao were indeed a fellow traveler, it was probable that they did not share the same era. After all, if they belonged to the same time, even the simplest of garments would elicit some form of recognition. Yet Shui Jiao exhibited no sign of acknowledgement, suggesting she might perceive Sheng Ling as akin to the beasts surrounding them. Sheng Ling felt no joy at the prospect of encountering another traveler, for it signified an increased risk of exposure. She needed to devise a means to create attire suitable for this world. Should she discard her robe, she would also require herbs to mask her scent, ensuring her aura did not betray her. The most handsome man she had ever encountered was the young master, but alas, he did not harbor feelings for her. How could Chun Hung harm a female for the sake of a male? And what of this Sheng Ling, the shaman? Did he not recognize the value of femininity? Yet, upon closer proximity to Sheng Ling, Shui Jiao found herself captivated by her beauty. Their deep-set eyes locked in a silent exchange. Tears welled in Shui Jiao's eyes, her delicate features rendered pale, evoking sympathy from some of the beasts present, who momentarily forgot the earlier aggression of Shirlai. One beast could not restrain itself from pleading for her. Furthermore, compared to Shui Jiao, the realm teemed with arrogant females, many of whom surpassed her in that regard. Even if Sheng Ling was a shaman, she was still male. Shui Jiao's trembling form only intensified Shirlai's discomfort as he lay on the ground. Her simple words sent a shiver down Shui Jiao's spine. She had often heard the nobility speak of a certain beauty that transcended gender, a stunning allure that was ethereal. Lord Sheng Ling, perhaps we should let this go? She is but a young female, perhaps a bit spoiled, yet she has committed no grave offense. Shui Jiao's exquisite and fragile appearance could easily awaken the protective instincts of the males around her. In Bailu continent, the tolerance of males towards females was commendable. Do not let it come to me. Sheng Ling's gaze lingered on Shui Jiao, causing her to tremble even more. However, not harboring disdain did not equate to indulgence. Should Shui Jiao dare to provoke her, Sheng Ling would not hesitate to act decisively. Approaching Shui Jiao, Sheng Ling raised her hand, gently grasping her chin. Until her cultivation reached a level where she could completely conceal her presence, she remained expressionless. She bore no animosity towards individuals like the White Lotus, Black Lotus, or Green Tea, for each possessed their own means of survival. Such methods were merely their strategies for existence. Defeat only served to underscore her own inadequacy. While she felt anger towards her own inability to protect her beloved female, she also harbored discontent towards Chun Hung and Sheng Ling's actions. Yet, upon entering the beast realm, despite its crude and savage creatures, one could not deny the striking beauty of its inhabitants, particularly the males, each uniquely captivating. The young master, in this context, seemed to lose his luster. Before her stood a male whose eyes, though perilous, seemed to possess a magnetic allure when fixed upon her. Shui Jiao found herself momentarily entranced, her heart racing unexpectedly. Compared to the majority of males in the beast realm, this one before her appeared to embody a blend of mystery and languor, lacking the brutishness typical of his kind. Chapter 39. Misunderstanding. Her face gradually flushed, and the fear she held for Sheng Ling seemed to diminish slightly. Noticing Shui Jiao's silence as she stared at her, Sheng Ling furrowed her brows and dismissively averted her gaze. Chen Heng, who had been following closely behind Sheng Ling, felt a surge of anger at the way the surrounding beastmen treated her, particularly Shi Lai, who had nearly harmed her. It was evident that Sheng Ling was a female deserving of protection and care, even if she concealed her true identity. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Chen Heng felt an exhilarating joy. Was she, perhaps, safeguarding him? As Sheng Ling turned around, she met Chen Heng's intense gaze, his eyes shimmering with starlight. She was momentarily taken aback. Sheng Ling, the healer, you are truly wonderful. Observing Chen Heng shyly lowering his head, a moment of confusion washed over Sheng Ling. I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao, it's my failure to protect you. Chen Heng, still bashful with his head bowed, waited for a response, but when none came, he looked up only to find Sheng Ling had vanished from sight. He glanced around and finally spotted her with the healer of the Ming Deer clan. No. As a male, it is my inadequacy for not safeguarding you. You are a female. You need only focus on nurturing and sustenance. Jiao Jiao, your kindness and purity are your strengths, and you need not feel guilty. I will surely grow strong enough to protect you and our future offspring. The thought of the little female protecting him sent his heart racing. Upon returning to the tent, Shui Jiao remained somewhat dazed. Yet, the sensation was undeniably sweet. Completely overlooked, Shi Lai and Shui Jiao were eventually escorted back by his fellow beastmen. She had long ceased to be afraid. When she was first brought back, the male beastmen had offered her much comfort and gifts, particularly when she saw Chen Heng blushing all over. Even sprouting a pair of fluffy ears atop his head, it felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Master, I told you so. Let me tell you. This Chen Heng might not appeal to females, but he is undoubtedly captivating to males. How wonderful it would be to be constantly protected by such a little female. Though it felt somewhat shameful, she bore no disdain for such sentiments. However, she was simply not inclined that way. As she cleaned up, her mouth remained in an unintentional grin. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Ling shook off the goosebumps that had arisen on her skin. After Shi Lai had his wounds tended to by the healer, he noticed Shui Jiao's dazed expression and assumed she was still shaken by the earlier events, filling him with guilt. Overcome with emotion, Shi Lai embraced Shui Jiao tightly, disregarding her protests. Just look at that enticing eight-pack, those chiseled lines, those long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. The telegraph machine buzzed with excitement. Telegraph machine, I must admit, you may have a point. This Chen Heng could be a good companion. Remembering those fervent, admiring gazes, Shui Jiao felt a mix of anguish and joy, suddenly recalling her purpose for venturing out. She rushed back to where she had discarded her catch, intent on cleaning it by the brook. Sure, Shi Lai, I do not blame you. It is my own inadequacy. It's time to take the medicine. Grasping Shui Jiao's hand, he held it in his palm. Listening to the telegraph machine's incessant chatter in her mind, Sheng Ling, with an impassive expression, walked past Chen Heng toward the healer. Upon meeting Shi Lai's gaze, Shui Jiao was struck by the chilling memory of Sheng Ling's icy eyes, causing her to bite her lip. Jiao Jiao, shall we become mates? Let us bond, and you can bless me with a whole brood of offspring. Overwhelmed by the gazes of the beastmen and his own failures, Shi Lai felt a profound anxiety, wishing to confine the little female in a place only he could access. Shi Lai, let me go? Release me at once. Again, such crude and barbaric actions. The memory of that person's behavior flashed once more in his mind. Chapter 40, Softening up Shi Lai. Let go of me. Otherwise, I will be angry. I will ignore you forever. Shi Lai felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, stirring a tumult of emotions within. Despite his discomfort, he released Shui Jiao, though he remained perplexed. If Shui Jiao truly did not harbor feelings for him, why did she accept the gifts he had bestowed upon her? The beast crystals, gemstones, hides, and even his own teeth, if it were merely the roasted meat for sustenance, that was an obligation of the male to provide for the female. But what about the other items? Each of those treasures had been painstakingly accumulated over the years, intended for his future partner. Initially, Shui Jiao was oblivious, but what of later? Shi Lai was uncertain of her thoughts, only able to gaze at her with wounded eyes. After her passionate resistance, Shui Jiao met Shi Lai's gaze and bit her lip. Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Shi Lai felt a profound ache in his heart. In the aftermath of her anger, as clarity returned, she began to comprehend a vital truth. Jiao, you know, what I desire is not merely those items. Suddenly, a surge of fury welled up within Shui Jiao. Shi Lai felt compelled to articulate something. If she was to remain in this strange world, her survival would hinge upon the support of the beastmen here. In her past, she possessed no exquisite jewelry. Even the trinkets bestowed upon her by the young mistress were merely cast-offs from the lady and her senior maidservants. Leaning against Shi Lai's chest, Shui Jiao wrapped her arms around his waist, recognizing the inevitability of choosing a partner. Moreover, if she were to refuse Shi Lai's gifts, what consequences would she face? After all, it is customary for one to accept gifts without the expectation of return. Shi Lai, I initially did not understand the significance of those items. You know, I come from a distant land in the east, and I am unfamiliar with your customs. If you wish to reclaim those items, I can return them to you. While she found this beastman rather uncouth and lacking in etiquette, his status and abilities in this realm were evidently formidable. I do not. I am merely a bit frightened. Shirley, you know that aside from you, I have no friends here. Was Shirley attempting to entrap her with these gifts? They were indeed beautiful, glistening, and more radiant than gold and silver ornaments. With her thoughts coalescing, Xuejiao relaxed her posture. She clenched her teeth in secret. She had not anticipated that this seemingly boisterous beast man would be so difficult to deceive. Initially, she had been unaware, and Shirley had not presented those gifts to her right away. Even had he given them at the onset, she could have refused and returned them upon realizing their implications. I'm sorry. I apologize, Jiao Jiao. I was too hasty. She gritted her teeth and looked at Shirley. Do you know, Jiao Jiao? Once a female accepts beast crystals, gemstones, or the shape-shifting fangs of a male, she has implicitly agreed to become his partner. Under the scrutiny of Shirley's earnest gaze, Xuejiao felt a flutter of uncertainty in her heart. Yet, she did not falter. In response to Xuejiao's affectionate embrace, Shirley's heart softened with sudden excitement. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping telegraph, having witnessed the intimate embrace of the couple within the tent, could only click its tongue in disapproval as they remained motionless for an extended period. Withdrawing his awareness, he sighed in disappointment. Hearing his sigh, Sheng Ling instinctively inquired, "What's wrong?" Chapter 41. The fragrant grilled meat. The telegraph machine curled its lip in disdain. That pair of lovers had been cooing sweet nothings in the tent for ages. Yet they hadn't even shared a kiss. How dull. Sheng Ling couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort, her gaze becoming pensive. Did you just sneak a peek at them? I had no idea you possessed such an interest, she remarked. The telegraph machine chuckled mischievously. It's never too late to learn. Master, you could always nurture me. A live broadcast is far more entertaining than merely flipping through a little book. I could return to regale you with the tales, ensuring they are vivid and colorful. However, it seems that Lion Lai is utterly smitten by that woman, utterly disoriented. That woman possesses a fair amount of cunning. Be cautious, master, lest she bear a grudge against you and attempt to trip you up. Yet, the telegraph machine quickly countered, but really, Lion Lai pales in comparison to Lord Chunhong. He lacks in physique, intellect, strength, and character. He is nowhere near as impressive as Lord Chunhong. As long as you cling to Lord Chunhong, that woman won't dare to challenge you. Sheng Ling maintained her indifferent demeanor. Thank you for your advice. But why not have Lord Chunhong bind me to his waist instead? Delicious. It looks absolutely delectable. Chunhong's gaze turned icy as he looked towards Nier. There was a moment of silence in his mind, and the conversation fell flat once more. She had merely accepted the goodwill of Chunhong. She had not presumptuously given away the gifts bestowed upon her, especially not in his presence. Meanwhile, Chunhong was swiftly preparing the grilled meat. What right did he have to protect her so fiercely? What could she possibly offer him? She couldn't simply enjoy others' efforts while contributing nothing herself. She felt incapable of such a thing. Her large, glistening eyes brimmed with yearning. However, these fruits were unlike the ones from before. After hastily consuming her meal, Sheng Ling was acutely aware of her appetite, thus she left the surplus grilled meat untouched. The winter meat, while not as tender and delicate as the soft flesh, possessed a unique flavor that, when paired with the creamy fruit, became even more delightful. Sheng Ling accepted the food with a solemn expression, expressing her gratitude. Today, his mood seemed remarkably buoyant, the atmosphere around him noticeably lighter. Her gaze fell upon Nier, who had just returned from the chief and was awkwardly settling beside Sheng Ling. Swallowing hard as he watched her eat, she didn't appreciate the notion of giving something to someone, only to see them pass it on to another. If Nier desired to partake, he ought to ask Lord Chunhong. He believed that, based on their recent interactions, Lord Chunhong was not an unreasonable male. Perhaps there was still hope. Until the meat was fully cooked, nothing untoward transpired. One must not seize the possessions of the little female. Nier, this grilled meat is a gift from Lord Chunhong. The creamy white fruit emitted an enticing aroma. Yet, at that moment, Nier's attention was solely captured by the grilled meat in Sheng Ling's hand, oblivious to Chunhong's watchful gaze. After ensuring the meat was well prepared, he routinely retrieved a few fruits from his leather pouch. Sheng Ling, here. This is winter deer meat along with creamy fruit. Having swiftly finished her grilled meat, she returned the untouched portion to Chunhong. Nier's gaze shifted back to Chunhong, for the most trustworthy asset in this world was one's own strength. Nier's intense gaze was so fervent that Sheng Ling found it impossible to ignore. Although it felt shameful to ask for something from another male, the aroma was simply irresistible. She yearned to taste it. Meeting Nier's sparkling eyes, Chunhong smirked slightly, his spirits evidently lifted. Nier instantly felt a sense of opportunity and, as he prepared to reach for the grilled meat that Chunhong had raised, he watched in disbelief as Chunhong, right before his eyes, placed the grilled meat into his own mouth. Chapter 42. Rei's Haineal was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Chunhong as he leisurely savored his roasted meat. His eyes, glistening with moisture, reflected not only longing but also a hint of grievance. He had misallocated his affections. The shaman's wounds healed swiftly, and the Eastern sacrificial ceremony organized by the orcs had finally commenced. Before him stood a high platform, nearly a massive earthen mound, its apex leveled by the orcs. Several female orcs had ascended the towering structure, supported by numerous male orc escorts. The male orcs below watched with palpable excitement. Such cultural customs allowed Sheng Ling to gain a deeper understanding of this Orcish continent, and she, too, found herself among the crowd, gazing up at the platform. Yet, her height offered her no advantage amidst the generally tall male orcs. Beside her, Neil hopped vigorously, striving to catch a glimpse of the females ahead, much to the displeasure of the male orcs behind him. Chen Hang's words took Sheng Ling by surprise. Although she felt a flicker of attraction, she adhered to her principle of modesty and declined. A fleeting glimmer danced in her deep-set eyes. There had been no reports of any orc above the 7th tier on Bill Continent. The higher the tier, the more rare and exceptional the individual. Among them were juveniles and males who had no intention of choosing during the ceremony. The male cradling a small female drew many envious glances. Chen Hang felt a stir of emotion as he cautiously regarded the little female sheltered beneath his protective wing. Though the sacrificial ceremony was designed for female selection, some females chose not to participate. Sensing Neil's 4th-tier strength, he immediately became docile. A large hand, akin to a fan, landed heavily on Neil's shoulder, and upon turning, he found himself face-to-face with a towering male orc, whose fierce expression was far from welcoming. Glancing back at Chen Hang, his prominent stature was accentuated by his robust physique. As for the 7th-tier Beast King, he was an invincible presence, reigning supreme. However, one could still observe the festivities without participating. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind. A throng of orcs surged forward, threatening to trample one another. A powerful hand pushed firmly, averting disaster. That shaman Sheng Ling, if you cannot see, I can lift you up, he declared, clearly aware that his previous actions had stirred the male orcs behind him. Chen Hang looked down at the little female, his fingers twitching involuntarily. In an instant, the surging orcs retreated, managing to stabilize themselves. On the entire Bill Continent, those who reached the 4th tier were considered of moderate strength. Most 5th-tier orcs resided in the major Beast King cities, while the 6th tier represented the strongest beneath the Beast Kings. Kid, if you're short, go to the front. In the Orcish world, beyond the instinctual desire for females, there existed an inherent submission to the powerful. Chen Hang shielded Sheng Ling behind him, his gaze cold as he regarded the agitated orcs behind. The oppressive aura of a 6th-tier kingly beast swept over them, instantly calming their restlessness. Survival of the fittest might reign supreme. Disinterested by the obstructed view, Sheng Ling found her attention waning. Her gaze landed on a female sitting atop a male's shoulders, both observing the high platform. Chen Hang, feeling rejected, lowered his gaze in disappointment, but soon lifted it again to regard Sheng Ling the shaman. As a healer, you could actually go to that platform to watch, he suggested, pointing in the direction where Sheng Ling noticed a platform relatively close to the high stage. Chapter 43. The identity of the shaman. His gaze shifted once more towards Chen Hang. The fingers he had clasped behind his back fidgeted slightly. He remained silent, harboring a sense of envy towards that male. Were Sheng Ling to consent to be lifted high, then that platform would serve no purpose. Yet, if she were to refuse, he could devise a means to elevate Sheng Ling to that platform. That place was reserved for those with exceptional identities among the beastmen, including the formidable warriors, powerful tribal leaders, and recognized shamans. He had witnessed Sheng Ling tending to the shaman of the Minglu tribe, and now that shaman had nearly recovered, able to indulge in roasted meat, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the beast deity. This served as a testament to Sheng Ling's remarkable medical prowess. However, every shaman bore symbols of their esteemed status, feathers bestowed by various tribes, or robes and necklaces issued by the Beast King city. Yet, Sheng Ling lacked these insignias. Although her skin was adorned in peculiar furs, reminiscent of both fish scales and serpent skins, there remained a significant distinction. Thus, it resulted in the paradox of Sheng Ling being a shaman without the conventional markers of her identity. Should he speak out in her favor, her skills could indeed elevate her onto that platform. Sheng Ling, esteemed shaman, though you bear no feathers, robes, or necklaces to signify your identity, I assure you that despite any potential complications from the past, I shall arrange everything for you, Neil exclaimed. In truth, the prowess of a shaman bore a striking resemblance to the hierarchy of beastmen, ascending from red to purple, becoming increasingly formidable. The surrounding beastmen were not oblivious. They had heard Chen Hang's remarks. Tasked with the responsibility, Neil's attention was drawn to that necklace. Fearing another rejection from Sheng Ling, Chen Hang swiftly instructed Neil to keep a watchful eye on her before vanishing into the throng. Even without meticulous craftsmanship, the primitive adornment was remarkably beautiful. He was determined to protect Sheng Ling, ensuring that no such incident would repeat itself. The necklace was embedded with a gem akin to a green stone, translucent and warm, radiating exquisite hues. The shaman of their Minglu tribe possessed something similar, yet it was merely found in the realm of red crystals. Before long, Chen Hang returned. It was evident that he shared a close bond with Lady Sheng Ling, who had valiantly rescued him. When had their relationship deepened to such an extent? Neil felt a pang of jealousy but remained obedient. Alas, he lamented the inability to experience the joy of lifting the little female high. A sense of impending neglect loomed over him. In his hands, he clutched a necklace-like object. The green crystal signified a shaman of considerable renown, To offer the old shaman's feathers to her would be a profound disrespect towards both shamans. Although Chen Hang found this sentiment somewhat disingenuous, as it posed challenges for others, it was not a burden for him. The shamans were revered, and thus, he instinctively sought to protect Sheng Ling. However, with his presence, the dynamic shifted. Green crystal, he proclaimed. The Minglu tribe had recently endured a near extermination, their possessions plundered, leaving no remnants of shamanic feathers. Carefully, Chen Hang adorned Sheng Ling with the necklace. His gaze earnest and solemn. Lady Sheng Ling, this green crystal represents the extent of my current authority. Should you wish to ascend further, you will need to acquire a sufficient number of tribal shamanic feathers or seek validation in the Beast King city. His eyes burned with intensity. He cherished the little female but also respected the regulations governing shamans. Chapter 44, Benevolence and Malice. Sheng Ling expressed her heartfelt gratitude, listening to her soft, mellifluous voice. Chen Hang felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably once more. He instinctively placed a hand over his pounding heart, flashing a smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. Come, let me guide you over. The seats there are quite favorable and not crowded. Noticing that Sheng Ling seemed to dislike being touched by others, Chen Hang respectfully escorted her beside him. Though Neil did not ascend the stage, he managed to secure a decent position as well. Upon stepping onto the platform, Sheng Ling sensed several gazes directed towards them, particularly a scrutinizing look that lingered upon her. Among the curious stares, there was one veiled in malice and another cloaked in subtlety. Following the trail of that malevolent gaze, Sheng Ling's eyes fell upon a somewhat astonished face. Hu was genuinely taken aback to find the witch doctor related to Chen Hang gazing at him so directly. The malice that adorned his expression had yet to fade. The voice that emerged, deliberately subdued, was indistinguishable in gender yet undeniably feminine and pleasant. Joel's impression of Sheng Ling improved slightly. After all, witch doctors typically exuded an air of arrogance, even among novice practitioners. Greetings, I am Sheng Ling, she introduced herself, her left hand resting on Chen Hang and her right hand on a middle-aged beastman. At the age of 22, Sheng Ling had already transcended to the golden core stage, her appearance eternally fixed at that age. Presently, she was a 6th-tier beastman, her physique robust and resilient, rendering the services of a witch doctor unnecessary for her. It was predominantly males with relatives, particularly those with female offspring, who sought out witch doctors. The young witch doctor before them, reputed to be quite formidable, appeared somewhat aloof yet surprisingly approachable, largely due to Sheng Ling's youthful visage. When Chen Hang had approached them earlier, his demeanor had been exceedingly enthusiastic. Nevertheless, sensing an undercurrent, Sheng Ling remained vigilant. Unaware of Joel's underlying malice, she smiled gracefully. In the realm of cultivators, those who could break through to the golden core and advance to the nascent soul stage at such a young age were indeed rare. After all, higher cultivation levels equate to prolonged lifespans. Observing Sheng Ling only deepened his curiosity. He was devoid of a race, a partner, and had scarcely any friends. Sheng Ling, a witch doctor? It was not beyond reason for a powerful witch doctor to be courted by other beastmen, yet who was Chen Hang? In truth, if she were to shed her robes, her figure would reveal a matured form. Sheng Ling was oblivious to the source of the beastman's malice, whether it stemmed from mere disdain or something more. Greetings, I am Joel from East City, a 5th-tier beastman. Initially, he had presumed her to be a mere young female, only to discover she was a witch doctor. Thus, his curiosity regarding this formidable witch doctor, as described by Chen Hang, was piqued. In the subsequent years, she had devoted herself to overcoming the nascent soul stage until she ultimately failed her tribulation. Her seat was arranged beside Chen Hang. Joel was intrigued by Sheng Ling, especially since Chen Hang, with his typically indifferent disposition, rarely extended warmth to other beastmen. Joel's gaze was piercing, not in a judgmental sense, but his features bore a deep intensity. Watching the two engage in conversation, Chen Hang felt a pang of jealousy. Although Joel was his elder and had shown him considerable care, witnessing the young female smile and converse with another was difficult to bear. He longed for the young female's gaze to be directed towards him. Chapter 45, Self-interest. Chen Hang's gaze fell upon the fruits on the table beside him. These fruits, brought back by the hunting team, were displayed on the table. While they were not the worst, they certainly did not rank among the finest. A spark ignited in Chen Hang's eyes as he recalled that the little female had quite a fondness for fruits. He opened his leather pouch, having discreetly learned to hide more delectable fruits since the arrival of the little female. After all, he wished to keep his hard-earned finds away from the prying eyes of other unrelated females. As Chen Hang rummaged through his pouch, making a fair amount of noise, Sheng Ling was naturally drawn to his actions. Eventually, he produced a milky white fruit, reminiscent of the one he had offered her previously, which he believed was called milk fruit. Its flavor was somewhat akin to milk, albeit much lighter, yet exquisitely delightful. Lowering his head, he acknowledged her preference for cleanliness. Thank you, Sheng Ling said as she accepted the fruit and took a bite, the sweet flavor enveloping her taste buds in an instant. The leather pouch concealed a wealth of treasures, capable of holding numerous items, especially during the cold season when it could store ample food that would sustain many beastmen. This particular milk fruit was larger than the last, and its rich aroma made Sheng Ling unable to resist taking a deep breath. Though they were not yet partners, and despite his affection for Sheng Ling, Chen Hang remained rational in his feelings. As the leader of the hunting team in East City, he bore significant responsibilities. His leather pouch contained many fine items, all meticulously cleaned, as that was within his current abilities. The pouch was not large, roughly the size of 2 adult male hands. Did he possess an affinity for food? Perhaps this trait had merely been concealed by the harsh survival conditions in the End Spirit continent. Chen Hang added, and it also carries a potent essence of wood spirit. Seeing the little female fixate on the fruit in his hand, Chen Hang's eye sparkled, and he extended his hand towards Sheng Ling. Moreover, having this leather pouch during his hunts proved to be quite convenient. Realizing he had captured Sheng Ling's attention, he commenced his feeding plan. Chen Hang sensed her gaze and assumed it was out of fondness for the fruit, yet hesitated to offer his leather pouch to her. Though not hungry initially, the enticing aroma of the fruit stirred her appetite. She felt she had been eating increasingly more lately, yet her figure remained unbulky. How could Chen Hang manage to carry so many items? This led Sheng Ling to ponder whether his leather pouch was akin to her spatial storage. Indeed, the beast world possessed its own advantages. Having reaped numerous benefits from Chen Hang, she felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner, perhaps by crafting medicinal herbs. However, as he produced more and more items, her gaze shifted from the fruits to the unremarkable leather pouch. Naturally, should they become partners, his possessions would become hers, including his very life. Moreover, given the pouch's preciousness, though Sheng Ling served as a shaman, she lacked a formidable male partner. If she possessed treasures yet lacked the strength to protect them, it would only spell disaster for her. Suddenly, a series of melodious sounds emanated from the high platform, capturing the attention of all the beastmen. Sheng Ling turned to follow the direction of the sound. Shuejiao appeared, adorned in a vibrant red leather skirt that fell just above her knees, layered with translucent fishnet beneath. She wore what resembled a belly wrap, embellished with several small golden bells that jingled softly with her graceful movements. Her delicate face radiated a rosy glow, exuding a charming shyness as she moved with an elegant grace. Chapter 46. Thought Shuejiao's attire undoubtedly captivated attention, standing out amidst the crowd of females. The vibrant crimson beast skin accentuated her fair complexion, while the semi-transparent shimmery fabric added an air of mystery. Adorned with delicate bells, her ensemble was truly the epitome of elegance. The surrounding beastmen gazed at Shuejiao with unwavering intensity, their eyes ablaze with admiration. Sheng Ling remained relatively unfazed, having encountered countless exquisite outfits far more breathtaking than this. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Shuejiao's appearance indeed enhanced her natural beauty. Lian Li's eyes were filled with fervor and adoration as he beheld her. Aware of the many ardent male gazes surrounding them, he felt a surge of pride, wishing to conceal Shuejiao within his embrace. Protecting her from the scrutiny of others, she belonged solely to him. As Shuejiao ascended the platform, she reveled in the attention of the beastmen, her gaze drifting to the adjacent platforms. Her heart tightened painfully. Though she understood that females could have more than one partner, the thought still stung. The telegraph in the room seemed to revel in her dismay. It had gathered information revealing that this male named Sheng Ling was a formidable shaman. Initially, Sheng Ling was focused on Chen Hang's nape, puzzled until he met his wide, questioning eyes, which only deepened his confusion. Even though Chen Hang had yet to unlock his skills to attract males, his talent for attracting females had never waned. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Hang quickly shifted his body to shield Sheng Ling. Alas, the main consort had discovered them. Chen Hang gazed at Sheng Ling with alarm, sensing the peril in Sheng Ling's intentions. Jealousy ignited Lian Li's eyes, filling him with anger and frustration as he glared at Sheng Ling. Why did the young female choose to dress as a male? Could it be that she favored females? When Shuejiao noticed Sheng Ling's gaze upon her, she lifted her chin proudly, presenting a smile she believed to be utterly enchanting. It is essential to recognize that shamans hold a prestigious position in the beast realm, not only enjoying high status, but also considerable wealth. Despite her significant contributions, why did Sheng Ling, who seemingly offered nothing, garner the young female's affection? Internally shocked, she exhaled sharply. After all, wasn't she merely adapting to local customs? In the beast realm, how could a female possibly have only one partner? Upon witnessing Shuejiao's smile, Lian Li assumed she still harbored resentment towards Sheng Ling for his past actions and contemplated seeking revenge once he grew stronger. His mind wandered to recent moments when Shuejiao had nestled against him, occasionally inquiring about Sheng Ling. Master, I sense that woman is trying to seduce you. This thought was shared not only by the telegraph, but also by Lian Li, whose pupils dilated sharply. Though he was considered a weak beast, he recognized Sheng Ling's appeal as a shaman and found himself drawn to her. If she could humble herself, perhaps he could overlook her previous rudeness and accept her as his second partner. At this notion, a flush crept across Shuejiao's face, accompanied by a bizarre yet frightening idea. She was quite familiar with the emotions reflected in Lian Li's eyes. Gasps echoed around her. But now, what was wrong with Chen Hang? He quickly shook his head. If this were indeed Sheng Ling's secret, should he keep it concealed, or should he correct her? How could a female be attracted to another female? Meanwhile, Joel, positioned beside Sheng Ling, shot a glare at Chen Hang. What are you doing, obstructing Sheng Ling? Chapter 47. Fiery. Although Joel had only recently acquainted himself with the affable shaman, Sheng Ling, He found himself quite fond of her. Despite having watched Chen Heng grow up, he could not overlook the way Chen Heng treated the shaman. Though he felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Heng, he recognized that he could not allow their long-standing bond to impede Sheng Ling's pursuit of her rightful partner. After all, the union of male and female was the correct path forward. Chen Heng realized that his actions may have been rather conspicuous, compelling him to return to his seat candidly. Nevertheless, the tempest of emotions within him continued to churn relentlessly. How could he possibly rectify the situation with Sheng Ling? As the noon hour approached, the females from various tribes and Beast King City ascended the high platform, signaling the commencement of the sacrificial ceremony. The event was presided over by 3 priests from Beast King City, who held ritual vessels in their hands. They poured a leaf of water into the vessels, followed by placing a crystal stone within, and then received the prepared prey, severing their necks to let their blood flow into the vessels. The 3 priests knelt upon the ground, prompting the orcs below and those on the 2 platforms to do the same. Sheng Ling quickly followed suit, kneeling as well. Should a female take a liking to a particular male, she could simply take his hand. If he consented, he would accompany her onto the stage. If he declined, she would be rebuffed. At present, she required the companionship of Lion Lai, whose prowess was undeniable, promising endless sustenance. The atmosphere was charged with fervor as the males displayed their muscles to the females on the high platform, some even lifting their animal skin skirts. She was at a loss for understanding. The chosen male would become the object of envy among countless others, as this realm was characterized by a surplus of males and a scarcity of females. Shui Jiao's gaze lingered on Sheng Ling for a moment before she rationally shifted her attention to Lion Lai. With the beast deity's blessing, the sacrificial ceremony commenced. The priests chanted incantations, and upon hearing the unfamiliar language, Sheng Ling furrowed her brow slightly. However, should 2 females fancy the same male? It was the male who would ultimately make the choice. After a while, the priests rose, placing the contents of the vessel upon a stone pedestal. It seemed that self-interest prevailed. Yet, the surrounding orcs displayed utmost reverence, prompting her to mimic a semblance of piety, despite her lack of understanding. As the chief priest concluded his address, the throng of males surged with excitement. Should any male harbor discontent, he could engage in combat with another male to further demonstrate his strength and attract the attention of the females. Lion Lai, who had been clenching his fists, exhaled in relief upon witnessing Shui Jiao approach him. Sheng Ling observed the matchmaking event with an air of calm. Only about 50 females remained to participate in the ceremony. The moment the priests began, some females commenced their pursuit of potential partners. The atmosphere within the vicinity buzzed with energy. Master, that female has quite a generous bosom. Look at that one's posterior. And that female's waist is exquisite. It seems delightful to touch. Oh my. Master, behold that male. Such an impressive physique. He even lifted his animal skin skirt. Master, quick. Look. Magnificent. Sheng Ling even caught the sound of someone salivating in anticipation, following the direction indicated by the eager voices. She turned to look, but before she could make out the scene clearly, a small hand suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 48. The contest. Would you be willing to be my male partner? A somewhat bashful voice emerged, prompting Sheng Ling to raise her gaze. Before her stood a slightly plump female, her expression one of shyness. The female's complexion was somewhat dull, her features unremarkable and even somewhat flat. Yet her eyes sparkled with a remarkable brilliance. Ivy's eyes were filled with expectation as she looked at Sheng Ling. As a female from Beast King City, she considered herself quite attractive among her peers, easily outshining the females of smaller tribes. She believed that if the male before her had no mate, he would surely accept her invitation. Although she had never encountered him in Beast King City, his presence on the platform suggested an extraordinary status. Above all, this male was undeniably handsome, even more so than her own partner, Hu Yu. It was known that Hu Yu was already distinguished among the Fox tribe for his looks. Sheng Ling never anticipated that her attendance at the sacrificial ceremony would thrust her into the flames of courtship. How could this dark and plump female presume to compete? Ivy felt a surge of anger. The surrounding male beastmen cast envious glances at Sheng Ling, wondering why he remained so indifferent toward her. He was unattractive and aloof, perpetually wearing a stern expression. Chen Heng was reluctant to step aside, but as Ivy was a female, he could not bring himself to bully her. He pushed Ivy aside with one hand. After all, in the beast world, most females exhibited a degree of arrogance. Sheng Ling, the shaman, how could she possibly compare to me? I admit I was wrong that day, and I am willing to apologize to you and Lord Chen Heng. Shui Jiao never expected that, having only stepped away for a moment, the person she had set her sights on would already attract the attention of other females. Chen Heng instantly grew tense, wanting to shield Sheng Ling, but was met with Ivy's displeased glare, forcing him to reluctantly shift aside. This left the nearby Lion Lai feeling heartbroken, his gaze toward Sheng Ling growing increasingly hostile. No one could comprehend the depths of his fury, resentment, and jealousy at that moment. Shui Jiao felt both enraged and aggrieved, her beautiful apricot-shaped eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Sheng Ling with a pitiful expression. Sheng Ling chose to disregard the commotion, contemplating her words, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Master, perhaps you should just accept her. Upon seeing Sheng Ling's face again, Ivy's eyes lit up with excitement as she gazed at her eagerly. After being pushed, Ivy nearly stumbled, but was quickly steadied by Sheng Ling. My name is Ivy. Would you be willing to be my mate? If you consent, I can bear you a litter of cubs when I come in to heat this year. As she spoke, Shui Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears, further igniting the ardor of the surrounding males, including Chun Heng, whose gaze turned accusatory. It was understood that forming a partnership did not necessarily guarantee offspring. He cannot agree to that. A push was made, but it met with resistance. Joel, standing nearby, cleared his throat several times, signaling for Chun Heng to step aside. Only when a female is particularly enamored with a male would she offer to bear his young. The atmosphere became charged with tension as the chatter intensified. Ivy even threatened to take action. While her words may have been unkind, they were not directed at her. Watching Sheng Ling support Ivy, Shui Jiao's eyes blazed with fury. Although Lord Chun Heng was formidable, he did not appeal to her. What was wrong with being a little arrogant when one was so beautiful? Sheng Ling discreetly released Ivy, feeling little emotional impact from Shui Jiao's submission, as she typically remained indifferent toward those who held no significance in her life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere crackled with excitement, echoing the rivalry between two females over a single female. Chapter 49, Affection Master. I believe you have mistakenly taken the wrong script. Is this not the essential theater for the male leads time travel? Go on. Do not fear. Master, charge forth. Sheng Ling felt a slight headache and rubbed her temples. She turned to the two, her expression adorned with a polite, yet distant smile. Thank you for your affection, but I currently have no intentions of forming a partnership. Why not? Despite their mutual disdain, the two spoke in perfect unison. Even Chun Heng, standing nearby, cast a glance in their direction. Although he felt somewhat superfluous at that moment, he was determined to remain present. Sheng Ling exhaled slowly, striving to maintain a resolute gaze and a devout expression as she bowed towards the altar of the beast god. Ivy, who had just moments ago shown signs of disinterest, suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sheng Ling. After all, in the harsh environment of the beast realm, many beastmen had lost their lives, growing increasingly impatient. Sheng Ling recognized that this was not a battle where she could simply resort to violence. Despite being merely an inconspicuous maid, she harbored her own ambitions. Wasn't she straightforward enough? She merely wished to pursue her career and had no desire for romance. However, out of respect for the affections of others, Sheng Ling patiently continued. My lady Sheng Ling, I too am willing. Yet, should they persist in their entanglement, her politeness would surely diminish. Although Sheng Ling articulated her thoughts eloquently, she sensed that it was merely an excuse. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in her words. Despite her aversion to the frail female beside her, the gazes from those around her, including Ivy and Chun Heng, shifted dramatically. The surrounding beastmen wavered once more. Thank you. But I genuinely apologize. If I were to acquiesce to your advances while wholeheartedly dedicating myself to the study of medicine, it would evoke feelings of deep unease and guilt within me. To be a partner, yet unable to care for my own female, would be a profound failure. Such emotions would inevitably detract from my studies, resulting in a disservice to both parties. Therefore, I implore you to seek out other males who can provide the care you deserve. My lady Sheng Ling, your perspective is truly commendable, and I feel both happy and proud for you. But rest assured, if you were to become my partner, I would ensure that your medical pursuits remain uninterrupted, and I would support you wholeheartedly. My feelings for you are sincere. Ivy's eyes sparkled with admiration, her gaze growing increasingly fervent as she transformed into a devoted admirer. I currently wish to focus solely on enhancing my medical skills, aiming to assist as many beastmen as possible, hence my lack of interest in forming a partnership. Ivy's affection was pure, though the authenticity of Shui Jiao's feelings remained uncertain. Due to their inadequate living conditions, they often felt powerless. Unlike the beast females who had not experienced the intricate political machinations, she had witnessed the rivalries among concubines, ladies, and maids. You, my lady Sheng Ling, you are truly remarkable. You are so kind-hearted, always thinking of helping others. I believe I like you even more. However, I respect your choice. If there comes a day when you wish to take a partner, you must let me know. Watching her friends depart, a numbing routine mingled with a painful sense of loss. If it meant saving more beastmen, they would readily agree. Yet, Shui Jiao furrowed her brow. For her, a partner was not merely a means for survival and reproduction, it was also a responsibility and a form of care. Ivy fell silent, while Shui Jiao's gaze towards Sheng Ling seemed to deepen with affection. How wonderful! She is beautiful, courteous, and possesses grace. Skilled in medicine, holds an impressive status. And now, she exhibits a strong sense of responsibility. Chapter 50 Proposal. Perhaps this is the notion of beauty seen through the eyes of a lover. During the grand sacrificial ceremony, a small episode revealed to some of the beastmen that the eastern part of Bailu continent now boasted a young, yet formidable shaman. Though many females were greatly intrigued, whether by the allure of the shaman's prowess or her esteemed position, the presence of Ivy and Shui Jiao effectively quelled the flames of desire igniting within them. There were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Chun Heng, however, was genuinely elated throughout, leaving Sheng Ling in a state of bewilderment. Yet Joel held a different perspective. Why was Chen Heng so jubilant despite Sheng Ling's unsuccessful pursuit of a mate? Was it a reflection of his long-standing rejection by females, twisting his heart to the point that he wished for others to remain unpaired, even if that individual was his friend? Or perhaps he harbored affections for males. The turmoil within Joel lingered as he felt he had glimpsed a hidden truth, yet he could not articulate it. He resolved to observe the situation further after the ceremony concluded. For now, she had no better destination. Venturing there was acceptable. Chen Heng's mind involuntarily conjured the irritating visage of Nier, the entire beast seeming rather unpleasant. Indeed, it was due to that deer. What was so special about him? Perhaps it was merely his pleasing appearance, amiable demeanor, infectious laughter, and his naive, sunny disposition. Upon hearing this, Chen Heng felt a constriction in his breath, a heaviness settling in his chest. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, illuminating his gaze. Nier is my friend. He invited me, and I too wish to see. Meanwhile, Nier, who had been listening intently, was already bubbling with excitement. He sighed, aware that Lord Sheng Ling might not yet know that the Ming deer clan would likely be unable to return to their tribal lands after the sacrificial ceremony. Nevertheless, her choice to visit the Ming deer clan was one she had made herself. Why do you wish to go to the Ming deer clan? The male beastman before her seemed to regard her as a friend, evoking a sense of reluctance. Most of the beastmen here were rather simple-hearted. Through their time together, Sheng Ling had gained a fundamental understanding of the beastly world. If mutual affections were present, it would be acceptable. However, if Chen Heng was merely infatuated and intended to drag Sheng Ling into the depths of his fervor, then he must be stopped. Yet, before Chen Heng could bask in his joy for long, he suddenly received news that Sheng Ling intended to accompany them to the Ming deer clan. With a serious and grave expression, he regarded Nier. Indeed, Nier had expressed a desire to show her the Ming deer clan, albeit in a casual manner. He assumed that such a formidable figure as Sheng Ling would not wish to visit a mere small tribe. Evidently, in Lord Sheng Ling's heart, she still favored him the most. However, upon hearing Chen Heng's words, Nier instinctively spoke up, but he is so weak, can he truly protect her? Nier, I intend to discuss this matter with your clan leader. The Ming deer clan has suffered greatly from the onslaught of the wandering beastmen, resulting in the loss of many, including your hunting males. With the rainy season approaching soon after the ceremony, during which the forest teems with insect beasts, your clan's males are few and their combat strength inadequate. Who will protect your shamans and females during the rains? Upon receiving the news, the clan leader of the Ming deer clan immediately wiped the smile from his face. Indeed, Lord Chen Heng truly lived up to his reputation as the captain of the hunting team in Beast King City, pinpointing the crux of the issue with remarkable clarity. Chapter 51. The straightforward boy or the calculating man. The Minglu tribe, due to the presence of shamans, has historically attracted a considerable number of both male and female visitors, establishing themselves as a prominent group among the smaller tribes. However, a devastating attack by wandering beastmen inflicted severe damage upon them. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Lord Sheng Ling and Lord Chen Heng, they might have faced the dire fate of extinction. The rainy season is fraught with peril, as the mountains and forests teem with insect beasts and various magical creatures. Without sufficient strength, one risks becoming prey. Lord Chen Heng cast a glance at Sheng Ling. The Minglu tribe is particularly vulnerable compared to other small tribes, as they possess not only females but also a shaman, lacking the protection of male beastmen. They are exceedingly susceptible to the threats posed by insect tribes, magical beasts, and wandering beastmen. Although the insect tribes generally lack power, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. During the rainy season, magical beasts become increasingly irritable, while wandering beastmen often take advantage of the chaos to invade smaller tribes. Sheng Ling, as a shaman, is a coveted target for both insect tribes and wandering beastmen. Furthermore, being female only exacerbates her vulnerability. The thought of what dangers she might face if discovered by wandering beastmen is almost unimaginable to him. While he acknowledges that his concerns may be somewhat exaggerated, the threats are indeed real. He firmly believes that the Minglu tribe cannot ensure her safety, given that their strongest beastman is only at the 3rd tier. Sheng Ling furrowed her brow, well aware of these dangers from her own research. Through subtle inquiries with Neil and conversations with other beastmen, she had gathered sufficient knowledge. Lord Chen Heng, I implore you to save my Minglu tribe. Master, what if you are the fabled heroine of this tale? Consider the essential skills of a time-traveling protagonist, good fortune. While we may not stumble upon treasures, it is unlikely we would encounter wandering beastmen or high-tier magical beasts again so soon. As for the dry season, despite the heat, food remains available, and some magical beasts, fearing the warmth, retreat to the depths of the mountains. Though I have escaped the clutches of several wandering beastmen, I do not foolishly believe myself invincible on this continent. Ahead lies a landscape plagued by natural disasters, while behind me, the cold weather and dwindling food supplies lead many beastmen to perish from hunger, freezing, or illness. Upon hearing the tribe leader's words, Chen Heng felt a slight sense of relief. The rainy and dry seasons are indeed the most perilous times. However, the dry season is not without its own dangers, such as extreme heat leading to drought, parched earth, and diminishing food supplies. Even the mightiest of beastmen can feel trivial in the face of nature's wrath. and the Minglu tribe is far from formidable. It is during these 2 seasons that the most beastmen perish. Yet, such dry seasons are rare on the continent of Bill. Every life holds its own significance and value. Regardless of size or status, luck is merely a garnish in the grand tapestry of existence. Although you are a tribe under the jurisdiction of the Eastern 3 cities, you are still considered part of the beastmen of the Eastern continent. I recall a tribe not far from the outskirts of the Eastern City 1. The leader of that tribe is a friend of mine. I could speak on your behalf, and perhaps you could reside there temporarily until the rainy season passes. It is the existence of countless beings that gives rise to a world so vast. The telegraph did not sway Sheng Ling's thoughts. If she were to regard it merely as a weapon or a means of survival, she might find herself unaware of her fate one day. As for being a time-traveling heroine, in a world filled with myriad beings, what defines a protagonist or a supporting character? The leader of the Minglu tribe pondered for quite some time but could not devise a solution. What else could be done? The leader of the Minglu tribe was utterly delighted. Indeed, Lord Sheng Ling is a good person. Sheng Ling then turned his attention back to Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling, the shaman. I have a request for you. I hope you will accompany me to the Beast King City. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for your food and safety. Moreover, the Minglu tribe and Neil are not far from the Beast King City. Should you wish to see them, you may do so at any time. Chapter 52. Together Sheng Ling's gaze was exceedingly earnest. Was it a matter concerning medical treatment? After all, she had acquired some skills in that domain. Sheng Ling nodded. I have a highly respected elder whose legs have been injured. Many shamans have examined him, yet to no avail. Thus, I would like to request your assistance in this matter. Of course, if the ailment proves insurmountable, it is of no consequence. I merely wish to attempt it. At this point, Sheng Ling could not help but lower his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Sheng Ling recalled how well Sheng Ling had treated her recently. Initially, she had contemplated repaying this kindness with herbal remedies, but now that Sheng Ling had made a request, and considering that the Minglu tribe could not return to their homeland, traveling to the Beast King City might indeed be a splendid opportunity. Very well, she hastily clarified. We must absolutely prevent a recurrence of the previous incident involving the marauding beastmen. Did you truly witness it? The telegraph machine suddenly jammed. This male protagonist possesses incredible vitality. Alas, as a human named Shuejiao, she seemed to struggle to endure it. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's agreement, Sheng Ling instantly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Sheng Ling. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Sheng Ling observed the two. Yet she sensed that Shuejiao's condition had not been particularly favorable of late. Master, you must have noticed as well. I assure you. You have no idea how wild those two are. Oh no, it should be said that lion. After they became mates, that fierce lion directly carried Shuejiao into the tent, and then it was incessant, from day to night. The vitality of these beastmen is simply overwhelming. It is said that the following day, Shuejiao was awakened by a shaman. Master, you must trust me. I only went to investigate because I felt that Shuejiao and the fierce lion did not harbor good intentions towards you. I was concerned for your safety, hence my inquiry. But I assure you, I saw nothing. After the previous incident, Neil harbored an aversion towards Shuejiao and the fierce lion. And following Shuejiao's request for a mate during the grand sacrificial ceremony, his disdain only grew. Thank you, Sheng Ling the shaman. Lord Sheng Ling. I have heard that those two fellows have some connections with Dongi City. The father of that fierce lion is on good terms with Lord Sheng Ling, and it appears that he has ties with a certain noble of the Fox tribe. This visit seems to be for the purpose of paying respects to that Fox chieftain. There were dark circles beneath his eyes. Yet, what Sheng Ling did not anticipate was that Shuejiao and the fierce lion would also accompany them to Dongi City. Sheng Ling's voice was low and contemplative. Having determined their destination, Sheng Ling began to arrange matters for their return to Dongi City. After all, their last encounter had been fraught with tension. He believed that Shuejiao's desire for Sheng Ling to be her mate was indicative of her intentions. Neil discreetly remarked to Sheng Ling, "It is genuine that she wishes for you to stay. If you can indeed cure that elder's affliction, I would be exceedingly pleased." If Shuejiao were a typical female protagonist, the telegraph machine would truly want to exclaim. As the leader of the hunting team, he naturally held the responsibility for the safety of their return journey. He had witnessed many females mistreat their male counterparts after forming a bond, even rendering them wretched. In a moment of excitement, he had forgotten his master's teachings, allowing a slip of the tongue. Although he did not harbor high hopes, sensing Sheng Ling's skepticism, the telegraph machine weakly spoke up. I only caught a glimpse. The subsequent scene was too shocking for the eyes. I could not bear to watch. Sheng Ling remained silent. Knowing well the telegraph machine's nature, well, it is not that I wished to avoid it. By the later part, it was entirely pixelated. And all I heard were sounds of, well, it was quite dull, so I chose not to watch. Chapter 53. Emotions. The telegraph machine held a hint of regret, yet the cautionary note about its inappropriateness for children was something he could not resist. Indeed, his treasured notebook was far more alluring. However, he suddenly realized that if the fierce lion continued in this manner, the delicate Shuejiao might very well perish. The disparity in physical prowess between humans and beastmen was significant. Yet perhaps spurred by some provocation, the lion paid no heed to Shuejiao's pleas for mercy. his eyes burning with a frenzied intensity. In recent days, observing Xuejiao's pallid complexion, the lion felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had been momentarily blinded by jealousy and delight, losing his reason and nearly committing an irreparable mistake. For the past 2 days, Xuejiao had ignored him, and he felt a tumult of guilt and frustration within. Particularly, when he noticed her glances towards Sheng Ling, his heart sank further. He must compel Xuejiao to conceive his offspring post-haste. Suddenly, Xuejiao sensed a familiar aura and noticed the fervor in the lion's gaze, causing her to stiffen involuntarily. The journey from the sacrificial square to Dongyi City would take approximately 5 days for the group of beastmen. The beastman she observed was distinctly different from these brutish males. Sheng Ling busied herself with the herbs she had gathered along the way, storing the seeds in her space for potential future use. Unlike some shameless concubines who brazenly sought illicit affairs. However, at this moment, she felt that if things continued this way, her waist would surely break. The lion showed no tenderness, consumed only by his own feelings. Her cultivation was advancing rapidly, and it would not be long before she achieved a breakthrough in foundation establishment. Thus, he paid closer attention to the delicacies favored by the females. In recent days, Chen Heng had also noticed a marked decline in Sheng Ling's appetite, a creature still unrefined, oblivious to human nature. Deep down, she felt a sense of misplaced resentment. Were it not for her reliance on the lion's abilities and status, she might have completely disregarded him. In the past, on the Moli continent, she could hardly have imagined that one day she would become picky about food. In moments of discomfort, her thoughts drifted to Sheng Ling. Of course, if the journey consisted solely of male beastmen, it would not require such an extensive duration. She understood that once the foundation was established, the rate of cultivation growth would gradually diminish. The presence of females in the group necessitated that the males consider their feelings brutal and uncouth, like wild beasts. And did not the beastmen possess their own primal instincts? Chen Heng consistently found ways to present her with an array of fruits. With a slight pout, Sheng Ling barely touched the offerings, opting instead for the fruits by her side. The aroma of roasted meat was enticing, and she did not wish to waste food, savoring it slowly. Yet after so many days of consuming roasted meat, she began to feel somewhat fatigued by it. Chen Heng prepared the meat and offered it to Sheng Ling, a mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces surrounding the delectable fare. I don't want it. I told you I don't want it. Did you not hear me? Truthfully, she was nearing her breaking point. Back when she was in the courtyard, she often overheard the concubines lamenting their lord's inadequacies, vowing to someday find a more competent partner. A quarrel broke out, accompanied by a muffled grunt. Drawing the attention of the group, the lion's expression darkened, particularly upon seeing the piece of roasted meat that Xuejiao had angrily discarded. In the harsh environment of the beast world, where hunger was a constant threat, countless beastmen had perished from starvation. Thus, even in seasons of plenty, the beastmen were strictly forbidden from wasting food. Chapter 54. Interest, however, Snow Jiao, now unwilling to partake in the roasted meat, cast it onto the ground. Before so many orcs, even if he wished to shield her, he could not. Moreover, in Lion Lai's heart, he had been feeling rather unwell these past 2 days. Snow Jiao's actions during the sacrificial ceremony had instilled in him a sense of urgency. It was only a matter of time before Snow Jiao took a second partner. And it was highly likely to be that spirit shaman, given the depth of her affection for him. Lion Lai even felt it surpassed her feelings for him. Thus, he was fervently yearning for an offspring, a descendant of his own bloodline. Yet, every night when he approached her, she would yelp in distress. From the moment he first laid eyes on Snow Jiao, he discerned that apart from her astonishing beauty, her health might be somewhat fragile. After all, even ordinary leaf grass could pierce her skin. It is worth noting that such grass poses little threat to the offspring of orcs. One party protects, while the other bears young. In the realm of beasts, males cherish females, for they are indeed a rarity. How long had it been since Snow Jiao and he had become acquainted before their union? It was not surprising, really. If Snow Jiao cherished him, and he felt a reciprocal affection, he would not hesitate to invest more time and effort, risking it all to seek out magical beasts possessing would attribute crystals to enhance Snow Jiao's health. However, Snow Jiao had not. Yet, who could truly fathom her concealed thoughts? Even after being reprimanded several times, he began to doubt whether Snow Jiao's frail body could even bear his offspring. A female capable of nurturing young is undoubtedly precious, while one that cannot, in a sense, is akin to a worthless beast. Spirit Shaman remained oblivious to the rift that had formed between the two due to him. At that moment, he was wholly captivated by that delicate, pale visage, those eyes glistening with fear. Besides tenderness, he felt nothing else. One may have been swayed by beauty, while the other sought refuge. Females are scarce, and their desire for offspring is ingrained in their very essence. In many ways, setting aside emotions, it is merely a transaction. Females who love him and wish to bond with him are not abundant, but certainly not rare. Snow Jiao's demeanor left him exceedingly displeased. The depth of their feelings was something only they truly understood. However, the laws of the beast realm still favored females, with a partner's mark for protection. Even if a male harbored discontent, he could not endanger the female's life. Yet now, merely having formed a bond, Snow Jiao had already taken a liking to another, even expressing disdain for him. As the son of the Lion King, Lion Lai had always been proud and admired. The quarrel nearby did not affect Spirit Shaman. He was solely focused on protecting Snow Jiao from harm. If both parties could benefit, perhaps this affection could endure. But if not, one might easily become disillusioned. Why then should he risk his life to seek crystals for her, enabling her to bear the offspring of other males? To sacrifice himself for her and others? Lion Lai believed himself neither selfless nor foolish. Snow Jiao felt a twinge of fear, especially under the gaze of many discontented and furious eyes surrounding her. Yet, her heart felt deeply wronged. Was it not just a piece of roasted meat? In this primal forest, food abounded. How could they treat her so harshly over a mere morsel of meat? Chapter 55, Flattery unbeknownst to her. Even the formidable orcs cannot guarantee their survival with each hunt. Food is earned through the sacrifice of their lives and those of their comrades. Seeing that no one understood her, Shui Jiao's eyes brimmed with anger. Lion Lai, I simply do not wish to eat roasted meat, yet you insist upon it. Is this my fault? You primitive creatures think of nothing but roasting meat all day. I can hardly even relieve myself. Is it so wrong for me to desire a different meal? Such invectives from Shui Jiao were not unfamiliar to Lion Lai. He had heard them before. After several instances, one could surmise the underlying sentiment, not just her disdain for him, but for all of them. You must not waste food. Lion Lai's tone remained firm, which only pushed Shui Jiao to tears. What a splendid tiger skin. It is so warm. If I ever live alone, I must hunt for a tiger skin. No. I need several. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Sheng Ling, suddenly extending her hands from behind her. Sheng Ling felt a twinge of mischief. As he observed the outstretched limbs of Chen Hong, the sunlight glimmered upon his robust form. Truly, men are seldom virtuous. Here he was, bringing a bouquet of flowers. Yet upon meeting Chen Heng's fierce gaze, Nier instinctively took 2 steps back. What a cunning deer beast. Sheng Ling. His keen eyes swept the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. And a sniff confirmed the absence of any unusual sense. He found this scenario highly plausible. After all, what else could explain Nier's repeated flattery toward Sheng Ling? Chen Hong, too, was enjoying the moment, his eyes narrowing in contentment. This only heightened Lion Lai's agitation, but mindful of the safety of others. He felt compelled to pursue them, fearing for their well-being. He lay on the ground grooming himself while Sheng Ling leaned against him. The once languid Chen Hong suddenly arched his back, his fur bristling. You take for granted what you have received. Chen Heng's human form was robust, and in beast form. He was equally formidable. Sheng Ling, these flowers are for you. He feigned ignorance, presenting a facade of innocence and sunlight. Almost deceived. Nier merely found the flowers visually appealing. A clear male voice rang out as Nier joyfully approached from a distance. Chen Hong, busy grooming himself, felt a sudden chill. He cherished the notion of sharing, especially as Sheng Ling's best friend. For such a soft, furry mount and cushion, Sheng Ling was quite pleased. Why would this feeble male gift flowers to a young female? Has he disowned her true identity? Chen Heng's pupils constricted sharply. A vibrant bouquet appeared before Sheng Ling. Shui Jiao departed in tears, particularly struck by the radiant golden fur, glistening with sheen. One skin for covering, another for padding, while the rest could be fashioned into garments. The air was thick with the scent of the young female, and she was adorned with his essence, as if they had already formed a bond. How delightful. After finishing her meal, Sheng Ling languidly reclined against the vast form of the tiger that was Chen Hong. Could it be that Chen Hong was envious of her rapport with Sheng Ling? Yes, it must be so. Jealous males are to be avoided. Sheng Ling's gaze was not captured by the beautifully blooming flowers. Instead, she was drawn to a few inconspicuous herbs and blossoms. Is this scallion? And wild lilies? Not to mention white peonies? The former could serve as seasoning, while the latter two are medicinal herbs. Chapter 56. Scallions. Sheng Ling accepted the bouquet, and Neil's face radiated delight. Yet beside them, Chen Heng appeared rather listless. Extracting a few useful items from the bouquet, Sheng Ling turned to Neil. Neil, from where did you acquire these blossoms? Are there more in that location? Particularly the scallions. Whether wild or cultivated, scallions typically thrive in clusters. Neil had only gathered their leaves, leaving the roots undisturbed. If one could discover a patch of scallions, extracting some bulbs for planting in one's own abode would be quite beneficial. Noticing Sheng Ling extracting the long leaves used for floral decoration, Neil scratched his head in confusion. He found it peculiar that Sheng Ling favored the leaves over the vibrant flowers. This realization only strengthened Sheng Ling's conviction, for scallions flourish predominantly in loose, fertile soil. Such ingredients could be employed as seasoning, akin to honey slathered on roasted meats. Although trees were sparse in sandy terrains, shrubs were abundant. Yet, the little rascal from his own clan found himself quite constrained. Observing Neil, who appeared thoroughly consumed by Chen Hong's presence, the chieftain of the Mingda tribe, who had been silently watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow. If one were to claim that Lord Chen Heng harbored no feelings for the healer Sheng Ling, he would remain skeptical. Neil, who had been joyfully bouncing about, suddenly deflated. I found these leaves in a nearby sandy area. Lord Sheng Ling, why are you gathering these wild herbs? Are they medicinal? Yet, he also cared for his own kin. Of course, it is not far from here. I can carry you there. Sheng Ling climbed onto Chen Hong's back, and the trio swiftly reached the sandy patch Neil had mentioned. He held both Chen Heng and Sheng Ling in high regard. Moreover, if Neil could be with the healer Sheng Ling, it would be advantageous for the Mingda tribe. He even speculated that Lord Qinhong's invitation for them to enter the heart of Beast King City was an attempt to retain Sheng Ling. Before we reach Beast King City, we must remain vigilant to avoid falling prey to the schemes of ill-intentioned beastmen. Therefore, until we arrive at the central domain of Beast King City, your safety shall be my responsibility, Sheng Ling. Kneel, lead the way. I shall carry Sheng Ling. He wished to bear the healer as well. Ideally, he would replace Lord Qinhong in this task for the remainder of their journey. Upon hearing this, Qinhong's expression soured immediately. Indeed, there are clusters of scallions here. Sheng Ling dismounted from Qinhong's back and began to collect several promising bunches, roots included. However, for the sake of Sheng Ling's safety, he could not voice his dissent and could only lead the way. 2 males. He bore no objections. As soon as they stepped into the sandy area, Sheng Ling spotted the familiar plants. She continued her swift motions. Could you take me to see them? Yet, she contemplated for a moment. Her legs had healed, and she could run with great agility now. Neil nodded eagerly. In an instant, Neil realized these plants were indeed edible. However, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Yet, the scent and taste of these leaves seemed rather peculiar, perhaps not particularly palatable. Sheng Ling did not uproot all the scallions from that patch. The eve of the Indling continent had been precipitated by the reckless overexploitation of resources, leading to the world's collapse and descent into the end-world. Chapter 57. Balance. Humanity's relentless exploitation of natural resources, coupled with the rapid advancement of technology, has led to a profound loss of reverence and care for the natural world. Having gathered what she needed, Sheng Ling glanced around and spotted several varieties of wild vegetables that thrive in sandy soil, promptly collecting some. Qinhong followed closely behind her. Noticing she could carry no more, he stepped forward to assist. Aware of Qinhong's bag, which had a spatial attribute, Sheng Ling accepted his help without hesitation. Meanwhile, Nier observed from the side, curiosity evident in his eyes. Are these also similar to what the shaman uses? He inquired, noting the edible nature of the plants but recognizing the distinction between them. Given that the orcs had yet to fully civilize, with the exception of the Beast King City, most remained within various primitive tribes. Their dietary habits oscillated between consuming raw meat and roasted fare. However, a long-standing imbalance was bound to be disrupted. Humanity typically undergoes a transition from resistance to acceptance, eventually adapting to new phenomena. I can indeed leverage foundational knowledge for some advantage, yet the telegraph, amidst a world teeming with myriad life forms, reveals a truth. Cultivators defy the heavens, but still comprehend the need to respect the earth. Now that we find ourselves here, surviving on the resources of the beast world, we must express gratitude and contribute in return. Thus, within our capabilities, we can attempt to instigate change, but not recklessly or without consideration of the consequences. Have you contemplated what such actions might entail? After all, attempting to inspire lofty ideals in someone struggling to meet their basic needs is sheer folly. Among my readings, several tomes pertain to the beast world. Convinced that I grasped the essence of the telegraph, I could not suppress a suggestion. What a ridiculous notion. Sheng Ling rolled her eyes at the telegraph's sarcasm. A tall tree attracts the wind, excessive rigidity leads to downfall. In an environment abundant with prey and relative safety, orcs may indulge in roasted meat. Yet when faced with combat or adverse conditions, they resort to consuming raw flesh. The evolution of the world is not an instantaneous affair. What have I done wrong? Is there no one to speak on my behalf? The telegraph challenged. Pray tell, why does the concept of profession persist in a world of vastly superior advancements? Each discipline demands its own expertise. Agriculture possesses its own knowledge and techniques, just as sustenance does. We merely stand at the threshold of future understanding, equipped with basic knowledge. Yet I am not omnipotent. I lack even the knowledge of the temperature, soil, and management techniques required for vegetable cultivation. Behind every cultural legacy lies a tapestry of exploration, failures, accumulations, and the right timing and conditions. I do not believe that standing on the shoulders of giants makes me one of them. Sighing in resignation, Sheng Ling remarked, Master, how can you be so lacking in confidence? Compared to the prospect of becoming a revered goddess of the continent or facing the fate of being burned as an outcast, I prefer to engage in tasks commensurate with my abilities, progressing step by step. After all, amidst the delectable allure of roasted meat, survival remains paramount. They should all consider the potential repercussions of hastily pushing growth. After all, the enjoyment of a narrative lies in the protagonist's continuous triumphs. Why not give it a try? The telegraph urged. In novels, when heroines traverse to new worlds, they wield their golden fingers to transform their surroundings effortlessly. You could proclaim yourself a goddess from another realm, endowed with diverse skills, guiding them toward a brighter future. You could teach them fundamental survival skills, boiling water, cooking meat, cultivating crops. Surely, you would thrive and become a true goddess. Is this still the master I know? Aware of this reality, Sheng Ling refrained from hastily introducing the concept of seasonings. Moreover, holding a position of power entails shouldering greater responsibilities. A sudden influx of knowledge, whether beneficial or detrimental, remains uncertain. Recently, the telegraph has delved into numerous narratives depicting primitive, underdeveloped worlds. It acknowledges that the advancement of civilization is inextricably linked to warfare. Resources can enhance life, but also fuel ambition. Yet, The beings of the beast world are innocent. What happens when one who exists in a state of material and spiritual primitivism is abruptly thrust into a technological era? Chapter 58. The discovery of food. The telegraph machine felt a twinge of discomfort. Its master was, without a doubt, a harbinger of romantic despair. Could they not simply indulge in the bliss of love without concern? What did the beasts and creatures of the beast world and its continent have to do with them? Why the excessive caution? Having identified what they desired, Sheng Ling and her companions returned along the same path. Yet, upon arriving at their resting place, they sensed an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere. The previously tense and eerie ambience, thickened by Shui Jiao's presence, now appeared to be vibrantly alive. Neil seized a fellow tribesman and inquired about the happenings during their absence. Upon seeing Neil and his companions return, the individual beamed with joy and recounted the events that had transpired. Just moments ago, Shui Jiao, the young female, had ventured out and discovered a type of edible food. As you know, with the rainy and cold seasons approaching, the availability of an additional food source brings with it a glimmer of hope. The young female Shui Jiao was even willing to share the knowledge of this food with us. Once we return to the tribe, we can seek it out. It seems to be called potatoes. Although the taste may not be exquisite, Shui Jiao assured us it would stave off hunger. The male's voice was infused with excitement as he spoke, gesticulating animatedly. Neil could not help but feel exhilarated upon hearing this. Sheng Ling, too, followed with curiosity. She was familiar with potatoes due to her innate spiritual roots and possessed some rudimentary knowledge of cultivation. Yet, as she had previously mentioned, she was not well versed in the precise details concerning soil temperature. The ladies often favored potatoes for stewing with chicken. After all, her cultivation was rooted in the maintenance of spiritual energy. This knowledge brought great joy to Shui Jiao, who noted that the wild chicken imparted a unique flavor, giving the potato chicken a subtle gamey essence. Shui Jiao set a stone pot over the fire and instructed the surrounding males to prepare the wild chicken they had hunted. Rest assured, I am acquainted with other food sources as well. However, for the orcs who had never tasted potato chicken, this would be an entirely new experience. Master, look at others, they exclaimed. This is the treatment a female protagonist deserves. The orcs around her grew increasingly animated, with one male unable to contain his curiosity. Surrounded by the adoring males, Shui Jiao raised her chin proudly. Compared to these primitive orcs, she hailed from a more advanced era. Shui Jiao, are you a sage? They gasped. Yet, due to the limited availability of seasonings, the chicken and potatoes were prepared in their most natural state. It was clear that most orcs were unaccustomed to this method of cooking. The telegraph machine in the space sighed upon hearing all this. She possessed knowledge of many things that these primitive beings did not, although it was not entirely unpleasant. The dish did not emit the enticing aroma that Shui Jiao had envisioned, at least not compared to the potato chicken she had encountered before. After all, the potatoes she knew were entirely foreign to them. Shui Jiao's eyes flickered with understanding. She was well aware of the significance of being a sage. With this newfound status, did she still need to appease the foul temper of Shirlai? Beside her, Shirlai attempted to cover Shui Jiao's mouth, but it was too late. Indeed, I am a sage. You all need not worry. I will lead you to discover more food and guide you toward a brighter future. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 59. Doubt. Beside her, the expression on Lion Lai's face darkened considerably. Unbeknownst to Shui Jiao, while the sage held a prestigious position and commanded the respect of the beastmen, the competition for such a vital resource, especially a female sage, was fierce among various tribes in the Beast King city, as well as among the wandering beastmen. Moreover, Shui Jiao was unaware that the seemingly primitive beast world continent was rife with undercurrents. Conflicts existed among the tribes and the Beast King city. A formidable sage, if lacking the protection of a powerful beastman tribe, faced perilous consequences. After all, not every beastman was pure of heart. There were those who would destroy rather than allow others to possess what they coveted. The development of a tribal city relied not solely on the presence of a sage. Her words elicited reactions from the high-ranking beastmen, including the leaders of the hunting teams, sages, and shamans, particularly the Beast King of the Beast King city. She was finally on the verge of breaking free from the grasp of this barbarian. Following a brief silence, some bewildered beastmen began to cheer enthusiastically in support, further bolstering Shui Jiao's confidence. Odd. With this thought, the city's atmosphere shifted. Upon hearing her, Chen Heng shook his head resolutely. If the Beast King city could acquire a female sage, he would certainly welcome it. But how could he be so sure? What if it were a formidable secretive tribe emerging? After all, some tribes would never divulge their secrets to others. The mightiest tribe on the Bila continent was the Beast King's city. Should a mysterious yet powerful tribe possess such a means, it would not remain isolated. For the layers of high-level magical beasts were limited. To grow stronger, one must hunt magical beasts. Consequently, even in the farthest western regions, encounters with magical beast layers were common. Furthermore, Shui Jiao had ventured into the eastern regions, where she was well acquainted with every corner, yet had never encountered such a tribe. As for the other areas, the north was perpetually cloaked in snow, with most beastmen needing to migrate with the seasons. The west, often beset by natural disasters, would witness entire tribes relocating, movement inevitably left traces. Regarding the south, indeed, it was the most fertile region of the Bailu continent. Characterized by a favorable climate and abundant prey, however, its flat terrain offered little in the way of concealment. Lion Lai's grim countenance, however, brought Xue Jiao a sense of vindictive satisfaction, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this female was somewhat peculiar. All of this did not escape the keen eyes of Sheng Ling, although Chen Heng appeared somewhat uneasy. Therefore, that female could not possibly belong to a mysterious tribe unknown to them. There was some mutual understanding regarding their development. Chen Heng furrowed his brow. If Xue Jiao could lead the beast world toward a brighter future, he would certainly wish to witness such success. Sheng Ling couldn't help but inquire. Chen Heng's words caused a sudden jolt in Sheng Ling's heart. Although interactions among the four regions were infrequent, they were not entirely absent. I just find it strange. That little female doesn't seem like one of ours from the east, yet among the other regions of the Bailu continent, it appears. No beastman knows of these. Sheng Ling, you should keep your distance from that little female. I suspect she may possess some peculiar traits. Maintaining her composure, she glanced at Chen Heng. Moreover, they were still within the ranks of the East City. Not only that, but Xue Jiao also spoke of leading them toward a brighter future. What was happening? Even if this female was somewhat overly confident, the elder sages and tribal leaders within the Beast King's city, along with the rules of the beast world, would surely impart some wisdom to her. Chen Heng nodded. The beast world continent had witnessed instances where beastmen were invaded by malevolent beast spirits, ultimately being vanquished by the high priest and envoys. Sheng Ling's pupils constricted sharply. She was uncertain whether the malevolent beast spirits Chen Heng referred to were mere superstition or something more. A renewed understanding of the Bailu continent compelled her to adopt a more cautious approach. Chapter 60. Defining boundaries. By the time they reached the Beast King city of the Eastern One, 2 days had already passed. During this interval, Xue Jiao had ingeniously prepared meals, garnering immense admiration from the beastmen surrounding her, particularly the high-ranking males from the Eastern One Beast King city. In contrast, the strength of Shilai, when disregarding age, was utterly overshadowed. The Ming Deer tribe had been assigned by Chen Heng to a settlement outside the eastern city, while Sheng Ling was taken back to the Beast King city. However, having witnessed Xue Jiao's prior experiences, Sheng Ling maintained a vigilant demeanor towards Chen Heng. Once Chen Heng had arranged for their sustenance and lodging, night had already fallen. Sheng Ling, the shaman, please rest well. The injury of the elder is not urgent. Throughout their journey, Sheng Ling had inquired about the elder's condition, learning that it was an old injury sustained while combating magical beasts. The center of the room featured a hearth-like area, and against the wall lay a meticulously polished stone bed. Were it not for the high priest's visit, confirming that it was merely a wound, many beastmen would have speculated it was the work of malevolent beasts. As Chen Heng gazed at the items handed to him by Sheng Ling, his once fervent heart plummeted into despair. For once he transformed into beast form, he would endure an excruciating pain radiating from his leg throughout his entire body. He was barely able to maintain his beast form. Yet, before Sheng Ling partook in the meal, he felt compelled to taste it first, wary of any potential issues. Chen Heng suggested Sheng Ling rest, and she did not refuse. Although Sheng Ling may not have favored him, it seems she did not harbor any animosity either. All medicine carries a degree of toxicity. Poison can kill, yet it can also save, depending on the user's intent. The elder had survived, albeit at the cost of a leg. Chen Heng hesitated to allow Sheng Ling to consume too much, fearing Xue Jiao's ulterior motives. Sheng Ling accepted the roasted meat and retrieved a small wooden container filled with powder and pills from her bundle wrapped in animal skins. She believed that their companionship had improved along the journey. Of course, these remedies were not comparable to those refined by skilled alchemists. Sheng Ling assessed the modest stone dwelling assigned to her. Chen Heng noted that the young female seemed to appreciate the soup dishes. However, did the presence of the medicine imply that she wished to establish a boundary with him? The stone bed was layered with several thick animal skins. Occasionally, the pain would overwhelm her, leading to moments of irrationality. Their journey, largely influenced by Xue Jiao, had consisted of numerous soup dishes. Thank you for your care along the way. However, once I am settled tomorrow, I will hunt for myself. I appreciate your assistance this long. These medicines are what I prepared during our travels. They will be useful for common ailments such as fever, stomach aches, and coughs. Please accept them. Though we cannot yet be companions, I hope we can be friends. Sheng Ling, the shaman, we have just arrived at the Beast King city. Tonight we shall feast on roasted meat. Tomorrow, I will hunt and return with more to cook. When Chen Heng returned to the stone dwelling, he bore several skewers of roasted meat. Throughout their journey, having taken precautions, she had seized the opportunity to gather various poisonous substances. The stone house was quite simple yet spacious. He felt a pang of sorrow, questioning if he was truly so unwelcomed, merely because of his appearance. Chen Heng's grip tightened, cracking under the pressure. Sheng Ling sensed a dangerous aura, her muscles tensing as she entered a state of alertness. Chapter 61. Explanation. Once again sensing the vigilance emanating from the young female, Chen Heng's heart sank further into despair. Am I truly so detestable to you, Sheng Ling? He mustered the courage to ask, his gaze fixed intently upon her. For many years, he had endured disdain from females for his perceived ugliness and ridicule from males. He had grown accustomed to such treatment, believing he could no longer feel pain. Yet now, this ache was unbearable. Is appearance truly so paramount? He pondered, his fingers brushing against his face, the unsightly scar that, despite being partially concealed by hair, had never faded. The uneven texture served as a constant reminder that his feelings had perhaps been one-sided all along. The young female had never cared for him. Now, upon arriving at Beast King City, she seemed eager to distance herself from him. Sheng Ling was no different. Her animalistic instincts drew her to beauty. Yet her rational mind delineated her boundaries and principles. If she lacked the means to protect herself, such considerations would be moot. However, possessing strength afforded her the luxury of choice. Upon hearing Qin Hang's words, Sheng Ling furrowed her brow. The future was uncertain for them both. If her identity were to be revealed one day, and she found herself unable to safeguard her own well-being, would her partner possess the courage to face the ostracism and peril of the beast realm alongside her? If so, that would indeed be her fortune. Shall one's values merely follow their appearance? She mused. Regrettably, she could not acquiesce to such a notion. In the fleeting moment, when Qin Hang's gaze lifted, Sheng Ling sensed something stirring within him. After a brief silence, the telegraph machine erupted in an excited shriek. Friendship is acceptable, but beyond that? Appearance? Yet, she was acutely aware that now was not the time. The sudden outburst from the telegraph nearly startled her into breathlessness. Once she had silenced the machine, she regarded Qin Hang earnestly. However, after enduring the apocalypse, she had long since shed her naivety and innocence. Human interactions, especially between the sexes, invariably began with a focus on appearance. Qin Hang, I do not harbor any dislike towards you. I offer you the medicinal herbs simply to avoid being indebted. If we continue to interact as we have during this time, you may extend your assistance to me, and I shall reciprocate to the best of my abilities. I believe we can remain friends. She acknowledged the universal human inclination towards beauty, which certainly included physical appearance. Master, I told you Qin Hang is a gay. Just look at the way he gazes at you. Is that a pure gaze? Master, go for it. Sheng Ling bluntly stated her intentions. Since she had resolved from the outset to eschew romantic entanglements, and given that she felt no stirring emotions, she had no intention of leading Qin Hang on. Of course, should she gain the power to protect herself and encounter someone who did captivate her heart, she would not shy away. I do not dislike you. Yet, this was merely an instinctive appreciation for beauty. Only when one is captured in others' eye does the opportunity arise to delve deeper into character and virtue. She did not wish to be a mere vine. Even with a partner, she aspired to create a sanctuary for him during his times of weariness. She endeavored to strengthen herself, not solely for her own sake, but for their future, so that when facing the stark realities of life and death, they would not succumb to the most fundamental of challenges. The flicker of hope that had just ignited within Qin Hang began to wane. He understood Sheng Ling's words all too well. Chapter 62. Affection. The young female harbored no ulterior motives towards him. She treated him merely as a friend. This was, without a doubt, a far better situation than he had previously imagined, for they could still maintain their friendship. Yet, Qin Hang could not help but wear a bitter smile. I understand, he thought. After making arrangements for Sheng Ling, Qin Hang refrained from lingering in her quarters, which, in turn, allowed Sheng Ling to exhale in relief. The nights in Beast King City were vibrant and lively, with its vast expanse featuring several bonfire squares set in various directions. As dusk fell, the only entertainment in this beastly realm was the bonfire gathering. With the intent of gathering information, Sheng Ling wandered around the festivities. Upon discovering the lack of any useful news, she returned to her stone dwelling. However, it must be noted that he did not possess any profound affection for Sheng Ling at that moment. Initially, he refrained from confessing his feelings, fearing her rejection. Now, he felt even less inclined to reveal them. She had not soaked for long, as she had been employing cleansing spells throughout their journey. Upon arriving in this primal land, although it was somewhat rudimentary, it was nonetheless rich in resources. The robe, though comfortable to wear, was tightly fitted underneath. Given her exquisite figure, prolonged constriction was somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, at what point did he begin to find himself increasingly drawn to her? In the realm of the end spirits, due to a lack of resources, she often relied on her cleansing spells to maintain her hygiene. What he had not disclosed to Sheng Ling was that the stone dwelling she slept in was, in fact, his resting place within Beast King City. As she settled into the wooden tub filled with warm water, enveloped in its embrace, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Under the moonlight, the young female nearly bewitched him into a state of thoughtlessness. However, recalling the acute sense of smell possessed by the beastmen, Sheng Ling placed a jar of unpleasant herbs around the bath to mask her scent. Qin Hang spent the night awake, wary of drawing too close to her stone dwelling, instead transforming into a tiger and guarding from a distance. The moment he removed his robe, Sheng Ling let out a soft sigh of relief. What had begun as mere recognition evolved into curiosity, an appreciation for the beauty of the female, and a thrill of excitement at having uncovered this secret. Only the crackling sound of the bonfire in the center of the stone dwelling remained. To avoid attracting the attention of prying eyes, she maintained a facade of disarray. After tidying up, she kindled a fire and boiled a pot of water. He admitted to harboring selfish desires, yearning to draw closer to Sheng Ling. as he cherished the days spent in her company. Naturally, Sheng Ling would not deprive herself of comforts. As midnight approached, the commotion outside gradually subsided. After securing the door to her stone dwelling, she prepared to bathe. Yet, she remained vigilant, her senses sweeping the area to guard against any beastmen intruding. Once she had composed herself, Sheng Ling retrieved a set of comfortable sleepwear from her space, donning it before settling onto the animal hide for rest. From the moment he encountered her, he recognized her intelligence and began to take note of her. As time passed, he unearthed her true identity. His gaze could not help but linger upon her, thoughts of her visage and voice replaying in his mind. Perhaps it was her unassuming demeanor that made him feel treated as an equal, or perhaps it was her cleverness that captivated him, or maybe it was her every action. Chen Hang rested his large head upon the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the stone dwelling. He had no regrets about allowing Sheng Ling to reside there. For within Beast King City, aside from stone houses, there existed primarily wooden cabins and grass tents. Chapter 63. The inappropriateness of foraging for wild vegetables. The wooden cabins and grass tents are far less comfortable and warm compared to stone houses. As the rainy season approaches, the temperature begins to drop, and at night, the small, hairless female is susceptible to illness without the warmth provided by the male. Chun Hung closed his eyes, trying to quell his wandering thoughts. He resolved to regard Sheng Ling as a friend, and as a male, it is his duty to protect the female. He must not allow Sheng Ling to suffer from the cold. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, before the other beastmen rose, Chen Hang stealthily left the Beast King City to hunt. He wished to keep his absence from the stone house a secret. Fearful of both Sheng Ling and the potential judgments of other beastmen regarding her, he was conflicted. However, even a precious female like Sheng Ling was assigned to a relatively spacious wooden cabin. This was indeed a top-tier arrangement. Sighing, Sheng Ling sought information about her surroundings and soon learned that the large and spacious stone house she inhabited belonged to Chen Hong. The telegraph machine could not help but feel a tinge of mischief. Nevertheless, despite Chen Heng's swift comings and goings, the early rising Sheng Ling noticed something amiss. He was quite unambiguous in encouraging his master to pursue romance. Such a pure-hearted individual seemed well-suited to become a heartless cultivator. Yet, having once endured the hardships of the spiritless continent, living without love or offspring was also a viable option. The quantity and quality of crystals dictated the allocation of housing. As for the male beastmen recruited, barring the exceptionally powerful, most were assigned free tents. Sheng Ling had even taken the time to stroll near the female quarters of those who entered East City alongside her. Comparing the stone house to the surrounding wooden cabins and tents, it was evident that the stone house stood out remarkably, having followed Sheng Ling for many years. The telegraph machine recognized her intelligence and restraint. At night, visibility was poor, but during the day, she began to discern the discrepancies around her. Unbeknownst to her, most males entering the Beast King City were required to pay with crystals, except for those who were specifically recruited. That place was entirely allocated by the Beast King City. Last night, she had presumed that her assignment was the same as those of the other males. But now, why not indulge in a passionate romance? Embrace the experience and become a love-struck heroine with a harem? TSK. Master, you truly are heartless. Last night, in the frigid cold, that great tiger lay not far away, watching without a shelter. As dawn broke, he exited the city. She surmised he must have gone hunting. Such splendid treatment. This was undoubtedly the privilege of a heroine. Master, why not yield to him? If that great tiger truly cannot resist, you could procure a stick to serve as a mere prop. When night falls and the lights are out, oh no, in the pitch darkness, who would know? In truth, her master harbored little worldly desire. Regardless, her master was well acquainted with numerous plants, and with an abundance of wild vegetables and spiritual energy available for cultivation. She would surely not descend to the level of merely foraging for wild greens. Romantic notions equating to foraging for wild vegetables? This does not hold true for her master. Sheng Ling perceived the telegraph machine's thoughts and could not help but feel speechless. Thank you for always considering me. The telegraph machine sensed Sheng Ling's sarcasm, but shamelessly replied. No need for thanks. It is my duty to serve you. If you feel indebted, do take me along to experience more, be it a live broadcast. Even if it's a bit bland, I would not mind at all. After all, treasures within the space diminish with each book read. If they truly intended to remain in this world for a lifetime, what would become of its spiritual sustenance? Chapter 64. Sympathy regardless of the circumstances. Sheng Ling resolved to engage in a thorough discussion with Chen Hang upon his return. It was quite unreasonable for her to reject Chen Hang while simultaneously indulging in his services and occupying his quarters. Today, Chen Hang's enthusiasm for the hunt was notably subdued. He harbored a pent-up frustration that he could not articulate to Sheng Ling, thus unleashing his ire upon his prey. Consequently, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of the hunted. Various wild beasts and magical creatures fled in terror, bewildered by the frenzied behavior of the formidable tiger. Meanwhile, the hunting party that ventured out later was also aware of the commotion. Captain Luaji inquired, "Is that the voice of Lord Chen Hang?" Although Chen Hang had not accompanied them on the hunt today, the group had formed an orderly team to pursue their quarry. After all, relying solely on Chen Hang would render them mere dependents. Additionally, The team comprised several high-tier beastmen, predominantly 4th tier, with a handful of 5th tier, alongside a few 2nd to 3rd tier beastmen, intended to learn the art of hunting. Could it be that Lord Sheng in the Beast King City? Or perhaps here in the East is simply unappealing to females? As time went by, Sheng grew stronger, however. His striking appearance and cold demeanor failed to garner the affection of the opposite sex. Eventually, he became even more aloof, displaying indifference even towards females. Following his disfigurement, Sheng found himself engulfed in a profoundly dark period. Yet, at present, the situation appeared rather different. What could have transpired with Lord Sheng? Sighing, one of the beastmen remarked, "Though Lord Sheng's condition is concerning, we brothers also seek partners. Perhaps we should devise a way to find him a companion?" The notion of female disdain and male contempt lingered in the air. It was true that there had been females who once admired him, but that was before his disfigurement. The other beastmen exchanged glances, contemplating, perhaps we should engage more discreetly, setting aside time daily to accompany him. He seems to be in a rather dismal mood. Luoji found himself at a loss, having recently spent much of his time in the company of Xuanjiao, thus neglecting Lord Sheng. Initially, they had assumed Sheng's absence was merely a desire to refrain from hunting. However, there was a sinister thought lurking in the back of their minds, that Sheng Ling sought to manipulate Sheng, even harboring malicious intent to provoke him into confronting high-tier magical beasts, leading to his demise. Suddenly, Luoji felt a pang of sympathy for Sheng. Clearing his throat, he shared his thoughts with the assembled beastmen, which prompted a brief silence. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. After all, Sheng's prowess could attract the attention of ill-intentioned females. Luoji believed this to be quite plausible, as it was indeed a fact that Sheng was not favored by females. Over the years, the brothers had gradually found their partners, leaving only Sheng alone. Could it be that their preoccupation with females had inadvertently cast Sheng into a state of melancholy, dissuading him from joining their hunts? A collective sigh resonated among the beastmen. An elder beastman could not contain his exasperation. Furthermore, there was a female who had harbored designs on Sheng, and just when they thought he might finally find companionship, they were unexpectedly confronted with her intentions. The beastmen nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to the hunting Sheng, as he finally released his pent-up emotions, he noticed the devastation surrounding him. Trees lay toppled in disarray. He collected the finest of his catch, stowing the rest into his beast skin pouch. Chapter 65. Treating wounds. Sheng gazed at the prey in his hands, a sudden pause overtaking him. His body was indeed quite honest. Despite the small female's clear aversion to him, he felt a mix of sorrow and anger within. While it was his duty as a male to care for the female, he could have simply offered her whatever edible game he could procure. Yet, his body betrayed him with the most sincere of reactions. During this hunt, he pondered many things from the past to the present. He even resolved that since Sheng Ling did not harbor feelings for him, he would take his leave. It was no great loss, after all. He had survived similarly in the past, hadn't he? There was no reason he could not continue to live. Being alone had its merits. He could do as he pleased. However, Sheng had always portrayed an image of strength in her presence, and she had seldom seen him vulnerable. This petite female seemed to wait for him at home. Sheng quickly dismissed the thought. Yet now, as he looked at the few pieces of prey in his grasp, he felt an overwhelming urge to bite himself. With soft hands resting upon him, Sheng became instantly rigid. As soon as he appeared, Sheng Ling noticed him. She sat within the stone chamber, tending to her herbs. "Little Sheng Ling the healer, my wounds are nothing to worry about. Your herbs are far too precious. Do not waste them on me." All his senses focused on the point where their bodies met. "Come here." He feared that if he hesitated, Sheng Ling might again develop a dislike for him. The inhabitants of the in-spirit continent were primarily those who fought desperately for survival. Sheng found himself frozen once more. Bang! Sheng Ling seized a jar of medicinal powder from beside the stone bed. "Lie down. Lie down." She lifted her gaze to the approaching tiger. With a sigh of resignation, she reflected on her past struggles on the in-spirit continent, where she had tirelessly fought to avoid harm and prevent becoming a burden in battles, even in her own imagination. Every encounter with Sheng Ling seemed to diminish his intellect. Home. If only it could be true, how wonderful that would be. The prey and the great tiger lay down together, stirring dust and leaving a small stain of blood on the ground. Sheng slowed his breath, wishing to prolong this moment. He had endured far worse injuries and had overcome them. He quickly gathered a few fruits and advanced swiftly toward Beast King City. His body reacted instinctively, following Sheng Ling into the stone chamber. Thanks to Shui Jiao's efforts, the Beast King City was bustling with female beast folk engaging in various activities, alleviating many of her troubles. Sheng Ling understood the dangers inherent in hunting within the beast world. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the blood and various wounds adorning the great tiger's body. Sheng hurried back to his stone chamber, and upon seeing the female tending herbs at the door, his steps involuntarily slowed. Sheng's ears twitched. Sunlight enveloped Sheng Ling, casting a radiant glow upon her. Her beauty rivaled that of the mermen, peacocks, and fox clans. She truly despised seeing others neglect their own bodies, for she cherished that fragile and insignificant life. When she placed the herbs she had painstakingly gathered upon his wounds, he glanced at the sky, realizing it was time for her to rise. If she delayed any longer, she would go hungry. During this time, she had collected a considerable amount of herbs and spices. As Sheng Ling attempted to stand, she gently patted his hand. Sheng Ling's fingers twitched slightly, a sensation of mild itchiness coursing through her. The presence of another female meant additional considerations for her, worrying for her, missing her, protecting her. Sheng Ling hesitated for a moment. To love someone is to tread carefully. There is no waste. Herbs are meant for healing. Though her voice remained steady and unperturbed, her movements were remarkably delicate. Chen Hang felt a pang of bittersweet emotion swelling within him, his eyes growing warm. The great tiger buried his head in his forepaws. Chapter 66, Cooking. He did not wish for the little female to discover his disarray. After Sheng Ling attended to Chen Hang's wounds, she put away the medicinal jar. Tearing a small piece from the hem of her robe and combining it with animal hide for bandaging, the great tiger, now bandaged, attempted to rise and offer Sheng Ling roasted meat, only to find that the injured area rendered him quite immobile. He contemplated transforming back into human form, but feared damaging the bindings that Sheng Ling had secured to him. The entire tiger was ensnared in a dilemma. Observing him glancing frequently towards the door, Sheng Ling seemed to grasp his thoughts. Stay put. I shall prepare the meal today. Chen Hang was about to protest. For how could he allow the little female to undertake such tasks? She needed only to wait, yet upon meeting Sheng Ling's resolute gaze, he resignedly settled down. However, his eyes followed her every movement. He was well aware that the contents of those jars were Sheng Ling's herbs. As Sheng Ling cleaned the prey, she retrieved her various jars and containers. He feared that she might waste food. Although, with her capabilities, it was unlikely she would fail to procure provisions. Respect for food was intrinsically linked to reverence for life. Sheng Ling's hands paused momentarily as she realized Chen Hang's misunderstanding and began to clarify. Her method of preparing the prey was both efficient and skillful. Watching Sheng Ling's adept motions, Chen Hang's mind momentarily wandered. Edible plants came to his thoughts. Particularly the recent innovations brought forth by that female, Shuejiao. Why must roasted meat now incorporate such ingredients? Sheng Ling, the healer, my wound shall indeed heal swiftly, and since you have already applied the medicine, there is no need for further medication, correct? Besides, that Shuejiao only added a couple of plants. While you seem poised to undertake something grand, these were not mere medicinal powders, they were edible plants. He had never witnessed Sheng Ling engage with such items and instinctively felt that the final flavor might not be particularly delightful. As he observed, a sense of awkwardness began to settle in. Sheng Ling lifted several pieces of prey from the ground, fully aware of the voracious appetites of beastmen. Chen Hang hesitated to interrupt her, fearing to upset her mood. The little female must have often dealt with such matters. Yet which tribe would permit a cherished and protected little female to undertake such tasks? However, the aroma alone was enough to astonish him. Yet, Sheng Ling appeared thoroughly engrossed at that moment. Fortunately, her current cultivation granted her strength beyond that of an ordinary female. He had tasted those items before and admitted that while they were quite palatable at first, the subsequent attempts by beastmen often produced less than satisfactory results. He resolved that, regardless of how unpalatable Sheng Ling's cooking might turn out, he would consume it all. At worst, he would simply gulp it down without chewing. Surely, it wouldn't be inedible? Yet, recalling the bitter concoctions once drunk by the Minglu tribe's healer, those too required no chewing. Sheng Ling's culinary skills were not particularly exceptional, but she was capable of preparing a variety of dishes. After all, her intellect remained intact, her vision acute, and her sense of taste undiminished, ensuring she would not mistake sugar for salt. For the meat, she prepared two simple styles. One was stewed, the other braised. The sugar was derived from the sweet fruit of the beast world. While not as authentic as white or rock sugar, it was adequate for use. Chapter 67. Tension. After completing her task, she decided to sample her creation. During this period, she had secretly refined a small portion of salt. The orcs predominantly used mineral-rich salt, while the females often relied on salt exchanged from the sea folk, though the exchange rates with the sea tribe were notoriously steep. Thus, these commodities were deemed precious resources. If the wild boar meat was not properly prepared, it would carry a strong gamey odor, resulting in a considerable waste of her ginger and garlic. Moreover, due to the wild boar's vigorous activity and muscular build, the meat was rather tough and required a longer cooking time. Seated nearby, Chen Hang was captivated by the intriguing aroma wafting from the pot. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the meat simmering within. Yet, the scent was undeniably far more pleasant than that of medicinal herbs. It appeared to be quite fragrant indeed. With a deft twist of her waist, Sheng Ling utilized the strength beneath her feet. This simply wouldn't do. What if it turned out unpalatable? What if the herbs and meat together proved toxic? What then? Surrounded by male pheromones, Chen Hang, bare-chested, felt the tension as he confined Sheng Ling. With a clever maneuver, she broke free from his grasp. Compared to the somewhat monotonous roasted meat, this dish seemed exquisite. Seeing Sheng Ling consume the meat, Chen Hang's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, Sheng Ling, the shaman. Spit it out quickly. He was anxious, eager to take her to the shaman. Should Sheng Ling fall ill from poisoning, he feared he would be unable to react in time, and it would be prudent to seek another healer's counsel. Disregarding all else, he transformed into his human form, abruptly enveloping Sheng Ling in his arms. his hands reaching towards her mouth to pry out the meat. The great tiger's nose could not resist the temptation, inhaling deeply, tilting his head in curiosity, and soon nuzzling against Sheng Ling's side, his moist nose twitching slightly. Sheng Ling, what if that meat cannot be cooked with the herbs? What if you suffer harm alone, should something go awry? At that moment, Chen Hang was fraught with anxiety, fearing Sheng Ling might become irate before him. Sheng Ling frowned, attempting to push Chen Hang away. Yet, before she could contemplate her next move, she pinched a piece of meat, gently blew on it, and placed it in her mouth. Upon hearing his words, the irritation within Sheng Ling gradually subsided. She was uncertain whether Chen Hang had acted in such a manner, but the mere thought of that possibility made it impossible for her to allow that large hand to venture towards her mouth. He had witnessed orcs behave shamelessly, picking their noses and scratching their bodies. Some even indulged in their primal instincts, grooming their fur while attending to their intimate hygiene. Feeling slightly queasy and discontent, she contemplated spitting out the braised meat, yet the thought of its value compelled her to maintain a stoic demeanor and consume it. Chen Hang's pupils dilated in shock. This meat bore no poison. After a few attempts to push him away, he was about to reach for his own mouth. The braised meat, while not rivaling the creations of a true chef, was far from inedible. Sheng Ling was startled by Chen Hang's sudden approach, possessing spiritual roots and divine awareness. She was meticulous even with familiar plants during harvesting and usage. After all, who could ascertain whether environmental factors, temperature, or soil might have influenced the plants, leading to potential mutations? It was only when the wood spirit energy had not detected any toxins within the plant that she felt assured enough to utilize it. Thus, her confidence flourished. Chapter 68. Delectable meat, however, these were matters known only to her. The great tiger, Chen Hong, remained oblivious. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, although he harbored some skepticism, he dared not pry further into her secrets. Moments earlier, he had distinctly sensed her displeasure. Though anxiety gripped his heart, he maintained his composure, observing her every move to preempt any sign of distress, ready to react at the first indication. Yet, as time passed, Sheng Ling appeared perfectly fine, prompting a subtle sigh of relief from Chen Hong, though he remained vigilant. Half an hour drifted by, and the meat in the pot was nearing overcooking. Sheng Ling fixed her gaze on Chen Hong. I told you I'm fine. Can you trust me now? Chen Hong, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered his head. I believe you now. I apologize. This is truly delicious, far superior to that dish made by Xuejiao. Yet, Sheng Ling, the clever little female, had managed to create such exquisite food merely by observing a few times from afar. It is worth noting that not only Sheng Ling was watching. Numerous male beastmen and a handful of females had also been present. The food basin was quite large, sufficient to conceal a tiger's face. Suddenly, an idea struck Sheng Ling, and she feigned indifference. I was mistaken about the little female. This morning, I took a stroll nearby and noticed many beastmen around. The wooden cabins are beautifully decorated. Lord Chen Hong, may I stay in one of those cabins? I can exchange crystals or medicinal herbs. If Chen Hong were merely a great tiger and not a beastman, perhaps she could invite him to join her in solitude. Regrettably, he was not just any beastman, but a male one. However, even in this season of abundant prey, the dark dishes prepared by those beastmen remained confined to their own appetites. Chen Hong paused momentarily, his mouth agape as he gazed at the meat in the basin. Yet, Chen Hong believed that none of their culinary creations could rival Sheng Ling's. The male beastman buried his face in the bowl, devouring the food with fervor. It is crucial to understand that it was only in times of plenty that they dared waste food in such a manner, in the scarcity of the cold season. Any hint of excess would surely result in punishment. Were it not for his thick fur, he would undoubtedly have attracted the little female's attention. His gaze returned to the meat, and his mouth widened once more. This time, Chen Hang refrained from idle chatter as Sheng Ling filled a stone bowl for herself and ladled the remainder into his basin. The sounds of his gluttonous eating abruptly ceased, prompting Sheng Ling to glance sideways, meeting Chen Hong's shining eyes. Her ears twitched, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Observing the tiger devouring his meal, Sheng Ling felt an odd sense of having fed a pig. Naturally, whatever the female prepared was reserved for her partner or suitors, some even concocting dishes that were quite unpalatable. His voice carried a muffled tone, but Sheng Ling paid it no mind, urging him to share in the feast. She had already realized that her medicinal herbs could be exchanged for crystals. Furthermore, with her current status as a healer, she knew that beastmen would readily assist her if she asked, eager to build rapport and gain favors. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, Chen Hong suddenly comprehended the implications. The wooden cabins, while visually appealing, were stifling in the dry season, plagued by mosquitoes. During the rainy season, they often leaked, and prolonged rains brought unpleasant odors. In the cold season, they were frigid, allowing drafts to seep in. In contrast, the stone house offered warmth, protection from the sun and rain, and was durable against the elements. Chapter 69. Grandfather Musu Sheng Ling gazed intently at Chen Hang. However, I find those wooden houses quite agreeable. I even spotted several adorned with fresh flowers. Moreover, as you are aware, once I have healed your esteemed predecessor, I shall be departing from Beast King City. Hence my stay here will not be prolonged. Regardless of their sturdiness, those wooden houses should not deteriorate within such a brief span of time. Yet, It appeared that Chen Hang was oblivious to the latter part of Sheng Ling's words, as his voice suddenly escalated. What wooden houses filled with flowers? Realization dawned upon Chen Hang. Those floral-laden abodes were merely the efforts of certain male beastmen attempting to attract mates, particularly those from the peacock tribe, who were known for their incessant endeavors in such pursuits. He consumed the meat in his bowl with a few bites, seated before Sheng Ling, and cautiously spoke. Sheng Ling. The wooden house filled with flowers is predominantly occupied by frail males attempting to please females by enticing them with those blossoms. Do you have an affinity for them? Chen Hang's inquiry was tinged with trepidation. Although he felt somewhat ignoble at that moment, he truly wished for Sheng Ling to remain. Even if she harbored no affection for him, at least he could still behold her presence within his line of sight. With a hint of resignation, Sheng Ling replied, "This house is yours." "That is splendid. Truly splendid." He observed Chen Hang's eyes light up momentarily. "Let us proceed, Grandfather Musu." A smile graced his lips. Yet Musu's emaciated figure rendered his smile almost skeletal. As he smiled, the creases on his face seemed to converge, casting a pallid hue that rendered him somewhat ghastly. Creak. Chen Hang seemingly reverted to his former aloof and unapproachable demeanor. "Grandfather Musu, the recent sacrificial ceremony proceeded exceptionally well." When they halted before a somewhat dilapidated wooden house, Chen Hang's mind raced with turmoil. Did she truly detest him so, yearning to distance herself? Anger surged within him once more as he silently observed Sheng Ling for a moment, ultimately saying nothing. After tidying the pots and pans, he paused at the entrance of the stone house. Leading the way, he walked ahead with Sheng Ling trailing behind. Chen Hang called out a few times into the wooden house before sounds emanated from within. Just as he intended to say more, his lips fell silent. He realized that Sheng Ling was not seeking to reside in any wooden house. Rather, it was simply because this particular dwelling belonged to him. The following morning, Chen Hang prepared roasted meat and placed it outside Sheng Ling's abode. Only after she had finished her meal did he make his appearance. Musu was indeed the esteemed predecessor Chen Hang had referenced. "Lady Sheng Ling, I have further requests for your assistance. Rest assured, residing in this house incurs no cost. Consider it one of my expressions of gratitude. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to meet that esteemed elder." "Chen Hang, you have returned? Was the sacrificial ceremony successful this time?" Without waiting for Sheng Ling to decline, he hastily departed. Chen Hang's previously austere visage softened considerably. Indeed, matters of the heart are the most intricate of troubles. Sheng Ling exhaled, gazing at the flickering flames. The dilapidated wooden door creaked open from within, revealing an aged countenance to the two. Musu's gaze fell upon Sheng Ling beside Chen Hang. And who might this be? Over the years, Chen Hang would occasionally visit him, but seldom brought friends along. This is Sheng Ling, the healer. Chapter 70. The Wound. Upon hearing the term shaman, Musu was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, Chen Hang had introduced him to numerous shamans, ranging from those in the eastern city to others from 2 different towns, and even some formidable shamans from various tribes and regions. Yet, despite all this, his leg remained unchanged. He had tried countless remedies and consumed numerous potions, but the outcome was always the same. At best, he experienced a fleeting sense of healing during the treatment, only for the wound to begin rotting again afterward, and even more severely than before. After several attempts, he ultimately surrendered to despair. In recent times, the number of shamans brought by Chen Hang had dwindled. Both understood that his condition had reached an impasse. However, today, Chen Hang had introduced yet another shaman, who appeared remarkably youthful. It was not that Musu doubted Sheng Ling's medical prowess, but he had never encountered such a young and formidable shaman before. At Sheng Ling's age, most shamans were still mere apprentices. Seated on a wooden stump, Musu watched as Chen Hang crouched down and gently lifted his pant leg. Aside from the areas where he slept and lived, the rest of the space was occupied by some beast skins and tools. The room was quite tidy, as Musu had organized it well. Indeed, most orc dwellings were sparsely furnished, often feeling quite empty. Unlike other male orcs, Musu wore leather trousers instead of a skirt. Musu had survived, thanks to his originally formidable strength and the medications prescribed by some shamans, which barely sustained him. Many shamans were powerless against ordinary toxins, let alone the venom of magical beasts. Nevertheless, Sheng Ling remained composed, examining the wound that festered from Musu's ankle to his knee. As his hand explored the injury, Musu's remarkable patience was tested, and he couldn't help but gasp as Sheng Ling's fingers gently brushed against the wound. The injury was grotesque, its origin unrecognizable. However, from Chen Hang's account, Sheng Ling learned that Musu had once been the captain of the hunting team in Beast King City, a position of considerable prowess. Only to be grievously injured by a magical beast in an act of heroism, the creature's poison exacerbating his plight. A glimmer of amusement crossed Sheng Ling's eyes as they fell upon the wooden stumps. Musu offered a light-hearted explanation. Adorned with transparent gloves, Sheng Ling unveiled his hands. And the moment he did, a putrid odor wafted through the air. Both Chen Hang and Musu exchanged concerned glances toward Sheng Ling. Orcs, too, were not exempt from such afflictions. Yet, at times, existence felt more torturous than death itself. "Come in," Musu urged, recognizing Chen Hang's goodwill. His expression softened by a gentle smile. However, the leather trousers he wore felt stifling, reeking of the foul and acrid scent that was exceedingly unpleasant. Sheng Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Musu, I shall examine your injured leg, he declared. Male orcs possessed keen senses, and naturally, a cultivator's sense of smell surpassed that of ordinary females. Very well, Musu replied, acutely aware that his leg had become increasingly cumbersome over the years, making it more convenient to sit atop the stump. The advent of tools and inventions symbolized humanity's needs. The two followed Musu into the wooden cabin. Inside, the space mirrored the sparse furnishings, yet he had added several items resembling tables and stools, all crafted from wooden stumps. Throughout the process, Musu's face turned pale from the pain, yet he did not call for it to cease. After a while, Sheng Ling withdrew his hands, frowning with a serious demeanor. In contrast, Musu remained remarkably composed, offering words of comfort to both men. It's all right. Even if it cannot be healed, it matters not. I have grown accustomed to it. Chapter 71. The beast god's messenger Chun Hang felt a pang of discomfort within. Sheng Ling washed his hands with clean water, contemplating for a moment before speaking. To treat Uncle Musu's injury, it is not merely the broken bones and decaying flesh that matter. Rather, a portion of the beast's power still lingers within. Therefore, when you apply medicinal herbs for treatment, the two forces will either merge or repel each other. Initially, the potency of the herbs prevails, which is why you may feel an improvement in your condition. However, once that power acclimates to the medicinal effects, it will surge again. With each repetition, the injury becomes increasingly dire, and the hope for future treatment diminishes. Sheng Ling endeavored to explain this in a manner that was comprehensible. Essentially, the presence of that power within Musu's body is incompatible with his original vitality and flesh. As the medicinal force is introduced over time, it creates an antigen antibody-like existence. Both orcs were not foolish and grasped the majority of this explanation. Musu gazed at his leg, which was marred with a dark purple hue. They all assumed it was merely toxin, unaware that it was the power of the beast. Yet, Chen Hang remained obstinate. The two exchanged surprised glances. It was not that they had overlooked this aspect. Rather, the power of beasts typically does not persist within orc bodies. Sheng Ling deftly avoided Chun Hang's kneeling gesture. The role of a follower beast is a unique profession within the beast realm. As Sheng Ling prepared the medicine, he continued, not forgetting how Musu had once cared for him and later saved his life. Sheng Ling, the shaman, since you can discern the nature of the ailment, do you possess a remedy? If you can heal Uncle Musu, I, Chen Hang, am willing to follow you. This was a proposition slightly more dignified than that of a slave in the beast world. Should he be unable to be Sheng Ling's partner, becoming her follower beast was a prospect he would accept. In truth, every act of healing carries inherent risk, whether great or small. However, there are exceptions, and Musu is that exception. Chen Hang, what are you doing? Get up. If Sheng Ling can heal my leg, the debt should be mine to repay. And it is of no concern to you. Such a stance lacked dignity. If anything were to happen to Sheng Ling, or if she were to perish, Chen Hang would be unable to survive alone. With a stoic expression, he retrieved some medicine from his bag. Not to mention, the force within Uncle Musu's leg was formidable, and with her current abilities, acting recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. It was akin to being a servant in a feudal dynasty. I have discerned the nature of Uncle Musu's ailment, but I am only responsible for the treatment. The energy within him is beyond my capabilities. Additionally, some follower beasts are often looked down upon by many orcs. Moreover, saving Musu carries a significant risk of exposing my identity. However, I do have a proposal. Should you wish to attempt it, you may proceed. There is a potential success rate of threefold. Sheng Ling held a threefold certainty, yet the associated risks were considerable. Chen Hang's eyes gradually brightened. Sheng Ling remained composed, refraining from claiming he could definitively heal Musu. Chen Hang, kneeling on the ground, startled Musu. The glimmer in both Chen Hang's and Musu's eyes gradually faded. For them, having a plan equated to hope, especially one with a threefold chance. It should be noted that the healing rate for injuries in the beast realm is exceedingly low. Thus, threefold was already a commendable possibility. Perhaps you could seek out the beast goddess messenger. They possess the power bestowed by the beast god. If they can expel the beast's force from Uncle Musu's body, I would have a 60% chance of healing his leg. Chapter 72. The eyes of the two individuals gleamed in unison. How had they not considered this before? They could harness the power of the beast god envoy. No. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they initially believed the effects were merely due to toxins, when in fact, it was the might of the magical beasts that was at play. Chun Hung nodded in agreement. There is a beast god envoy in the East One City. I shall go and seek him out. Musu was also filled with excitement, having once thought that hope was lost. He found his spirits lifted upon hearing Sheng Ling's words. Observing their expressions, Sheng Ling chose to articulate her thoughts clearly. Chen Hing had taken some time, and as the two became flushed with excitement, they managed to calm down slightly upon hearing Sheng Ling's remarks. Chun Hung was a man of action. When he said he would seek the beast god envoy, he meant it earnestly. He could discern Sheng Ling's sincerity in addressing his injuries. Every form of healing carries inherent risks, and there is no guarantee of absolute success. Musu glanced at the sun outside before he began to explain. The transactions formed through assistance could indeed foster better developments in this regard. Taking a deep breath, Musu regarded Sheng Ling with solemnity. He was astonished by her remarkable medical skills and composed demeanor at such a young age. Moreover, in certain respects, they had performed admirably, be it the glories of the past or the uncertainties of the future. Sheng Ling could not help but reminisce about the time when she stitched wounds for the Silver Deer tribe as shaman, aided by the strand of merman hair that Qin Hung had provided her. Moreover, supplying food and the necessities for the shaman could be considered a win-win situation. Thank you, Sheng Ling the shaman. Regardless of the outcome, my gratitude remains. For instance, the respect for the inheritance of knowledge. There are 5 beast god envoys in East One City, 2 elderly envoys who rarely venture out and are seldom seen, a middle-aged envoy from the Fox tribe, who currently assists the Beast King in managing East One Beast King City, and 2 younger envoys. One from the Southern Domain's Merman tribe and another from the Silver Wolf tribe. Qin Hung had some acquaintance with the Merman envoy, Lan Yin, so he likely went to seek him out. After all, if a shaman dedicates themselves solely to the study of medicine, their combat prowess may fall short compared to other male beastmen. Musu expressed his gratitude once more. He continued speaking, and after he departed, Sheng Ling engaged in conversation with Musu, outlining some important matters to heed. Even though she had not previously been an alchemist or a doctor, she now took her role as a healer seriously. Thank you, Sheng Ling the shaman. There is no need for thanks. You're my patient now, and I shall do my utmost. However, since she was indeed a shaman now, she would commit herself entirely to her duties. On the Beastman continent, a somewhat vague economic trading system had already taken shape. It was a matter of relying on her own spiritual power and endeavors to establish herself in this beastly world. She had always adhered to the principle of fulfilling the duties that corresponded to her current status. Lan Yin was a remarkably gifted envoy among the beast god envoys. His father was one of the leaders of the hunting team in East One Beast King City, and after leaving the southern Merman seas, he had come to East One Beast King City. However, seeking the envoy's assistance would require offering a certain form of compensation. She appreciated patients like this, those who accepted treatment with a positive mindset. Sheng Ling was aware of this fact. This time, she did not shy away from his gratitude. The same principle applied to the beast god envoys. Moreover, this approach could mitigate conflicts and prevent opportunistic beastmen from taking advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, every situation possesses duality. If not managed within certain limits, it could lead to instances of shamans or beast god envoys becoming arrogant, abusing their authority, deliberately creating difficulties, or displaying cold indifference to life. Chapter 73. Silver Wolfing Chuan. However, Sheng Ling was not particularly astonished by this. After all, whether in the primordial beast realm, or in a world where economic and legal systems once flourished, or even in the desolate spirit continent where morality had ultimately collapsed, such occurrences were inevitable, albeit with varying degrees of severity. As the two conversed, they awaited the arrival of the guest. After approximately 2 hours, Qin Hung entered Musu's dwelling, accompanied by an orc. Upon seeing the beastly envoy, Musu was slightly taken aback. It was not Lan Yin, but rather Yin Chuan of the Silver Wolf clan. Yin Chuan stepped into the wooden cottage, his long silver hair glimmering with an exquisite sheen. He possessed sharp eyebrows, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, a strikingly handsome orc of robust features. Yet only Musu and Qin Hung were aware of Yin Chuan's somewhat carefree nature. Turning his gaze away, Sheng Ling addressed Musu again. The youth found himself questioning Sheng Ling's medical proficiency. Musu nodded in response. Qin Hung held Musu in place, and when Sheng Ling sensed no mental energy, he let out a sigh of relief. However, out of respect for the shaman, Yin Chuan refrained from further commentary. I need you to trace around Musu's grandfather's wound with the power of the beast god, starting from his leg and exiting here, Sheng Ling instructed. Endurance was one thing, but human instinct was another. Yin Chuan recognized that this audacious idea originated from Sheng Ling, prompting him to regard Sheng Ling with newfound respect. As the flames entered, they represented a form of energy. Musu's grandfather, there may be some pain shortly. Please bear with it, Yin Chuan cautioned. This was his first time undertaking such a task, and he felt that should it succeed, it would signify a substantial advancement not only in shamanic practices but also as a beast god envoy. Steeling himself, Yin Chuan exhaled deeply. Sheng Ling nodded and set aside the prepared herbs and tools for any unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, he retrieved a piece of softwood, placing it in Musu's mouth. Lan Yin is absent from Beast King City, and given the urgency, I summoned Yin Chuan, Sheng Ling explained while gesturing towards Musu's leg. Qin Hung was en route, having informed Yin Chuan of the situation and instructed him to keep it confidential until success was achieved. This added a touch of warmth to Yin Chuan's otherwise cool demeanor, making him even more captivating. A flame materialized in his hand, and despite his mental preparation, Sheng Ling's heart raced upon witnessing the fire. As Yin Chuan unleashed his skills, Sheng Ling sensed the intertwining of spiritual energy with another force, one that belonged to Qin Hang and his companions. To prevent Musu from injuring himself during the impending intense pain, the softwood was placed in Musu's mouth for him to bite down on. Sheng Ling felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy above. Initially, he had been informed by Qin Hung that the shaman was a relatively young orc, and seeing him now, Yin Chuan understood that Sheng Ling was indeed youthful. He was keen to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble for Sheng Ling. In order to prevent harm to Musu's grandfather's tibia, I propose we employ a method of small doses administered multiple times, Sheng Ling suggested. Following his instructions, Inchuan controlled the ethereal blue flames, advancing them meticulously. Sheng Ling, the shaman, please direct me on what to do, Inchuan offered. His focus unwavering on the execution of the skill. Sheng Ling remained attentive to his usage of the technique. Inchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Heng began to elucidate. While not as formidable as Lan Yin, Inchuan's approachable nature made him more accessible. After all, he was merely there to assist. Controlling the intensity was akin to mastering a spiritual skill. The subtle energy was significantly less scorching, yet the pain persisted. Restrained, Musu gripped the softwood tightly. His expression contorted in agony as his body trembled from the discomfort. Chapter 74. Doubts had it not been for Chen Heng's prior restraint. He might have instinctively struggled to escape the agonizing sensation. Chen Heng, who was holding him down, couldn't help but admire Sheng Ling's foresight. Meanwhile, Inchuan, tirelessly channeling energy to dispel the beastly power, was not without his own difficulties. Within Musu's body, the beastly energy was scarce. And when the last drop of black blood trickled from the wound, Inchuan couldn't suppress a sigh of relief. He found this task to be more exhausting than combat itself. Indeed, the prowess of shamans is formidable and enigmatic. After conducting a thorough examination, Sheng Ling noted that the savage aura had dissipated, and the blood oozing from the wound had turned crimson. She then brought forth her tools to tend to Musu. The process of treating the wound, excising necrotic tissue, cleansing the tainted blood, applying medicine, and bandaging was executed with remarkable swiftness, thanks to her previous experience. The two onlookers had yet to grasp the situation when Sheng Ling set her tools down. In dealing with such injuries, Sheng Ling lacked the patience and compassion characteristic of a seasoned healer. All right, the wound has been treated. Moving forward, be cautious not to rupture it. Should any bleeding occur or if the condition worsens, you must inform me without hesitation. Both Chen Heng and Inchuan felt an increased respect for Sheng Ling. Although the wound still throbbed, it was no longer the torment of a beastly power ravaging him like a swarm of ants. Musu, lying in bed, still pale but regaining his strength, seemed in good spirits. Upon hearing Inchuan's words, Chen Heng felt a surge of pride he couldn't quite explain. Sheng Ling detested patients who were reticent about their ailments. Chen Heng listened attentively to her instructions. Also, remember to ensure the cabin is well ventilated and not too stifling. Avoid overly stimulating foods. It would be best to prepare some meat in a stone pot during the healing process. Numerous variables could arise. Previously tormented by his wound, Musu's spirits had been quite low. Well done, Chen Heng. Where did you find this remarkable shaman? He mused. If you do not take care of your own body, why expect her to do so? Let us hope that Musu is not the type to neglect his health. Remember to be diligent. Both personal health and environmental conditions can significantly affect wound recovery. If Musu's injury heals completely, then Sheng Ling's medical skills will undoubtedly garner attention from the Beast King city. After Sheng Ling departed, Inchuan patted Chen Heng on the shoulder. What was more infuriating was that the patient, fully aware of certain prohibitions, would still surreptitiously engage in activities that could jeopardize their recovery, later feigning innocence. Of course, should an accidental bump or impact lead to the wound worsening, there would be some leniency, but each situation must be assessed individually. The skill displayed in the recent bandaging was a testament to her extraordinary medical abilities. Yet, a thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, he still knew nothing of Sheng Ling's origins. With her stunning beauty, medical expertise, and cunning, she was undoubtedly more than just a mere female. There were likely many facets of her existence he remained unaware of. How could such a remarkable being remain inconspicuous? What kind of powerful tribe or Beast King city had nurtured her? Why had she come here? What events had transpired in her past? Did she have a partner or a favored male before? Chapter 75. Diligence. Previously, he had not pondered deeply, yet upon reflection, there were numerous enigmas surrounding Sheng Ling. Moreover, the Ming Deer clan was merely aware of her prowess as a shaman and her act of salvation. Having been rescued, they harbored no suspicion towards Sheng Ling. In fact, they revered her greatly. However, if she were a spy from another territory, it would be quite perplexing for any tribe or the Beast King city to send such a female to them. Were they not apprehensive about her inability to return? At that moment, Chen Heng's emotions were quite intricate. Had he known an appropriate idiom, it would undoubtedly encapsulate his feelings. A meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Seeing Chen Heng in silence, Inchuan tilted his head inquisitively. Chen Heng? Startled, Chen Heng's mind raced. His eyes sparkled with realization as he regarded Inchuan. This young lad, despite his age, possessed a remarkably innocent mindset. As night descended, with the moon shining amidst sparse stars, the beast goddess emissaries held the ability to mitigate certain calamities, yet much relied upon the shamans. During his days in the Beast King's city, Sheng Ling had nearly familiarized herself with the city's layout. Thus, Inchuan genuinely hoped that Chen Heng would retain such a formidable shaman. Unbeknownst to Chen Heng, Inchuan's thoughts were directed towards ensuring Sheng Ling's presence. He mistakenly believed that Inchuan was advocating for him to pursue her, which touched him deeply. As the youngest beast god emissary, albeit at the 4th tier, he was destined for greatness, surpassing even Shi Lion capability. He earnestly desired to befriend Sheng Ling. Surely, this endeavor would bear fruit. Moreover, Assisting her in healing would render their partnership even more splendid. In truth, the routes of the beast realm were not overly complicated. The vast stone fortress housing the Beast King served as the epicenter, extending outward in several directions, marked by locales where evening bonfire gatherings were held. Feeling a tinge of discomfort, Chun Heng nodded in response. Yin Chuan, interpreting his words, assumed that Sheng Ling hailed from a modest tribe and had fortuitously been rescued by Chen Heng. Chen Heng, with Sheng Ling's exceptional abilities as a shaman. You must find a way to keep her in our eastern city. I shall do my utmost. There was a main entrance, a back door, and a small door near the quarters of the beast god emissary. Should they uncover any other matters concerning the young female? Yin Chuan nodded, yet could not help but contemplate for a moment. Such an outstanding female, and they had only begun to recognize her shamanic talents. Yet their attention was already enraptured by her. She is an immensely skilled shaman who saved a minor tribe's shaman and their kin. Upon witnessing her, I thought of old Musu, which is why I brought her back. Yin Chuan harbored no ulterior motives. He merely wished to secure a talent for the Beast King's city. Each year in the beast realm, countless beastmen succumb to ailments and various misfortunes. Observing Yin Chuan's fervor, Chen Heng felt a pang of envy. It was akin to the river that traversed the entirety of the Beast King's city. Presently, that Shi Lai, possessing merely third-tier strength, garnered adoration from countless females and males. Surely, he too could achieve such a claim. Meanwhile, she discovered a hidden passageway. There were 3 evident routes leading out of the Beast King's city. It matters not. Chen Heng, do your best, and I shall assist you. Musu's condition visibly improved at an observable pace, while Sheng Ling noted that Chen Heng and the beast god emissary appeared overly attentive. Within the Beast King's city, there were far too many formidable beastmen, rendering it perilous for her to remain concealed. Should her identity be unveiled, the risks would escalate significantly, diminishing her chances of escape. That night, under the pretense of attending the bonfire gathering, Sheng Ling once again traversed the expanse of the Beast King's city. Chapter 76, Complaints in his mind. Chen Heng secretly devised several escape routes in case of unexpected circumstances. Recently, he found himself perplexed, as he belatedly realized that the assistance Yin Chuan spoke of was not meant to help him retain Sheng Ling, but rather to intervene personally. To his further dismay, Yin Chuan was even more adept at concocting excuses. He spoke of the merging powers of the beast god and the shaman, claiming to possess knowledge of various matters from other regions. In any case, he always managed to find reasons to stay, while Chen Heng, the hardships of his childhood and the frailty of his youth had driven him to strive for strength. His world seemed perpetually engulfed in conflict. Even now, as one of the hunting leaders in Beast King City, he remained embroiled in battle. Chen Heng gazed despondently at the lake surface. Such matters were beyond the comprehension of ordinary beastmen, yet Sheng Ling listened attentively, quietly noting down some insights for potential future use. In the distance, Yin Chuan was engaged in lively conversation, and Chen Heng found the sight painfully glaring. Master, seeing such a handsome fellow lingering around you all day, how can you remain composed? Are you truly a normal woman? Must we really adhere to the notion of preserving morality while suppressing desires? Sheng Ling, the shaman, represented the pinnacle of power among the 3 Beast King cities in the east, boasting the strongest Beast King, the most formidable hunting team leaders, and a significant number of females and shamans. Sheng Ling nodded with a smile, and once Yin Chuan departed, the telegraph machine in the space could no longer contain its sarcasm. It was once again time for the daily promotional segment. For Musu, inhaling the fresh air outside without enduring the torment of illness was an immensely gratifying experience. Having been exposed to more facets of life, he had learned about certain matters pertaining to the upper echelons of the beast world. Musu's legs had healed significantly, allowing him to venture outdoors with some effort. It was evident to him that Chen Heng harbored feelings for Sheng Ling. With her stunning appearance and admirable physique, she was not only beautiful but also possessed considerable strength, a natural talent, and a respectable status. She could be considered a diamond bachelor in this beastly realm. Why, then, did his master show no signs of emotional fluctuation towards her? Given that Yin Chuan's father was the former Beast King, he had traveled to many places. However, Sheng Ling had advised him not to exert himself for too long. So he only made the short journey between his wooden hut and Chen Heng's each day. Reflecting on this, he could hardly blame the females for their lack of affection towards him. He himself struggled to identify any redeeming qualities. He did not oppose male partnerships. Yet Chen Heng's situation was clearly one-sided love. As he observed Chen Heng standing forlornly beneath a large tree, gazing at the 2 figures in the distance with a look of disappointment, Musu couldn't help but sigh. What a splendid young man. Sheng Ling wore a beaming smile, listening to Yin Chuan as he described the specialties of various places. Did his master not appreciate such things? She may not, but he certainly did. If he had a physical form, he would ensure that all beautiful men and women received their fair share of affection, providing them with a warm home. The telegraph machine continued its tirade, while Sheng Ling busied herself with preparing medicinal powders. She had amassed a substantial supply, planning to exchange some for the currency of this world, crystal stones. Suddenly, the sunlight before her was obscured, and Sheng Ling instinctively assumed it was either Chen Heng or the returning Yin Chuan. After all, they were the only 2 who had visited her recently. Chapter 77, Fox Wilderness. At the moment when Sheng Ling sensed an unfamiliar aura, she instantly set aside the medicinal powder in her hand, adopting a posture of vigilance, ready to either attack or flee. Fox Wilderness was momentarily taken aback by Sheng Ling's reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly. His already elongated fox-like eyes appeared even more so at that moment, glimmering with a sharpness that suggested cunning. Despite his appearance being no less striking than that of Yin Chuan, who radiated a clean, sunny charm, this beastman exuded a more delicate allure. Instinctively aware of danger, Sheng Ling felt a surge of wariness towards Fox Wilderness, even though the flicker of intensity in his gaze was fleeting. It was soon replaced by a benign and gentle smile, yet Sheng Ling remained ever cautious. This individual must be the shaman Sheng Ling had heard of. Though she offered no response, Fox Wilderness paid her silence no mind. Even though the Beast King was a male of the White Tiger clan, the cubs of the White Tiger tribe were exceedingly rare, and their survival rate was dismally low. Chen Heng, a large yellow tiger, had inexplicably appeared among them. Although he could not compare to Chen Heng at present, Fox Wilderness believed he would soon surpass him and take his place. Currently, the Beast King of Dongi City was from the Tiger clan, specifically the White Tiger tribe. Yet, despite having the Beast King as their backing, the overall strength of the White Tiger clan still lagged behind that of others. The females of the Fox tribe were renowned for their beauty, naturally attracting many males desirous of becoming their mates, thereby enabling the Fox clan to continuously grow stronger. Moreover, the current leader was not particularly astute, which further diminished their advantages. Fox Wilderness was a formidable figure among the Fox tribe. Based on the information he had gathered, this shaman appeared to possess genuine skill. He smiled as he spoke, noting that if he could heal even the legs of that good-for-nothing Musu, it was clear that his shamanic abilities were on par with those of the more reputable shamans. Most importantly, the shaman was still quite young and without a partner. To be honest, upon first hearing this, Fox Wilderness had been somewhat incredulous. The entire Dongi Beast King city had seen the former Wolf clan driven out by the Tiger clan, now residing in Dongsan City. The Ape clan had faced defeat, leaving the Tiger clan to struggle alone. After all, shamans, like sages, required the accumulation of time and experience. I'm Fox Wilderness, the leader of the 5th hunting squad of Beast King City, a 5th-tier beastman. In Dongi Beast King City, among the 8 hunting squads, only the leaders of the top 3 squads were of the 6th tier. As for the Ape clan, they had suffered severe losses in the previous Beast King competition. Most of their hunting squads were comprised of 5th-tier beastmen, and he distinguished himself as a paragon among them. Otherwise, he would not have been able to assume the role of leader. As Fox Wilderness concluded his statement, his gaze lingered on Sheng Ling's face for a few moments, searching for any hint of emotion. Moreover, the Fox King was astute. Upon realizing that the Fox clan lacked significant combat advantages, he encouraged the females of his tribe to attract powerful males from outside. Thus, the Fox clan flourished. What capabilities could a male, who had only recently come of age, possibly possess? Yet, after observing him secretly for several days, Fox Wilderness acknowledged that this individual indeed possessed some talent. Initially, he felt a twinge of discomfort, but upon learning that this person was merely a discarded beast, that discomfort vanished entirely. What if Chen Heng was formidable? He was still just a disfigured face, despised by females. The shaman before him was no different. Possessing remarkable shamanic skills yet lacking even the most basic ability to defend oneself would only render one a slave in another's grasp. However, this slave was one of notable ability and reputation. A flurry of thoughts raced through Fox Wilderness's mind. Ultimately, he resolved to seize this individual from Chen Heng's grasp. Chapter 78, The Flourishing White Lotus. Yet, even after he had spoken, there was little reaction from Sheng Ling, who took a deep breath, striving to maintain a smile upon his face. I have long heard of the remarkable medical skills of the shaman Sheng Ling, and I had wished to meet you much earlier. However, I have been occupied these past few days with numerous responsibilities in the hunting team, and as the leader, I could not extricate myself until now. He smiled gently, his fox-like eyes glimmering with tender affection. Compliments from others often highlighted his striking appearance, which could captivate both males and females alike. Oh. Hu Yi was somewhat incredulous, his eyes widening as he stared at Sheng Ling. Was that all? The tone was so indifferent. Sheng Ling's demeanor left Hu Yi momentarily at a loss. He instinctively touched his own face. Could it be that his beauty had lost its effect? That shouldn't be. This was merely the consequence of encountering someone rarely seen. Hu Yi endeavored to steady his breath, preventing his smile from becoming too rigid. Yet the expressionless visage of Sheng Ling ignited a simmering frustration within him. Hu Yi concluded that the issue did not lie with him, but rather with the shaman's taste. Considering that he had been surrounded by the likes of the unattractive Chen Heng and the youthful Yin Chuan, Hu Yi began to comprehend Sheng Ling's preferences. His hand brushed over his own face, feeling as smooth as ever. Moreover, he had taken special care to present himself well before arriving, even checking his appearance by the lake. Today, he donned a uniquely crafted leather skirt that he cherished. Nevertheless, despite this, Chen Heng and Sheng Ling were friends, and as the leader of the hunting team in Beast King City, he ought to venture out more, even if his nature was not overly sociable. After all, there were many delightful attractions within the city, as well as numerous captivating males and females. My dear, what a magnificent white lotus. Sheng Ling, you spend much time with Chen Heng, You must not have explored East City yet, right? It is no surprise, as Chen Hang tends to be quite solitary, preferring solitude and ignoring others. Although his personality is not particularly favored, I am genuinely happy to see him form a friendship with someone as remarkable as you. The telegraph machine fell silent. Unlike the typical knee-length leather skirts worn by male beastmen, his skirt featured a crossing slit at the midcalf, reaching up to the thigh. The entire ensemble was exquisitely crafted, accentuating his flawless physique and exceptional demeanor. Yet, from the very beginning, the shaman had not exhibited a hint of admiration upon seeing him. A crystal necklace adorned his neck, enhancing his elegance. The telegraph machine appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Nevertheless, with such looks, such a figure, and such an understanding demeanor, who could resist a white lotus? My dear, I had thought all beastmen were as simple and naive as Chen Hang and Yin Chuan. But I did not expect to encounter such a flourishing white lotus here. However, he seems adept at manipulation, a practitioner of psychological games. In response to Hu Ye's remarks, Sheng Ling remained noncommittal. Despite the beastman's attempts at disguise, the calculating glint in his eyes betrayed him. My dear, perhaps he did not anticipate that within this seemingly innocent beastly realm, there existed such a dark star as you. Is his master susceptible to such tactics? Chapter 79. Rival her master is a formidable woman, a true warrior forged in steel. Speak to her of biological instincts, and she will eloquently weave in biological sciences and the philosophies of life. If all else fails, she will provide you with a comprehensive guide to living. As Sheng Ling continued to regard him with an indifferent gaze, Hu Yi found it increasingly difficult to carry on. Sheng Ling's demeanor made him feel as though he were performing a monologue. The smile on his face had morphed into a frozen grimace. Sheng Ling, the healer. I am somewhat acquainted with Chen Hang. If he cannot take you on a tour of Beast King City, I would be more than willing to do so. So, it turned out that Master Sheng Ling had yet to explore Beast King City? If you do not mind, I would be delighted to accompany you. Over the past few days, I have familiarized myself with Beast King City and discovered many intriguing sights, some of which I believe would pique your interest. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the silent exchange between the two. Hu Yi, whose pent-up fury had reached a breaking point, erupted with rage as he turned to confront the speaker. Shuejiao, upon witnessing Hu Yu's menacing expression, instinctively recoiled a few steps. She had managed to resolve her own matters, establishing a foothold within Beast King City through her intelligence, which had led her to consider the aloof and noble Sheng Ling. Such a female, surviving in this environment, faced great difficulties, relying heavily on males for support, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, she was not easily swayed. Instead, she recalled a certain concubine she had particularly despised in the past, who bore a striking resemblance to this enchantress. That woman had frequently bullied them, the servants. Gritting her teeth, Shuejiao remembered the irritation on Hu Yu's face when interrupted, causing her to falter slightly, nearly losing her balance. Hu Yi, seeing her appear completely oblivious to his words, ground his teeth in frustration. It was a male from behind who steadied her. What surprised her was that this time she faced competition, and even more absurdly, it came from a male. Tears welled in Shuejiao's eyes, her expression one of grievance. Little female? The tears hovered on the brink of falling, and her fragile yet resolute demeanor tugged at the hearts of the males following closely behind her. The only flaw was that during nighttime, she felt a sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, she relished the admiration and affection showered upon her by numerous males. One male quickly embraced her. Upon meeting the concerned gazes of the males, Shuejiao snapped back to reality. Yet, being a female, she knew her worth was precious, compelling Hu Yi to retract his exposed fangs. However, Hu Yi could see that Shuejiao's health was frail. It is often said that what one cannot possess remains in perpetual unrest. Today, whether it be the youthful male beastmen or the mature, high-ranking ones, they extolled her beauty and intelligence. She believed she was more than worthy of Sheng Ling, and thus, upon the thought, she acted. Little female, are you all right? I merely wish to invite Master Sheng Ling to join me outside. I mean no harm. My apologies for frightening you, beautiful little female. A gentle smile graced his face. Her danger far surpassed that of other females by several folds. The females he desired to partner with, aside from being beautiful, needed to possess a robust physique. Even if they were not exceptionally fertile, they at least should not be on the verge of collapse. He is terrifying. I am so frightened. Woe is me. Shuejiao gazed at Hu Yu's alluring visage, momentarily entranced. Tears brimmed in her eyes. The female before her was indeed beautiful, rivaling even the most exquisite of her own kind. Hu Yu? She had been flourishing in recent days. Apart from the Lion King, she had acquired several partners. Her appearance of being bullied. As expected, the mindless males trailing behind her glared at Hu Yi with indignation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Master. It seems you have encountered a rival. The telegraph machine buzzed with excitement. Chapter 80. Weaving grass bags, Shuejiao's maneuver left Hu Yi with no escape. The scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding males rendered Hu Yi unable to remain, for he had always maintained a commendable image before the beastmen. He smiled faintly before turning to Sheng Ling. The shaman, I shall visit you again for some amusement. Without waiting for her reply, he hurriedly departed. Once Hu Yi had distanced himself, Shuejiao timidly wiped away her tears. She turned to Sheng Ling, eyes filled with anticipation, but before she could speak, Sheng Ling indicated her intention to attend to her herbs. Watching Sheng Ling's retreating figure, Shuejiao couldn't help but grit her teeth. She resolved that she must acquire an outer garment for concealment, while her own robes could be worn beneath, thus reducing the likelihood of attracting attention. After all, she had never imagined she would traverse into this primitive beast realm. The basic living supplies were scant, resembling crude grass bags, stitched together from several pieces. She began with the fundamental braiding technique, extending outward, and where she encountered bends she had no means to navigate, she simply added another piece to cover it. She clutched the grass bag and made her way towards a location where beastmen typically exchanged goods. With a rough conceptualization in her mind and lacking the finesse of a professional weaver, she had to resort to clever improvisation. Within her space, most of her belongings were urgent necessities, primarily items for survival and high-impact tools. Upon completing the final piece, Sheng Ling picked up her inaugural woven creation. Though her robe was understated, it still held a distinct character. Not one to disdain her handiwork, she tugged at it and found it surprisingly sturdy. This Sheng Ling, the shaman, was indeed capable. With a heart full of purpose, she sought no adulation, confident that even if they became brothers in the future, there would be no need for suspicion. Once everyone had dispersed, Sheng Ling ventured out, intending to barter her herbs for other essential items. Initially, her aim was to acquire a backpack or basket, but due to her lack of experience, the final product turned out somewhat flimsy. To be frank, the appearance of her creation left much to be desired. How could people be so devoid of appreciation for aesthetics? Yet, she sighed in relief, despite its lackluster appearance. It retained a degree of practicality. Leaning against the stone door, she began weaving a basket from vines to carry her various jars and bottles. It was absurd that such a striking beauty as herself had to busy herself with these trivial vessels. She gathered some resilient vines and used a bone knife to cut a few. Meanwhile, the other male beastmen around her exhaled in relief. Aside from animal hides, Sheng Ling also intended to exchange for some crystal stones. She lined the grass bag with soft, fine grass before placing her jars inside. Her intention was to barter for some hides or shark silk to craft garments. Arriving by a small stream in Beast King City, she found numerous vines and tied them together with rope. However, the primitive beast realm possessed its own merits. The resources here were abundant, sustenance plentiful, and the spiritual energy far richer than that of the end spirit continent. The crystals of the beast realm contained latent energies, both spiritual and otherwise. Sheng Ling resolved to experiment with the crystals to enhance her cultivation, allowing her strength to recover more swiftly. The trading area resembled a quaint marketplace. Chapter 81. The sale of medicine. In this bustling marketplace, the majority of vendors peddling wares were male. Some females strolled alongside their companions, casually browsing and exchanging items for those that piqued their interest. Sheng Ling found a suitable spot, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke up. Healing potions, wound salves, deworming remedies. Although her voice was not particularly loud, it was sufficiently audible. Most of the orcs in the small market displayed their goods on the ground, leaving it to potential buyers to engage in conversation. Sheng Ling was the first to call out directly, thus drawing the attention of numerous orcs. Furthermore, the subject matter of her discourse, medicinal herbs, captivated even more interest, for in the beast realm, the scarcity of shamans rendered such resources rare in circulation. When an orc's female fell ill, it was customary to summon a shaman to their dwelling. The male orc before her was a third-tier half-orc. Regardless of whether the orcs were aware of the nature of her wares, she bore the responsibility of selling them. Such clarity enabled customers to discern what was available, aligning with their specific needs. Should any orc misunderstand and use the wrong remedy, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Sheng Ling resorted to a rather rudimentary approach. She claimed to be an apprentice under a shaman, for there had been instances where confusion had resulted in harm to several orcs. It was imperative to provide necessary explanations. Noticing the many orcs gazing in her direction, Sheng Ling felt unsurprised. Earlier, one had intended to purchase some wound treatments, but hesitated, fearing deception or the ineffectiveness of the remedies, which could jeopardize their life if used during an injury. The male orc immediately retracted his scrutinizing gaze, his expression shifting to one of respect. A shaman. As for why she did not display her goods on the ground like other orcs, the answer lay in her revealing a crystal necklace that denoted her status as a shaman. Dear shaman, I seek some herbs to treat wounds. What do you require in exchange? Gritting her teeth, she resolved to endure whatever came her way. Losing one orc was a common occurrence in the beast realm. The surrounding orcs were taken aback upon seeing the crystal necklace around Sheng Ling's neck, a symbol of her shamanic identity, especially as it adorned herbs she had processed. Written language, particularly that which did not belong to this world, would be nonsensical to display. Male orcs seldom utilized medicinal herbs, not due to a lack of need. For many half-orcs faced perilous situations after injury, but owing to the rarity of herbs and the exorbitant costs of treatment, they gradually ceased to consider remedies. However, this was the beast realm, where, aside from a few developed cultures, the majority remained in a primitive state of existence. This was precisely why Sheng Ling's offerings were of medicinal herbs. An idea sparked in her mind, and she swiftly retrieved the concealed crystal necklace from beneath her clothing. In truth, she preferred to establish a signboard, inscribing relevant information. Such a status in the Beast King city could only be deemed as the lowest tier. Thus, she often sustained injuries during hunts. After all, every remedy has its poison. A male orc approached her stall. Although selling counterfeit medicine was tantamount to courting death in the beast realm, there had been instances where orcs, driven by the lure of crystals, had engaged in such deceit. He scrutinized Sheng Ling from head to toe, his brow furrowing slightly. Many half-orcs shared his predicament. While the Beast King city was a haven for the strong, basic labor was still requisite. As her first customer of the day, a smile graced Sheng Ling's face. Here, we have all manner of wound treatment herbs. This is a hemostatic powder, this is an anti-inflammatory powder, and this is a blood-invigorating poultice. Chapter 82. Conditions. Sheng Ling elaborated on the medicinal herbs designated for healing. The male purchaser grew increasingly astonished as he listened, never anticipating that Sheng Ling possessed such a vast array of remedies for sale. The variety was extensive and diverse. The onlooking beastmen were equally taken aback, and the crowd continued to swell. The male beastman hastily selected several items he deemed potentially useful. Esteemed shaman, how many crystal stones for these few? He inquired, betraying a hint of anxiety. He feared that the prices of Sheng Ling's medicinal materials would be exorbitant and beyond his means. Upon her arrival, Sheng Ling had inquired about the general pricing of medicinal herbs. Although she had no intention of inflating her prices, she also did not plan to sell them at a loss. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he gazed at Sheng Ling. Is what the esteemed shaman says truly the case? Not to mention severe ailments. Even minor issues such as fever, slight bleeding, or abdominal pain should not be insurmountable. This approach was designed to prevent the uneducated from misusing the herbs and to deter cunning individuals from buying in bulk only to resell at inflated prices, profiting from the disparity. Moreover, this method was limited, addressing symptoms rather than underlying causes. In the harsh reality of the beast world, her 20 portions essentially provided an opportunity for those who could not afford medical care. However, this process was not something that could be perfected overnight. Even for an equitable exchange, I must impose limits. Each individual may purchase a maximum of 6 portions per day. As she spoke, some beastmen who had initially intended to stockpile more remedies felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. She quoted a moderate price and added a note. The astute among the surrounding beastmen quickly grasped the implications. Whispers circulated among the crowd. For the beast world to afford healthcare, it was imperative to elevate the standards of medical practice and basic welfare. Yet, given her limited capabilities, inciting discontent among certain shamans regarding the injured could yield detrimental consequences for all parties involved. Sheng Ling nodded, recognizing that temporarily lowering prices could undermine the interests of other shamans. When the moment was opportune, she spoke again. I possess 20 portions of medicinal herbs that may be exchanged for simple beast hides, meat, or peculiar items, with each beastman allowed 1 portion. Other exchanges will be conducted on an equitable basis. Sheng Ling had no intention of amassing wealth through the sale of remedies, and thus sought to clarify her stance from the outset. Furthermore, the remedies purchased by the earlier male beastman were indeed reasonably priced compared to those offered by other shamans. Sheng Ling's herbs could only be described as quite ordinary. I currently reside to the east of the Beast King city, and you may refer to me as Sheng Ling, or Shaman Sheng Ling. Her declaration elicited a gasp from the surrounding beastmen. As for why she did not offer her services at a lower price or provide free treatment to the beastmen, they were astonished to learn that the proper use of medicinal herbs entailed numerous considerations and that life-saving remedies could, under certain circumstances, become harmful. Furthermore, some ailments were exceedingly complex and could not be treated indiscriminately. Whether in Western or traditional medicine, the knowledge required was profoundly intricate. Chapter 83. Lack of progress. Sheng Ling exerted her utmost capabilities to attend to her own affairs. She beckoned an orc who had just procured medicine and pointed to his wound. This type of injury, while not affecting any vital areas, did not result in significant bleeding, nor did it show signs of inflammation or festering. It was a wound to the shin bone, and thus, the required remedies predominantly involved disinfectants and hemostatic herbs. Should inflammation and foulness arise, the focus would shift towards anti-inflammatory treatments, and in more severe cases, it might necessitate suturing or bone setting. Sheng Ling provided on-site instruction, emphasizing that the ideal method for treating such wounds was to wash them meticulously with clean, disinfected water, such as boiled and cooled water. During the cleansing process, care must be taken to prevent sand or stones from entering the wound, which could lead to secondary infections and exacerbate the injury. Furthermore, if the herbs were fresh, they should be thoroughly cleaned, crushed with a clean stone, and then applied to the wound. For orcs with the means, materials such as shark silk or breathable serpent skins could be utilized to secure the herbs in the injured area. Sheng Ling endeavored to present these fundamental survival skills in an easily comprehensible manner, hoping that the orcs would embrace some of this knowledge. However, she held little hope. Altering an individual's ingrained habits in a short time is a formidable challenge. Moreover, the orcs possessed almost no understanding of hygiene skills, as they remained entrenched in a primitive mindset of survival dictated solely by fate and nature. Master, these orcs, are they not exceedingly complacent? In their harsh living conditions, with rudimentary medical care and scarce shamans, the opportunity before them was squandered. Even in a place like Beast King City, emblematic of primitive civilization, the situation remained largely unchanged. The reality is that, barring exceptional circumstances, living beings typically only concern themselves with matters that enhance their chances of survival once their basic needs are satisfied. In the recovery phase, both minor and major injuries require attention. Especially for severe injuries that impact muscles and bones, a light diet is advisable, such as meat stewed in a stone pot, alongside maintaining a reasonably clean living environment. After sharing these precautions, Sheng Ling scanned the gathered orcs and noted the lack of attentive listeners, with even fewer who comprehended her words. Those who listened earnestly and appeared willing to accept her guidance were a rarity, particularly among the females. The telegraph machine expressed astonishment. TSK, TSK, TSK. Master, could it be that you are not the protagonist here? In tales of transmigration, the heroines are revered as divine beings upon entering the orc realm. The orcs heed their every word, showering them with adoration, admiration, and followers in abundance. Yet here, why is it so difficult to engage them? It was evident that many of the orcs, after hearing her points of caution, lost interest and wandered away. Although Sheng Ling had mentally prepared for this, witnessing it nonetheless elicited a sigh from her. A considerable number of orcs appeared drowsy and inattentive. Was this not a consequence of their backwardness? The telegraph machine voiced its grievance over perceived unequal treatment. While it is true that most orcs possess straightforward minds, this does not equate to foolishness. Intelligence is not solely a matter of superior IQ. It is also shaped by experience and the accumulation of knowledge. Moreover, individuals often harbor a natural fear and resistance towards the unfamiliar. The orcs, standing on the precipice of thousands of years of history, may view these primitives as backward and foolish, yet that extensive history has been built painstakingly over time. Chapter 84. Genuine heart. However, the telegraph operator remained indifferent. Weakness is inherently a sin. There are no justifications for it. In contrast, the male orc who initially purchased the spirit medicine listened intently. He realized that within the words of spirit, there lay insights that could mitigate the likelihood of injury. Unlike other orcs, he lacked strength, and with family to protect, he could not afford to falter. Thus, he must cherish his own well-being to safeguard his loved ones. As Spirit's discourse drew to a close, the male orc bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed shaman. In the distance, Musu, accompanying Chun Hang, gazed at Spirit, encircled by the orcs, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Chun Hang, this spirit shaman, is truly remarkable. In this realm, where knowledge is scarce and progress stunted, many orcs, upon acquiring a skill, would guard it jealously, contributing to the stagnation of shamans. Spirit shaman, I am Bai Li, an orc from the western part of Beast King City. Should you require assistance, please feel free to command me. Musu's grandfather nodded, understanding. Musu regarded Chun Hang earnestly. Chun Hang's gaze remained fixed on Spirit in the distance, his fists clenched. Let us retain the spirit shaman, but should he wish to depart, do not compel him to stay. I shall do all in my power to assist him. Spirit is remarkably powerful, not merely in ability, but in heart as well. He is no fool, having survived in Beast King City with such prowess. He possesses a keen intellect. He understands that should such a formidable individual not be retained sincerely, it is better to grant him freedom. After all these years, he has developed an insight into human nature. Yet, as Musu's grandfather remarked, if one cannot genuinely hold on to him, what difference is there in keeping him within Beast King City, compared to clipping his wings? The warmth and anguish emanating from his heart, a conflicting desire to possess yet also to enable the other's freedom, was a disquieting sensation. That intensifying emotion threatened to overwhelm him. Although Bailey could not articulate the essence of Spirit as a shaman, he recognized that Spirit was unlike any other. He perhaps wished more than anyone to retain Spirit's presence. Chun Hang closed his eyes, his palm brushing against his face. He could distinctly hear his heart racing. When Spirit taught, he did so with earnestness and patience. As the orcs began to disperse, one injured orc remained. Do you require anything further? He inquired. If only. If his face were not marred by such injuries, would the outcome have been different? Spirit's medicinal herbs quickly sold out. While some orcs remained perplexed by the methods employed, they grasped the basics of treatment. Musu was eager to keep Spirit in Beast King City, yet he was no fool. He was well aware of the hidden complexities surrounding his injury, but he sought to minimize further casualties. Chun Hang understood that his fondness for Spirit had deepened. Her perceptiveness encompassed not only the identity of a shaman and its benefits, but also a profound respect for life. Spirit raised an eyebrow. Very well, thank you. No need for thanks. It is I who should express my gratitude, esteemed shaman. The herbs sold to him were not costly, and having been previously tested by spirit. The wound on his arm had ceased to bleed. The pain that once lingered was now replaced by a soothing sensation, rendering the ache nearly imperceptible. Chapter 85. Exchange. This serves to illustrate that Sheng Ling's medicine is indeed authentic. Furthermore, its efficacy might surpass that of the shaman's concoctions. Observing Bai Li, who had hastily cast aside their conversation, Sheng Ling bowed her head and continued tending to her belongings. The medicine she had just procured had been exchanged for a considerable amount of crystal stones and various items. However, this time, aside from the crystals, the majority of the traded goods consisted of animal hides, with even a snake's shedding among them. As Sheng Ling caressed the white snake skin, she noted its distinctiveness compared to those from her previous life. In this world, snake sheddings and fish silks closely resemble fabric, yet they possess greater durability, breathability, and softness. Such materials are best suited for wear during the sweltering summer months. When the chill of winter arrives, one must resort to thicker pelts for clothing. The crystals were feigned to be placed into a grass bag, while in reality, they were stored within her spatial compartment. The animal hides were either placed into the bag or, for the thicker ones, directly draped over her arm. In just half a day, she had amassed a bountiful collection. Excluding her pair of goat horns, there were no other sharp objects visible on her person. Sheng Ling had never been one to shortchange herself. Something akin to chili? Beware. Esteemed shaman, if this item ruptures, it will emit a pungent odor, and consuming it brings a warm, painful sensation. Typically, it is ingested during the cold season. Presently, it can be exchanged for a piece of animal hide as large as one's hands. Sheng Ling lifted a red fruit, catching a whiff of a familiar scent. The sun illuminated the ground. Despite the approaching rainy season, the midday heat remained palpable. Their goat clan was not particularly skilled in hunting, and during the cold season, they had to trade for pelts with other beastmen to keep warm. Fortunately, aside from herbivorous and omnivorous beastmen, many females favored these items. Initially wishing to explore further, it now seemed prudent to return to her dwelling, deposit her acquisitions, and then resume her perusal. Ah, a shaman. Esteemed shaman. This red earth fruit can be exchanged for animal hides or meat. Approaching the stall of a herbivorous beastman, Sheng Ling recognized him at a glance as one who primarily consumed plant-based fare, though he also partook of meat. His strength, the assortment of vegetarian items on display, and his pair of goat horns and tail made this evident. How shall we exchange for this? Sheng Ling inquired, lifting an object resembling a radish from the stall. As she continued her inspection, she purchased several fruits that piqued her interest, along with some intriguing items. Even when faced with the harsh conditions of the end spirit continent, she had always rewarded herself whenever circumstances permitted. Quickly returning to her stone abode to set down her goods, Sheng Ling made her way back to the exchange area. Upon seeing a fellow beastman approach to purchase his wares, the vendor eagerly rose to his feet. Crystal stones were reserved for only the most precious items. More often than not, transactions were conducted through barter. Sheng Ling nodded, acknowledging that the beastman's prices were fair and devoid of arbitrary inflation. The necklace hanging around her neck glimmered, catching his attention once more. She realized that in the beast realm, there exists a discernible distinction between herbivorous and carnivorous beastmen. Most notably in their teeth, herbivores possess even rows, while carnivores flaunt pronounced fangs. After selecting a few more items, she discovered a yellow, block-like substance. Sheng Ling sifted through the pile above it and accurately picked it up. What of this? This is yellow blockhead, which also carries a scent. Some beastmen have noted that when cooked with meat, it significantly enhances the flavor. This requires a piece of animal hide about this size. The goat beastman gestured, indicating roughly half a meter. Chapter 86. The method of grass sacks. Sheng Ling retrieved the prepared animal hide from her grass sack. Do you think this piece of hide is sufficient to exchange for these items? The goat tribe orc observed the brown hide, noting that the fur was not particularly long. Yet it was a complete piece, far exceeding his expectations. The goat tribe orc nodded eagerly. Yes, this hide will do. A whole piece of hide is certainly preferable to scraps. It can be fashioned into warm clothing or even used as bedding. While the male orcs can transform into their beast forms to shield themselves from the cold during winter, the females and young ones lack that ability. Having exchanged for the desired items, Sheng Ling found her grass sack nearly empty. Just as she was about to leave, an elderly orc stopped her. Rubbing the back of his head, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Why do you wish to have this grass sack? Sheng Ling pondered. She had no particular talent in weaving and did not rely on it for her livelihood. The old orc's eye sparkled. Mr. Shaman, may I trade for a grass sack from you? I once had similar aspirations, but my attempts were unsuccessful. Upon seeing your sack, I hope to purchase it to discern what I did wrong. The old orc, among a group of generally robust and towering orcs, appeared rather diminutive and somewhat frail. He was elated, but soon, a look of anxiety and disappointment crossed his face. Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, Sheng Ling ventured to speak. The old orc's voice trembled. Mistress Shaman, are you truly willing to exchange the method of crafting grass sacks with me? He seemed as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary new realm. I can trade, and in addition to the sack, I would be willing to share the method of making it. If you prefer not to, That is perfectly acceptable. Logically, the appearance of his sack was indeed rather dismal. Sheng Ling's eyes flickered. If this orc could refine and perfect the weaving technique, not only would he sustain himself, but he could also benefit many others, and she too could reap some rewards. Excuse me, Mistress Shaman, may I inquire about the sack at your waist? Is it made of grass? The old orc's eyes widened in disbelief. Sheng Ling glanced at her rather unsightly grass sack and nodded. At this juncture, the old orc began to realize that his intentions could be construed as an attempt to pilfer another's knowledge. Perhaps it would be wiser to share his ideas with those more skilled and talented. However, I may not possess what you require. Sheng Ling nodded. Moreover, if we were to compare, the durability of a grass sack would not rival that of an animal hide sack. However, this can be adjusted based on the materials. As some plant fibers are indeed quite sturdy, he felt a surge of excitement, but such invaluable knowledge was not easy to trade. What could he offer of equal worth? It seemed he had nothing of the sort. Is it truly possible to make a sack from grass? Sheng Ling contemplated. The notion of weaving grass sacks was merely foundational. In exchange, one could offer crystals or other peculiar items, such as grass, flowers, various stones, and thick animal hides. Should I find any of these appealing, I would certainly consider it. Really? Sheng Ling nodded. Chapter 87. Teaching, however. I must inform you in advance that if any other orc wishes to learn this method, I shall be willing to exchange with them as well. Nonetheless, your ability to immediately recognize this grass bag, coupled with your prior experience, indicates that you possess a certain expertise in this domain. This method, once in your hands, may indeed result in an even finer weaving of the grass bags, which is a testament to your strengths. Do you understand? The old orc is not foolish. Having lived for many years, he comprehends the underlying principles. It is akin to the orcs within the tribe who can craft exquisite leather skirts, stone bowls, and stone knives. Though their knowledge may be similar, the outcomes are distinctly different. Moreover, the conditions set forth by Sheng Ling regarding this technique took him by surprise. The old orc nodded. However, esteemed shaman, may I pose a question? Go ahead, came the reply. Knowing the value of such a technique, why are you still willing to exchange it? And under such simple conditions? Sheng Ling smiled faintly. This technique, in my possession, may only yield such results, but in your hands, it could potentially flourish. Beside her sat Chuan. Had he not taken good care of her? The hay in his dwelling was evidently of the finest quality. Indeed, new. Hello, I am Sheng Ling. Another orc, unfamiliar to Sheng Ling, was present. Sheng Ling shook her head. Lan Yin's cool countenance bore a polite yet distant smile. When they had gathered a sufficient amount and returned to the stone house, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Lan Yin, now standing, caused Sheng Ling to pause in surprise, yet she continued on her path. Greetings, Shaman Sheng Ling. I am Lan Yin, one of the divine envoys of Dong Beast King City. May I inquire, is this grass intended for sleeping? It does not provide warmth, nor is it sufficiently soft. It is still damp. Should you require dry hay or animal skins for sleeping, I can procure them for you. Upon witnessing Sheng Ling's reaction, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Sheng Ling promptly averted her gaze. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sheng Ling greeted the two of them. The animal skin beneath her was indeed the finest she possessed. The three orcs also took notice of Sheng Ling. No, this grass is intended for making grass bags. Upon returning to the stone house, Sheng Ling proceeded to the area designated for harvesting and weaving grass. Shaman Sheng Ling, you have returned. The blue-haired orc, who had previously been seated on the ground, also stood up. The roasted meat was nearly ready, and upon hearing this, Chen Hong hastily stood up, somewhat anxious. In Chuan's eyes brightened as he quickly rose, displaying a radiant smile. Before them stood the blue-haired orc, possessing a strikingly ethereal visage and an inherent grace that evoked a sense of sacredness. Gazing at his blue hair, various animals flashed through Sheng Ling's mind, yet none seemed to match. Before returning to the stone house, Sheng Ling had informed the old orc of her address, inviting him to come in the morning. Indeed, from afar, she spotted Chen Hong roasting meat outside the stone house. The two exchanged a lukewarm greeting, while Yin Chuan observed Sheng Ling with curiosity, noting the large bundle of grass she carried. Lan Yin? Is that the merfolk tribe mentioned by Chen Hong? Sheng Ling gestured towards the large grass bag at her waist. Instantly, the grass bag captured the attention of the three orcs. Yin Chuan tilted his head. Why not use a leather bag? And are you not residing with Chen Hong? He possesses a leather bag made from the hide of a devouring beast, capable of holding a great deal. While he was astonished that Chen Hong, a formidable tiger with such a strong sense of territory, would willingly make such a significant sacrifice to retain a powerful shaman for the Beast King City. Chapter 88, however, with such formidable items at hand, why does Sheng Ling still choose to weave such things? Sheng Ling glanced at Chen Hang's leather pouch and shook her head. That belongs to him. I sometimes find this grass bag quite convenient when I go out. Chen Hang's hand behind him instinctively clenched. Regret washed over him. His heart was no longer filled with the contradictions of the past. If only, at this moment, if Sheng Ling were to express her desire for that leather pouch, he believed he would unhesitatingly grant it to her. He could toil harder to transport goods or even take the risk to hunt magical beasts once more. Yet, Sheng Ling remained silent. The four of them sat by the fire, savoring roasted meat. Chen Hang's expression suddenly darkened. It was time to depart. Lan Yin glanced at Sheng Ling and Sheng Ling, her eyes flickering with insight. She would strive for what she desired. Opening his mouth, he contemplated many words, yet found himself at a loss. Sheng Ling's breath hitched, pain radiating from his heart, causing him to tremble. The quantity was not insignificant. Those were hard-earned by the small female. He would not usurp them. Sheng Ling retrieved crystals from her leather pouch and handed them to Sheng Ling. These crystals are for you. I consider them a token of gratitude for your care during this time. Nothing was easily obtained, not even the beast meat, which the beastmen risked their lives to procure. Sheng Ling, the shaman, had formidable strength. Within the Beast King city, aside from the Beast King, few could rival him. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask him to procure it for you. Sheng Ling continued to enjoy the roasted meat. After Lan Yin and Yin Chuan departed, only Sheng Ling and Sheng Ling remained by the fire. Sheng Ling was aware of the items in the stone house. I will first seek out the Ming deer tribe. Do you truly wish to sever ties with me? Yet before he could finish, Sheng Ling interjected. However, the rainy season is approaching, and the Beast King city is relatively safe. Sheng Ling, today I exchanged for some items. They are all in the stone house. You may check if there is anything you need. Sheng Ling, the shaman, I do not require crystals. There has been no severance of our relationship. We are friends, or at least I perceive it that way. However, as friends, I cannot allow you to continually give. Sheng Ling's expression darkened further as he abruptly stood. Lan Yin leaned against a stone, feigning nonchalance as she spoke. Musu's injury has mostly healed. During her time in the Beast King city, she has gathered quite a bit of information about the beast world. Sheng Ling gazed at the fire, knowing that even without looking at Sheng Ling's face, he was somewhat angered. Sheng Ling could not comprehend why Sheng Ling would offer him crystals. Moreover, I plan to leave East One City in a few days. Sheng Ling lifted her gaze to meet Sheng Ling's. Sheng Ling harbored feelings for this male. If you do not require crystals, I can offer you herbs instead. I have little need myself. She was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, a process that would provoke a surge of spiritual energy, drawing the attention of formidable beastmen in the Beast King city. Once she achieved the foundation establishment stage, her strength would equate to that of a fourth-tier beastman, granting her a measure of self-preservation. Sheng Ling's eyes glistened with a hint of red. Is it because of Nier? That beastman, having witnessed the splendor of the Beast King city, still wishes to venture to those backward tribes? What merit does he possess? Sheng Ling could no longer contain the jealousy swelling within him. Chapter 89 Departure. Sheng Ling took a deep breath. Sheng Ling, if you are leaving Beast King city because of me, there is no need to. If you do not care for me, I can keep my distance in the future. As long as you remain in Beast King city, within my sight, that is sufficient. No, it is my own reason, Sheng Ling said, feeling somewhat agitated. If you truly must depart, please allow me a few days to think. At the very least, I wish to contact the others. Once I return, I will speak with you. With that, Sheng Ling hurriedly left, nearly stumbling in his haste. He was terrified that Sheng Ling would not grant him this opportunity. Sheng Ling noticed his rigidity, and even the telegraph machine in the room seemed to empathize. Master, why must you be so heartless? I find that great tiger rather admirable. For 3 consecutive days, Sheng Ling did not appear. On the second day, the old beastman visited the stone house, and Sheng Ling shared her method with him. He possessed strength and stature, and his affection for his master was profound. She had never engaged in matters of the heart. The hunting competition was a significant event in the beast world, akin to a grand sacrificial ceremony. Sometimes, being overly aware of reality is not a blessing. Many at this position, the Fox clan, the Wolf clan, the Ape clan. If all went swiftly, the competition could conclude in just over 10 days, if prolonged. It might stretch to 3 or 4 weeks. From Sheng Ling's silhouette, he appeared quite handsome. The entire day passed, yet Sheng Ling did not return. However, among humans, there is a saying, wise men are often sorrowful. In the realm of Mo Ling, they struggled daily for survival. Sheng Ling prepared their sustenance herself. Sheng Ling, these provisions are from Sheng Ling, she was told. Despite her faith in Sheng Ling's abilities, leading the team was never an easy role. Sheng Ling remained silent. On the 4th day, Yin Chuan arrived, bringing an abundance of fruits and meat. As he spoke, his brow furrowed. The hunting competition involved perilous high-level magical beasts. Yet, the sacrificial ceremony was specifically designed for females, while the hunting competition catered to males. The old beastman left in high spirits. When might he return? If Sheng Ling had intentions to strive for something, it would be one matter, but he clearly showed no desire for such ambitions. He understood precisely what he desired. Living with great clarity, Yin Chuan set down the items before speaking. Currently, she wishes to grow stronger. What about your own kin? Emotions can often be superfluous. And in the morally decayed realm of Mo Ling, they may even become a burden. The telegraph machine observed the silent Sheng Ling and sighed. Standing here, is it not drawing attention? No one had ever taught her how to navigate matters of the heart. If it were merely for his appearance, there was no need. With her master's abilities, once she surpassed her limits, she could restore Sheng Ling's visage. This thought vexed Sheng Ling. She only comprehended the necessity of living fiercely and striving for her desires. Sheng Ling had led the hunting team to participate in this year's competition. When did he leave? Yin Chuan looked at her with a strange expression. Lady Sheng Ling, the hunting team departed last night. Were you not aware? Did Sheng Ling not inform you? These items are what he entrusted to me for you. After Yin Chuan departed, Sheng Ling surveyed the contents within the stone house. Chapter 90. Malice. A sense of agitation enveloped her. The two were thinking entirely differently. However, Sheng Ling's actions compelled Sheng Ling to resolve not to await his return any longer. Although she understood that their differing worldviews were likely influenced by their surroundings, she intended to exchange some items before departing. Yet, before she could set out, a figure stood outside the stone house. Hu Yi, grinning as he gazed at Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling the shaman. Sheng Ling has ventured out this time. Despite the smile on his face, an icy aura emanated from him. He had perceived Sheng Ling's demeanor was less than favorable when he took charge. The Tiger clan, once a trivial concern, now posed a significant threat with Sheng Ling's involvement, heralding numerous unforeseen events. Hu Yi felt a sense of being outmaneuvered by Sheng Ling. Given the circumstances, while he could not confront Sheng Ling directly, he could certainly vent his frustrations on the shaman residing in his dwelling. He had observed for quite some time that Sheng Ling held a peculiar fondness for this shaman. Hu Yi's instincts suggested that Sheng Ling harbored feelings for this male. While he inwardly scorned Sheng Ling, he also deemed it unsurprising. If Hu Yi had managed to restrain himself moments ago, malevolence now danced upon his features. However, it was best to refrain from crossing that line. Although contending with a beastman of the foundational stage would not prove fatal and might expose him, there would be no choice if his life were at stake. The shaman's previous attitude had irked him immensely. Sheng Ling, perceptive and sensitive, detected the malice radiating from Hu Yi. So what if she was a shaman? Lacking self-defense capabilities, she was destined to be a mere pawn for others. Sheng Ling had stored her most precious belongings within her own space, lamenting the loss of the animal skins within the stone house at this moment. Her mind whirled with thoughts as her consciousness controlled her spatial domain. Should she find herself in a dire predicament, she would not hesitate to wield some of the weapons from her space. She had not anticipated that the seemingly indifferent Sheng Ling would possess such cunning. Currently, the Beast King of the Eastern Beast King City belonged to the Tiger clan. Though a white tiger, most of the male beastmen from this clan were ineffectual. After all, Sheng Ling was a male who did not favor females, making his preference for males seem quite natural. Sheng Ling contemplated the residence of the Beast King at the heart of the city, where higher-ranking beastmen would undoubtedly congregate. At least her identity as a shaman might afford her some standing. Furthermore, Sheng Ling's stone house was rather secluded, and with the ongoing hunting competition, many formidable beastmen had ventured out. A fifth-tier beastman was exceedingly powerful, far beyond her current capabilities to contend with. Sheng Ling discreetly organized her belongings, feeling inferior even to the fallen ape clan. This hunting competition was crucial, as the Tiger King had aged and needed to cultivate his successor. Sheng Ling the shaman. I previously invited you to visit the Eastern Beast King City, but you said you were unavailable. What about this time? Upon hearing Sheng Ling's agreement, Hu Yi smiled, revealing a set of somewhat sharp canines. Following Hu Yi, Sheng Ling had become quite familiar with the layout of the Beast King City in recent days. Distinctly sensing that Hu Yi was leading her towards a remote area, such a course of action would not do. She feigned casualness, engaging in conversation to divert Hu Yi's attention. Last time, you claimed to be a formidable high-ranking beastman from the Fox clan. Why haven't you participated in the hunting competition this time? Chapter 91. The thoughts of Lan Yin. Fox Yi was momentarily taken aback by Sheng Ling's question, but soon a profound realization dawned upon him. The daughter of the Fox King harbored deep affection for him, unwavering in her devotion. Her formidable companions had all entered the hunting competition, regardless of who emerged victorious, or even if the Fox clan were to lose. As long as he and Foxley became partners, the strength of the Fox clan would be at his disposal. Initially, he had intended to participate as well, for aligning himself with her in such a manner would undoubtedly influence his future endeavors. This was especially true considering the obstinate male partners of Foxley. However, he received word midway that Shun Hung had also registered, and from the Tiger clan. News reached him that the Tiger King was intent on uniting his daughter with Shen Hung. Yet, despite her noble lineage, Tiger Wei held herself in high esteem, dismissing Shen Hung, instead favoring the beast god's messenger, Lan Yin. Unfortunately for her, Lan Yin possessed equally lofty standards, finding no interest in the arrogant, mediocre-looking Tiger Wei. Despite being the daughter of the Tiger King, she could have attracted many formidable male beastmen. Nevertheless, her superficiality led her to select weak partners, primarily focused on appearances. It was ironic that this unattractive female had once attempted to curry his favor due to his looks. Just as he prepared to depart, Lan Yin intercepted him. With the recent revelation, it mattered not how Tiger Wei regarded Shen Hung. Her status as the Tiger King's daughter forbade any union between her and Shen Hung. Shen Hung must be eliminated. As for the obstinate shaman before him, he could only blame his misfortune. The grievances he had endured recently would be vented upon this unfortunate soul, driven by the urgency of more pressing matters. Though he was a fourth-tier beastman and Foxy a fifth-tier, he was the beast goddess messenger, endowed with divine strength. He was not without the means to contend with Foxy. Upon receiving the news, Yin Chuan had immediately wished to intervene. A bird flew from afar, chirping near their ears. It seemed ill-fated to be entangled with someone like Chen Hong. Meanwhile, in the dwelling of the beast god's messenger in Beast King City, Lan Yin and Yin Chuan sat beneath a tree. Yin Chuan appeared anxious. Lan Yin, something has happened with the shaman Sheng Ling. Foxy has gone to find him. We must hurry. Chen Hong entrusted us to look after Sheng Ling. Thus, he remained behind to keep Tiger Wei in check, should the plan succeed. The unattractive female would no longer hold any value. Lan Yin, however, remained unperturbed. It was not yet the opportune moment. Surely, you have noticed Chen Hong's affection for the shaman. Given Chen Hong's nature, who knows how long he would pursue her? We must wait until the final moment to act, allowing the shaman to understand. While her shamanic skills are formidable, the truth remains that as a crippled beast, she lacks the means for self-defense. Moreover, this approach would highlight Chen Hong's regard for her. Being reliant on Chen Hong, she would inevitably find herself closer to him. He could not fathom why, despite the evident camaraderie between Lan Yin and Chen Hong, he chose not to assist in caring for Sheng Ling at this critical juncture. Should Chen Hong discover this, he had witnessed Chen Hong's deep affection for Sheng Ling, his earnestness palpable. Furthermore, it was precisely for the sake of that shaman that Chen Hong had entered the hunting competition. As a brother, he could not stand by and watch Chen Hong's efforts go unrewarded. Though this may seem somewhat unscrupulous, he resolutely chose Chen Hong over Sheng Ling. Chapter 92. Obstruction. Sheng Ling had prepared for the worst, yet she could not have anticipated just how unfortunate her circumstances would truly become. With a sudden pivot, she dashed towards the lair of the Beast King, her speed reaching its zenith. The fox warrior leading the way, Hu Yi, was equally taken aback by Sheng Ling's unexpected maneuver, his heart seething with rage and a growing intent to kill her. However, the reaction speed of a fifth-tier beastman was not to be underestimated. Almost as soon as Sheng Ling retreated towards the Beast King's domain, he transformed into a fiery red fox, leaping forward in pursuit of her. The swiftness and explosive power of a fifth-tier beastman were beyond what she could match at that moment. As the distance between them rapidly diminished, Sheng Ling gritted her teeth, a flicker of doubt arising within her. Although there were not many beastmen passing through the Beast King's territory, most being high-tier guardians, and given the ongoing hunting competition that had drawn away many of them, it was reasonable that the area felt less populated. However, surely there could not be a complete absence of them. Hu Yi, in pursuit of Sheng Ling, was equally astonished, albeit by her explosive speed. Was this truly a pace that a mere waste beast could possess? It could easily be mistaken for that of a third-tier beastman. And not just any third tier, but one distinguished for exceptional speed. With a fierce resolve, Sheng Ling unleashed her spiritual power. Her voice resonated, echoing through the air as she glanced towards the Beast King's domain. Hu Yi could not suppress a sinister grin, his sharp teeth accentuating the cunning expression on his fox-like face as he bounded into the territory of the Beast King. Sheng Ling's shout was imbued with spiritual energy, and its volume was considerable. Just as she noticed the massive fox leaping towards her, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs, she felt the protective barrier of her robe nearing its breaking point. If it sustained another blow, the robe would shatter, leaving her with nothing more than a mundane garment. A sense of gravity enveloped Sheng Ling. She was not foolish. The beastmen within the Beast King's territory had yet to emerge, especially the king himself. Furthermore, she had already encroached upon their domain. While she evaded the fox's biting jaws, she could not escape the claws that swiped at her. Hu Yi narrowed his eyes, astonished that his recent strike did not claim the life of this waste beast. Such commotion was bound to attract the attention of the other beastmen, particularly the high-tier ones. Initially, he had believed his disdain for her was unwarranted, but now he realized she had hindered others as well, unbeknownst to her. The Tiger King intended to unite his son Sheng Hang with his daughter, Hu Wei. As for her, while her shaman skills may be commendable, they would not alter the reality. Without her, the Beast King city would simply welcome another shaman. Thus, today, no one would come to her rescue, Sheng Ling the shaman. In that moment, Hu Yi experienced a perverse delight akin to a cat playing with its prey, relishing the sight of Sheng Ling's painful struggle. Had it not been for his interference, dare you kill a shaman within the Beast King's domain? Hu Yi scoffed. I am a shaman. Someone wishes to take my life. Fortunately, the protective robe she wore absorbed much of the force of the attack. Yet she still felt an intense pain where she was struck. Do you truly believe anyone in the Beast King's realm will come to your aid? In an instant, Sheng Ling was sent hurtling backward, the last 4 words dripping with scorn. Upon hearing Hu Ye's words, she grasped the reality of her situation. Her hands clenched tightly. Indeed, it was evident that only through her own strength could she hope to safeguard herself in any circumstance. Chapter 93. The shattered robe. The telegraph machine within the confines of the space was on the brink of madness. Master, these orcs are utterly outrageous. Why must their deeds be entangled with you? Who claims that orcs are simple-hearted and devoid of cunning? Just look at these individuals. Indeed, whenever a hierarchy exists, various struggles are bound to emerge, and such struggles inevitably lead to sacrifices. As for the question of innocence, do those who instigate war truly care? In the midst of this dire situation, Sheng Ling remained remarkably composed. She was calculating the optimal route for escape. Since the Tiger King was also a player in this game, approaching the gates of Orc King City was no longer an option. The sole path available was the waterway that traversed the city, a retreat she had reserved for herself. Foxy advanced step by step towards Sheng Ling, eager to witness her desperate struggle. Yet, the figure on the ground, partially propped up, wore an expression of extraordinary tranquility, intensifying the danger reflected in Foxy's fox-like eyes. He perceived that the shaman was exceedingly clever. From her earlier flight, it was evident that she had been plotting her escape all along. Had it not been for the king of beasts' ulterior motives, her plan might have indeed succeeded. However, regrettably, he held a certain admiration for intelligent orcs, as they were a rarity in the beast world, akin to the one who dared to entrust someone dear to him to the likes of Chen Hang. Yet, he harbored a disdain for clever adversaries. Sheng Ling gritted her teeth, leveraging the force of a claw to leap towards the river. She would show no mercy to those who sought to harm her, be they human or beast, including the orc before her. Foxy, in a state of irrational fury, pursued Sheng Ling with bloodshot eyes. Sheng Ling's spiritual energy surged rapidly within her. Meanwhile, Foxy, who had consumed a bomb along with toxic powder, bore a grotesque expression. The speed of both the human and beast was astonishing. Lower-tier orcs, drawn by the commotion, hesitated to intervene, mistaking the encounter for a mere conflict between two males. Had he not been a fifth-tier orc, he might have perished at the hands of the shaman today. Sheng Ling did not hesitate as she swiftly made her way towards the river. Observing the gaping maw, she quickly produced a bomb and a packet of deadly poison from her space. He sensed something amiss in his mouth but did not dwell on it. For having never encountered a bomb, he was oblivious to its lethal potential. A cold glint shone in Sheng Ling's eyes. Another claw strike followed. However, despite being a fifth-tier orc, the excruciating pain in his mouth compelled him to roar in agony. Suddenly, Foxy lunged fiercely in front of her. Bang! His robe was utterly torn apart, and a mouthful of blood sprayed forth. A dull thud echoed as the air became saturated with the scent of blood. Bang! Foxy's eyes ignited with murderous intent as he swiftly leaped towards Sheng Ling to take a bite. At that moment, the murderous aura churning within him reached its zenith. The few teeth that had fallen to the ground only served to further provoke him. Yet, as Sheng Ling spewed forth blood, the air began to thicken with a distinct metallic scent, intertwined with an overwhelming feminine essence. Foxy found himself momentarily awakened by this potent feminine aura. His pupils dilated sharply upon seeing the shaman before him. With the robe in tatters, Sheng Ling's presence could no longer be concealed, and her form underwent a transformation. Chapter 94. Identity revealed. Sheng Ling's physique was already nothing short of perfection, her curves accentuated as the constraints of her robe were shed. Even in ordinary attire, her figure remained a testament to her beauty. Moreover, her visage had undergone subtle changes, where once her demeanor radiated an icy aloofness, now, devoid of her ceremonial garb, her form and features exuded a newfound femininity and allure. In a moment of distraction, Hu Yi was taken aback. Yet, Sheng Ling remained resolute, the pangs of pain within her chest igniting a fierce desire for vengeance. She would not allow Hu Yi to escape, even if she could not vanquish him today. As Lan Yin and Yin Chuan hurriedly approached, they beheld the swift arc of the dagger in Sheng Ling's hand. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted, accompanied by Hu Ye's agonized shriek. Sheng Ling had rendered him blind in one eye, her mind flashing back to that decisive moment. Her face a mask of determination and lethal intent. Lan Yin pursued, transforming into a merman, plunging into the river's depths. Helplessly, he watched as Sheng Ling disappeared into the turbulent waters. The surrounding beastmen finally regained their senses. That young female, so beautiful. He struggled to find words to encapsulate her radiance. She was undoubtedly the most exquisite creature he had ever seen. The arriving Tiger King wore a troubled expression. If Lan Yin did not act swiftly, the shaman could very well become prey for the aquatic beasts. Yin Chuan toward Sheng Ling's last known location. Yet he was still a moment too late. The Tiger King cast a dark gaze upon the rushing river. In the beast world, harming a female was an egregious sin. Without a moment's hesitation, regardless of the presence of the Beast King and Yin Chuan, he leapt into the fray. He had not anticipated that the shaman was female. It puzzled him why she had not previously exuded any semblance of femininity. Sheng Ling, the shaman. Yet the true assailant was Hu Yi, was it not? The Fox clan had long cast covetous eyes upon her. Gasping breaths filled the air. Although the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations, it seemed to bear little consequence for him. His aura expanded, warding off the nearby predatory fish beasts that sought to draw near. Lan Yin clenched his fists, accelerating to his utmost speed. The rushing river battered against his merman tail, each wave a reminder of the peril ahead. Heaven forbid, just moments ago, Hu Yi had attempted to end the life of a female. Yet, thoughts of Chun Hang hunting outside and his own clandestine endeavors flooded his mind. The gazes of the beastmen turned toward Hu Yi with suspicion. He had not anticipated the events unfolding to this extent. He had not foreseen the Beast King's indifference, nor that Sheng Ling was a female. Most shocking of all was her unwavering decision to leap into the river despite their imminent arrival. Though she was a precious female, he could exploit this situation to suppress certain factions of the Fox clan. Despite Lan Yin's leap into the water, he had not misjudged. The shaman had indeed been injured by Hu Yi and was now bleeding. This river was treacherous, its currents swift, overrun with weeds. And lurking within were carnivorous fish beasts eyeing the shore hungrily. Lan Yin transformed into a merman, searching desperately for Sheng Ling, Yin Chuan, and Lan Yin's pupils dilated in alarm. The dim light within the water and the dense foliage severely hindered their visibility and speed. With a surge of power, Lan Yin shattered the surrounding vegetation into fragments. At long last, in the murky depths, he discerned a figure sinking beneath the surface. Lan Yin swiftly approached. Chapter 95, Levin and Levin's Vision. Even amidst the dim waters of the river, the delicate skin of the young female appeared to radiate a luminous whiteness. Her exquisite visage was pale at this moment. Blue Yin's grip tightened instinctively, a peculiar anger swelling within him. She was undeniably female. Why was she silent? Yet, gazing upon her fragile face, seemingly on the verge of shattering into oblivion, Blue Yin could only accelerate his pace. The water plant swayed as he neared the young female, when suddenly, Sheng Ling, who had been with her eyes closed, opened them wide. A flash of dark green light flickered, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble. Blue Yin instinctively recoiled. And in the spot he had just occupied, the water plant surged wildly. His pupils constricted once more. The power of the beast god. A female. Great Levin became vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Was she floating in the water, lifeless? A wave of regret washed over him as he cursed the Silver Wolf tribe's foolishness. Yet, he had never encountered such an enchanting female during his clandestine visits. He had only heard whispers of her existence. Levin hesitated, torn between rescuing her or leaving her be, ultimately opting to save her. No males around. Did a female just fall from the sky? However, considering their chieftain, she certainly did not appear to be wise. He sniffed the air. The wandering Sheng Ling, guided by a telegraph, navigated through dark paths and tributaries, away from the river's main flow. Levin lay lazily by the lake, basking in the sun. No, a female had indeed fallen into the river, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Levin pondered with intrigue what foolish tribe could be so careless. There were plenty of rogue beasts nearby, though he too was among them. Regardless, this lake served as his temporary source of sustenance. Could it possibly belong to them? Upon regaining his focus, Blue Yin pushed aside the water plants, only to discover Sheng Ling's figure had vanished. The telegraph in the space discreetly emanated a surge of energy. Enveloping Sheng Ling astonished, he realized that Sheng Ling was not merely a shaman, but a female, now endowed with the power of the beast god. At the very moment he had withdrawn, all her spiritual energy erupted in an instant. The Black Panther stretched languidly, her aura dissipating entirely. Suddenly, something appeared in his line of sight, causing him to squint. Sunlight glittered upon the shimmering surface of the lake. His expression darkened considerably. Blue Yin, undeterred, searched around the water's edge, even venturing downstream before retracing his steps upstream, yet he found no trace of Sheng Ling. Such a beautiful female must belong to a prominent tribe, yet it seemed the only significant tribe nearby was the Silver Wolf tribe. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he focused intently on the distance. In a moment of clarity, he affixed a talisman to himself, concealing his presence and enhancing his defenses. He did not return to Beast King City but continued to search along the river. In the next instant, his consciousness plunged into darkness. The Black Panther's lithe and powerful form leapt into the lake. The telegraph in the space grew frantic. Why hadn't he, the master, awakened yet? Initially, he had thought that venturing into sparsely populated areas would spare him from encounters with beastmen, and while drifting this way, he had sensed no beastmen at all. Yet, this beastman before him. Levin suddenly halted his strokes, squinting at his surroundings. The telegraph was incredulous. This beastman seemed capable of sensing his energy. Considering the possibility, it dawned on him that this beastman must possess extraordinary power, allowing him to evade detection and perceive his energy. Chapter 96, Awakening the Telegraph Machine. Fearing exposure, had to restrain its energy. It was somewhat concerned about Sheng Ling. The Black Panther cast a wary glance around, just sensing the peculiar fluctuations in the air moments ago. As a sixth-tier beastman, endowed with the rare spatial talent, he thought he had not misjudged the situation. Levin's gaze fell upon Sheng Ling. His claw brushed against her, then suddenly halted. Although her body temperature was exceedingly low, it was not entirely absent. There remained a distinction between her and the lifeless. Alive? Levin's claw lingered in midair, wavering in uncertainty. If she were dead, the matter would be simple enough. He could merely dig a hole and bury her. But now that she was alive, what was he to do? It is said that females are delicate and require considerable care. Extending his consciousness around, he found the surrounding areas safe, devoid of any perilous beasts. After some contemplation, he decided to carry Sheng Ling back to his cave, where he kindled a fire, commonly referred to as a street rogue. As for the notion of her offering herself in gratitude for her rescue, that was simply out of the question. Nevertheless, it was somewhat understandable. Considering this was the territory of the Black Panther, he dreaded complications and had prepared himself for a solitary existence. What could happen if he chose not to rescue her? Letting her decay in the water? Decay was not an option. He still needed to drink. He retrieved Sheng Ling. Yet, even as he did so, a sense of guilt washed over him, for he had ultimately misjudged and encountered this formidable beastman. He sought a safer place to break through. Although the beastman outside bore a resemblance to one who coveted his master's beauty, it was unlikely he would harm Sheng Ling for the time being. Splash. The telegraph machine hurriedly relayed the recent events to Sheng Ling. When Levin realized what he was thinking, he nearly slapped himself. Foolishly, so vaguely. He glanced at himself, his identity now exposed. The telegraph machine within the spatial realm breathed a sigh of relief. He had fallen. How could he be beguiled by a female? He had vowed to remain solitary. The Black Panther shook his head, casting aside the colorful thoughts swirling in his mind, and expressionlessly carried Sheng Ling to the shore. Upon learning that a powerful beastman had rescued her, many thoughts flashed through Sheng Ling's mind. She could choose myriad ways to express her gratitude. However, at this moment, the energy within her had reached its zenith. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Levin's gaze froze once more, his eyes uncontrollably drawn to the area beneath Sheng Ling's neck. The telegraph machine could only pray that Sheng Ling would awaken swiftly. Otherwise, what if this beastman succumbed to his primal instincts and devoured her entirely? Yet, the telegraph machine was overthinking. After starting the fire and ensuring Sheng Ling was settled, Levin exited the cave. What if he saved this female, and upon her awakening, she discovered his powerful, handsome visage, his impressive physique, and his alluring aura? What if she coveted his beauty and harbored ill intentions? Although this female was indeed exceptionally beautiful, however, the inheritance warned that the more beautiful a female, the more troublesome she would be. After a lengthy hesitation, Levin let out a sigh. Animals instinctively fear the strong. By the time Sheng Ling awoke, darkness had begun to envelop the outside world, and the fire in the cave was nearly extinguished, though her garments had dried. His daily routine consisted of basking in the sun and wandering about. She truly wished. After contemplating, Sheng Ling resolved to leave this place first. Her clothes floated in the water, and with her hair, they were inconspicuous. Following the waterway, Sheng Ling navigated with her consciousness, donning a new robe. She concealed her presence once more, though the scarcity of robes within the spatial realm gave her a headache. Fortunately, after this breakthrough, she would possess a measure of self-defense. Even if she encountered a fifth-tier beastman akin to Hu Yi, she might not be able to fight back, but she could certainly flee. Chapter 97. Success skillfully evading the creatures. Sheng Ling silently departed from Levin's territory. By the time Levin returned to the cave after his stroll, there was no trace of any female presence. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and as he sniffed the air, he detected no other beastman's scent. Following the trail left by Sheng Ling, he pursued it to the riverbank, only to find her presence had completely vanished. Gazing at the water, Levin fell into contemplation. Did she succumb to despair and leap into the river? A surge of irritation welled up within him. He had painstakingly rescued her, and this river was his source of water. What if she perished within its depths? With a sullen expression, Levin patrolled the vicinity of the river, attempting to locate the elusive Sheng Ling. However, his efforts proved futile. Indeed, females can be quite troublesome. His internal injuries had healed due to this recent breakthrough, and the influx of spiritual energy had tempered his bones, rendering them even stronger. He probed his consciousness within, finding no signs of danger or abnormalities. After completing this, Sheng Ling commenced her own cultivation breakthrough. Eventually, Sheng Ling discovered a concealed cave within a cliff. Thank goodness. Although her breakthrough had stirred the spiritual energy, fortunately, there were no beastmen nearby, and the beast world was not solely reliant on spiritual energy. This was no mere exaggeration. Once a significant breakthrough was achieved, one's strength experienced a qualitative leap. She utilized a cleansing spell to purify herself. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Sheng Ling, the telegraph machine buzzed with excitement. It was a natural cave, and due to its sunlit location, it remained relatively dry. Drawing from her past experiences, this breakthrough proved far easier. In the water mirror, her skin glowed like snow, her eyes and brows painted with grace. The white fur skirt she fashioned had transformed into a flowing gown that reached her ankles, split at the thighs for ease of movement. Her naturally curly hair cascaded over her shoulders. The water spirit energy manifested into a water mirror. A small portion of the avian beastmen resided in the tribe, as most of them, apart from a few, lacked formidable combat prowess. It was said that each significant stage posed a daunting challenge to overcome. As the vigilant telegraph machine sensed Sheng Ling's successful breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, it let out a sigh of relief. These mechanisms served merely as a warning to powerful beastmen. She had never been one to tolerate losses and had little faith in the notion that misfortune could be a blessing. The spiritual energy in the air was gradually drawn into her body. Most resided in the northern regions, sheltered by the continuous snow-capped mountains and expansive wetlands. A veritable paradise for the avian tribe. This retreat, while seemingly a step back, could also be interpreted as an egregious overreach, targeted without cause. Fleeing was merely a sign of her inferior strength, but with newfound power, she certainly intended to reclaim her dignity. Sheng Ling reined in her cultivation and donned the prepared fur skirt. With the telegraph machine observing, she crafted several simple mechanisms. However, thoughts of the beastmen who sought to harm her chilled her gaze. The nearby steep cliffs were generally avoided by ordinary beasts and beastmen, particularly those capable of flight. Sheng Ling absorbed the last remnants of energy before opening her eyes. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Above were two slender pouches, accentuating her collarbone, enhancing her bust, and showcasing her long legs. Her flawless figure was unmistakably radiant. Coupled with her alluring yet frosty visage, she radiated an undeniable brilliance. Chapter 98. Shen Hang's return. Although his visage remained unchanged, upon shedding all pretense, he appeared transformed, particularly in demeanor. Sheng Ling retrieved 2 daggers from her spatial pouch for self-defense and ascended a tree to survey the distance. Initially, she intended to leverage her identity as a male shaman. Yet she now found no objection to adopting a female persona, should it deliver a more potent blow to her adversaries. The architecture of Beast King City generally surpassed that of other tribes. However, standing atop the tree, she could not discern any buildings of the city. Sheng Ling speculated that she must have drifted for quite some time, perhaps even beyond the jurisdiction of Beast King City. Swiftly descending the tree, she foraged for medicinal herbs nearby, resisting the urge to rush toward the city, for she understood the necessity of thorough preparation. Upon receiving the news, Inchuan and Musu approached and spotted Shen Hang, standing vacantly at the entrance. The impending confrontation regarding the young female loomed ominously in Shen Hang's mind, igniting an unshakable sense of foreboding. Musu felt a pang of guilt, contemplating that had he been more vigilant, perhaps such circumstances could have been averted. Ignoring the envious gazes of both male and female hunters who beheld the spoils he bore, Shen Hang, as the hunting chief of Beast King City, bore the weight of responsibility. Yet, as Shen Hang, he was willing to sacrifice his own life for Sheng Ling. Meanwhile, Shen Hang, leading his team to a triumphant victory, carried a massive beast upon his back, having claimed its inner hide. Inchuan opened his mouth, clenching his fists in frustration. The scent of the young female was nearly dissipated from the air. She had departed. In that moment, Shen Hang felt an inexplicable drain of strength, as if his vitality had been siphoned away. During his days away, he had labored tirelessly, compressing time in anticipation of reuniting with the young female. Abandoning the immense prize he bore, Shen Hang hastened toward the stone hut, yet dread gripped him at the thought of encountering what he feared most. He yearned to present Sheng Ling with a skin pouch capable of holding numerous items, yet she preferred to deliver lethal strikes to her foes. He deliberately ventured into damp, decaying locales to gather the toxins of poisonous plants. However, upon arriving at the stone hut, he abruptly halted. His keen nose detected that the already faint scent of the young female had grown even more elusive. This was his primary objective. In haste, he rushed toward the stone hut, returning to Beast King City adorned with accolades, yet burdened with the knowledge that they had failed to protect Sheng Ling. This beast, hunted at great personal risk, possessed a hide that could contain space itself. Nevertheless, he hoped that perhaps the young female might soften in her resolve upon seeing the skin pouch he had procured. He had never fathomed how humble and accommodating love could render a person. The young female was nowhere to be found, nearly vanishing from existence. With heavy steps, Shen Hang approached the stone door and pushed it open. The stone hut, spacious and unobstructed, revealed its emptiness. The young female was absent, gazing into the vacant space. His expression grew hollow. Musu called out thrice, but Shen Hang did not respond. Ultimately, it was Inchuan who stepped forward and placed a hand upon Shen Hang's shoulder. I am sorry, Shen Hang. We failed to protect the shaman Sheng Ling. I apologize. Lanin has already gone to search. Shen Hang's initially dazed gaze suddenly sharpened, and he whipped around to face Inchuan. Chapter 99. What did you say? Didn't she walk away on her own? At this moment, Shen Hang glanced towards the stone house. He had been too anxious earlier, but now, upon closer inspection, many of the little female's belongings remained. Moreover, what Inchuan mentioned just now, had she encountered danger? Shen Hang abruptly grasped Inchuan's shoulder. Where is she now? What has transpired? Inchuan briefly recounted the events. Shen Hang felt his mind buzzing. This was far more distressing than Sheng Ling leaving on her own. Although he did not wish for Sheng Ling to depart, he was even less willing to see her in peril. All right. Little female, what is your name? Why not join us as our companion? Perhaps we could treat you better. 3 males dragged you by closer to the bonfire where 4 other males gathered. Inchuan and Musu followed suit. Although the Beast King City had dispatched patrols, they had received no news. Yubai's face turned pale, filled with profound regret for her reckless actions. How dare she? Beneath the trees, several stray beastmen were grilling meat. Let me go? Ingyuan. Yes. You aren't hoarding food all to yourself behind the boss, are you? The gray wolf and the lizard fell silent. At this moment, Shen Hang wished he could eliminate Hu Yi, yet he understood that finding Sheng Ling was of utmost importance. The flower leopard cast a sidelong glance at the gray wolf and the lizard. Don't even think about your companion. Her wings have already been clipped. Wasn't she able to fly just fine? Sheng Ling had approached quietly and, upon overhearing their conversation, surmised some details. Although Yubai appeared somewhat disheveled, her sparkling large eyes and flowing white hair only heightened his excitement. He struggled to compose himself. Enough of this chatter. That female is accompanied by an eagle beast, a formidable 4th-tier beastman, making her difficult to deal with. Indeed, the females of the north are strikingly different. Their skin is fairer than ours in the south. And those large eyes, though her chest is a tad small. The little female will be fine. She is so clever and remarkably capable. The little female will surely be unharmed. Before long, cries echoed from a distance. We must hurry. The boss and the others are still waiting. Shen Hung repeatedly urged himself. Transforming into a massive tiger, and without looking back, he charged toward the Beast King city, following the river to search. A bear, a flower leopard, a gray wolf, and a lizard. The males who spotted them stood up, elated. The bear beast man, somewhat agitated, poked at the meat on the fire, completely oblivious to the danger looming above them. Yubai, upon hearing this, cried even more heart-wrenchingly. The bear beast man, seeing Yubai being dragged over, rubbed his hands together with glee. Boss, why haven't the first and second returned yet? How long can it take to chase after a female? Sheng Ling stood atop a tree, her spiritual energy in motion, concealing her presence. Days had passed, yet she had received no word from Lan Yin. A knot of anxiety twisted within her. The mere thought of Sheng Ling possibly facing danger ignited a murderous impulse within her. Hu Yi, if it weren't for her, Ying Yuan would not be in such peril. She would certainly not have fallen into the clutches of these stray beastmen. The female in the hands of the stray beastmen would either be dead or severely injured. Moreover, it was evident that the beastmen before her were not to be trifled with. Each one looked at her with predatory gleams in their eyes. Chapter 100. Handling the situation. What to do? What to do? Yubai closed her eyes in despair as she observed the approaching orcs. Perched atop a tree, Sheng Ling manifested a bow and arrow, drawing the string back to its full moon shape. Channeling her spiritual energy, golden power enveloped the arrow, enhancing its already formidable sharpness, glinting ominously as it aimed at the highest ranked among the 7 orcs, a tier 3 beastman. The bear orc's hand insidiously reached for Yubai's thigh. Just as it was about to make contact, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Swish. Thud. The arrow pierced through the bear orc's skull. Its eyes widened in disbelief. A second dagger followed swiftly in Sheng Ling's grasp. The leopard beastman abruptly turned to the tree where they were perched. Sheng Ling raised her hand, the dagger soared forth, and her body moved in tandem. Upon opening her eyes, she found Sheng Ling indulging in roasted meat nearby. The snake orc, skeptical, scanned the surroundings, suspecting the presence of formidable males in ambush. However, after waiting in vain, no one appeared. Bang! Bang! Sheng Ling did not grant the other orcs a moment to react. Her arrows released in unison, followed by several more whooshes through the air. A gray wolf fell to the ground, while a lizard narrowly evaded a fatal blow, though its tail was impaled into the earth. To their astonishment, the one responsible for the deaths of so many was this female before them. When had females become so powerful? Despite their doubts, the leopard's instinct for danger compelled it to flee desperately. Ugh! Bang! Yubai stared in disbelief at Sheng Ling, who sat not far from her. Swish! The leopard also glanced around. Blood splattered as she deftly evaded. In a brief span, 4 stray orcs had perished, and 1 was gravely injured. The speed and lethality of her spiritual energy eclipsed ordinary attacks by several folds. Moreover, this female was stunning beyond measure. Her combat prowess rivaled that of a tier 4 beastman, while the strongest among those present barely reached tier 3. The body collapsed. Blood sprang forth. In the leopard's widened eyes, the energy surged through the wound on its neck. Most importantly, a beautiful female would typically be accompanied by protective males. The previous dagger struck the leopard's leg, immediately hampering its speed due to the injury. Finally, the remaining leopard beastman regained its senses. Yubai, sprawled on the ground, remained dazed, eyes tightly shut as she awaited the arrival of death. Having dispatched the last of the orcs, Sheng Ling gradually retracted her dagger. The leopard and another snake beastman, witnessing Sheng Ling's sudden emergence, felt their pupils constrict. Surely, the male by her side must be equally formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Ling's dagger fell with precision. With a flash, she released several more arrows. Only after a prolonged silence enveloped the scene did she slowly open her eyes. The conversation between the stray orcs and Sheng Ling had gone unheard. Adhering to her principle of not wasting food, she picked up the roasted meat from the ground and utilized a cleansing spell to remove any dirt. A female? You. Who are you? How could there be a female here? What happened to those stray orcs? Stiffly turning her head, the leopard beheld the fallen orcs scattered across the ground, alongside the pooling blood. Chapter 101. Rescue after finishing the roasted meat. Sheng Ling noticed Yubai still gazing at her in a daze. She gathered her belongings, and as Yubai saw her preparing to leave, she finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly scrambled to her feet. I am Yubai, a female of the Bailu tribe. May I ask your name? She still found it hard to believe that the orcs she had just encountered were slain by the female before her. Sheng Ling did not respond, focusing instead on tallying the items she had obtained from the wandering orcs before standing up. Could I ask you for a favor? Please. I beg you to save my partner. He has been gravely injured by those wandering orcs. Please, I implore you to help him. Yubai was frantic, aware that pleading for aid from this female might be futile. Yet, the fact that Sheng Ling had rescued her from a perilous situation gave Yubai a sense of hope, akin to grasping a lifeline. The distance to the tribe with a shaman was still uncertain. Sheng Ling turned to face Yubai, who rushed over. only to be overwhelmed with tears upon seeing the bloodied Ying Yuan lying among the rocks. As she approached, Yu Bai cried out, "I promise." She obediently ceased her movements, her sorrow deepening as she began to sob. "Are you one of the flying orcs from the northern region?" If they could have a flying orc's assistance in their subsequent endeavors, their tasks might become considerably easier. Furthermore, after avenging herself, she might have to contend with the Eastern Beast King's city, making it clear that remaining in this vicinity was perilous. Wiping the blood mist from around the wounds with animal hide, she discreetly employed a cleansing spell. "Lead the way," she instructed. As they reached the stones, she queried Yu Bai, who nodded eagerly but then appeared somewhat pale, realizing that despite this female's prowess, her partner required a shaman's expertise. Attempting to lift the injured Ying Yuan from the ground proved futile due to her lack of strength. Sheng Ling's decision to assist the female stemmed partly from overhearing the wandering orc's conversation. Guiding Sheng Ling with her memories of their earlier path, Yu Bai hastened toward the site where Ying Yuan had been injured. Sheng Ling rummaged through her pouch for medicinal powder and tinctures. "I can save him, but you must agree to a few conditions as compensation for rescuing you." "What do you say?" Sheng Ling's consciousness swept across the area, finally spotting a barely conscious orc amidst the rubble. "Is this your partner?" It was fortunate that both individuals hailed from the northern region. If they had 2 guides, she could accompany them there. "Though we snuck over here, we mean no harm. In truth, I was merely curious about the sacrificial ceremony in the east and wanted to see it for myself. However, my parents disapproved, so I sneaked out. I never anticipated that Ying Yuan would follow my trail and that we would encounter wandering orcs. Ying Yuan was injured while trying to save me. Do not move him for now. He has sustained numerous injuries, and any hasty movements might exacerbate his condition." This area lacked a water source, and leaving Yu Bai alone could lead to dangers from wild beasts or other wandering orcs, rendering their rescue effort in vain. A change of strategy was imperative. Once the wounds were cleaned, the medication phase would commence. However, at this moment, Ying Yuan's injuries were severe, aside from the frightening external wounds. There were also several internal injuries. Tomorrow, the next chapter will be released, and there will be explosive updates. I kindly request all you lovely readers to support me with your recommendation and monthly votes. Love you all, moi. Chapter 102, Conditions: A Pair of Wings. Yet one is fractured. However, having witnessed the robust physical constitution of the beastmen, Sheng Ling was not overly concerned about the injury after appropriate care. For 3 days, Sheng Ling lingered in the small forest. During this span, Ying Yuan had awakened. Thanks to the beastmen's formidable resilience, her external wounds had nearly healed, though her internal injuries and fractures required additional time for recuperation. Upon regaining consciousness, Ying Yuan began to absorb the energy from her accompanying crystal, hastening her recovery. Observing Ying Yuan's still somewhat pallid complexion and reddened eyes, Yu Bai felt a surge of concern. However, seeing Sheng Ling adeptly tending to their provisions, she rushed over to assist. Though her capabilities were limited, witnessing Sheng Ling's care for both of them weighed heavily on her conscience. Of course, had a male rescued them, she would have felt a sense of ease. Ying Yuan was taken aback to learn that both she and Yu Bai had been rescued by a female. She could distinctly sense the chill emanating from Sheng Ling, who leaned against a tree, observing the two. At the time, she had been at a disadvantage. Watching the 2 busy females, Ying Yuan felt a profound sense of guilt. Once the patrol above departed, the 3 emerged. "Thank you, esteemed one," Ying Yuan expressed earnestly. "I am immensely grateful for your rescue of both Yu Bai and myself. Should you have any needs, I would willingly risk my life to comply. However, I hope you will allow me to ensure the safety of my companion first." As Ying Yuan gazed at the somewhat languid Sheng Ling, she perceived a glint of severity in her eyes. After all, she had personally witnessed Sheng Ling eliminate the rogue beastmen. A cold flash passed through Sheng Ling's gaze. Here was a male beastman relying on females for hunting and care. It was his own inadequacy that had prevented him from safeguarding Yu Bai. From their brief interaction over the past few days, Sheng Ling had discerned that Yu Bai was somewhat naive and lacked intelligence, whereas Ying Yuan was astute and perceptive. Nonetheless, while not blaming anyone was one matter, she did not wish to be at a disadvantage herself. That lingering resentment must find an outlet, wouldn't it? Sheng Ling swiftly maneuvered the trio into a concealed location. Regarding the indifferent Tiger King, she bore no resentment towards his inaction. Their standings and interests diverged. She noticed that among the group were beastmen from the Eastern Beast King city. Ying Yuan quickly comforted Yu Bai by patting her shoulder. She would not let the fox beast that had wronged her escape unscathed, especially since she had been well protected since childhood. This was particularly true as she observed Sheng Ling tending to her wounds. On the 4th day, a flock of beastmen suddenly flew overhead. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, Yu Bai instinctively clutched her fur skirt in anxiety. The female before them was not only formidable, but also a shaman. Both women held Sheng Ling in considerably higher esteem. Hiding in the shadows, the trio remained motionless as Sheng Ling discreetly cloaked their presence with her spiritual energy. Were it not for Sheng Ling's timely intervention, both she and Yu Bai would have fallen victim to the rogue beastmen. This realization prompted Ying Yuan to accelerate her absorption of the crystal S energy. However, While Ying Yuan's admiration stemmed from a reverence for strength, Yu Bai's respect for Sheng Ling was tinged with a hint of fear. I saved both you and Yu Bai under certain conditions, Ying Yuan, Sheng Ling declared. Yu Bai, feeling anxious and fearful, responded hastily. Sheng Ling's lips curled into a smirk. Then you must swear to the beast god that you will not disclose my affairs to anyone. Otherwise, both of you shall face the beast goddess wrath. Chapter 103. The Plan in the Realm of Beasts. The most severe punishment for the orcs is the retribution of the beast god. The orcs hold a profound reverence for swearing allegiance to the beast god. Should one fail to uphold this oath, they shall face divine punishment, akin to how practitioners of the Tao pledge their vows. Without hesitation, Ying Yuan took the oath. And Yu Bai beside him followed suit, though tears lingered in his eyes. Sheng Ling was pleased with their oaths. This is my first condition. As for the second, I require your assistance with a task that poses no threat to your lives or the well-being of your companions. Regarding the third condition, once the second task is completed, I wish for you to accompany me to the north. What do you say? Ying Yuan and Yu Bai exchanged glances, both astonished. Initially, Ying Yuan had braced himself for a grim fate. The first task seemed trivial, yet it appeared that this esteemed individual wished to keep their identity concealed. Not only could he not protect such a clever female, but he also contemplated causing her harm, reflecting on his tribe's chieftain, who remained unwed. Ying Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yu Bai, listening intently, widened his eyes in righteous indignation. You speak, my lord. As for the third condition, Ying Yuan maintained a broader perspective. Even if she requested to be taken to the north, he did not intend to travel alongside them in the end. His respect for Sheng Ling deepened with each revelation of her plan. The female before him was not only powerful and skilled in healing arts but also remarkably astute. Originally, the orc sought to harm Sheng Ling, yet he had not anticipated the entanglement in the power struggles of the Eastern Beast King City. Suddenly, he grasped why Sheng Ling had chosen to act personally. Such an extraordinary female and healer, if she were to venture to the north, would undoubtedly foster significant development there. Thus, the north would become her home. He understood that every region is fraught with open and covert conflicts. The second condition required him to patrol on her behalf. I once resided in the Beast King City, where an orc attempted to harm me, compelling me to return. There, I have numerous means of escape. Even in the most primitive of places, where there exists a community, competition is inevitable. Unbeknownst to Sheng Ling, Ying Yuan's thoughts were far-reaching. As Sheng Ling outlined her plans, Yu Bai, unable to comprehend, began to drift into slumber. One could hardly blame him for being unfaithful. It was the orcs of the East who were truly despicable. Nevertheless, a sigh of relief washed over him. The eastern lands where Sheng Ling had once lived were no longer accessible to her. Sheng Ling succinctly recounted her intentions. Any male orc who harmed a female would face the punishment of the beast god. Ying Yuan, having absorbed this information, recognized the gravity of the situation far more than Yu Bai. They were utterly outrageous for inflicting harm upon her. The beast king and the beast god would surely punish them. However, the nature of conflicts varies according to environment, intellect, and strategy. Before him stood a formidable healer. Merely by virtue of her being a female, her willingness to accompany them into the northern territories would be warmly welcomed by the Beast King City and the various tribes therein. Moreover, the north was the most expansive region of the entire beast realm. She would inevitably find a suitable place to call home. Once the two had finalized their discussions, the darkness of night enveloped the land. Meanwhile, Chen Hang, who had been searching for Sheng Ling, finally encountered Lan Yin. Chapter 104. Entering the city, it was only when Ch-N-H-Ing noticed the absence of Sh-Ing-L-Ing around L-N-Y-N that a heavy feeling settled in his heart. L-N-Y-N looked at Ch-N-H-Ing, who appeared disheveled and weary, and felt an ache in her own heart. She parted her lips, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, Ch-N-H-Ing. If it weren't for his lack of foresight and selfish intentions, we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Ch-N-H-Ing bore old wounds that had yet to heal, now exacerbated by numerous new injuries. From the bloodstains that marred his body and the bloodshot eyes that spoke of his anguish, L-N-Y-N surmised that he had hurried over upon hearing of the situation, eager to search for Sh-Ing-L-Ing. Ch-N-H-Ing remained silent, and L-N-Y-N felt a deeper sorrow as she regarded his taciturn demeanor. I will find her. Wang Yuan was astonished at Sh-Ing-L-Ing's audacity to appear so brazenly, unafraid of being discovered, especially as a lowly herbivorous beast. The male beastman harbored resentment towards Wang Yuan's approach, yet simultaneously felt a flicker of anticipation. As she had anticipated, they encountered the beastman who had woven the grass bags, and he remained oblivious to the differences. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the more he searched, the more he realized that his pride had led him astray. Ch-N-H-Ing's voice was hoarse. Clad in a skirt of animal hide and draped in a veil of fine silk, such attire was common in the beast realm. He had believed that his calculations were flawless. Yet he was unaware that both the former ambiguous Sh-Ing-L-Ing and the present version had undergone significant changes in appearance. Very well. Let us split up and search. This male beastman was utterly inept at caring for the female if they could showcase their abilities. Perhaps they too might have a chance to become favored partners. Along the way, Sh-Ing-L-Ing captured a deer to serve as a mount. It was bewildering that a male beastman permitted his companion to ride a beast. Yet, witnessing Chng's current state, Lyn felt an indescribable discomfort. The young female was extraordinarily beautiful, her fair skin seemingly glowing under the sunlight. I have scoured the nearby rivers multiple times, and after examining the hidden streams, I have eliminated many locations, leaving only 3 possibilities. However, Sheng Ling's striking beauty and perfect figure caused quite a stir when she arrived at the East Beast King city. The attention drawn to her entourage was not solely due to her presence. Is there any trace of her? This male was utterly useless, incapable even of caring for a female. Meanwhile, Sheng Ling and Wang Yuan settled YBI before hastening towards East Beast King city. Standing beside them was Wang Yuan, whose presence was not only marked by an elevated aura, once clad in a robe of magic. She now employed her spiritual power and techniques to weave a simple illusion around herself. While there might be similarities, the aura she exuded was distinctly different. Both her figure and visage incited fervor among the male beastmen. Yet, the young female appeared somewhat aloof, riding her deer with Wang trailing behind. Casting nary a glance their way, Lyn, having grown accustomed to Chng's indifference, understood that beneath his cold exterior lay a warm heart. As Sheng Ling and Wang Yuan walked, they overheard the surrounding murmurs. Can you smell that? Have you noticed? That male beastman seems to belong to the bird tribe. Ah, he is a male from the bird tribe. No wonder. Moreover, the animal hide he wears is not reminiscent of our southern style. He must be from the northern bird tribe. A male from the northern bird tribe? I always thought the northern bird tribe lacked the prowess of our beast tribes. Their hunting abilities are mediocre, and they are mostly arrogant. Now, they can't even care for a female. Chapter 105 Midnight. Should I find myself beside the delicate female, I would undoubtedly care for her far better than he does. Such a beautiful creature, positioned next to him, is simply. Eagle Abyss wore a stern expression, listening to the clamor of discussions among the surrounding beastmen. Although he had never ventured to the eastern regions before, he had heard tales of them. Regardless of whether it was the east and north or the west and south, the territories held mutual disdain for one another. For instance, the eastern beastmen would deride their northern counterparts as aloof and inept hunters, while the north would brand the eastern folk as crude and barbaric. Previously, Eagle Abyss had not felt this animosity deeply, but due to the prevailing circumstances, he had developed a strong distaste for the eastern beastmen, which rendered him even more indifferent throughout the occasion. The Beast King city welcomed females without demanding any crystal fees. She knew only that one must repay enmity with enmity. Meanwhile, Eagle Abyss stood guard outside. As the latter half of the night grew cooler, Foxwild was imprisoned within a sturdy stone chamber, closely monitored by beastmen outside. Fortunately, the abundant use of narcotics, coupled with the beastmen's lack of vigilance against poisons, allowed Sheng Ling to exploit the situation. Unbeknownst to her, Eagle Abyss held his own thoughts. Foxwild must perish, and as for the Fox clan, they would merely have to endure some hardships. Such narcotics required time to take effect, with their lethality varying in potency. She had meticulously prepared the poisons in advance. Naturally, her first targets were Foxwild and the Fox clan. A gentle breeze stirred, prompting the guards to rub their noses, waiting for a brief moment. The ailments afflicting the unrelated Fox clan were mostly trivial, such as mild gastrointestinal distress, while those on the Tiger King's side would suffer from itchiness and discomfort. Eagle Abyss, being a mate to another, stood outside a wooden cabin, while the Tiger King occupied a well-appointed dwelling. The Tiger King had no intention of hastily ending Foxwild's life, as the latter still held some value for him. With a series of muffled thuds, Eagle Abyss watched in horror as several male beastmen collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Sheng Ling and Eagle Abyss strode confidently into the Beast King city. Foxwild would die, and even if the Tiger King survived, he would suffer immensely. Pain and discomfort awaited him. As the wind picked up, an invisible, odorless powder was cast towards the Tiger King's residence. In this critical moment, she might not be able to escape. However, Sheng Ling had no such intentions. He would pave the way for his Tiger clan, especially since this man dared to lay his hands on his daughter. He was determined not to let him off easily. Yet, when confronted with an unfamiliar female, he paused momentarily in surprise. Time was of the essence as Sheng Ling hurriedly opened the stone door and entered the chamber. Foxwild, battered and with eyes closed, stirred at the sound, opening his eyes. Most importantly, the daughter of the Fox King was quite fond of Foxwild. If he could be of use, perhaps the Tiger King could extend his reign for a few more years. Most lethal poisons, which could seal one's fate with a single touch, were not easily concocted. Moreover, the beastmen's robust constitution defied the conventional understanding of such matters. Their movements were swift, and he acted that very night. If this noble intended to take his life, this was a heavily guarded area, and how could a female enter here? Furthermore, the beauty of this female was astonishingly captivating. Yet, amidst her allure, there was a strange familiarity that Foxwild could not quite place. However, as the moonlight streamed through the door's crack and illuminated Sheng Ling's deep, enigmatic eyes, Foxwild could not help but feel his pupils constrict. Chapter 106. Exhaustion. The final strike from Sheng Ling left an indelible impression on Hu Yi, its impact resonating profoundly within him. Yet, in the fleeting moment of recollection, an ominous premonition surged forth, compounded by the unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings, heightening Hu Ye's anxiety. Despite enduring torment that rendered him lifeless in spirit, he clung to the faint hope of his value to the Tiger King. As long as he remained alive, the possibility of escape lingered, along with the prospect of a resurgence. Even though he had spent the past few days cursing Sheng Ling in his mind, vowing that when he regained his strength, he would capture her and return his suffering tenfold, the sight of her exquisite face pleading for mercy amidst her own despair had brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. However, gazing at Sheng Ling, who now exuded an aura of chill in the night, Hu Ye's vengeful thoughts had long since dissipated. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He could not perish at the hands of this female. He yearned to survive. The female before him was not the Tiger King. Given the enmity forged between him and Sheng Ling, she would undoubtedly spare him no mercy. Bound by the sinewy tendrils of the magical beasts, he was utterly immobilized. A mere plaything for others. Who could have anticipated that Sheng Ling possessed such formidable powers, and that she was a female at that? Yet, in his quest for retribution, he had inadvertently ensnared Yu Bai, plunging himself into a torment that made him wish to tear through his own skin. Days later, witnessing the Tiger King, gaunt and ravaged by diarrhea and a rash, the beastmen of the Beast King's domain could no longer remain idle and sought the aid of the Grand Healer from the Eastern Beast King city. As both the Tiger King and his retinue were afflicted by discomfort, as Hu Ye's vitality waned, he was besieged not only by the debilitating weakness of his affliction, but also by the multitude of red spots that erupted upon his skin, each one a source of relentless itching, heat, and pain. If death were to come, it should have been at the hands of Chen Hang. The commotion soon drew the attention of the healers, yet most were unable to ascertain the cause of the malady. The foul stench that permeated the air plunged the entire Beast King's domain into chaos, inciting waves of nausea among its inhabitants. Regret washed over him. He should never have provoked Sheng Ling. Meanwhile, the fox tribe was engulfed in its own cacophony of despair. By the time they arrived, they merely discovered the beastmen suffering from stomach ailments. The sight of those on the brink of death, desperately calling for help, felt eerily familiar. His once illustrious reputation was now in tatters. Under the cover of night, he fled alongside Ying Yuan, the three of them hastily making their way towards the northern territories. Some beastmen managed to hold themselves together at first, but eventually, some succumbed to the urge and sold themselves on the spot. Just as Hu Yi prepared to cry out for assistance, an icy sensation enveloped his neck, followed by a surge of warmth as his life ebbed away. Sheng Ling did not linger. Upon confirming Hu Ye's demise, she tidied up the scene. That very night, chaos erupted in the Eastern Beast King city. The beastmen, roused from their slumber, initially mistook the tumult for an enemy attack. The Tiger King, in a fit of rage, was on the move. Hu Ye's eyes widened, filled with a tempest of rage, reluctance, fear, and a flicker of regret. The sight of the Tiger King, already pallid and stricken with illness, was a testament to his own downfall. Upon the Grand Healer's hurried arrival at the Tiger King's residence, he was nearly overcome by the noxious odor that assaulted his senses as he entered the Beast King's domain. The discomfort among the beastmen was palpable. And despite the Grand Healer's esteemed status, one to which even the Tiger King showed deference, the atmosphere was fraught with tension as he entered the Tiger King's stone abode, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Chapter 107. The Grand Shaman. Although I had heard about the current situation of the Tiger King during my journey, upon seeing him lying on the stone bed, gaunt and barely clinging to life, I nearly failed to recognize him. Cough cough. Grand Shaman, you have finally arrived. The Tiger King, though utterly dispirited, regarded the Grand Shaman as a beacon of hope. In the past couple of days, he had begun to question the very essence of his existence, even entertaining the notion that he might be afflicted with a terminal illness. Ultimately, when he could endure no longer, he had summoned the Grand Shaman, despite his reluctance to do so due to the exorbitant costs involved. Each request felt akin to carving away a piece of his own flesh, leaving him with a heart that bled. Suppressing his disdain, the Grand Shaman approached to examine the ailing Tiger King. I have matters to discuss with the Beast King. You may leave us for now. Over time, the Tiger King had grown increasingly fearful of death. His condition was dire. He appeared despondent and irate. Witnessing such a state only deepened his trepidation. Once most had vacated the room, the Grand Shaman fixed a stern gaze upon the Tiger King. At that moment, he was loath to hear the words of terminal illness escape the Grand Shaman's lips. No. In the days preceding my affliction, I consumed roasted meat, and the majority of the beastmen in Beast King City partook as well. The Tiger King was further unnerved by the Grand Shaman's probing. Contemplating the old fellow's stubbornness even in the face of death, the Grand Shaman felt compelled to extract further confessions. No, this cannot be extortion. This is merely what he rightfully owes. Observing the Tiger King's resolute demeanor, the Grand Shaman furrowed his brow. Typically, in an effort to appear approachable, He would partake in the same meals as the beastmen during their bonfire gatherings. Having occupied a position of privilege for so long, he had enjoyed numerous benefits, even relishing solitary moments with his partner. He cleared his throat, for he had been preoccupied with matters of the throne, scarcely finding time to indulge in personal feasts. The Grand Shaman, astonished, conducted several more examinations, confirming that his initial assessments were accurate, and turned his attention to the increasingly anxious Tiger King. Yet, the more he examined, the more deeply he furrowed his brow. Have you ingested anything that you ought not to have? It was perplexing how the old fellow had fallen victim to such misfortune. He possessed the means to heal, albeit with considerable difficulty. Do not presume I am unaware of your dual nature, putting on a fade while indulging in clandestine excesses. Now you come to me with your ailments. If many of the beastmen had consumed the same roasted meat, why were they unaffected? No, wait. Some did suffer from diarrhea, particularly those from the Tiger King's domain and the Fox clan. Tiger King, everyone has departed. You may now divulge precisely what you have ingested that you should not have. Recognizing the Tiger King's concern for his dignity, I surmised that under the watchful eyes of so many, he would be reluctant to admit to his secret indulgences. His eyes reflected a profound despair. For days, the Tiger King had ruminated over his recent meals, yet despite his efforts, he could not deduce the cause of his affliction. The words of the Grand Shaman commanded the respect of the beastmen, and upon hearing the Grand Shaman's skepticism, the Tiger King erupted in indignation. Grand Shaman, I assure you, I have not consumed anything I should not have. I have only eaten the roasted meat enjoyed by the beastmen. The Grand Shaman, taken aback by the Tiger King's outburst, felt his composure falter. He had shown this old fellow respect, and yet, he continued to feign ignorance. Thus, he resolved to cast aside any further pretenses of decorum. Chapter 108. News. Did you eat something wrong? Is it possible to be poisoned? No, that cannot be. I only had roasted meat. The Grand Healer must be laughing in disbelief. He had always known that the Tiger King possessed a modicum of cleverness, albeit limited. At times, his cleverness led him astray. And he was also rather petty. During his tenure as the ruler of the Beast King city, little progress was made, sustained only by the reserves left by the former Beast King, preventing any decline. Yet, this old fool lacked ambition, preoccupied with trivial matters. Now, in his old age, he still clung to that position. Are you the healer, or am I? If you do not wish for my assistance, then do not summon me, lest you waste my time. Your trivial matters do not concern me. Is the Tiger King unafraid? Has he grown accustomed to this stone chamber after spending so long within? However, as days passed, the scent of herbs faded, replaced by the increasingly foul odor of decay. Some beastmen, with their keen sense of smell, detected the stench emanating from within. He recalled the incidents involving himself, the Tiger King, and the Fox clan. When Chun Hung and his companions received the news, a full day had already passed. Initially, Chun Hung had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of the Beast King city. Even after hearing of the Beast King's ailment, he had devoted himself to the welfare of the Beast King city for many years without seeking anything in return. By the time the beastmen sensed something amiss and entered, the Fox clan's envoy had already become unrecognizable. The Grand Healer could not help but look down upon the Tiger King even more. However, he was not intimidated by the Tiger King. A new Beast King could easily be appointed, but not just anyone could assume the role of the Grand Healer. The envoy was confined there by the Tiger King's orders, forbidding any unauthorized inspection. Even from a distance, the stench was unbearable. At that moment, voices of panic erupted from outside the stone chamber. In truth, Muses suspected that this was the doing of Sheng Ling. The Tiger King felt a surge of realization. Indeed, after the envoy's demise, Sheng Ling had masked the scent of blood with herbs. His complexion darkened considerably. Usually, he would undertake many tasks assigned by the Tiger King, even those fraught with danger, if they served the interests of the Beast King city. Chun Hung closed his eyes. In his memory, he still held a degree of respect for the Tiger King, at least regarding him as an elder. The Tiger King remained silent for a long while, gradually regaining his composure. He was not foolish, even if belatedly aware of the situation. The Tiger King's face darkened with anger as he was berated by the Grand Healer. Despite being a figure of disdain, he had managed to gain some respect. But in the end, what had he achieved? He could not even protect the one he cherished. Moreover, the Beast King and others were involved as well. Throughout his years of rule, the Tiger King had presented himself well before outsiders. Do not blame me for not warning you, for there is more than one poison within you, though it will not claim your life. Do you truly wish to continue in this manner? Furthermore, the news came from Musu and the former healer of the Beast King city. My Lord Beast King. My Lord Beast King. There has been an incident at the stone chamber. The envoy is dead. Originally, he had no intention of returning, but Musu suggested that this might be connected to Sheng Ling. Chun Hung hastily gathered his belongings and finally returned to the Beast King city. From Musu, he learned of the recent events that had transpired. The envoy was dead, and the Beast King had suffered greatly, dragging down both the Beastmen and the Fox clan in the aftermath. Chapter 109. Regained composure while others remained unscathed. I received news that the Tiger King and his companions had been poisoned. It seemed implausible to consider it mere coincidence. When pieced together, along with Sheng Ling's medical expertise, they were undoubtedly aware of the situation, even possessing knowledge of the toxins from magical beasts. Musu, well-versed in the world, harbored a belief that Sheng Ling's shamanic skills might rival those of the Grand Shaman. He lamented deeply, wishing he could have rushed to save Sheng Ling. Initially, he had been reassured by the presence of Yin Chuan and Lan Yin. Now, with Sheng Ling missing, Musu felt that her absence represented a profound loss, not only for Chunhang, but also for Beast King City and the entire eastern region. The source of this loss stemmed from those self-serving individuals who disregarded the greater good. Musu believed Fox Yu deserved his fate. Yet the immediate priority was to locate Sheng Ling and restore her. Chunhang's fists clenched tightly, experiencing a tumultuous mix of relief that Sheng Ling was unharmed and a sense of helplessness. Sheng Ling was incredibly formidable, a fact that was starkly evident at this moment. Chunhang had been holding on for days, but in that instant, his conviction seemed on the brink of collapse. He had sustained injuries during the battle against the magical beasts. Chunhang, you must take this medicine. Do you truly wish to succumb? The little female has avenged herself. Will you allow those who plotted against you and Sheng Ling to escape unscathed? Do you not intend to find her personally? Do you not wish to explain things to her face to face? Can you simply stand by and do nothing? After returning, Chunhang had tirelessly searched for Sheng Ling for days, his body taut with exhaustion. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement. A few days prior, a remarkably beautiful female had arrived in Beast King City. He had caught a glimpse of her from afar and thought her strikingly lovely, yet she seemed oddly familiar. In retrospect, she might have been the shaman Sheng Ling. Chunhang's eyes dimmed, yet he persevered, driven solely by his unwavering belief. Seeing Chunhang's astonishment, Musu opened his mouth to speak. Chunhang, when the truth about the Tiger King surfaced, I recalled this event and went to investigate. However, some orcs mentioned that the next day, the female and her companion had vanished. Vanished? Companion? The shaman hastily administered medicine to him, yet Chunhang clenched his jaw, refusing to relent. Witnessing the blood streaming from Chunhang, the crowd gasped in shock. She could thrive independently, even without them. Observing Chunhang's state, Musu sighed heavily. Chunhang abruptly raised his head, and both Yin Chuan and Lan Yin turned to Musu. I believe Sheng Ling may have returned to Beast King City. Chunhang's breath hitched. His eyes flickered, struggling against the tide of emotion rising within. Musu, anxious at the sight of Chunhang's despondency, contemplated the multitude of events that had transpired recently. Musu, where is she? Where is she now? He grasped Musu tightly. Indeed, he could not afford to falter. Those who had plotted against him were of little concern, yet they had no right to involve Sheng Ling. Moreover, he yearned to see if her companion was truly deserving. If he mistreated her or bullied her, he needed to ascertain the truth. If he treated her well, and she reciprocated those feelings, then he would simply observe. Chapter 110. The parchment. Musu observed Chunhang regaining his spirits, and he let out a sigh of relief. Chunhang, you must not give up. That beastman is rumored to be from the avian tribes in the north. If they depart from here, they may very well head north. Hope reignited in Chunhang's eyes. Once he resolved matters here, he would venture north in search of her. Before departing, Sheng Ling placed her crystals and a collection of medicinal herbs and animal hides near the cave of the beastman who had rescued her. She also included a rudimentary diagram. In a world devoid of written language, she resorted to illustrating the medicinal properties of the herbs on the hides. Once she conveyed the general idea, Sheng Ling marked the herbs accordingly. However, she left behind more crystals and hides, just in case the beastman could not comprehend the illustrations. After completing these tasks, the trio hastened along the eastern path toward the north. Upon discovering some powder within, they discerned it to be derived from a certain plant. Recognizing the hides and crystals, their attention remained undeterred. After all, he had rescued her, yet she had departed silently, bringing him this trouble. He was wary of complications and contemplated seeking a different location. Not detecting any scent of blood, Musu curiously unwrapped the hide. He caught a whiff of the female's fragrance from earlier. Judging by her state, she seemed to carry a fair share of troubles. But what were these jars and vials? He had no desire for herbivorous fare. Levin continued to rummage through the items until he suddenly stumbled upon a roll resembling animal hide, the parchment. As he grasped the parchment and unfurled it, the contents within momentarily halted him. One eye squinted, inhaling deeply. He picked up a wooden jar, noticing some markings, and after several attempts, he managed to open it. While he understood the hides and crystals, he was not in one of such items. Recently, the beastmen from the Beast King City had been patrolling nearby. Yet he felt no fear. Even if their king appeared, he remained unperturbed. Sheng Ling possessed formidable skills, and Ying Yuan was a third-tier beastman, thus their journey was manageable. However, Yubai required rest, prolonging their travel time significantly. Just as they collapsed into a thicket, they found no small females, only a large bundle of hides. Levin frowned, deducing from the surrounding sense that the items had likely been left by the female, despite his internal disdain for their actions, neglecting her while present. Only to create a ruckus upon her absence, he pondered how to intimidate her. Approaching the cave's vicinity when Lai abruptly halted. The bulging hide bag contained numerous items, hides, crystals, in various jars. Meanwhile, Levin irritably returned to his own cave. From the beast's behavior and dialogue, one might surmise they were in search of a female, likely the very one he had rescued. He lunged toward a patch of grass. But what purpose did she have for these items? Was it to express gratitude? He squinted at the peculiar patterns on the parchment. Was that a leopard depicted? Could it be him? Yet how could he be rendered so diminutive? In affront, this small female was insulting him. Moreover, the leopard appeared injured, bleeding, with broken bones, exhibiting signs of distress. This was a blatant insult. Chapter 111. Arrival in the north. He saved her, yet she dared to insult him. Levin wished to obliterate the objects before him, but suddenly paused, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. The trio, after hastily traversing the distance, finally reached the northern border after half a month. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Throughout their journey, they largely evaded the orcs, wary of drawing attention. Nevertheless, they encountered several crises along the way. Some orcs from the southern region sought to capture females by employing various tactics, while others, more desperate, attempted outright abduction. The verdant landscape gradually faded, revealing towering peaks blanketed in snow. At last, they had arrived at the snow-capped mountains. Once they crossed these summits, they would reach the northern lands. Upon sighting the familiar snow-covered terrain, Yubai could not help but shed tears of joy. She was aware that the jars and bottles carried by Sheng Ling contained precious medicinal herbs. Lord Sheng Ling, where are you injured? What do you require? Without her beast form, she had traversed this distance and even hunted at times. Upon seeing Sheng Ling produce these items, Yubai was taken aback. Sheng Ling, noticing their reactions, recalled the first time she revealed her supplies. Shen Hong, that great tiger, had reacted similarly. However, to avoid wasting time, she had to suppress her thoughts. The moment they stepped onto the snow-covered mountain, the trio donned thick furs, especially Yubai. Ying Yuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. My lord, when will you awaken to the truth? These items, although resembling herbs, were not medicinal. Rather, they included fruits and powders derived from fruits, edible in nature. The telegraph machine in the space sighed in resignation. Ying Yuan shared the same speculation. Indeed, despite Sheng Ling's formidable strength, she remained a female. Sheng Ling paid no heed to the telegraph machine's usual complaints. Ying Yuan enveloped her tightly in his embrace, shielding her from the cold. Lowering his gaze, he shook his head. How lonely one must feel when alone. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The biting wind howled, causing Yubai to shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, having entered the northern territory, Yubai felt considerably reassured by the protective presence of the northern beast king city. Seeing Sheng Ling produce those items now raised doubts in both men's minds regarding her well-being during the journey. Sheng Ling had saved both his and Yubai's lives, and he felt a profound gratitude that compelled him to repay her kindness. Along the way, Sheng Ling had inquired about various matters concerning the north. Nodding, she retrieved her jars and bottles from the leather pouch, settling by the fire to roast her meat. Ying Yuan felt an urge to chastise himself for his carelessness. During this segment of the journey, he and Yubai had grown familiar with Sheng Ling. Thus Yubai felt considerably less fear towards her now. How enviable it was. Females with companions enjoyed a different experience. Not only were they cared for along the way, but they were also free from constant worry. Let us go. Throughout the journey, they had been anxious about being pursued by the eastern orcs. Hence they hadn't had a proper meal or rest. Lord Sheng Ling, upon entering the northern domain, there will be orcs from various tribes and the Beast King city surveying the skies, even at the borders, ensuring our safety. Lord Sheng Ling, are you injured? As she spoke, Sheng Ling handed a bottle of milk fruit powder to the two of them. Ying Yuan's keen sense of smell immediately detected the fragrance of milk fruit. Only then did he believe her, seeing Ying Yuan relax. Yubai also understood that the contents of the jar were indeed safe. Curiosity piqued, she gazed at Sheng Ling's assortment of jars. Chapter 112. The method of roasting meat. Lord Sheng Ling, what are these items? They are not medicinal herbs. What purpose do they serve? Can fruits truly be prepared in such a manner? Are they meant for consumption as well? Sheng Ling nodded. Generally, fruits become scarce during winter. However, if one wishes to indulge in them, they can be preserved in advance. This method is one of storage techniques. When the time comes to enjoy them, one may simply rehydrate them with water, preferably warm water, or as I am currently doing, use them for roasting meat. Seeing the excitement in Yu Hong and in Yuan's eyes, Sheng Ling continued, nevertheless, different fruits possess distinct flavors, and the same applies to meats. Some can be combined harmoniously, while others cannot. When prepared correctly, they enhance the taste of the roasted meat, but if paired poorly, it may not only result in an unpleasant meal but could, in severe cases, lead to food poisoning. At the mention of the term poisoning, both individuals' pupils constricted sharply, particularly in Yuan. He had witnessed the potency of poisons during his escapades in the Beast King city alongside Sheng Ling. He had no doubt that if Sheng Ling intended to eliminate him and Yu Hong, she could easily do so with poison, and they might perish unknowingly. Sheng Ling conveyed this to caution them against haphazardly combining foods that might lead to poisoning. Everyone has different tastes, and regional preferences vary as well. Beyond enduring long periods of cold and natural disasters, they often faced hunger. Yuan comprehended the immense value of food preservation methods. Throughout their journey, he had come to regard Sheng Ling as not merely a shaman, but perhaps a sage. He thought of his own tribe. Sheng Ling appreciated Yuan's eagerness to learn. Living in the north, isolated by snow-capped mountains, they not only shunned interactions with other beastmen, but also sought to protect themselves through such isolation. Sheng Ling leaned on two types of meat, one with a milder flavor and the other with a more intense taste. Coupled with their hunting prowess, they primarily hunted smaller game. Yu Hong felt increasingly bewildered, eventually succumbing to confusion. This powder is made from spicy fruit, and this one from numbing fruit. When combined with some chopped scallions, it yields a delightful flavor. However, if one cannot adjust to this taste, honey mixed with sour fruit powder can serve as an alternative. He cherished this opportunity. Despite not being particularly astute, he was uncertain about the flavor preferences of the northern beastmen. Yet, he did not hide his ignorance. Learning a bit more might spare Yu Hong from numerous dangers and increase the survival odds of his kin. Sheng Ling did not impose her tastes upon others, but from her experience. She believed that honey and sour fruit roasted meat was favored by the beastmen of the eastern region. Furthermore, one must use these ingredients in moderation, otherwise, the flavor may become peculiar. When Yuan learned that this was a method of food preservation, he became notably serious. Unlike others, he was attentive and would inquire with Sheng Ling whenever he encountered something he did not comprehend. The living conditions in the northern tribes were far harsher than those in the east. Yu Hong and Yuan both sneezed several times. Yet Yu Hong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the roasting meat. Though he could not articulate the flavor, the aroma made him involuntarily swallow. Once the meat was nearly done, Sheng Ling used a bone knife to divide it into 3 portions. Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed to accept food from a female. Chapter 113. Delicious, however, he understood that Sheng Ling was not concerned about such trivialities. Furthermore, in his heart, Sheng Ling was a respected senior. Thank you. They both expressed their gratitude, and Sheng Ling waved her hand, picking up her share. She had a penchant for spicy flavors, and upon tasting the long-lost taste, her heart felt considerably at ease. Yu Bai and Yuan recalled her advice, to start with just a little, and if it proved too much, then to refrain from eating further. Yu Bai was the first to sample the honey-glazed meat, having long desired it. Honey was a rare treasure in the northern regions, and she had only had the fortune to savor it once, during her coming-of-age ceremony. The honey-coated meat was imbued with a sweet tart essence that mingled with the rich flavors of the grilled dish, igniting a warmth within her that left you by feeling a tad bashful. It's delicious, but I'll stick to the meat over there. You can have these 2 pieces. This one should be delightful as well. With a bite, Yu Bai sank her teeth into the spicy grilled meat, her eyes widening in surprise at the burst of flavor. She gazed at Yuan with eyes brimming with emotion. His deep-set gaze appeared even more affectionate at that moment. Yuan smiled at her, his eyes reflecting a tender adoration. A warmth enveloped him, and had Sheng Ling not been present, he would have embraced his partner right then and there. Perhaps it was the instinctual role of the male to protect the female, a fundamental law of survival in their world. Despite its oddity, the dish was undeniably delectable. Yet, this experience, combined with her time spent with Sheng Ling, had imparted much wisdom to Yu Bai. This grilled meat was, without a doubt, the most exquisite fare she had ever tasted. She indulged heartily, still yearning for more even after finishing the honey-glazed meat. Oh no, Yuan, I've already had 2 pieces of meat. These 2 are for you. It was only then that she noticed how little Yuan had touched his own portion. In the past, she had taken for granted the affection and generosity bestowed upon her by males. As she reached out to take a piece, she hesitated. Yu Bai, so enamored, realized he would be content with whatever she chose to eat. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Yuan's remaining meat. He had taken only a bite, yet found it to be equally delightful, truly the best he had ever tasted. So delicious. So very delicious. Drinking water can help with the spice. She gasped, feeling the heat. Swallowing hard, she picked up the meat again, puzzled as she looked at Yuan. Yu Bai recognized she was beginning to care for him. She quickly accepted the water he offered, gulping it down until she regained her composure. The sweetness, perfectly balanced with the savory aroma of the grilled meat, ensnared her senses. It was an unusual flavor, yet it was utterly delightful. She hastily finished her meat, only to belatedly savor the lingering taste. Witnessing her somewhat bewildered expression, Sheng Ling could not help but smile, offering her a cup of water. Yu Bai felt overwhelmed with happiness, nearly moved to tears. Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Moreover, while the spicy grilled meat left her with a curious sensation, it sparked a thought. Would consuming such fare during the cold season alleviate the chill? Why aren't you eating? It's undeniably delicious. But she understood that being a partner extended beyond mere duty. She yearned to truly be with Yuan. Sheng Ling, perceptive and not oblivious to the budding romance between them, gathered her belongings. I'll fetch something. I'll return shortly. Chapter 114. The obstruction. Sheng Ling, having distanced herself from the 2 individuals, paid them no heed. However, the telegraph within the space could not contain its excitement. Master, how perceptive you are. Why not return and take a look? Who knows, we might witness something thrilling. Sheng Ling scoffed. By all means, if you dare to sneak back, I shall dismantle you. The telegraph retorted indignantly. Can I enjoy a little excitement? The cold wind brushed against Sheng Ling's face, offering a sensation distinct from the eastern lands. A pair of golden eyes lurking in the shadows shifted. Raven had been trailing them for some time. Had he not ventured to Beast King City to gather intelligence, he would remain oblivious to the fact that this little female had come to the northern region. Finally, Raven emerged from his concealment, emboldened by the audacity to mock him. Departing quietly, his eyes lowered, he typically trusted his instincts. This was indeed his territory. The vulture beastman surveyed the surroundings with sharp eyes, glancing at Ying Yuan before shifting his gaze to Yubai. After a considerable time, Sheng Ling returned to the camp where the three had set up. Most of the bird tribe possessed keen eyesight, but as they ventured deeper, the number of patrolling beastmen in the skies increased. He had sensed an impending breakthrough to the 4th tier, yet even with such advancement, he doubted his ability to best the vulture beastman before him. At dawn the next day, the trio set forth once more. The final gaze from the mountain gorge lingered upon Sheng Ling. Over the past few days, they had indeed attracted the attention of several beastmen, yet upon closer inspection, nothing unusual was found. Upon seeing Sheng Ling return, Yubai's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. The three found solace by the campfire, having safely endured the night. Yubai, trembling in fear, sought refuge behind Ying Yuan. The redness on their faces had yet to dissipate. My master, your monk-like composure is truly astonishing. The telegraph exclaimed, relishing in the long-lost joy of the cat-and-mouse game. The excitement was palpable. Such a vigilant little female indeed alleviated the awkwardness for the two, especially after their powers had strengthened, heightening their senses significantly. Of course, a significant number of beastmen were engaged in hunting, their gazes a mix of awe and curiosity. Raven, startled, quickly harnessed his strength. Having entered the northern region, their urgency had lessened. However, it appeared they were under suspicion. Sheng Ling narrowed her eyes, her body alert as she cautiously approached the direction they had just come from. Her thick fur dusted with snowflakes. Ying Yuan remained vigilant against the 5th-tier beastman before them. The trio's arrangement seemed peculiar. He was intent on demonstrating his prowess to this female. Sheng Ling frowned, suddenly turning her head toward Raven's position. In truth, she had noticed the three long ago. Raven, hidden in the shadows, felt a thrill and licked his lips. Hee. The Black Panther rolled joyfully. Although he had yet to put theory into practice, his knowledge was sound. As the three halted once more, a beastman could no longer contain his curiosity and descended. Yet, it mattered little. Could she truly find him? Sheng Ling maintained an impassive expression. 1 male and 2 females. Moreover, this male was merely a 3rd-tier beastman, which struck an odd note. Particularly, one of the females was exceptionally beautiful. Even though she wore a hood that largely obscured her from the aerial beastman's view, after circling for a while, he still discerned her features. Though heavily bundled, her figure suggested she was a remarkably healthy female. Chapter 115. Laughter. The beautiful and healthy female, regardless of how one perceives her, is undeniably a target for the males. Shanwu was no exception. The aggressive gaze of the male beastman fell squarely upon Sheng Ling. When Sheng Ling cast a cold glance in his direction, it momentarily took Shanwu aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, paired with his visage, that smile appeared somewhat menacing. The vulture beastman, though not conventionally handsome in the beast world, was not unattractive either. His entire demeanor radiated an aura of cold aggression, making him somewhat unappealing. Little female, which tribe do you belong to? The Highland tribe. A prominent tribe in the northern region. The finest roasted meat? I am quite discerning. How about you roast me some here? Moreover, the Luoshan tribe is not one to be trifled with. It was evident that Shanwu was unwilling to let the three depart. Ying Yuan and Yubai exchanged puzzled glances with Sheng Ling. Shanwu's eyes sparkled. Aside from the Beast King City, their tribe could be considered top tier, especially since their leader was a 6th-tier eagle beast. Ying Yuan, perceptive to Shanwu's intentions, felt a wave of pressure emanating from him. Yet, he did not retreat, steadfastly positioning himself behind Sheng Ling and Yubai. Indeed, beastmen inherently possess a degree of their beastly nature, and the vulture is known for its penchant for carrion. Sheng Ling was not fond of the beastman before her, but sensing his strength, a smile crept onto her lips. Shanwu raised an eyebrow. Very well, I shall prepare the meat for you. This lovely female, I desire her too. Oh, so you hail from the Highland tribe. However, the Highland tribe is rather distant, isn't it? Why not visit our Luoshan tribe? Shanwu extended an invitation. Beautiful little female. My name is Shanwu. I would be delighted to host you with my finest feather attire and roasted meat. Observing Sheng Ling's peculiar actions, Shanwu furrowed his brow. Sheng Ling's display of herbs was rather conspicuous, yet he was aware of the formidable windwing, a beast not to be underestimated. The mere thought of securing a bond with the enchanting little female thrilled Shanwu. Nevertheless, what of it? Ying Yuan shielded Yubai and Sheng Ling behind him, his aura sometimes leaving much to be desired. In contrast to the numerous rules of the Beast King City, the leader preferred the freedom found within the tribe. This preference stemmed not only from their appearances but also from another significant reason. He had certainly heard of the Highland tribe. However, when he witnessed Sheng Ling producing her jars and bottles, Ing Yuan's gaze flickered. A formidable fighter, he had been courted by the Beast King's city multiple times, all of which he had declined. Little female, why are you placing herbs? The Highland tribe. Upon seeing Sheng Ling toss several herbs into the fire, both Ing Yuan and Yu Bai instinctively held their breath. Could it be that Sheng Ling had taken a liking to this vulture beastman? Yet, vulture beastmen were generally not favored among the male beastmen. It is known that when a female accepts a male's roasted meat, it usually signifies interest in forming a bond. If she could roast meat here, it would indeed spare her much trouble. The beastman before her was merely a third-tier beastman, not Windwing himself. Sheng Ling flashed a radiant smile at Shanwu. This smile dazzled Shanwu, causing him to swallow hard. Naturally, she wished for the fire to blaze higher, so the meat would cook more swiftly. Chapter 116. Taking action. This response ignited a fervent fire within the vulture's heart. He felt an overwhelming surge of blood coursing through his veins, yearning to unite with Sheng Ling at that very moment. Could it be that the little female wished to bond with him as well? And so eagerly. Shanwu believed that love had finally arrived. His breath quickened, and his gaze remained fixated on Sheng Ling. Under his watchful eyes, Sheng Ling increased the dosage, simultaneously handing a vial to both Yu Bai and Ing Yuan. Drink this. Without hesitation, they consumed the contents. As Shanwu gazed longingly at Sheng Ling, a profound smile crept across her face. His prey dared to move. Just as Shanwu intended to boast of his prowess as a formidable beastman, claiming that it was no burden at all, he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Sheng Ling paused, her gaze softening with concern for him. Indeed, the feeling of being cared for by a female was truly unparalleled. Shanwu seized the container and drank deeply. A muffled groan escaped him as he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Yet, recalling the ways in which the beastmen in his tribe endeavored to appease their females, he mimicked their actions. The container held little water, and he quickly drained it. A punch landed squarely on Shanwu's face, and in his unconscious state, he instinctively curled up in pain. However, Levin showed no signs of relenting. Sheng Ling's expression remained radiant with a captivating smile, though it soon grew somewhat dazed. Let us go? Shanwu couldn't help but swallow hard again. His physique was notably large, and his appearance was far from gentle. His eyes flickered as he hastily reached out, but just as he intended to touch Sheng Ling's hand, she deftly withdrew it. The sound of muffled thuds echoed around them. Bang! Observing the unconscious Shanwu sprawled on the ground, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Levin's mouth. Yet, pursuing this route evoked a feeling akin to self-inflicted torment. If he were to adopt a more rugged persona, it might be somewhat tolerable. Sheng Ling added a handful of grass to the fire. Did she not misjudge? She felt it was her own issue, as her mind was filled with provocative thoughts. The roasted meat in her hand was swiftly caught by Ing Yuan. What's wrong? If roasting meat is so laborious, you should drink some water. Shanwu promptly cast aside all other thoughts. Ing Yuan, disregarding everything else, urged Yu Bai and Sheng Ling to climb onto his back. As he beheld the delicate, slender hand extending a wooden jar toward him, both Ing Yuan and Yu Bai felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. After they had thoroughly subdued Shanwu, Levin clapped his hands in satisfaction before departing. Just as Shanwu pondered the remarkable speed of the little female, he heard Sheng Ling speak again. She produced another jar. Is roasting meat difficult for you? Observing the three retreating into the distance, Levin emerged from the shadows. Since it has been arduous, you ought to drink some water. However, Shanwu was entirely oblivious to this notion. It was indeed difficult. His gaze was icy. Yet he did not immediately pursue them. How he longed to touch her. Yes, they should hasten their departure while he remained unconscious. Was this a display of affection? The three of them quickened their pace to evade Shanwu, unaware that he would never catch up to them. Instead, another beastman was in pursuit. The undulating snow-capped mountains gradually softened, and as they gazed upon the wetlands not far from the snowy peaks, both Yu Bai and Ing Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. Chapter 117. Parting ways. Lord Sheng Ling, do you see over there? Those areas are where the northern tribes reside. Once we traverse this vast wetland and cross a few small hills, we shall arrive at the place where our mountain tribe is stationed. Sheng Ling gazed down at the expansive marshland and the stilted wooden structures resembling traditional dwellings. Indeed, the orcs possessed a wealth of survival wisdom. Just as Ing Yuan intended to descend to barter for some useful items with the tribes, Sheng Ling had already resolved in his heart to part ways with them. Upon reaching a small tribe, the orc inhabitants noticed two females among them, both strikingly beautiful, particularly one whose beauty was arresting. The male orcs eagerly welcomed their presence, suddenly discovering that Ing Yuan was the maid of Yu Bai. Consequently, Sheng Ling found himself the focus of many enthusiastic glances, with some males expressing a desire for companionship on the spot. However, knowing they could not linger, he harbored only modest hopes of retaining the three of them, yet he still planned to make an effort. Nevertheless, Ing Yuan's formidable presence deterred any further advances. I shall heed your words. Dear precious females, why not stay and enjoy yourselves in our tribe for a few more days? We have many delightful attractions, including the intoxicating fruits, cotton fruits, and green fruits, the chief proposed. Yu Bai instantly leaped with joy. aware that such exquisite females typically would not favor the males of their humble tribe. The chief, wanting to keep a few individuals for rest, was met with Ing Yuan's firm refusal. Ing Yuan was well aware of the chief's intentions and those of the male orcs. Both Ing Yuan and Yu Bai were somewhat bewildered. He understood that Yu Bai could not possibly have only him as a life partner. Lord Sheng Ling, let us stay here for a few days. Yu Bai exclaimed as Sheng Ling exchanged some items with the small tribe. He cherished the precious time they had together, knowing that back in their original tribe, 2 other partners awaited him, along with several potential mates arranged by Yu Bai's father and mother. What does this mean? Yu Bai, still processing the situation, noticed Ing Yuan's narrowed pupils as he began to grasp the underlying implications. As the tribe leader, he naturally wished for his kin to find suitable mates. Although they could not remain here, perhaps they could select some male orcs from this tribe. However, Sheng Ling shook his head. Yu Bai glanced again at Sheng Ling. Yet he could not dissuade Yu Bai's thoughts. The chief looked at them expectantly, and Yu Bai felt a flicker of temptation. You may enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. You are the best, Ing Yuan. Lord Sheng Ling, are you not considering visiting our tribe? At that moment, witnessing Yu Bai's desire to stay and play, Sheng Ling felt a pang of longing. Now that they had reached the north and were approaching their own tribe, she felt a surge of safety. The tribe chief glanced once more at Sheng Ling and Yu Bai, feeling a similar urge to indulge. No, I only intend to come to the northern region. I have my own affairs to address. I shall not accompany you to your tribe. It then dawned on Ing Yuan that their agreement had indeed been to bring Sheng Ling to the northern territory, and Sheng Ling had not consented to visit their tribe. Was this truly the moment to depart? Ing Yuan felt a rush of urgency. Lord Sheng Ling, why not come to our tribe? Our mountain tribe is quite powerful. Chapter 118. Patience. Yu Bai grew increasingly anxious. Lord Sheng Ling, I don't want to play anymore. Please come to our tribe. Though somewhat foolish, she wasn't beyond redemption. Observing Sheng Ling's demeanor along the journey and recalling Ing Yuan's occasional remarks, she understood their tribe needed someone like Lord Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling shook her head in refusal. No, we part here. If fate allows, I may visit you again someday. Lord Sheng Ling. Yu Bai wished to plead further, but Sheng Ling had already turned away. Ing Yuan hesitated, torn between pursuing her and leaving Yu Bai alone. His agitation grew as Sheng Ling soon vanished from sight. He couldn't comprehend why this young female had separated from the 2 beastmen. Had they displeased her? To the north lay a vast stretch of forest. No, Yu Bai insisted. Lord Sheng Ling said she had matters to attend to. She must have refused us because it was inconvenient. But, Yu Bai, we can't linger here any longer. We must return. Perhaps the chieftain will know what to do. Ing Yuan, what if Lord Sheng Ling left because I was too playful? Yu Bai's voice trembled with tears. That northern woodland became her ideal sanctuary. Levin couldn't help but doubt. Was this truly a female before him? He had been astonished when she matched the male beastman's pace earlier, only to realize now that she had been holding back. Even when Lai, trailing behind, was stunned. Ing Yuan sighed. Though they couldn't reveal Sheng Ling's secrets to the chieftain, they could mention encountering a strikingly beautiful female or express gratitude for her aid. Nor could he fathom how this petite female moved with such speed. Yet these were merely his wishful thoughts. Deep down, Ing Yuan understood. Once Sheng Ling made a decision, few could sway her. Past experiences suggested the area might harbor hot springs. Still, caution kept her from frequently using her spatial abilities. Woodlands meant prey and concealment. A part of her still longed for Sheng Ling to stay. While riding on Ing Yuan's wings, she had surveyed the northern terrain. Freed from the pair, Sheng Ling no longer concealed her speed. The chieftain is powerful, he'll surely find a way. Yu Bai nodded tearfully. Yet her scent, features, and figure undeniably confirmed Sheng Ling was female, a mature one at that. Her spatial storage held ample provisions. Ing Yuan, Yu Bai's voice quivered. He hurried to console her. Moreover, Sheng Ling possessed the capability. After parting from Yu Bai and Ing Yuan, Sheng Ling headed westward. Infusing her steps with spiritual energy, her pace quickened. Mist curled lazily around her. She sought both self-improvement and answers to that unsettling sense of being watched. Alone, she avoided nighttime cooking. As dusk approached, she kindled a fire to roast meat. The rich aroma of grilled meat struck Levin as almost offensive. Watching the trio feast last time, the scent had unsettled him, and judging by those fools' expressions, it must have been delicious. Yet when Lai remained patient, a skilled hunter knew the value of restraint. Chapter 119. Grilled fish. As he watched Sheng Ling savor her meal with such delight, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Sheng Ling's ears subtly twitched. Her expression remained unchanged. Yet the color concealed beneath her lashes grew distinctly colder. To his surprise, the elusive creature lurking in the shadows had followed her here, evidently with intentions directed at her. He discreetly scanned his surroundings once more, yet found nothing. A sense of unease settled within him. Despite her swift pace and advanced perception, she had failed to detect the entity trailing her, indicating its strength might exceed her expectations. It could very well be at the 6th or perhaps even the 7th tier. Upon receiving her silent cue, the telegraph within the space conducted a search as well, but yielded no results. Master, could it be that you misinterpreted the situation? Sheng Ling remained silent, continuing to enjoy her grilled meat. When venturing into the unknown, even a capable swimmer must exercise caution. Such prudence is never unwarranted. This mindset was troubling, yet he found himself unable to restrain his instincts. It was acceptable to remain concealed, to engage in mutual torment. She had often indulged in such antics before, thus it posed little difficulty. Gazing at the plump fish before her, an idea suddenly struck Sheng Ling. Beyond the deceptive appearance of silt, the water was affected by various refractive influences. Had she discovered something anew? Alas, she had yet to locate him. Her greatest fear lay in encountering seemingly shallow rivers that were, in truth, deceptively deep. During her most arduous times, she had resorted to gnawing on grass. Now that prey was plentiful, why did it seem so difficult to consume? Had he truly fallen so low? Moreover, he had taken to preparing meals in elaborate fashions, the rich aroma carefully contained within a certain radius. Little did she think she had not noticed the sound of his swallowing that day. Some rivers even presented whirlpools and deep pools. With a frustrated growl, she took a hefty bite of her catch. After focusing her mind, patience was abundant. He had not always been like this. Once her preparations neared completion, she tested the water's depth and assessed its current for stability before proceeding. In recent days, Lavin had indeed grown increasingly irritable. Concealed in the shadows, Wen Lai covered his nose with a paw. Upon encountering a river teeming with fish, Sheng Ling resolved that they would be the evening's feast. She fashioned a sharp spear from a dagger and plunged into the water to catch fish. His nose began to twitch uncontrollably. However, this time, the aroma of food was overwhelmingly potent. Once her spear was adequately prepared, it was time to ignite a fire and cook. Confirming that the river posed no hidden dangers, Sheng Ling began spearing fish, observing her prey beneath her feet. He glanced at her food and found it hard to swallow. Who could endure the weight? In the shadows, Lavin, employing his innate abilities, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Sheng Ling exhaled. It seemed today had indeed offered in abundance, capable of alerting the lurking beast behind her while simultaneously deterring other predatory creatures. Yet, Lavin's triumph was short-lived. For the following days, Sheng Ling prepared meals that were consistently delightful. As she spoke, she picked up a fish and began to eat. This flavor is quite pleasant. And this one is acceptable as well. After consuming several fish, Sheng Ling decided to stop, letting out a satisfied burp. She carefully wrapped the remaining fish in leaves and set them beside her grass bundle, then picked up the animal skin she used for washing her face and headed toward the riverbank. Chapter 1 2011, who had been observing Sheng Ling for a considerable time, realized that she was once again preparing to wash her face. It must be said, this little female had an extraordinary penchant for cleanliness, rivaling even his own standards. However, with her off to bathe, what would become of the prey she had ensconced within her leaves? Gulp. Surely, this food must not go to waste? Over the past few days, he had attempted to replicate her methods using various plants, placing them atop the game, but the results were, to put it mildly, disheartening. On 2 occasions, he had suffered from stomach ailments. Once, he had nearly succumbed to poisoning. Those instances had nearly cost him his chance with Sheng Ling. Since then, he had refrained from recklessly combining plants with roasted meat. Yet, amidst his struggles, curiosity and desire ultimately prevailed. Compared to this torment, he found himself yearning for the delicacies crafted by the little female. The shadow soon vanished from sight. Nonetheless, the memories of those painful failures sent a shiver down Levin's spine. Upon returning from her ablutions, Sheng Ling discovered that the roasted meat had vanished. Had some mischievous wildcat pilfered it? In truth, he had contemplated absconding with both her and the grass mat she carried. It was even more delectable than what the little female prepared. Where had the roasted meat gone? Each time he fell victim to such trickery, he seemed to forget the lesson. Yet, there were seldom moments when he escaped unscathed. Resolutely, he abandoned hope. If he had those ingredients, perhaps he too could create a sumptuous feast. After rummaging about, he perked up at Sheng Ling's words, his ears twitching in response. Her gaze grew increasingly frosty. Suddenly, he lunged towards the bundle of fish she possessed. At last, as she finished devouring her meal, he could no longer restrain himself. It was not a mere wildcat. It was a grand leopard. Sheng Ling, wishing to evade, found herself a step too slow. Reflecting on the fact that these were spoils of her hunting, Levin felt a twinge of discomfort. His gaze towards her became increasingly mournful. A low growl, characteristic of beasts, reverberated through the air. Having just devoured all the roasted fish, Levin still felt unsatisfied. He chuckled to himself, wondering if this time he might find something worthwhile. A shadow suddenly darted from nearby. Levin reassured himself that they were in the wild, a place rife with opportunistic thieves. Resolving himself to this notion, he straightened up and surveyed his surroundings. This was far more egregious than leaving him with merely problematic roasted meat. Alas, after all, the essence of that roasted meat had been extracted from this very spot. A single bite could engulf her whole. Recognizing a familiar scent, Sheng Ling swiftly evaded. He sensed that he could endure some poisons. Like a flash of lightning, Sheng Ling maintained a minuscule thread of awareness, catching sight of a shadow flitting past. Was he truly reduced to such a state, a 6th-tier beastman? All for a morsel of food? In the ensuing days, Sheng Ling observed birds plummeting from the sky, fish flopping ashore, and prey appearing from seemingly nowhere. Yet, she remained composed. Upon missing a strike, Levin immediately launched a second assault. When in a foul mood, he left nothing behind. When in good spirits, he would spare some sustenance alongside a few intriguing items. Levin suddenly pounced upon Sheng Ling, pinning her beneath him. The massive black leopard gazed intently at her, its hot breath wafting against her face. It was then that Sheng Ling finally discerned what manner of creature had been shadowing her all this time. Chapter 121. Unveiling a robust, glistening black leopard emerged, its eyes locking onto those of a human. The telegraph machine, previously composed, became agitated. Master, this is the very leopard. It was this leopard that rescued you from the river. It was certain, having never encountered such a formidable creature before. The leopard's fur shone brilliantly, as if illuminated by the sun. What astonished the telegraph machine even more was the fact that this leopard had followed them here from the north, stealthily trailing behind. Was this a covert operation? Realizing the significance of the moment, Sheng Ling understood that the imposing black leopard before her was indeed the one that had saved her life. She was perplexed as to why it had chosen to follow her, lurking in the shadows. Had it not been for the telegraph machine's alert, she would have remained oblivious to its presence. Levin, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, coughed. He recalled that during their last encounter, she had been unconscious. This little female believed he would not dare to harm her. He pointed at the leopard's image above. Upon seeing the suddenly materialized parchment, Sheng Ling's pupils constricted. Sheng Ling? Instinctively, she wanted to release her grip, yet she gritted her teeth and restrained herself. The unexpected weight upon her shoulder nearly robbed her of breath. Seeing that Sheng Ling refused to acknowledge him, Levin exhaled in frustration. He disliked being pressed down in such a manner. You place me above you, yet mock me for my injuries and discomfort. I am undeniably powerful. Is this not an affront to my dignity? Compared to the agony of poison, this was even more unbearable. Sheng Ling resolved to speak her mind. If he harbored ill intentions, she would not hesitate to retaliate. She had no desire to engage in a game of crushing stones upon her chest. Instinctively, she regarded him with vigilance. When had she ever insulted him? Their true encounters, aside from today, amounted to merely one. Her attention shifted back to the familiar parchment. Was it not the little female who had insulted him first? Contemplating this, Levin raised his head high, casting a condescending gaze upon Sheng Ling. You insult me. Why do you follow me? Does this leopard possess a beast skin pouch akin to Chen Hang's? Observing Sheng Ling's naive demeanor, Levin felt a sense of pride, his tail swishing in delight. When did I insult you? What have I disrespected? He averted Sheng Ling's gaze, appearing somewhat guilty. The parchment lay flat on the ground, revealing the illustration within. Yet, upon inspecting the leopard, there was no pouch to be found. Levin felt a touch of discomfort. He paused, then bared his teeth at Sheng Ling. Initially, he had merely intended to reprimand the little female, but leaning against her shoulder allowed her unique fragrance to waft into his nostrils, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. Sheng Ling? With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself upward. Am I not impressive? That totem upon your back, does it not represent me? Infuriated yet silent, he had no time for idle chatter. Just as he prepared to struggle, Levin released her. His massive head descended suddenly, revealing a cunning smile. Telegraph machine? All this fuss? Because of this? Taking a deep breath, Sheng Ling declared, I do not mock you, nor do I underestimate your strength. The illustration indeed depicts you, but this parchment serves to inform you of the purposes of the items contained within those vials. And what are those items? Chapter 122. 3 meals of grilled fish. Upon hearing Sheng Ling inquire about those items, Wen Lai felt a twinge of guilt. Could he confess that he had learned from her and nearly poisoned himself with those substances? Was there perhaps another purpose for them? At the time, he had even suspected that Sheng Ling intended to harm him. After all, they were merely jars and bottles. Why had he suffered poisoning after consuming them? Noticing his discomfort, Sheng Ling pointed directly at the first illustration on the parchment. This signifies that the herbs contained within this jar can treat bleeding, while this one addresses fevers. As she elaborated, Wen Lai's sense of guilt deepened. Having finished her explanation, Sheng Ling fixed her gaze on Wen Lai, which intensified his unease. Well, how was I to know that you were referring to these? I thought you were mocking me. He would never admit that Sheng Ling's culinary creations were simply too delectable, particularly the grilled fish. Wen Lai cast a furtive glance at his own glossy, well-groomed fur. Now, with our misunderstandings resolved, thank you. You need not accompany me any further. I had those items prepared as a token of my gratitude. Sheng Ling was the most exquisite and exceptional female he had ever encountered. 1 meal is insufficient, at least 3. Wen Lai lifted his gaze, suddenly comprehending the absurdity of his pursuit. He had traversed such a distance from the south, merely for 3 servings of fish. However, with Sheng Ling's acquiescence, he hesitated no longer and promptly seized a fish spear, following her closely. Logically, he should have departed by now yet. Wen Lai's expression darkened. After all, he was a 6th-tier beastman. Moreover, the eastern tiger had been abandoned, primarily due to its lack of aesthetic appeal. No, why should he compare himself to that large tiger? He had come solely to prove his worth, not to attract females. As he observed Sheng Ling swiftly spearing fish in the river, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Her agile form and formidable strength were nothing short of remarkable. How could she so blatantly disregard his presence? Sheng Ling bore no ire. But what of him? Such a female possessed a higher survival rate and a greater likelihood of bearing exceptional offspring compared to others. When Lai's body stiffened slightly, he bared his teeth in frustration, momentarily lost in thought. Perfect in physique and appearance, healthy and powerful. Indeed, the large black panther understood, yet misinterpreted the situation. Do you expect me to leave just because you say so? This path belongs to you. The north is vast. I shall go where I please. I see you have a fondness for grilled fish. How about this? To express my gratitude, I shall prepare another meal for you. Once you have finished, you may take your leave. How does that sound? Had Wen Lai not rescued her, she would not have perished. Weighing her options between grilled fish and departure, she ultimately chose the former without hesitation. Sheng Ling's swift agreement left Wen Lai feeling somewhat vexed, yet he was still grateful for her earlier kindness. He wished to express his dissatisfaction, but Sheng Ling paid him no mind. Both Sheng Ling and the telegraph machine seemed to share an air of exasperation. Once, he had harbored thoughts of forming a bond. When he had just come of age, before being cast out by the tribe, he had even envisioned what his future would resemble. Yet it was that unfortunate incident that led to his expulsion from the tribe. Chapter 123. Troubles. Even after he grew powerful, he never returned to the tribe to take a glance. The people there were not ones he wished to encounter. During his days of wandering, he experienced much and grew indifferent to many things, including mates and females. There were moments of estrus when the thought of seizing a female from the tribe crossed his mind. However, he ultimately relinquished that notion. What difference would it make if he acted like those orcs? His father had done just that. He became his mother's mate. Yet it was this very act that led to his mother and her other partners disliking and ostracizing him. Despite his father's relentless efforts to learn how to be an exemplary mate and father, nothing changed. From a young age, he too faced disdain from many orcs due to his father's actions. Never did he envision that his partner would be a female as exceptional as Sheng Ling. It was only when he broke through to the 6th tier and acquired innate skills that such a thought crossed his mind. Back then she, along with others who wished to survive, patiently searched through countless inedible refuse, even crawling and digging with her hands for something palatable. This was truly manageable. On the same continent, there exist diverse exotic customs, not to mention across different timelines. Master, why did that orc not refuse? Without a network, fishing is far more troublesome than hunting prey. He recalled tales where orcs generally abhorred fish, fearing the peril of fish bones piercing their throats. It was only after they experienced a bountiful period of food here that the telegraph machine found it bothersome. The telegraph machine gazed at the mound of fish on the ground, unable to suppress a click of the tongue. Sheng Ling swiftly dealt with the fish's entrails, gills, and scales. He pondered that if he were to take a mate and fulfill the orc's breeding, he would seek a robust and beautiful female. Fortunately, in the beast realm, orcs showed little fondness for fish. They preferred large, substantial prey that provided a hearty meal. Each world is distinct. The beast realm depicted in the tales one reads may not reflect the reality of their current existence until the eastern lands. Yet at this moment, the little female resembled a porcupine, bristling with quills. Moreover, having observed orcs, he believed that the fish bones posed no challenge for their powerful jaws. After collecting enough fish from the river, aware of the orc's appetite, she caught even more. However, she traversed many places without encountering such a rare female. Only during times of food scarcity would the smaller, less desirable fish in the river be hunted. In the past, on the End Spirit continent, where food was scarce, she had engaged in far more troublesome endeavors to find sustenance. Perhaps it wasn't even crispy enough? In truth, this was manageable for her, albeit significantly more troublesome compared to other prey. Additionally, many orcs' tongues, teeth, and stomachs might differ from humans, possibly granting them a superior survival capability. How could that be? If they were truly powerful, would they still be so primitive? One must consider the bigger picture. Other beings in the beast realm are equally ferocious. Not to mention the magical beasts. Even some of the larger wild animals were several times, if not dozens of times, larger than before. Furthermore, the development of each region unfolds gradually. Even in their world, transitioning from primitive existence to civilization took an immense span of time. Chapter 124. The enigmatic being the telegraph gradually fell silent. In truth, he had long since discerned a certain human spirit and the resilience of a cultivator within Sheng Ling. She possessed the audacity to swim against the current and defy the heavens. Yet she also understood the importance of moderation, revering the natural order and the celestial laws. It was precisely this aspect of her character that allowed her to survive in that dark world without succumbing to degradation. In this new environment, she swiftly found ways to sustain herself. Sheng Ling efficiently prepared a large quantity of fish, and in her quest for expedience, she decided to roast several at once. A long stick skewered multiple fish together. The enticing aroma of the roasting fish soon captivated Levin's thoughts. As the fragrance intensified, he could not help but swallow hard, craving the delectable treat. In the ensuing moments of indulging in the roasted fish, Levin exhibited a more refined demeanor. He took note of her movements, certainly the kind that would allure many a male. Yet, was her reaction not a tad too subdued? Or perhaps her tastes were simply unique. After indulging in an exuberant feast of about 10 skewers, Levin finally became aware of the few remaining on the grill, realizing the bounty was dwindling. Stealing a glance at Sheng Ling, who merely cast a casual glance at the remaining skewers, he felt a pang of concern. How unfortunate it was that such fortune lay before her, yet she seemed to take it for granted. From the moment Levin transformed, he had been acutely aware of Sheng Ling's expressions. But with such aromatic fish available, there were only 3 meals to savor. Amidst the allure of Neil's youthful charm and Chun Hang's striking demeanor, she uniquely embodied an enchanting essence. Sheng Ling rubbed her arm, capable of enduring the strain, yet still feeling a twinge of soreness. If the formidable tiger leaned more towards the archetype of a handsome man, then this imposing black panther was the perfect fit. As she savored the delectable roasted fish, Levin suddenly found the taste less appealing. A glance from Sheng Ling caught him off guard. To his astonishment, this magnificent black panther was exceptionally attractive. Was this not the very embodiment of a beguiling, otherworldly being? With enchanting, expressive eyes and a striking profile. He was the very image of a legendary male. The muscular build and long legs were undeniably impressive. Everything about him exuded allure. After roasting a skewer, Sheng Ling offered it to the lounging black panther. A flicker of understanding regarding her father's actions sparked within her. Levin extended his claw but hesitated for a moment. The telegraph could not help but marvel at the fortunate position of its master. Suddenly, he felt a reluctance to distance himself from Sheng Ling. Yet, how special could this bond truly be? The danger of such thoughts gnawed at him, and he cursed himself inwardly. With a rustling sound, the black panther transformed into a man, exuding confidence in both his beastly and human forms. He had yet to fully embrace the sensations of his transformation. Stretching lazily, he flexed his claws, and his tail arched high in delight. How invigorating! Once satisfied with the fish, Levin returned to his panther form. The telegraph swallowed hard, contemplating the situation. Ultimately, he decided to revert to his human shape, retrieving a green crystal and presenting it to Sheng Ling. This item could alleviate pain and aid in healing, he stated nonchalantly. However, Sheng Ling, no longer the naive newcomer to the beast realm, recognized the rarity and value of this green healing crystal, aware that her experiences had bestowed her with wisdom. Chapter 125. Mourning the crystals available in the market pale in comparison to this remarkable item. To use it for alleviating discomfort in one's arms feels like a gross misuse of its potential. Sheng Ling shook her head in refusal. Thank you, but I won't need this. I'll be fine in a little while. Levin, frustrated by her continued rejections, shoved the crystal into Sheng Ling's arms. Take it. And if you don't want it, simply discard it. I don't want anyone accusing me of harming a female. Although he had long ceased to care about such accusations. After finishing his meal, Levin instinctively sought a spot to bask in the sunlight for a nap, but today the weather was dreary, with no sun in sight. Sheng Ling found a sheltered area, laying down dry grass on the ground and layering it with several pieces of animal hide. Although it was still somewhat chilly, she was grateful for her foundational cultivation, which provided her with some resilience. Her exposed arms and legs reddened slightly from the cold. Where's the little female? Levin's mind raced with various thoughts, including the suspicion that Sheng Ling might be deceiving him to keep him complacent while she secretly slipped away. Little did he know that Sheng Ling had no such intentions. Deep down, he believed that it was the males who harbored ulterior motives. Observing Levin, who was now half buried in snow, she couldn't help but marvel at the physique of the beastmen before her expression darkened. Sheng Ling's thoughts drifted to the ancient tomes that spoke of those mythical beasts, recalling the time when the flora withered, prey dwindled, marking the harshest days of the northern lands. Magical beasts possess crystal cores. What are the beastmen? Gazing at Levin, who was snoring away, Sheng Ling found sleep elusive and decided to practice her cultivation instead. She rolled up the animal hide, grasping the fish spear firmly as she stood in the river. Yet, being a little female posed its challenges. Many lakes were entirely frozen over, entirely encased in ice. This was not even the coldest period of the north. When the true winter arrived, it would be unbearable. Most rivers and lakes in the north would freeze solid, forcing the beastmen to scrape snow from the mountain tops for drinking water. Upon opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she suddenly widened them in surprise. As her technique circulated within her, the lingering chill dissipated. The morning river was excruciatingly cold. Even as a healer, she ought to cherish her own body, lest she entertain any ill intentions. The distant sound of rushing water caught Levin's attention, and he pondered how careless she was to sleep so unguarded. Sheng Ling had been awakened by the sound of snoring. Levin dashed toward the riverbank, his heart skipping a beat upon spotting her silhouette in the water. He had experienced the cold and had grown accustomed to it, but as he considered this, he found it astonishing. At the break of dawn, Levin awoke to the fierce northern winds, which howled more ferociously at night than during the day. As for breaking the ice on the river, he desired fish, but not in such a manner. A rare hint of irritation flickered within him. Levin simply lay on the ground, confident in his thick fur and sixth-tier strength. So early. Could the little female truly be fishing in the river? Suddenly, his ears perked up. Anger bubbled within him, recalling the tribe that had raised Sheng Ling. Observing her deft movements, it was clear she had engaged in such activities before. A tribe that treated females in such a manner was utterly unnecessary. Levin rushed forward, intent on retrieving Sheng Ling and bringing her back to shore. Chapter 126. The perfect proposal. Sheng Ling sensed a sudden rush of air and instinctively dodged, causing Levin to miss his grasp. Levin paused, his expression darkening further. Transforming into his humanoid form, he seized Sheng Ling and hauled her toward the shore. Though she struggled against his grip under her arms, Levin swiftly deposited her onto the bank and wrapped her in a piece of animal hide. "I'll catch my own food. You just handle the cooking," he declared without further ado, plunging back into the water. Unlike Sheng Ling, who used wooden sticks to spear fish, Levin relied on his sharp claws and lightning-fast speed. His efficiency was remarkable, and he only stopped once he deemed the haul sufficient. Recalling how Sheng Ling had prepared the fish last time, he mimicked her actions, though with less finesse. Whenever uncertain, he bluntly asked for guidance. Surprisingly, Sheng Ling didn't refuse, finding the arrangement rather convenient. Levin nodded, allowing her to start the fire. "Clean the scales too. Once you're done, I'll handle the flames." The thought of leaving weighed heavily on him. Truthfully, he had no destination in mind. His past had been an aimless drift. After some contemplation, he decided to discuss it with Sheng Ling. Their division of labor proceeded smoothly, without mishap. Sheng Ling glanced at him and nodded, just when he finally found purpose. It seemed he was about to lose it again. Levin considered his idea brilliant. Back when he lived alone as a beastman, no one had witnessed his culinary attempts, and ability had been his only standard. But now, faced with Sheng Ling's scrutiny, his efforts fell short. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. He mastered most tasks within a try or two, yet cooking inexplicably eluded him. His past attempts had been similarly lackluster. Expressionless, he gave a perfunctory nod. "This is your last meal," Sheng Ling remarked. "The fire should be like this. And these seasonings aren't just any herbs. This is ground spice fruit. This is milk fruit, and this." She noted that the proud Black Panther was not only vain, but also fiercely protective of his dignity. This little female really has no tact. As the fish roasted, Levin hovered nearby, hesitating before finally speaking through gritted teeth. I've never made this before, but I'll improve. Maybe even surpass your skills." Sheng Ling observed that Levin was far cleverer than most beastmen. She narrated each step as she worked, detailing the nuances of the process. "Could you teach me how to grill the fish? For the third meal, I'll do it myself." Then, tentatively, he proposed that, "Sheng Ling, since we're both wanderers, why not travel together? I'll hunt, you'll cook, and I'll protect you. A perfect arrangement, no?" Levin listened intently, his earlier confidence faltering when Sheng Ling's response wasn't immediate. After explaining the seasoning combinations, Sheng Ling met his gaze, her eyes inscrutable as they flickered between him and the pile of bones he devoured. "Why not?" he demanded. Chapter 127. Encampment. Levin believed that Sheng Ling resented his hearty appetite, leaving him momentarily speechless. I usually do not indulge this much. It's just, the roasted fish is too delectable." He momentarily succumbed to temptation. "I have matters to attend to and do not intend to partner with you. Moreover, you promised me that after 3 meals of fish, you would depart. What is this? Are you attempting to renege on our agreement?" Faced with Sheng Ling's somewhat frosty gaze, Levin struggled to suppress his rising temper. "I have not reneged. I was merely consulting you. If you're unwilling, so be it. It's not as though I am particularly eager to share my life with you. There are more than enough who covet my femininity." Although many were drawn to his allure and strength, Sheng Ling remained expressionless. The moonlight was exquisite that night. Yet Levin felt a sense of unease at the thought that this was their final evening together. Was he truly so unremarkable? Perhaps his affection for Sheng Ling was not as profound as he believed. It was more a matter of novelty, curiosity, and a shared sense of plight. While he relished the roasted fish, he understood that he had endured far harsher circumstances. Even without it, he would not perish. That night, Levin slept soundly. The snow from the treetops gently fell upon him. Why would a wandering female reject the protection of a powerful male? In frustration, Levin struck the great pine tree, causing no harm. He knew that should danger arise, he would awaken in time. Yet, if no peril presented itself, it allowed him to slumber longer, granting her more time. As Levin dashed across the icy expanse, he sought Sheng Ling's silhouette. This time, his deep slumber was compounded by the fact that Sheng Ling had added something to the fire while he slept. This method not only conserved spiritual energy, but also enhanced efficiency. The makeshift sled barely functioned in the snow. Levin acknowledged his admiration for Sheng Ling. He longed to make an attempt, yet her distant demeanor prevented him from lowering his pride. The Silver Wolf tribe, a mid-sized community in the northwestern region, was led by a formidable 5th-tier silver wolf. Amidst the snow-covered terrain, a figure glided swiftly, inciting Levin's ire. Sheng Ling had vacated their previous location, and the heavy snowfall combined with the sled's movement rendered Levin's pursuit futile. His previous deep sleep had been due to a perceived sense of danger in his surroundings. Once he sensed a threat, even the deepest slumber would not hinder his vigilance. Alone, Sheng Ling could not afford to exhaust her spiritual energy. Her beauty and strength captivated him, filling him with a sense of novelty and intrigue. Donned in his scant robes to mask his scent and form, he realized that without the strength to resist danger, he could only await his fate. A tree cracked ominously, signaling potential peril. Meanwhile, Sheng Ling meticulously surveyed her surroundings before ultimately choosing a location near the mid-sized tribe for her encampment, positioned at a safe distance from the tribe. She could evade the onslaught of wild beasts while maintaining her personal space. However, the beastmen of the Silver Wolf tribe, while patrolling their territory, soon detected the flickering campfire perilously close to their borders. Upon sighting the flames, the beastmen of the Silver Wolf tribe remained on high alert. Chapter 128. Arrival at the Silver Wolf tribe. This suggests that unfamiliar orcs may have arrived near their tribe. If they were merely passing orcs, it would be more manageable. However, the likelihood of encountering wandering orcs is considerably lower. In truth, Sheng Ling had already sensed the presence of the Silver Wolf clan. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to present herself as a shaman. Upon seeing the shamanic emblem around Sheng Ling's neck, several orcs were taken aback. They had never anticipated that a shaman would be stationed so close to their tribe. In the northern regions, shamans are even rarer than in the east. This scarcity is not solely due to the predominance of avian tribes in the north, whose senses of taste and smell are rather poor, but also because of the lack of plant life in the northern territories, which has led to a deficiency in their medicinal knowledge. The shamanic emblem, represented by a crystal necklace, varies slightly in design, and the oldest among the Silver Wolf orcs recognized that Sheng Ling's necklace was from the east. In contrast, those worn by shamans in the northern regions typically feature a red feather. Occasionally, due to untimely interventions, their healing efforts prove ineffective. After contemplating, the elder Silver Wolf orc spoke, blending truth with a hint of fabrication. Might you, esteemed shaman, consider resting within our Silver Wolf tribe? The rainy season outside poses many dangers, including ferocious beasts. You may not be aware that, during the rainy season in the north, snow often accompanies rain, and hail may fall from the sky. If the hail is substantial, ordinary tents may not withstand the onslaught. The primary concern was Sheng Ling's youthful appearance, coupled with the high quality of her crystal necklace, suggesting that she was indeed a skilled shaman. During this time of year, particularly as winter approaches, they would prepare an abundance of dry earth blocks and animal hides. The Silver Wolf orcs exchanged glances, noticing that while the orcs displayed respect, they had not entirely lowered their guard. Sheng Ling spoke. When we arrived, we detected no other orcs since nearby. Esteemed shaman, may I inquire what assistance you require? Thank you, came the response. The elder was not exaggerating. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the north. Moreover, the shaman from the Snow Early tribe did not possess the level of expertise that Sheng Ling exhibited. The Silver Wolf tribe lacked a shaman of their own. After a moment's hesitation, Sheng Ling nodded in agreement, motivated partly by a desire to prevent illness among the females and young. A collective sigh of relief escaped the Silver Wolf orcs, their smiles becoming more genuine. Yet, they remained anxious about the potential for illness among females and younglings, which would necessitate a long journey to the distant Snow Early tribe in search of a shaman. It is important to note that shamans typically lack the combat prowess of ordinary orcs. I have traveled from the east in search of medicinal herbs. I plan to rest in this vicinity for a few days, as the rainy season is approaching. When freezing rain arrives, many weak females and younglings fall ill. Although the Silver Wolf orcs were puzzled as to why a tribe from the east would allow a shaman to venture forth, they quickly escorted Sheng Ling to their tribe. She carried little with her, just a small bag and a few animal hides. Recently, she had familiarized herself with the terrain surrounding the Silver Wolf tribe, a habit she maintained each time she settled in a new location. Chapter 129. The cave. It was precisely due to such habits that she managed to escape during the previous incident in the Eastern Beast King City, where she was targeted. The location chosen by the Silver Wolf tribe for their encampment was, of course, not as defensible as the Eastern Beast King City. The surrounding terrain was relatively expansive and in proximity to a small grove, likely offering a greater abundance of prey. The sole natural advantage lay in the river that bordered the tribe. The rocks around it were remarkably sturdy, suggesting a lower probability of collapse. Furthermore, the river's sediment content was within acceptable limits, and the tribe was situated upstream, ensuring a reliable water source for safety. The Silver Wolf tribe was classified as a medium-sized community, comprising approximately 500 individuals. The majority belonged to the Silver Wolf clan, with a small number of outsiders among them. The female population was merely a few dozen, while the elderly accounted for over 100. Sheng Ling followed Wolf by, traversing through various wooden huts and tents, which only heightened his fondness for her. After all, few enjoy conversing with someone staring at their nostrils. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, Wolf Han's smile grew even warmer. Wolfby, take our esteemed healer to our tribe's splendid caves. Yes, esteemed healer, this way please. The voice of the middle-aged man was robust, exuding a formidable aura. There were also several cubs present. Only during the harsh winter months did the northern cold become unbearable. Even with hot springs, many females and cubs struggled to endure. In the prime of his youth, Wolf Han couldn't help but be taken aback upon seeing the young Sheng Ling Wolfby, as Wolf Han's son, had recently come of age and had been closely following his father to learn, obedient to his every word. Haha, so it is the esteemed healer Sheng Ling. No need for formality. Setting aside matters of the rainy season, if Sheng Ling wishes to reside with us in the Silver Wolf tribe indefinitely, we would be most welcoming. When calculated, the The number of combat-ready individuals, including the newly matured males, was only around 300. Thank you, I appreciate it. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. The leader of the Silver Wolf tribe, a fifth-tier beastman, emerged from his tent upon hearing that a healer had arrived at the tribe. Greetings, leader, I am Sheng Ling. The current situation was not much different from that of the past with the Fox tribe. As the onset of the rainy season approached, some beastmen still resided in wooden houses and tents. However, in a short while, they would all need to relocate to the caves. We have an abundance of hot water here. Conveniently, our Silver Wolf tribe's caves occupy such a location. Esteemed healer Sheng Ling, your cave also has hot springs, which will alleviate the chill when the freezing rain comes. Just prepare some thick animal hides and dry earth, and you need not worry about the cold of the rainy season. Sheng Ling nodded. One of her reasons for selecting this area was indeed the speculation of hot springs. She exhibited remarkable politeness, devoid of the arrogance often associated with many healers. Sheng Ling smiled graciously. As Wolfby led the way, he elaborated. This must be the esteemed healer from afar. We, the Silver Wolf tribe, extend to you our warmest welcome. I am the tribe's leader, Wolf Han. Upon reaching the designated location indicated by Wolf Han, Sheng Ling observed that there were numerous caves nearby, most of which were separate. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. If all were to reside in a single large cave, she would have hesitated unless there was no alternative. Wolfby guided her to a cave that was relatively central and situated at a higher elevation. Chapter 130, Clever as Sheng Ling entered the cave. She was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth emanating from the depths, accompanied by a faint but familiar scent of sulfur, which piqued her curiosity. Upon venturing further inside, she discovered that the orcs possessed a remarkable awareness of ventilation. The cleverly designed openings not only prevented the excessive influx of cold air that could cause a loss of warmth, but also mitigated the stuffiness that could hinder breathing. The structure of the cave resembled a simple layout of a room with two adjoining areas. This cave served as a temporary residence during the rainy and cold seasons. Yet it was uninhabitable during the dry season due to excessive humidity and heat. Even with larger ventilation openings, the air could still feel stifling at times. However, during the rainy and cold seasons, it provided effective warmth. Witch Doctor, this cave can be used for storing food, while the larger area can serve for living and barbecuing. As for this section, it has good light and warmth, making it ideal for sleeping, Langbai explained meticulously, concerned that Sheng Ling, being new to the northern region, might be unaware of these particulars. Sheng Ling nodded in understanding, expressing her gratitude. In no time, she had settled temporarily within the Silver Wolf tribe. After a few days, light rain began to fall from the sky. The telegraph machine marveled at the cave structure and the warmth emanating from the hot springs. Lang Bai, still unmarried, temporarily resided with his father and mother. It was surprising to witness the intelligence of these orcs. There's no need for thanks. If you require anything further, Witch Doctor, do not hesitate to inform me. My father and I reside in the cave over there, he offered. After expressing her gratitude, Sheng Ling treated a rather uncomfortable cub during the bonfire gathering, prescribing a small amount of medicine. It was truly a blessing bestowed upon them by the beast god. As evening approached, Lang Bai was called over by his father, who invited Sheng Ling to participate in a welcoming ceremony. Having experienced the fervent bonfire gathering of the eastern tribes, Sheng Ling was keen to reciprocate the goodwill of the Silver Wolf tribe. It was essentially a gathering for mutual acquaintance. The ailing cub had merely suffered from indigestion. After taking Sheng Ling's medicine and following her instructions, it gradually began to recover, leading the tribe to harbor even greater expectations and admiration for her as a witch doctor. Typically, such gatherings were only held for the arrival of females and significant figures, such as powerful orcs and esteemed witch doctors. Lady Sheng Ling, you need not worry about safety. Our Silver Wolf tribe is quite secure. And powerful orcs stand guard near the cave, Lang Han stated, his eyes filled with newfound respect and eagerness. It would be illogical not to stay. After ensuring that Sheng Ling had no further matters to attend to, Lang Bai took his leave, feeling somewhat bashful. A truly capable witch doctor, especially one so young and alone, was a rarity. Following his gaze, Sheng Ling noticed a larger cave. However, if a male orc remained single for 3 years, he was expected to move out. Sheng Ling distinctly sensed a drop in the surrounding temperature. Outside, the wind howled fiercely as she sat by the fire, roasting meat. She had partially covered the cave entrance with a grass curtain, which provided both privacy and a barrier against the wind and snow. Nevertheless, the enticing aroma of the roasted meat wafted out into the air. Chapter 131. Suggestions. The orcs residing near Sheng Ling had been detecting an intriguing scent for several days. Initially, they were unaware of its origin and remained vigilant. However, upon discovering that it was the aroma of roasted meat emanating from Sheng Ling, and particularly after witnessing the sizzling, oil-dripping delicacies, many orcs began to linger outside her cave. Even some females, lacking an appetite, were drawn to this enticing fragrance. The harshness of the northern climate often meant that regardless of gender or age, they were accustomed to having only one meal a day, and thus, indulging in any additional food or even cold provisions was a rare treat. Consequently, instances of stomach aches and diminished appetites were common among females and young ones alike. Moreover, Sheng Ling noted that the stones in the north were generally harder than those in the east, making the task of hewing stone pots significantly more challenging, rendering such items exceedingly rare. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette lingering outside the grass curtain, Sheng Ling spoke up. Wolf White, do you require something? Wolf White had appeared at Sheng Ling's cave more than once in recent days, each time hesitating outside for a considerable period before departing in apparent frustration. His eagerness to inquire and even learn was quite inappropriate. Sheng Ling was well aware that he had something on his mind, though he might not find it easy to express. Considering the northern environment and the circumstances of the Silver Wolf tribe, Sheng Ling offered her counsel. If it is merely an exchange for roasted meat you seek, there is no need for such inner turmoil. After all, other orcs have done the same. I can only agree to part with a small portion. For I understand that once I acquiesce to one, there will inevitably be another request. You wish for me to teach you the art of roasting meat, do you not? She inquired, harboring a preference for preparing her own meals, enjoying the freedom of choosing what to consume. However, upon hearing her words, Wolf White's countenance paled, and he quickly rose to his feet. As Sheng Ling turned to meet, she discerned his internal conflict. Sheng Ling the healer, may I exchange some food with you? My mother has not been able to eat well these past 2 days, and with the freezing rain approaching, we must ensure we are well fed to endure the cold. Understanding certain customs of the beastly realm, Sheng Ling responded, I do not hold any grievances against you, and I can indeed share the method of roasting meat. I noticed during my last visit that many females and young ones in the tribe were experiencing gastrointestinal discomfort. Given the scarcity of stone pots, I recognize the difficulty in hewing them, but perhaps you might consider attempting to carve out a larger one, allowing the food for females and younglings to be prepared together when necessary. I apologize, Sheng Ling the healer. I merely. Wolf White, hearing her inquiry, clenched his teeth but ultimately stepped into the cave. Sheng Ling gestured for him to sit, and Wolf White, still conflicted, gazed at her before speaking slowly. She was reluctant to continue roasting meat indefinitely. Even if he wished to barter, the knowledge of such skills often came at a steep price. This was not the season of abundance, and with his recent coming of age, his hunting abilities were limited. In truth, he yearned to learn the art of roasting meat from Sheng Ling, but he understood that it was a personal skill, given the circumstances of the Silver Wolf tribe. The males had been busy stockpiling provisions for the rainy season. Proposing the large-scale hewing of stone pots at this juncture seemed impractical and could easily hinder their progress. In all matters, there must be a hierarchy of priorities, compared to the discomfort of consuming cold food. The terror of starvation and the prospect of death were far more daunting. Chapter 132, Excitement. Wolf By listened attentively beside him, and whenever he encountered uncertainty, he humbly sought clarification. However, upon returning, he found himself somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that his initial inquiry regarding the method of barbecuing would yield not only the desired technique but also several additional methods. When he relayed this news to Wolf Han, the latter's eyes sparkled with excitement. He paced within the cave, attempting to calm himself, yet the more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Wolf By, you must follow the instructions of the spirit medicine witch. Wolf By, equally elated, felt a surge of enthusiasm upon hearing his father's decree. Initially, he had harbored doubts as he embarked on this journey alone, but with Wolf Han's support, his confidence soared. He recalled how, during their time in the Eastern Beast King City, their master had taught the beastmen through a system of exchange. Pausing in confusion, he turned to look at Wolf Han. The telegraph within the cave restricted his view of the outside world, rendering it rather dull. So he began conversing with the spirit medicine witch. Nevertheless, bolstered by his own burgeoning abilities, Wolf Han was eager to pave the way for Wolf By. Indeed, as a father, I naturally wish for Wolf By to inherit my position and grow even stronger. Remember to visit the food cave tomorrow and bring some fine beast skins and provisions for the spirit medicine witch. Also, cultivate a good rapport with her. Understood? Indeed. She had excavated a small bathing chamber within her cave. A tribe's growth is invariably linked to the guidance of a capable leader. Should Wolf By lack the ability and determination to take the helm of the Silver Wolf tribe, even his father would not bestow upon him the title of chief. The energy probing the telegraph was suppressed. Yet, as the chief, he aspired for the Silver Wolf tribe to flourish. Ultimately, it would depend on Wolf By himself. The Eastern Beast King City differed significantly from the Silver Wolf tribe. The former was populated with many high-ranking beastmen, and until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, excessive exposure could prove detrimental, akin to possessing a rare treasure without the means to safeguard it. If he were to encounter a more benevolent individual, he might become a mere pawn. Conversely, a more adverse outcome could render him a captive, drained of his last vestiges of utility. I understand, father. Master. Why not allow Wolf By to exchange something for the methods you imparted? Would we not be at a loss otherwise? The water diverted from the hot springs was carefully selected to flow from a lower elevation, thus preventing any backflow that might contaminate the entire spring source. Father? He has grown old, and the Silver Wolf tribe requires fresh blood. It must be said that a period of relaxation after a meal, indulging in a bath, is indeed a pleasure to savor. Spirit Witch closed her eyes, relishing this rare comfort. Just as Wolf By was about to exit the cave, Wolf Han called out to him once more. Wolf By nodded. Wait a moment. Inside the cave, after finishing her meal, Spirit Witch began her bathing ritual. She leaned back, releasing a contented sigh. The more populous and hierarchical a place becomes, the greater the inherent danger, often invisible to the naked eye. The seemingly tranquil Eastern Beast King city concealed a tumultuous undercurrent, fraught with unpredictability. Master speaks the truth. Initially, I believed the beastmen to be quite naive. Who would have known? There are indeed those among them who are far from innocent. Chapter 133. Reasons in this primal stage of the beast world. The cunning of the Fox clan and the Tiger King is not to be underestimated. One cannot help but feel fortunate that they remain oblivious to the intrigues of palace dramas and the wisdom of Sun Tzu's art of war. Unbeknownst to Sheng Ling, the telegraph machine was indulging in its own theatrics in the spatial realm. The Silver Wolf clan, a mid-sized tribe, possesses a social hierarchy that is both stable and unstable. Their potential for growth is substantial, making them more in need of capable individuals than the Beast King city at this juncture. At present, the threat they pose to us is overshadowed by the benefits we may reap. Moreover, we have acquired a degree of self-preservation. Since my initial intention was never to reside in the Eastern Beast King city, it is prudent to conceal certain aspects of ourselves. Now that we are to dwell among the Silver Wolf clan for a time, these attributes may not only yield advantages but also serve as a favor to be returned when necessary. Sheng Ling slowly opened her eyes, revealing a profound depth within. In this world, the existence of good is countered by the presence of evil. The indifferent coexist alongside those who value loyalty and honor. Choosing to live in a community, even briefly, necessitates an awareness of certain dynamics. Social nuances are not particularly to Sheng Ling's liking. She finds herself lacking in emotional intelligence compared to others. However, disliking something is one matter, while the willingness or ability to learn is another. She has never denied her shortcomings nor ridiculed the strengths of others. It is best to maintain a balance where no one owes anything to another, thus avoiding the bitterness of betrayal. After indulging for a while, Sheng Ling refrained from further pleasures and began to tend to her animal hides. The following day, Wolfby arrived early at the entrance of Sheng Ling's cave. Careful not to disturb her. Once Sheng Ling had risen and prepared herself, he greeted her with a smile. Each individual's experiences shape their interactions and survival strategies differently. Indeed, following the incident in the Eastern Beast King city, Wolfby harbored some grievances against the beast people. Upon exiting her cave, Sheng Ling spotted Wolfby. Good morning. Sheng Ling, the healer. She greeted, her demeanor sharp even towards adversaries. She quickly donned her robe and layered it with fur garments. Whether one perceives him as petty or merely projecting his frustrations onto other beast people, he has developed a mental block that prevents him from viewing all beast folk as innocent and benevolent. Sheng Ling, having enjoyed a rare restful night, acknowledged, Wolfby. Good morning. As she had previously remarked, a tribe capable of dominating the beast world cannot rely solely on animal instincts. Thus, when dealing with the Silver Wolf clan, he instinctively adopted a transactional approach. As night descended, the Silver Wolf clan was considerably quieter than the Beast King city. In her world, deriding those with high emotional intelligence and cunning as deceitful and insincere is, in essence, an admission of one's own inadequacies, cloaked in a facade of moral superiority. Wolfby shyly smiled, recalling something. He retrieved a substantial bundle from behind him, presenting it to Sheng Ling, the healer. Within this bundle are some animal hides and provisions, and this package contains dry earth. As the weather cools and snowfall increases, finding dry wood on the mountain will become difficult. This dry earth can also be used for fuel. Sheng Ling observed the dry earth in Wolfby's hands, noticing its resemblance to grass. Chapter 134. Cooking meat rather than being mere clumps of earth. One might describe them as grass kneaded together and dried to achieve this form. Sensing Sheng Ling's confusion, Lang Bai began to elucidate. These clumps of earth originated from the scarcity of tall trees in the northern regions, compounded by the prohibition of felling certain trees near Beast King City, as they are essential for the protection of the north. The persistent cold of the north necessitates a source of warmth, prompting some orcs to devise a method of creating these earthen clumps from grass. After the harsh northern winter, as temperatures rise and much of the snow melts, dense grass emerges in various areas. At that time, the orcs of the north commence the gathering of this grass, kneading it together and allowing it to dry. This method not only conserves space but also proves to be more combustible. The telegraph machine scoffed, remarking on the perplexing intellect of these orcs. Sheng Ling accepted the offering from Lang Bai with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Lang Bai quickly waved his hand in dismissal. No need for thanks. On the contrary, I should be the one thanking you, esteemed healer Sheng Ling. If your plan succeeds, the sustenance for many females and young ones in the tribe will be assured, even during the harsh winters. She had witnessed many individuals of beauty, skill, and knowledge falter due to their inability to remain discreet, revealing themselves too early, or lacking self-preservation skills. Would her master have foreseen that the Silver Wolf tribe would reciprocate? Such matters are often unpredictable, and despite one's efforts, outcomes may not align with expectations. Sometimes, what is relinquished holds little significance. Most importantly, she had not divulged her innermost secrets. The risk of failure or being manipulated loomed large. As she watched Lang Bai's figure recede into the distance, Sheng Ling picked up the bundle on the ground. The dangers of betrayal are ever present. It is difficult to safeguard against individuals who may harbor ulterior motives or biases. leading them to create obstacles. Furthermore, indifference from others can amplify one's solitude. A glimmer of amusement danced in Sheng Ling's eyes, for human nature is indeed inscrutable. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lang Bai announced, ready to attend to his own duties. This reinforced her conviction that her actions were justifiable. Having initiated the exchange, all subsequent transactions were clear and equitable. While temporary residence posed no issues, prolonged stays could introduce complications. And the nature and duration of the rainy season in the beast realm remained uncertain. Moreover, it was freezing rain. The Silver Wolf Orcs proved to be far superior to those of the Eastern Beast King City, as the telegraph machine's deep-seated grievances became evident. Nevertheless, the actions of the Silver Wolves had somewhat elevated Sheng Ling's regard for them. Throughout the years in the world of Mo Ling, she had cultivated a strong sense of vigilance. Please extend my thanks to your father as well. Certainly, Lang Bai replied. But what if they do not provide you with anything? In the following days, the north was shrouded in rain. The chilling weather caused the orcs to gradually cease their outdoor activities. The enticing aroma wafting from afar informed Sheng Ling that Lang Bai and his companions had commenced cooking the pork in the large stone pot. The scent of the delectable meat made Lang Bai swallow hard, enhanced by the ginger and garlic he had exchanged with Sheng Ling, rendering it even more fragrant. Chapter 135 Gratitude Wolf Bai exerted significant restraint upon himself, aware that the boiled meat within was intended for the females and cubs. During the frigid weather, the females and young lacked sharp teeth and the ability to transform into beasts, rendering the tough food somewhat difficult to consume. Although the offerings did not possess the enticing aroma of the boiled meat before him, they were nonetheless adequate for satiating hunger. The surrounding males, assisting with the task, swallowed hard, their throats producing audible gulps. A few orc cubs, drawn by the delectable scent, emerged and circled around the group. Had it not been for the biting cold outside, some females would likely have joined them. Yet, confined within the cave, several females remained at the entrance, observing. Wolfbai noticed that the female he admired was looking in their direction, causing his ears to redden, prompting him to work even harder on the food. In truth, whether it be females, cubs, or males, they all longed to sample Sheng Ling's culinary creations. As long as there was work to be done, resources would follow. Even the scraps that fell would be preferable to having nothing at all. Should illness strike, it would become troublesome, and if their actions led to Sheng Ling, the healer, departing the tribe, the chieftain would undoubtedly hold them accountable. Yet, to endure the tantalizing aroma of the food without the ability to partake was a torment for the sensitive-nosed orcs. Meanwhile, elder orcs, or those who had lost their combat prowess, could only suffer through hunger. Simultaneously, the members of the Silver Wolf tribe expressed profound gratitude towards Sheng Ling for her willingness to share her knowledge and methods with them. After all, the distribution of resources within the tribe resembled a system of labor-based allocation. Sheng Ling had observed that most elder orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe were emaciated. In contrast to the orcs' customary 2 meals a day, she would, under suitable conditions, provide 3 meals. However, due to her esteemed position as a healer and her exceptional skills, such expectations were tempered. Although the large pot of meat was prepared for the females and cubs, Wolf Han nonetheless presented a sizable bowl filled to the brim with boiled meat for Wolf Bai to deliver to Sheng Ling. Wolf Bai, I have already partaken. Please distribute the food among the females and cubs of the tribe. If you find this method agreeable, you may also share it with the elder orcs or those who are disabled. You can take charge of the hunting while they handle the cooking. By delegating these tasks, you will not only save time but also ensure that everyone receives what they desire. When the meat was ready, Wolf Han would oversee its distribution. Fortunately, Wolf Bai had learned the method of food preparation from the esteemed healer. Sheng Ling had already eaten. In the context of the tribe, where food was scarce and resources limited, priority was naturally given to females, cubs, and robust males. They feared offending Sheng Ling, which could tarnish her perception of their tribe and prompt her departure. If the females and cubs were well-nourished and healthy, they would follow less frequently, allowing the males to dedicate more time to hunting. Furthermore, elder orcs or those with disabilities would have tasks to engage in. Thus, when Wolf Bai presented her with that overflowing bowl of boiled meat, she found it utterly impossible to consume. Moreover, preparing boiled meat was not particularly challenging. After a few contemplative moments, Wolf Bai gradually grasped the essence of Sheng Ling's words. His eyes sparkled with realization, and he thought, Sheng Ling, the healer, is truly brilliant. I understand now. Thank you, Sheng Ling. Chapter 136. The hunting season. The rainy season in the beast realm is prolonged, and Sheng Ling has certainly witnessed the northern deluge. Initially, it commences with a misty drizzle, transitions into freezing rain, and now has culminated in a flurry of snowflakes. Outside the cave, a pristine blanket of snow covers the landscape. At this moment, Sheng Ling comprehends why the beastmen construct their dwellings on the mountainside. Observing the thick layer of snow below, he notes that when a beastman ventures out, their formidable form is often half submerged in the snow. Sheng Ling estimates the accumulation to be at least 1 meter and 30 to 40 centimeters deep. This is merely the late stage of the rainy season. According to Lang Bai, the snowfall will intensify during the cold season, accompanied by an even sharper drop in temperature. Moreover, following the rainy season, it marks the final opportunity for the beastmen to engage in substantial hunting. Have the Silver Wolf tribe migrated yet? Rumors from the Beast King City suggest that this year's cold season may be particularly prolonged. Thus, once the rainy season concludes, we must embark on our hunting expeditions without delay. He feels a twinge of envy for the beastmen of the Beast King City. A sense of apprehension washes over him. The land here is remarkably fertile, boasting an abundance of vegetation. Lang Bai has transformed into a silver wolf. Resting not far from Sheng Ling, the stronghold of the northern Beast King City lies at its center, surrounded by elevated terrain, with a depression in the middle. During the brief transition period between the rainy and cold seasons, they must make ample preparations for the impending cold. As the cold season approaches, certain animals will venture near the Beast King City, and the beastmen there merely need to wait and hunt. Have you considered preparing provisions for the winter ahead of time? Sheng Ling, a shaman, notes that the northern region differs from others. Its dry season is considerably lengthy, while the rainy season is the shortest. Following the rainy season, as they enter the cold, the rivers and lakes swell, prompting many small and even medium-sized tribes to migrate if faced with floods. Such occurrences are frequent in the north. The migration of an entire tribe is a monumental event, and to mitigate danger along the way, they cannot carry excessive belongings. Furthermore, after the cold season, temperatures will rise rapidly, making it challenging to preserve provisions, which may spoil or attract pests. Coupled with the subsequent rainy season's humidity, many supplies are prone to decay. Hence, it is customary to conduct a significant hunt during the final phase of the rainy season. This strategy not only defends against external threats but also shields them from the surrounding cold air. In truth, this method can be viewed as a means of survival, yet, through the lens of contemporary understanding, it bears numerous flaws. Listening to Lang Bai articulate these matters, Sheng Ling unconsciously clenches his jaw. Lang Bai sighs. Should food supplies dwindle, enduring the cold season could prove perilous. Lang Bai nods in agreement. However, it is said that opportunities for hunting are limited, and there are restrictions on the number of prey that can be taken. Seated by the fire, Sheng Ling gazes through the cave opening at the outside world. I have heard from my father that, originally, our silver wolf tribe was a medium-sized community, even possessing the potential to flourish into a large tribe. However, due to a catastrophic flood, we were forced to migrate, encountering numerous dangers along the way, and ultimately, only a fraction of our tribe survived. It was only upon arriving here that we gradually developed into our current state. At this juncture, Lang Bai smiles. Nonetheless, the land chosen by my grandfather and others is indeed fortuitous. At the very least, my father has lived here for many years without encountering a flood. Migration. He has observed the migrations of certain wild beasts. Chapter 137. The City of Ancient Beasts. The process of natural selection here is brutally evident. Worry not, Spirit Shaman. Our silver wolf tribe is quite secure in this place. Wolf White attempted to comfort Spirit Shaman, believing her to be fearful. After some contemplation, Spirit Shaman cautiously inquired, has no orc tribe in the north ever succeeded in preserving food? Wolf White pondered briefly before nodding. Indeed. However, his expression grew complex. Once, the north was as formidable as other regions, and it was said that there were 5 Beast King cities at that time. In one of those cities resided a remarkably astute sage who discovered a method to preserve food. Observing Wolf White's demeanor, Spirit Shaman sensed a story lurking beneath the surface. That incident created quite a stir, garnering attention from other regions. Consequently, the Beast King cities in those areas explicitly decreed that it was forbidden to indiscriminately slay sages and shamans, those orcs favored by the beast gods. Master, this development seems awry. Why was that sage killed? Shouldn't we have grown stronger and unified the north instead? It remains uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or if something more mystical was at play. Indeed, how the evolution of the beastly realm diverges so drastically from the tales he had read. What is this? Is it a matter of sacrificing one for the lives of many? Or is it a case of if I cannot possess it, neither shall others? The Telegraph, unaware of the role the Beast King played in this narrative, could not help but feel relieved that his master was adept at navigating such complexities. How did the plot suddenly shift from a tale of political intrigue to one of the fantastical? It sounded reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The Beast King city that housed the sage gradually grew powerful, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the other cities. However, it is said that the Beast King of that city ultimately executed the sage, and with that, the method of food preservation vanished into oblivion. My father told me that. At that time, the other 4 Beast King cities sought to claim the sage for themselves, even contemplating war. The city that possessed the sage made attempts, but failed. The Beast King could not bear to witness the slaughter and enslavement of the orc females and younglings within a city. Thus, he killed the sage. A chill surged through the Telegraph, widening its eyes in disbelief. Nevertheless, my grandfather asserted that sages must not be slain indiscriminately, for the beast gods would impose a punishment. Subsequently, the city that executed the sage faced dire consequences. In a single night, flames erupted, and the entire city succumbed to ruin. The earth trembled, and it was said that the sky turned ominously dark, with flames erupting from the depths, consuming countless forests and beasts. Wolf White found the subject rather weighty. Why is it so? To kill a sage is an exceedingly grave matter, is it not? He sighed. Yet, there are always exceptions, such as the audacious foxes and the indifferent Tiger King. The Telegraph, attentively listening, was caught off guard by this sudden twist. To this day, The ruins of the ancient Beast King city remain in the far western reaches of the north, a place few orcs dare approach. And what of the present Beast King city? Wolf White lowered his voice and spoke softly to Spirit Shaman. The current Beast King city is merely a merger of the few cities that remained. When the beast gods unleashed their punishment, those kings, fearing for their own safety, fled the north. Of the remaining two, one succumbed to illness, and the other is the founder of the present Beast King city. Chapter 138, Berries in the Northern Realm. The Beast King's dominion is governed by the avian kin. Following his ascension to the throne, the bird tribe has flourished immensely. Presently, the avian kin have experienced remarkable development in the north. For tribes such as ours, merely avoiding annexation is a fortunate outcome. Numerous tiger and bear clans have already fallen prey to their expansion. Wolfby felt a twinge of melancholy. Henceforth, dear spirit healer, exercise caution in your encounters with the bird tribe. Nonetheless, you need not fret. As a healer, they dare not challenge you. However, there exists an unspoken taboo in the north. One must not utter the name of a certain tribe. This holds true for them as well. Having eradicated the beast king of the sage, the Black Panther, this tribe was not originally from the north. Rather, they migrated from the west, gradually becoming indigenous to the region. With their imposing stature and formidable hunting prowess, they took root and thrived, emerging as a powerful force in the north. Yet, subsequent calamities befell them, a disaster that wrought separation and suffering among many beasts, leading to an outpouring of anguish. Consequently, numerous beastmen directed their ire towards the Black Panther Beast King, who had slain the sage, along with his entire tribe. To this day, even the snow leopards and clouded leopards find themselves unwelcome in the north. After Wolfby's departure, Spirit silently gazed into the flickering flames of the campfire. Although she did not consider herself exceptionally wise, she possessed a measure of knowledge. However, rescuing one person is a far cry from saving countless lives. The sage served as a persistent reminder, urging her to focus on her own path and not to dwell excessively on the fates of others. Spirit healer, it is I. May I enter? During her time among the Silver Wolf tribe, she discovered that the majority of its members were earnest and united. Come in, she replied. Wolfian joyfully entered her cave, holding aloft a small bundle revealing purple berries. The act of slaying a sage capable of advancing their progress resulted in collective stagnation and regression. Throughout her stay in the Silver Wolf tribe, her endeavors had been few. Though the beast realm was rich in resources, hunger still claimed lives. Outside the cave, a small silver wolf frolicked to her entrance, interrupting her musings. Spirit understood the value of this pouch of berries. Despite her status as a healer, the tribe's beastmen, particularly the females and young, were often reluctant to seek her aid, fearing the waste of her precious herbs. They would endure ailments unless they could no longer bear the pain. Little Yin? Spirit mused quietly. She had endured hunger and understood its pangs. Yet, seeing the gaunt figures of the starving beastmen stirred her heart. The beastmen, too, yearned for progress yet feared its pursuit. Spirit tasted the berries, and to be candid, they were mediocre in flavor. Spirit healer. Spirit healer. The berries were small, reminiscent of blueberries. Spirit healer. Look. I have brought you berries. They are quite sweet. With a sigh, Spirit reflected on a saying she held dear. A sage's excessive worries harm both body and spirit. However, fruits such as these were exceedingly precious in the north. Wolfian gently set down the leather pouch he had carried in his mouth and pawed it open with care. Little Yin, from whence did you procure these berries? Winter yields few fruits. Wolfian rolled on the ground, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. Chapter 139. Together these berries were preserved by my father. He stored them in a wooden jar, buried deep within the cold earth. Sheng Ling picked up a berry. It was indeed a bit wrinkled, yet thankfully not spoiled. A smile graced her eyes as she gently ruffled Wolf Flame's head. Does your father know that you dug up the berries he buried? Wolf Flame nuzzled in her palm. He knows. It was my father and mother who asked me to bring them to you. Sheng Ling was aware of how much Wolf Flame's mother adored fruits, and it was due to her gratitude for the help she received from Sheng Ling previously, as well as for the piece of roasted meat she had given to the gluttonous Wolf Flame, that they frequently offered her gifts. Wolf Flame tilted his head, his eyes reflecting desire. He too relished the taste of berries, sweet and tangy. Sheng Ling lifted one and held it to Wolf Flame's mouth. Sheng Ling, the shaman. May I eat it? Upon seeing Sheng Ling's arrival, the two stood up, transforming into their human forms. Wolf Han was quite excited after hearing this. Sheng Ling cradled Wolf Flame in her arms. Assuming that Sheng Ling was concerned about food, Wolf Han hastily spoke. Even if I, as the chief, were to go hungry, I would never allow you to suffer. Wolf Han's eyes widened gradually, and as he processed the information, he quickly reacted. Of course. Let these few berries serve as a reward for Little Flame. He is truly clever, and you have given me an idea. Sheng Ling, the shaman. Do you have something to discuss? Since her arrival at the Silver Wolf tribe, Sheng Ling had seldom ventured outside. The wisdom of one may often be unacknowledged. But what of the collective wisdom of many? Wolf Flame's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wolf Han looked at her with curiosity. Holding Wolf Flame, Sheng Ling approached Wolf Han, who gazed at her with surprise. Wolf Flame was in a state of innocent confusion. A smile danced upon Sheng Ling's lips. Yes, that's the essence of it. Lady Sheng Ling, you are truly astute. Seeing that Wolf Han genuinely accepted the matter and was contemplating it, Sheng Ling elaborated. Little Flame brought me some berries today. They're not spoiled, and the reason they remain intact is due to being buried in the cold earth. I believe that since the northern region experiences perpetual cold, if we could dig a deeper hole, it would remain cool even during the dry season. In that case, could we not store food in it when there is an abundance, so that when winter arrives, we need not fear a shortage and endure hunger? Wolf Han and Wolf Bai lounged lazily by the fire. Not quite, Chief. I came here because I gleaned some ideas from Little Flame and wish to discuss them with you. It is thanks to Little Flame. Yes. Little Flame is quite clever. Chief, it is as follows. The last time I heard Wolf Bai mention hunting for food, Wolf Han burst into hearty laughter, patting Wolf Flame's head affectionately. Perhaps she could adopt a new perspective and approach. Lady Sheng Ling, rest assured, we shall address the issue of food. The tribe will not allow you to go hungry. Wolf Han appeared puzzled. However, ever since she had rescued several tribesmen, the Silver Wolf clan regarded her as one of their own, holding her in high esteem. He believed that keeping Sheng Ling with them was his wisest decision. The thought that, should this storage plan succeed, his people would no longer have to endure hunger, that they would not perish from lack of sustenance, made Wolf Han's eyes glisten with unshed tears. However, Chief, we must not rush this matter, and it is best not to speak of it until we have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Wolf Han also calmed down. Chapter 140. Experiment. For many years, Lang Han has been the leader, undoubtedly possessing certain skills. Even if they were to succeed, they would need to maintain a low profile, for the Silver Wolf tribe is still a small to medium-sized tribe. If the once mighty Beast King City could fall, what hope did they have? Having led for so long, Lang Han is somewhat skeptical about the tales of the ancient Beast King City. He does not believe that the other Beast King cities are entirely innocent. He understands that as a leader, one must sometimes sacrifice certain things. Lang Han earnestly expressed his gratitude to Sheng Ling. At that moment, he felt that Sheng Ling might be even more astute than they had all imagined. Whether this insight was inspired by Lang Yin or merely an excuse, it was evident that Sheng Ling was no ordinary beastman. He also perceived that Sheng Ling harbored a degree of affection for their Silver Wolf tribe. Outside, the cold wind howled as Lang Han and Lang Bai, in their beast forms, patrolled the tribe simultaneously. Sheng Ling nodded with a smile, extracting a small pouch of berry seeds, barely more than a dozen. The minuscule seeds, no larger than sesame, seemed inconspicuous in Sheng Ling's palm. Lang Han had once lived this way, but now, with the notion of food storage in mind, he found it difficult to remain calm. During this time, she had made considerable progress in her cultivation through the use of crystal stones. To be honest, after days of consuming roasted, boiled, and steamed meat, Lang Bai felt similarly, prompting both father and son to emerge from the cave. If only they could support one another, it might be the best course of action. His identity as a shaman was already sufficient for her to establish herself in the beast world. If you have any needs, please feel free to speak up. Sheng Ling nestled in her cave, engrossed in her training. Perhaps, if Sheng Ling were not a powerless beast lacking self-defense, he mused, he would willingly relinquish the position of Silver Wolf leader to her. Gently, she extracted the tiny seeds from the berries. The northern regions had sparse vegetation and fruits. Given that it was the late rainy season, with torrential downpours and heavy snow, the terrain was quite treacherous, and the prey had concealed themselves. As dawn broke, he resolved to take Lang Bai out for an experiment. He believed that under such leadership, the Silver Wolf tribe would undoubtedly flourish. During this period, if not hunting, one typically remained in the cave to keep warm and propagate, thinking of her with spirit power. Sheng Ling felt a slight movement in her hand. She was growing somewhat weary of her current situation, grasping a pouch of berries gifted by Lang Yin. Lang Han's gaze shifted to Lang Bai, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. With a smile in his eyes, Lang Han found himself increasingly fond of the shaman. However, it was a pity that Sheng Ling's only significant and fatal shortcoming was her inability to transform. Sheng Ling, whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, I am grateful to you. After all, Lang Bai had previously spoken of the ancient Beast King City. He regarded matters with an open mind. Had Sheng Ling not intended to promote the development of the Silver Wolf tribe, she would have never proposed this idea. She carefully stored the berry seeds in a jar without immediately conducting an experiment. The vitality of plants is inextricably linked to the soil. While there was some soil deep within the cave, she could not guarantee its suitability for berry growth. Chapter 141. Clay. The Silver Wolf tribe possesses such an expansive hot spring area that it is likely underlain by a volcano. If the hot springs are indeed volcanic in origin, the nearby soil may contain unique minerals. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a thermal source existing underground, shaped by the percolation and cyclical movement of surface water. Therefore, she resolved to venture outside in search of soil samples for reference, thereby enhancing her chances of success. With determination, Sheng Ling gathered her self-crafted spears and bows, donned a large straw hat, and exited the cave. She did not stray far. Yet the patrolling orcs occasionally cast glances her way, not out of fear of her fleeing, but from concern for her safety. During their time together, the majority of the Silver Wolf tribe's orcs had come to hold her in high regard, reflecting on the supplies recently provided to her as a shaman by the tribe. He noted their completeness. She discovered several samples of soil, most of which were rather viscous, resembling clumps that were somewhat hard when twisted together. The leading orc, a A fourth-tier silver wolf named Lang Song inquired, Sheng Ling, shaman, what is it that you seek? Speak your desires. Perhaps I can assist you in your search. It is quite cold outside. You may wait within the cave. Yet the soil gave her a sense of having found clay. Recalling the challenges of crafting stone pots in the northern lands, Sheng Ling cradled the basin of soil she had unearthed, exchanged pleasantries with Lang Song, and returned to her dwelling. Her necessities were nearly all well prepared, leaving little to be desired. She appeared quite serious, and coupled with her austere demeanor, she resembled a flower atop a distant peak. Nevertheless, the northern soil, tinged with yellow and clay-like, appeared lacking in nutrients truly peculiar. What could Sheng Ling, the shaman, require soil for? It was not as if it were mere clods that could be burned or consumed. Halting her digging, Sheng Ling turned to the orc who spoke. She brushed off her hands, particularly noting that ores such as iron and copper possess significant hardness. They were also aware of her status as a discarded beast. Yet, unlike the aloofness of Lan Ain, he leaned more towards a cool and solitary pride. The group of orcs dared not be careless. Lang Song, observing Sheng Ling's retreating figure, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. No need for concern. I have already acquired what I sought. Thank you. The patrolling orcs pressed on, their curiosity only deepening. At that moment, heavy snowfall blanketed the mountains, often inciting wild beasts to emerge in search of food due to hunger. Were the items in Sheng Ling's arms truly soil? Noticing her circular path, as if in search of something, they approached with inquiries. Regardless of the orcs' bewilderment, Sheng Ling had already returned to her cave. Fortunately, her wandering had remained close to the tribe, allowing the patrolling orc contingent to exhale in relief. The male orc, tall with flowing silver hair, stood out. Occasionally, weaker orcs who wandered alone fell prey to these wild beasts. Upon hearing Lang Bai mention the difficulties of crafting stone pots in the north, she had indeed harbored doubts about the potential presence of various ores within the northern mountains. If utilized properly, these resources could be of immense advantage in certain ancient dynasties. Prior to the advent of firearms, cold weapons were highly valued by rulers. Moreover, some mines were closely monitored. Such resources, if harnessed effectively, could serve as a substantial boon. Yet, if mismanaged, they could very well incite conflict. Chapter 142. Progress. However, it is premature to discuss those matters. The art of iron smelting also requires skill, which is currently beyond her consideration. After all, most orcs possess sharp claws that become increasingly formidable with their level of experience. Nevertheless, the prospect of crafting earthenware is worth contemplating. The heating efficiency of stone pots pales in comparison to that of ceramics, and one often discovers small stones embedded in the food. Additionally, it is challenging to thinly polish stone pots without risking fractures. Achieving a smooth stone pot is even more arduous, particularly in an era like this, where tools are scarce. Sheng Ling divided the soil she had gathered into portions, placing 1 to 3 seeds atop each, sprinkling a bit of water, and setting them in a relatively damp location. To be honest, her knowledge of pottery making is rather superficial. However, with an idea in mind, she is willing to attempt it. After their meal, the two began to deliberate on the issues they encountered that day. Unfortunately, the rudimentary pottery techniques resulted in 9 out of 10 pieces being unusable. They packed their belongings into the beast skin bag they had crafted later. The prospect of quickly excavating a cellar seemed unlikely. Wolf Han sighed. Father, perhaps we should wait until the snow melts next year to construct the cellar? Sheng Ling agreed upon hearing this suggestion. In the east, after attending to all matters, Chen Heng looked at the brothers who wished to retain him. Without a trace of hesitation, they were far too eager. Assisting Sheng Ling in fetching water and digging soil at this juncture was not ideal, given the cold weather. It was the latter part of the rainy season, and the ground contained frozen soil, which was firmer than usual, compounded by the sticky, clumped earth and some stones. Sheng Ling infused each portion with an equal measure of wood spirit energy. Having completed the nurturing of berry plants, she once again focused her attention on the soil. After all, she was not a professional. Whether or not she could succeed would be determined in due course. Within the cave, Sheng Ling was quite busy, while outside, both Wolf Han and Wolf Bai were equally occupied. Now, they merely needed to patiently await the sprouting of their efforts. The two sighed as the sky darkened. The last portion was somewhat uneven. Regrettably, after a day of toil, they had not produced much. It was simply how things stood. Moreover, the hunting season would soon arrive, and nothing was more paramount than sustenance at that moment. They had a general idea, and thus were compelled to return to the cave. Nevertheless, Sheng Ling felt a sense of joy at having created a rough prototype. By reducing moisture, incorporating other soils, and transforming firewood into charcoal, they were making progress. Fortunately, due to the presence of hot springs, the cave maintained a relatively high temperature. After all, practice reveals truth. The winter in the north presents considerable obstacles, be it temperature or otherwise. Recently, Wolf Bai had come to observe Sheng Ling, who was incessantly circling a mass of mud. Although he was bewildered, he complied with the arrangements. Yet, while Wolf Han and Wolf Bai's plans for the cellar were temporarily shelved, Sheng Ling's pottery project was flourishing. She was continually engrossed in refining her pottery-making techniques. The Tiger King had been deposed, and the plans of the Fox tribe, particularly those of Fox Yi, had also come to naught. Ultimately, with the support of Chen Hang and several orcs, an orc from the ape tribe was appointed as Beast King. However, Some orcs remained discontent. After witnessing Sheng Ling's strength and methods, those who had long fought alongside him were eager to persuade him to assume the title of Beast King of East City. Chapter 143. Departure. However, Sheng Ling declined. Firstly, he yearned to seek out Sheng Ling. Secondly, although the Tiger King had been dethroned, the forces he had cultivated over the years had yet to be entirely eradicated. And with his formidable 7th-tier strength, remaining would inevitably lead to numerous troubles, though he had already offended both the Fox tribe and the Tiger tribe. Venturing out at this moment could provoke retaliation from envious beasts. Yet, his impatience consumed him. He had initially intended to expedite the resolution of affairs here. But the fierce resistance from the Fox and Tiger tribes caught him off guard, resulting in significant injuries that delayed him until now. The rainy season was nearing its end. Contemplating that the young female would soon have endured an entire rainy season and would imminently transition into the cold season, he recalled the descriptions provided by others. Her companion was utterly incompetent. Throughout his journey, he pressed onward toward the north without pause. The heavy snow fell in thick flurries, obscuring the path ahead. Fueled solely by fervor, he ventured into the northern regions. Outside, dangerous wild beasts and magical creatures roamed freely. Nevertheless, the variance in parts would inevitably delineate the ease or difficulty of his journey. The large ceramic basin that she had fashioned served as a makeshift pot. Regardless, he could not linger in the eastern lands any longer. Having gathered his belongings, Sheng Ling swiftly took his leave. The once glossy and robust tiger had visibly thinned. After inspecting the basin, he found no cracks or imperfections, and it was smoother than the one she had previously crafted. Yet, despite its smoothness, it remained coarse pottery and could not be expected to resemble porcelain. Sheng Ling packed the hemostatic herbs she had prepared during this time into a wooden container and handed it to Lang Han. In this unfamiliar territory, Sheng Ling had nearly stumbled into snow pits or ice crevices several times. Upon savoring a bowl of meat soup devoid of stones that evening, Sheng Ling felt a sense of satisfaction. The thought that the young female might also have to hunt alone during winter, possibly supporting that male, stirred a pang of jealousy within him. It was indeed likely that the young female and her male companion had ventured northward, but the expanse of the north was vast. He was at a loss as to where to seek her. At this juncture, the orcs of the north seldom ventured outdoors, and the tribe had finally entered the hunting season. The landscape was blanketed in pristine snow, leaving him momentarily disoriented. A journey that should have taken half a month was condensed into just 10 days. He was not naive enough to wait for the tiger and fox tribes to obstruct his path. With the successful crafting of the ceramic basin, subsequent creations such as jars, bowls, and pots would surely become more proficient. The charcoal fire within the kiln had long since extinguished, yet he could still feel the warmth radiating from the basin as he extracted it. His body, marred with wounds and the scent of blood, quickly attracted the attention of scavenging beasts. He needed to prevent any orc from catching wind of his whereabouts and intercepting him, although he was aware that the young female might have a second partner. After traversing several detours, he chose not to approach the northern region via the main road from the east. The breath he exhaled crystallized in the frigid air, prompting him to inhale sharply. Coupled with the harsh environment of the north, by the fire, Sheng Ling pried open the kiln's entrance, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the intact ceramic basin. "Chief, when we go hunting, if any orc is injured, this medicinal powder can staunch the bleeding." The surrounding orcs, upon seeing the large jar and imagining the precious contents within, could not help but have their eyes gleam with eagerness. Hunting was destined to entail injuries, even fatalities. They had witnessed comrades bleed profusely, their bodies growing cold. Chapter 144. Breakthrough. During this hunting season, the beasts affected by the freezing rain emerge in search of food. Sometimes, misfortune strikes, and when encountering numerous beasts in packs, the danger significantly escalates. However, the scarcity of flora in the northern lands renders medicinal herbs exceedingly precious. After some hesitation, Lang Han ultimately accepted the herbs, expressing his gratitude to Sheng Ling with utmost sincerity. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of wastage, fervently wishing that the medicinal powder he possessed would not go to waste. As he watched the hunting party depart, Sheng Ling returned to her cave. Over the past few days, she sensed that she was on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage, necessitating her preparations for such an advancement. Fortunately, breakthroughs at this minor stage do not generate substantial fluctuations in spiritual energy. It is likely that the hunting team would not return until the onset of the cold season. With her internal strength once again surging, as night fell, Sheng Ling felt the opportunity for her breakthrough and immediately focused her mind. In the latter half of the night, she finally realized that her cultivation had ascended to the mid-foundation stage. This posed a challenge for the orc hunters outside. Many disabled or elderly orcs could no longer consume the tribe's rations. The telegraph machine, sensing her insomnia, began to engage her in conversation. After soaking in the hot spring for several minutes, heavy rain commenced outside. Most of the male hunting orcs had ventured into the wild, leaving behind those tasked with protecting the tribe, who could not stray far for too long, resulting in limited prey. "Master, you mentioned that the beast world is perilous and food is scarce. Why not consider farming? Have they not thought of this? Perhaps we should suggest it?" The berries she cultivated had begun to sprout, with one plant thriving particularly well. Consequently, the tribe would soon need to reduce their food supply. Although the weather had warmed slightly in recent days and some ice and snow began to melt, it also led to slippery soil, increasing the risk of landslides in the northern region's vegetation. The telegraph machine, observing its surroundings, became increasingly vigilant. With a gentle hum, spiritual energy was gradually absorbed into her being. Despite the challenges, the Silver Wolf tribe treated Sheng Ling with considerable regard. With her eyes closed, she reclined on her bed, hands resting behind her head. Even amidst the tribe's food rationing, her situation remained unchanged, ensuring she was well fed, albeit with some less palatable meat, invigorating her spirit and banishing her drowsiness. The crystal in her hand was quickly fading, though 2 plants remained, which, despite the nurturing of spiritual energy, had failed to sprout. Sheng Ling concluded that softer, darker soil was more suitable for berry growth. Master, if these orcs learn to farm, will they not then need to venture out to hunt? This could significantly reduce danger, and I believe it to be a highly feasible approach. Sheng Ling turned over, pondering. The beast world is not solely inhabited by wild beasts but also magical creatures. Regardless of whether they are wild beasts, magical beasts, or orcs, their relationships are interdependent. Without the foundation and strength for farming, excessive exploitation of resources will not lead to their empowerment. Indeed, it could potentially lead to their decline. Furthermore, orc breakthroughs necessitate the crystal stones from magical beasts. Should a transient life of ease and comfort cause some orcs to lose their fighting spirit, it could very well result in regression. Chapter 145. Encounter. Just like the cultivators, although they belong to the human race, they are distinct from ordinary people. To progress in their cultivation, one must engage in battle. Sacrificing a life of comfort and tranquility is also a price to pay. Outside, the rain fell increasingly heavily, and the telegraph machine felt a pang of melancholy. The master, your current goal is to grow stronger, but what comes after strength? What truly defines greatness? As humans, while it is essential to have a long-term vision, one must also remain cognizant of the present. The future remains an enigma for all. If one solely fixates on what lies ahead, could it not also be a form of misguided obstinacy? Thus, sometimes, having too clear a perspective may not be advantageous. At times, excessive self-assertion may not be beneficial either. This easily led her to associate them with beasts. Shin Hang ran ceaselessly through the night, his fur soaked by the rain, clinging to his body. She was not a beast man, truth be told, within the Silver Wolf tribe. There were several occasions when she could not recognize the cubs of beastmen. Consequently, after the hunting team departed, she stealthily ventured out. Sheng Ling rose early, and the skies had cleared. The little creature, propelled by instinct, exerted all its strength. As her vision blurred, Shin Hang wished to stand, yet he possessed no strength whatsoever. The place where she lingered was not far from the Silver Wolf tribe, and this area generally harbored no ferocious beasts, let alone magical ones. Boom. Upon discerning what it was, her consciousness momentarily paused. Woof. The events before her began to fade into darkness. Sheng Ling had just experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation and felt an impulse to test the extent of her newfound strength. Several rustling sounds followed, and Sheng Ling squinted, extending her perception. At dawn, the birds outside the cave began to chirp. Sheng Ling furrowed her brow slightly. Luck had favored her along the way, and she had procured a small jar of honey. She attempted to rise, but the infection of her wounds and excessive blood loss left her feverish and dizzy. A thunderous roar echoed deafeningly. After several struggles, she collapsed onto the ground once more. Approaching noon, she managed to hunt a wild chicken and began to pluck its feathers for roasting. Once the wild chicken was prepared, coated with honey and some seasonings, Sheng Ling commenced the roasting process, applying several layers of honey along the way. The weather was splendid, relieving the beastmen of the Silver Wolf tribe. The sweet aroma wafted through the air. Woof. Traversing through the forest, she felt her speed had increased by nearly twofold, causing a smile to grace Sheng Ling's lips. Some of the cubs were too small, lacking in intelligence, and had yet to take on their forms. Sheng Ling picked up the roasted chicken and slowly approached a small cluster. The rustling from the grass made her turn abruptly. Sheng Ling surveyed her surroundings again. She was unwilling to concede. This was near the Silver Wolf tribe, and it was possible that some playful beastmen cubs had wandered out. Rustle. Rustle. She thought of ways to avoid those beastmen, and she had her methods. With her body covered in wounds, she ultimately had to collapse beneath a large tree. Given her labored appearance and the mud and blood smeared across her body, it was clear she had endured severe injuries. Along the way, she would also gather familiar plants. A small yellow creature was laboriously making its way towards her. As it drew closer, it became clearer. Upon careful examination, it resembled a small tiger cub. Remembering that there were only 3 tiger beasts in the tribe, she decided to take the tiger cub back for later confirmation with them. Chapter 146. Scars. The young tiger, firmly grasped by its vital points, lay motionless. Sheng Ling observed that the little cub was quite severely injured. After performing several cleansing spells, the dirt upon the cub's body vanished, cradling it in her arms. She noticed the cub's drowsy eyes fluttering open and could not help but issue a warning. If you dare to move, I shall squeeze the life out of you. Despite its small size, the cub possessed claws. Upon hearing her words, the little tiger froze in place, its eyes fixed intently upon her. Mew? Sheng Ling was oblivious to the language of beasts and thus did not comprehend the cub's utterance. As it remained docile in her embrace, it emitted soft whimpers. Upon catching a whiff of chicken leg, the cub paused. After offering it a piece, she began to eat herself, noticing the numerous wounds adorning its body, some even indicating broken bones. She realized the pain it must be enduring. They had both arrived here on empty stomachs. Aware that young cubs were particularly fond of her culinary creations, she tore off another piece of chicken leg. However, she was taken aback to see the little tiger shedding tears, appearing profoundly sorrowful. Sheng Ling did not press the cub to eat. After finishing her roasted chicken and tidying up, she held the tiger cub and made her way toward the tribe. Furthermore, her own cat had been quite slender during her less formidable days. 3 tiger beasts had accompanied the larger tribe on a hunt, while one appeared to be a white tiger. Initially, she had attributed its damp fur to the weather, but on her return journey, she secretly used her spiritual energy to dry its coat. Still, one side of its face bore issues, driven by months of instinct cultivated as a healer. She gazed at the little tiger nestled in her arms, observing its reaction. She became increasingly convinced that this cub was likely the offspring of a beastman rather than a mere wild animal. Her own cat had met its natural end. Seeing the little tiger tremble as it wept, Sheng Ling sighed. She tore off another piece of chicken leg and offered it to the cub, only to find herself momentarily taken aback. Be quiet. In her past, she had cherished it dearly. Memories of her cat, which had accompanied her for many years in the land of the spirit, surfaced in her mind. Again, she tore off a piece of chicken leg and extended it toward the cub. Yet, the little tiger shook its head, reminiscent of her cat's behavior when it sought food. However, as they continued, she noticed the cub trembling slightly in her arms. Feeling a bit irritated by its cries, she gently patted its head. Once the wounds were treated sufficiently, Sheng Ling retrieved the now somewhat cold roasted chicken. Tentatively, she reached out to stroke the little tiger's head. As she looked down at the cub, she noticed it was observing her as well. At that moment, something peculiar about the cub caught her attention. Sheng Ling nestled the tiger cub closer, tending to its wounds. Given the harsh realities of the spirit realm, where entire races had faced extinction, the sight of the cub tugged at her heartstrings. The cub gazed up at her with tear-filled eyes, looking pitifully vulnerable. It tentatively licked the offered chicken leg, ceasing its cries in an instant. Upon their arrival at the tribe, the hunting party had yet to return. Do not cry. We shall be home soon. Yet those years, for her as a cultivator, were of little consequence. Her cat had always been affectionate, occasionally aloof, yet it consistently stood guard by her side. The little tiger before her was equally beastly, nestled in her embrace, and she could feel its bones pressing uncomfortably against her. Sheng Ling extended her hand, her fingers tracing the area where the bones protruded. The cub immediately stiffened. Following the trail of her touch downward, she discovered a scar that evoked memories of a beastman. Chen Heng. Chapter 147. Sleep, but could this little tiger cub before him truly belong to the formidable Chen Heng? Furthermore, if all were as it should be, Chen Heng should currently be situated in the east. Sheng Ling harbored doubts. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. She gently tapped Chen Heng's forehead. You understand my words, do you not? Nod if you do, shake your head if you do not. Chen Heng observed that the little female seemed quite fond of his youthful form. Had it not been for the grievous injuries he sustained, which nearly claimed his life, he would not have transformed into this state. In his moments of peril, he vaguely caught a whiff of a familiar scent, which he initially dismissed as a mere illusion. Yet, driven by instinct, he desperately maneuvered towards that direction. Upon encountering the little female once more, a surreal sensation enveloped him, making him question whether he was merely dreaming. For months on end, he had wandered lost, narrowly escaping crises, stumbling into other tribes, pursued by beastmen, hunted by rogue orcs, navigating through snowy caves, and even plummeting off cliffs. He nestled into Sheng Ling's embrace. But just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he abruptly opened his eyes. Chen Heng honestly shook his head, watching the little female engage in her tasks. Are you a cub of the Silver Wolf tribe? The cave exuded warmth. Was this indeed the tribe she belonged to? Was his partner from the Silver Wolf tribe? He still could not detect much of her scent, just as before. What if this was all a dream? What if he awoke once more to find the little female vanished? What then? Sheng Ling, from the corner of her eye, noted the little tiger's struggle to remain asleep, only to suddenly snap his eyes wide open again. As she lifted his chin, he instinctively nuzzled against her. He must not sleep. Within that faint aroma, there seemed to be an absence of other males. He had been gravely wounded, and beyond his physical injuries, his spirit was weary. Observing the little female's threatening gaze, Chen Heng obediently remained on the stone bed. Sheng Ling felt momentarily stiffened by his actions. Stay put on the bed. Dare to disturb the wound I have bandaged, and I shall offer you to the beast as their meal. The Silver Wolf tried? He could not help but inhale deeply. Countless times, he had prayed to the beast god for a chance to see the little female once more. If this were just a dream, he wished never to awaken. Yet, Sheng Ling's responses compelled him to nod honestly. The mere thought of Sheng Ling with another male gnawed at his heart, causing a sharp pang of sorrow and a tinge of bitterness in his nose. He lay atop the stone bed, the furs beneath him still carrying the faint scent of the little female. Never mind. Once you are healed, you may leave. In that moment, having once again witnessed the little female's safety, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Gradually, Chen Heng sensed himself enveloped in safety and warmth, his eyelids growing heavy. Yet he understood that this comfort stemmed from the peculiar animal skin of the little female. Observing the pitiful expression of the cub, Sheng Ling lifted his chin, gazing into his eyes. She cast a glance at him. He had deceived the little female once, promising to return and answer her. Yet that very deception nearly cost him the chance to see her again. Seeing him nod, Sheng Ling placed him upon her lap. His eyes fixated upon her, brimming with an expression akin to fear of her departure. Chen Heng's body tensed, letting out a few whimpers. After a moment of silence, Sheng Ling spoke. Sleep now. I shall guard the cave. Chen Heng was momentarily taken aback. This was something he had once cherished saying to Sheng Ling. Had it not been for the unfamiliarity in her gaze, he would have truly believed that Sheng Ling recognized him. Chapter 148. News. It was uncertain whether it was Sheng Ling's words that had an effect or if Chen Heng was simply exhausted, but in a state of drowsiness. He succumbed to sleep. Hearing the soft sounds of snoring, Sheng Ling cast a glance over her shoulder, noticing that the tiger was sound asleep. She too began to close her eyes and rest. At the break of dawn the following day, Chen Heng awoke with a start. The moment he opened his eyes, he scanned his surroundings, and when he noticed that Sheng Ling was absent, his heart sank. Had the events of the previous night merely been a figment of his imagination? Before he could dwell on this thought further, a figure entered the cave. Sheng Ling, holding a jar, began to prepare the fish she had cleaned, adding ginger, scallions, and garlic. Her movements were fluid, as if she had performed this task countless times. With the weather clear, hunting for the beastmen would be significantly easier. She set aside 2/3 for Chen Heng, admonishing him to lie still on the stone bed if he wished to avoid limping. Has Lady Sheng Ling begun roasting meat already? He pondered, knowing that the fish soup required time to simmer gently. He had been languishing in the mire for several days. Upon realizing that Sheng Ling had not ventured far, the beastman heaved a sigh of relief. No need for thanks, Lady Sheng Ling, with the clear skies these days. The hunting party should return soon, bringing us an abundance of food. He handed her a large bundle of provisions. Sheng Ling resumed her task of roasting meat. Upon seeing the elderly beastman who delivered food to her daily, she greeted him with a warm smile, evident joy radiating from him. Chen Heng despised his own helplessness. Aware of the beastman's hearty appetite, Sheng Ling prepared additional dishes. Upon entering the cave, she locked eyes with him. As the fish soup neared completion, the roasted meat was also ready. Sheng Ling accepted the hefty bundle. In recent days, he had not only lost considerable blood and endured painful wounds, but had also consumed very little sustenance. The sight of the familiar figure he had longed for brought him a sense of relief. Initially, he had worried that Sheng Ling would lack food during the cold season and had intended to hunt for her, but now his injuries were too severe, rendering him incapable of hunting and requiring her care instead. With the weather being pleasant, he had meandered around the tribe and managed to procure some game. Setting aside the roasted meat, he stepped out of the cave. Thank you. After the beastman departed, Sheng Ling picked up the large bundle and re-entered the cave. Additionally, the catch from their excursions had significantly increased. When the beastmen from the Silver Wolf tribe arrived with food, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Chen Heng felt a pang of disappointment as he observed the bag she carried. He yearned to rise from the bed, yet his body remained devoid of strength. Hearing the commotion outside the cave, Sheng Ling recognized it was the beastmen delivering meat. They held great respect for her as a shaman but feared that, being a crippled beast, she lacked the ability to protect herself and might fall prey to wild animals while foraging for food. Lady Sheng Ling, these are your provisions for today. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to instruct us. Yesterday, the hunting party managed to catch several solitary sheep. The package wrapped in green leaves contains those. Instantly, Chen Heng grew solemn. Sheng Ling nodded with a smile. Chen Heng, lying in the cave, perked up his ears. Eat. This is for you. He struggled, attempting to stretch his head to reach the food on the wooden table beside the stone bed. However, after several attempts, he still could not grasp it. He understood that the little female valued cleanliness. If he were to eat in bed and soil her space, she might grow to despise him even more. Chapter 149. The return of the hunting party. As Sheng Ling observed him struggling for quite some time without tasting any meat, he remained silent. Extending his hand, she gently scooped the little tiger into her embrace, retrieving food from the wooden table and offering it to him. Eat, she urged. Chen Heng paused briefly, but upon witnessing Sheng Ling indulging in her meal, he obediently used his paws to partake in the food. The fish soup was still too hot for him to drink immediately, yet the enticing aroma tempted him to try it. Eventually, after finishing the roasted meat, the soup had cooled sufficiently, prompting Chen Heng to eagerly sip from the wooden bowl. The delectable flavor of the fish soup enveloped his senses, causing him to squint in delight, his ears twitching with pleasure. Under the somber sky, filled with the worries of the Silver Wolf tribe's orcs, the hunting party finally returned. That evening, Sheng Ling prepared both boiled and roasted meat. As her cultivation progressed, her need for sustenance gradually diminished. After watering a few berry vines, she resumed her work on her medicinal powders. However, her body, having adapted to a diet devoid of food, relied on spiritual energy to substitute for nourishment. Upon seeing the multitude of prey brought back by the pack led by Wolf Han, the orcs remaining in the tribe erupted in cheers. Chen Heng, lying nearby, noticed the smile at the corner of her mouth and turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. He had consumed 2/3 of the food, although one could begin fasting during the foundation establishment stage. The lingering shadows of hunger from the mortal realm led Sheng Ling to maintain her appetite in this bountiful beast world. Thus, several days passed. Sheng Ling organized her belongings and glanced at Qin Heng, who understood beast tongue and was aware that the hunting party had returned. After Qin Heng finished his meal, Sheng Ling placed him back on the stone bed. Realizing this, she sought a support structure, noticing that climbing vines had appeared on the berry plants. During his stay in the Silver Wolf tribe, he observed that while the tribe was modest in size, they treated Sheng Ling exceptionally well. However, her appetite did not rival that of Qin Heng. Her ceramic pots could yield a dozen or more in one batch. Most importantly, it seemed that Sheng Ling was quite fond of this place. With a smile gracing her lips, her exuberant shouts indicated that this hunting expedition had likely been fruitful. She climbed up the support, though the prey consisted mainly of smaller game. Sheng Ling's speed in consuming her meal was rapid, a habit she had long cultivated. The most promising berry plant had grown to her waist height. Was her joy attributed to this? Qin Heng couldn't help but recall the male orc who had accompanied her. Had he returned? She observed that the berries leaned more towards the vines. While Qin Heng inspected the berry saplings, it was somewhat inaccurate to refer to them as saplings. It would not be until she fully fasted that she could entirely detach from food. However, given his current injuries, complete recovery would require some time. After relishing the meal, Qin Heng contentedly squinted, sensing the energy within him gradually revitalizing. The sounds of jubilation outside reached Sheng Ling's ears, along with the howling of wolves and the familiar laughter of Wolf Han. "Stay here in the cave. I shall take a look," she instructed. Now, as the shaman of the Silver Wolf tribe, she was committed to fulfilling her responsibilities. Qin Heng nodded obediently, watching as Sheng Ling departed from the cave, gradually disappearing from sight before he lay down on the stone bed, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. In truth, he was greedy. Chapter 150. Joy. Before arriving in the north, he had merely hoped to catch a glimpse of Sheng Ling. In the face of death, he yearned for one last meeting with her. Now, not only had he seen her, but he had also spent several days in her company. Qin Heng felt a certain harmony in their interactions during these days, certainly more comfortable than their previous encounters. This should have been sufficient. Yet he found himself greedily desiring more. Despite knowing that departure might be the inevitable outcome, he could not help but indulge in self-deception. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng Ling was unaware of Qin Heng's renewed feelings of inferiority as he brooded in the cave. Upon her arrival at the meadow, she found many members of the Silver Wolf tribe gathered there, both inside and outside, bustling with activity. Some females were hoisted onto their partners' shoulders, while many injured and bloodied warriors suffered due to delayed first aid. Remarkably, the casualties from this hunting expedition were far fewer than those from other nearby tribes, largely thanks to the medicinal powder provided by the shaman Sheng Ling beforehand. The prospect of feasting on the flesh of magical beasts exhilarated the hunting males. They were aware that should anything happen to them, their families would be left heartbroken. Indeed, it was a stroke of fortune to have Sheng Ling as medicinal powder. Their recovery capabilities did not allow for instantaneous healing, and soon, cheers erupted around them. "Sheng Ling, our shaman. This time, we have slain a green beast. Tonight, let us gather for a grand feast of roasted meat." Consuming the flesh of the green beast would nourish their bodies and strengthen their health. The hunting party from the Silver Wolf tribe was overjoyed at their success, especially given the gentle energy contained within the beast, which was safe for females and younglings to consume. Listening to the jubilant voices of his kin, Lang Han felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, most beasts possessed robust physiques and remarkable recovery abilities. Upon seeing Sheng Ling, cheers erupted anew. The surrounding warriors parted, allowing her to advance. "Sheng Ling, our shaman. This time, none of us have met the beast god," they called out, urging her to come forward. Lang Han, meeting her gaze, felt his spirits lift even higher. He had heard the jubilant cries from his kin, looking towards Sheng Ling with a sense of pride. With the medicinal powder, timely first aid was administered, and combined with the warrior's natural strength, the mortality rate was effectively diminished. "Chief, the green beast differs from ordinary magical beasts. Its core possesses healing properties, and its flesh serves as a medicinal dish," Lang Han informed her. Sheng Ling surveyed the returning hunters, noting their bright eyes, although a few still bore visible wounds. The green beast was notoriously elusive and difficult to capture. Lang Han presented the slain beast with a sense of accomplishment. Aware that most males had partners and families waiting for them, she was not surprised that canister of medicinal powder was intended for emergencies. Lang Han likely intended to use it for treating urgent wounds or severe injuries. "If anyone still bears injuries, please seek me out. The cold season is approaching. Addressing wounds promptly can help prevent inflammation and fever," she advised. Lang Han observed his kin, noticing the agreement among those with lingering injuries from the hunting party. Chapter 151. The meeting indeed. "If any of you are injured, seek the healing touch of the shaman promptly." After this hunting season, Lang Bai's admiration for Sheng Ling has intensified. He has witnessed the toll of the previous hunting season and the casualties from nearby tribes, thus understanding the vital role a shaman plays within a tribe. Their Silver Wolf tribe now has a shaman too. Lang Han turned around to see his son grinning foolishly and gently patted Lang Bai's head. "Everyone, return to tend to your wounds. Tonight we shall host a bonfire gathering." "Excellent." After most of the tribesmen had departed, Lang Han carefully unfastened the small jar from his waist and solemnly presented it to Sheng Ling with utmost reverence. "Thank you, Shaman Sheng Ling." As Sheng Ling rose to speak, Qin Heng looked up upon hearing her voice. When their eyes met, Shun Hung felt a twinge of caution at the sight of a male approaching, and he attempted to rise. However, Sheng Ling seemed to anticipate his intentions and playfully swatted him on the head. Immediately, he settled down, lowering his gaze as he rummaged through his jars for the medicinal powder to treat his wounds. Shaman Sheng Ling, do you have a moment? I would like your assistance with my injuries. Moreover, he was not a cub from the Silver Wolf tribe. Upon receiving the jar, he continued. When Sheng Ling returned to the cave, she found the little tiger perched on the stone bed, lost in thought. Lang Song observed their interaction and couldn't help but exhale softly. He stepped into the cave, hesitating before speaking. Shaman Sheng Ling, may I inquire? Where did you find this tiger cub? It does not belong to our tribe. The chill outside the cave lingered, yet the warmth within, along with hot water available for cleaning wounds, was inviting. He glanced at her, nervously casting a look behind her. There is no need for formality. I am now the shaman of the tribe. Meeting Shin Hang's gaze, Lang Song's brows furrowed upon noticing the seemingly injured little tiger cub. His gaze lingered on the cub, and after a moment of silence without the arrival of other beastmen, Shin Hang felt a subtle relief wash over him. Sheng Ling regarded the tiger, who appeared particularly anxious since Lang Song entered the cave. Though many beastmen resided in the Silver Wolf tribe, the number of cubs, especially tiger cubs, was scarce. Do your legs refuse to carry you? Do not squander my medicinal powder. Come inside. Yet, upon entering the cave, Lang Song was struck by the unfamiliar scent of another beastman, his cold eyes darting towards the stone bed. I encountered this cub outside and initially mistook it for our tribe's young, so I brought it back. Lang Han, a perceptive beastman, sensed that while he was uncertain of Sheng Ling's intentions to leave, her softened demeanor towards their tribe indicated an increasing fondness for the Silver Wolf tribe. This was sufficient. Shaman Sheng Ling, I am Lang Song. At that moment, Shin Hung, lying on the stone bed, felt an immediate surge of tension. Sheng Ling discerned from his words and demeanor the reverence Lang Han held for life. Yet, before he could entirely exhale, a deep yet gentle voice resonated from outside the cave. This little tiger cub is rather peculiar. It whimpered softly a couple of times. Shaman Sheng Ling is simply too kind-hearted. As a shaman, upon encountering an injured cub, she instinctively reaches out. But what if it is a beastman with ulterior motives? Moreover, as a disabled beast, Sheng Ling's sense of smell is not as acute as that of a beastman. What if it is a wild animal? Chapter 152, Bonfire Gathering. Regardless of the circumstance, each scenario is fraught with peril. The shaman, Sheng Ling, adeptly prepared her medicinal powder and approached the formidable wolf warrior. Lang Song, gesturing towards a low stool. Sit here. I shall tend to your wounds. I anticipate that more of our brethren will require attention shortly. Lang Song, recalling the injuries sustained by several of his fellow warriors, ceased his protestations and obediently settled onto the humble wooden seat. His wounds were more grievous than those of the others, yet in the heat of battle, he had prioritized the care of those most severely harmed. Fortunately, his robust prowess and successful hunt had enabled him to endure the journey back to the tribe. However, the deep gash that slithered from his back to his waist resembled a cruel claw mark, the flesh grotesquely torn. Numerous other injuries marred his body. The other warriors in the cave bid her farewell, but upon witnessing the severity of his injuries, she could not help but express her astonishment. Both Sheng Ling and Lang Song exhaled a sigh of relief. Sheng Ling glanced at the small tiger sprawled upon the stone bed. After tending to Lang Song's wounds, several more warriors arrived. The hem of his fur skirt was almost entirely soaked in blood, yet this particular warrior remained silent, his expression unchanged, as if he bore no injuries at all. Despite her swift ministrations, the sun had already begun to set by the time she had treated several warriors. After washing her hands, she channeled her spiritual energy through her somewhat sore arms. Lang Song nodded solemnly. Outside the cave, the voice of Lang Bai echoed. Once the wounds had been sewn and treated, Sheng Ling worked expeditiously to attend to their injuries, fortuitously having prepared the necessary suturing materials in advance, albeit not as fine as those of the merfolk. Sheng Ling, the shaman, we have commenced preparations for the bonfire gathering. My father summoned me to fetch you. After the others departed, only Sheng Ling and Shin Hang remained in the cave. He had witnessed the potency of her medicinal powder and was reluctant to waste it on his own account. Thankfully, Lang Song was resilient throughout the suturing process. Despite the pain that caused cold sweat to beat upon his brow and his veins to bulge, he refrained from struggling, merely stifling a couple of groans. Upon hearing her response, Lang Bai took his leave. Sheng Ling sighed. While she had long been acquainted with the dangers of the beastly world, she remained vigilant of Lang Song as she stitched his wounds, wary of any potential adverse reactions to the pain. She took a piece of softwood and placed it in Lang Song's mouth. It may hurt a bit. Bear it without struggle, although the wounds had been treated. It was imperative to avoid any vigorous activity during the healing process to prevent further tearing. Should signs of inflammation or fever arise, immediate action must be taken. Once she efficiently cleaned the wounds, she commenced the suturing. Observing his demeanor, Sheng Ling considered the possibility of procuring something akin to an anesthetic in the future. Lang Song listened intently to her instructions, ultimately nodding in earnest. Very well, I understand. Yet, under these circumstances, one must not be overly fastidious. The wounds of the others were considerably less severe than his own. As she approached and gently touched his hind leg, she noted that the wound had healed quite well. Anticipating the arrival of monstrous beings that night, she lifted Sheng Ling into her arms. Initially stiff in her embrace, he soon relaxed, comforted by her familiar scent. Upon reaching the site of the bonfire gathering, she found that preparations were already underway. Chapter 153. Beast meet Wolfby had yet to find a mate. Thus he warmly invited Sheng Ling to join him. Following his lead, Sheng Ling arrived at a campfire. Once they were both seated, Wolfby finally turned his gaze to the tiger cub nestled in Sheng Ling's arms. He had noticed it from the very beginning. Sheng Ling, the healer. What about this cub you hold? Sheng Ling recounted to Wolfby the same tale she had shared with Wolfsong. After listening, Wolfby pondered for a moment before speaking. Sheng Ling, regarding your decision to take in this cub, there are two possible approaches. The first option is to return him to his family if they exist, his father and mother, once they come searching for him, or perhaps to exchange him for something of value. The second option is to offer him shelter within the Silver Wolf tribe if he has indeed lost all his kin. Moreover, while you are a beast waste, your formidable medical skills cannot be overlooked. However, Wolf Han has not acted hastily. Through their interactions, he has discerned that Sheng Ling possesses a strong sense of self. The distribution of beast meat is partially based on labor, with the remainder allocated to the other beastmen of the tribe, as long as it benefits the Silver Wolf tribe. It is acceptable. This regulation was established by his father. The choice ultimately lies with him. In truth, she has consumed beast meat before, and not just once or twice. The cub represents a fresh lineage for the tribe. Unlike some tribal beastmen who place great importance on bloodlines, he feels a sense of openness and camaraderie within this tribe. Should it be possible for the female of his son to also claim Sheng Ling, it would ultimately depend on their opinions. He could merely offer suggestions and draw connections. If he were to bond with a female, her other partners could provide him with support. Nonetheless, this also reminded him that he must expedite matters concerning his son's courtship. Furthermore, from Wolfby's words, it was evident that the leader of this tribe is likely a capable manager. Wolfby briefly left, and during his absence, Wolf Han visited again. Upon seeing the little tiger cub in her arms, he said nothing more than to ensure her safety. Sheng Ling was somewhat surprised by the tribe's approach, however. Observing the surrounding beastmen, he began to understand why Sheng Ling seemed to prefer this tribe over the Eastern Beast King City. In fact, a notion was quietly forming within Wolf Han. Sheng Ling roasted the beast meat, and after it was ready, she tore off a piece to savor the flavor. In many respects, the tribe exhibited a certain coldness. Reflecting on her son's affection for a female, she contemplated the most effective way to retain a male naturally. Through mating and producing offspring. Sheng Ling glanced at the tiger cub in her arms. Although the Eastern Beast King City was formidable, most of its beastmen were entangled in webs of mutual benefit, regardless of how immense the beast. Each of the numerous beast females would only receive 2 to 3 pounds of meat. Such matters, concerning a male's lifelong commitments, could not be treated lightly. Sheng Ling retrieved her share of the beast meat. Back in the Eastern Beast King City, Sheng Ling would hunt for her, but as her own strength grew, she had encountered and hunted beasts herself. However, this green beast meat seemed to possess a vitality and would spirit energy upon consumption. Perhaps this was the energy the beastmen spoke of for strengthening the body. The taste was decent, though not particularly exquisite. It was primarily the energy that proved useful. Sheng Ling took a bite for herself, then tore off another piece to feed the little tiger. Chapter 154. Feeding Sheng Ling had been fed by Sheng Ling for several days, instinctively opening his mouth. However, upon grasping the beast meat, he quickly realized it was the green beast meat that the Silver Wolf tribe had painstakingly hunted, specially designated for Sheng Ling to strengthen her physique. Although he was capable of hunting beast meat himself when in peak condition, it held little significance for him. Yet now, wounded and reverted to juvenile form, Sheng Ling contemplated regurgitating the meat, but he feared that if he did, the young female might refuse to eat. He wrestled with his inner turmoil, chewed a couple of times, and ultimately swallowed it down, resolutely telling himself that he could only consume this one piece. Just as he swallowed, Sheng Ling offered him a second piece. Sheng Ling shook his head defiantly. The little tiger in her embrace shook its head vigorously, conveying its clear disapproval. Observing his demeanor, Sheng Ling couldn't help but gnaw on her lower jaw. Wolfsong greeted them and settled by the fire. With Wolfby's departure, only Sheng Ling and the young Sheng Ling remained by the fire. He felt a conflict within. He longed to remain by Sheng Ling's side, even in his current state of weakness, yet he also yearned to regain his strength to protect her. Sheng Ling ceased his resistance. He needed to grow stronger, to be able to hunt more prey for the young female. With each morsel of meat, what little beast meat they had was consumed by the pair. He could not allow his selfishness to burden the young female. Sheng Ling felt warmth in his heart at her kindness. Watching the orcs battle nearby, Wolfsong seemed eager to join, but upon seeing the bandages on his body, he suppressed that urge. This is from my hunting endeavors, gifted to you by Sheng Ling, the shaman. As for those solitary males without mates or a preference for females, they engaged in their own activities. With ample space for several orcs transformed into beast forms to grapple with one another. What more was there to comprehend? He wished to reserve this meat for her consumption. Indeed, Sheng Ling had various means to gather energy. The vibrant red fruits were quite plump. His mind waged a furious battle, yet reason ultimately prevailed. Sheng Ling, the shaman. Sheng Ling looked up to meet Sheng Ling's gaze. However, the orc before him was different. It is often said that a full belly leads to contemplation of other matters. And the orcs had certainly indulged. Eating. Could it be that you expect me to care for you indefinitely? Wolfsong casually offered, and Sheng Ling, having just finished her roasted meat, accepted the fruit with a hint of reluctance. At the bonfire gathering, everyone had nearly finished their meals. Once Chen Hang had consumed enough, Sheng Ling ceased her feeding. She surveyed her surroundings before rising to approach Sheng Ling's fire, feeling somewhat sated. She was nonetheless aware of the orcs' appetites and continued roasting meat. Those with mates would directly carry their partners off to their caves, while the unattached would confess their affections to their desired females. Should they succeed, all would rejoice. If not, they would strive once more. After a moment's thought, he retrieved another fruit from his fur pouch. Wolfby, sitting by the same fire, hesitated for quite some time before shyly approaching a female's fire. It had been many years since anyone had shown him such care. Sheng Ling followed his gaze and found a slightly plump and adorable female. From their exchange, it seemed that Wolfby's feelings were not one-sided. "Thank you," he said. Wolfsong quickly waved his hand. No trouble at all. After all, he was a solitary male, fond of meat, disinterested in fruits, and without a preferred female. Chapter 155. Interaction. Observing Sheng Ling's joyful consumption, Lang Song felt an involuntary sigh of relief within. His ability to articulate his thoughts was limited, yet he harbored profound gratitude for the shamaness. Witnessing the jubilant expressions among his kin, a trace of tenderness unfurled amidst his typically stern features. "Ah, Sheng Ling, in a few days, the exchange day among the neighboring tribes will arrive. If there is anything you desire, you should consider attending," he remarked. Sheng Ling's eyes glimmered with interest. She had previously visited the trading grounds of the Eastern Beast King City and, after residing in the north for some time, wondered if there might be items of necessity for her. Her thoughts drifted to the pottery she had crafted. The advent of ceramics in this beastly era could signify an advancement in tools, distinct from merely storing food. Food remained the fundamental necessity for survival. She gestured towards the ceramic pot atop the fire. Picking up a smaller ceramic bowl, she gently tapped it. She then led him to her cooking area, where a stone pot had been supplanted by a ceramic one. Langbai gazed at the array of jars and containers, both large and small, with a sense of bewilderment. "Sheng Ling, what are these?" he inquired. As for the method of pottery creation, she had no intention of divulging it just yet. This indicated that if she exchanged her pottery, she could procure various items while minimizing risks. Contemplating internally, Sheng Ling considered that, adhering to the principle of not letting fertile waters flow to outsiders, it might be prudent to first barter with the individuals of the Silver Wolf tribe before engaging with others. The peculiar items, which appeared somewhat odd and bore resemblance to stone yet were not purely so, intrigued her. However, she deemed it inappropriate to educate him on geological nuances at that moment. "This is a ceramic bowl. The stones in the north are not particularly hard, making them difficult to mine. During your hunting excursions, an idea struck me, and after much contemplation, I fashioned these items. They are significantly more practical and convenient compared to stone pots. Although pottery offers numerous advantages, it is a choice to be made when one's material needs are not completely fulfilled. Ceramic pots heat more evenly, cook meat faster, and yield a superior taste. They are thinner and smoother, whereas many stone pots are substandard, often cracking after only a few uses. Indeed, many of the stone pots they produced were prone to failure, with a substantial portion becoming unusable after a short time. She understood the value of gradual progress and recognized that relentless giving did not always guarantee favorable outcomes. The following day, when Langbai sought her out, she took him to the innermost cave where she concealed her ceramic jars. She speculated that the quality and type of stone might play a role in their creation. She would impart knowledge where necessary and fulfill her duties without blindly catering to the Silver Wolf tribe's desires. The ceramic pot was ideally suited to replace the stone one, though both shared a common flaw, fragility. In this regard, iron pots were indeed superior. Langbai pondered the implications, although still young and inexperienced. He recognized the value of pottery. "My intention is to use ceramics as a medium for exchange. I have heard that the exchange day among several tribes is approaching." Chapter 156. Dialogue. If the tribe requires these items, I believe we could initiate an exchange within the tribe. "Wolfby, could you inquire with the chief?" Wolfby nodded. "Rest assured, Shinlian Shaman, I shall return and consult my father." After Wolfby departed, Shinlian turned her gaze towards the small tiger who had been observing intently. Shin Hung quickly averted his eyes. Although he was already aware of Shinlian's intelligence, witnessing the pottery and understanding its purpose left him astounded. While the extraction of stone tools in the east was significantly easier, pottery proved to be far more convenient than stone implements. He pondered that if he were the chief, he would undoubtedly agree to an exchange with Shinlian. However, the exceptional capabilities of the young female only intensified his feelings of urgency. He was well aware of the avarice that some of the beastmen harbored. "Chief, if my kin require these items, I can exchange them with you at half price. However, if sold to other tribes, the cost may soar." After examining the items, he watched as Shinlian prepared a meal using the pottery. "Shinlian Shaman, you are truly remarkable." His perception of Shinlian was once again transformed. She might not merely be a shaman but could also be a rare sage. Feeling grateful for Shinlian's assistance, Wolfhan cautiously set down the pottery. "Thank you, Shinlian Shaman. What do you wish to exchange?" We can provide for you. As long as the first batch of customers finds these items useful and practical, there will be no fear of lacking a second wave of patrons. A stone pot is approximately worth 5 red crystal stones, with those of better quality fetching around 8. Wolf Han articulated his intentions, and Sheng Ling promptly guided him to view the pottery. Chief, I am exchanging pottery, primarily for crystal stones. If unavailable, I can also accept hides and prey. But there is a limit per day. If the quantity is excessive, those items would hold no value for me. However, her spirits lifted further. It appeared that Sheng Ling was quite favorable towards them. The exchange of pottery with the Silver Wolf tribe also had another underlying reason. Wolf Han nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of this favor, as such items were in high demand. Is there a stone pot available at the exchange market? Wolf Han pondered in astonishment. Yet, with the Silver Wolf tribe present, it served as a living advertisement. In truth, regardless of whether Sheng Ling produced the pottery, if she needed it, the Silver Wolf tribe would not be stingy. The brazenly lingering Wolfbai and Wolf Han were now thoroughly convinced. When Wolf Han arrived, Sheng Ling had already been waiting by the fire for a while. Coincidentally, the Silver Wolf tribe was in need of these items as well. There were indeed some available, but in limited quantities. Due to the difficulties in extracting stone tools from the north, most tribes had taken to the practice of roasting meat. Wolf Han was entirely unaware of Sheng Ling's motives. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on exchanging these items. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Although he understood that the young female possessed self-defense capabilities, he did not wish for another incident akin to that of Beast King City. Pottery was essential for cooking these items. Yet, a low-priced exchange seemed somewhat unwise. Even the Silver Wolf tribe had operated similarly before her arrival. Wolf Han examined the pottery in his hands. Though the texture was somewhat coarse, it was indeed far superior to stone tools. Such items would undoubtedly be favored by many beastmen. Wolf Han nodded. He spoke candidly, revealing that he did not anticipate Sheng Ling's desire for a bargain. After all, he preferred a long-term collaboration with her. After some contemplation, Sheng Ling replied, Chief, the production of my pottery requires raw materials, craftsmanship, and time. Thus the price will inevitably exceed that of stone pots. Chapter 157. On the spot, Wolf Chill listened, sensing some complications, and felt a twinge of nervousness. Though he was eager to trade, if the price was too steep, he would have to forego it. After all, without pottery, they could still make do with stone pots. At the very least, they wouldn't starve. In truth, Sacred Spirit observed their method of crafting stone pots and thought pottery might be simpler once the technique was mastered. For standard pottery, I'll charge double the price of a stone pot. If there are specific requests for quality, design, or size, the price will increase. Hearing this, Wolf Chill exhaled slightly in relief. The cost was within their means. Noticing his expression, Sacred Spirit mused that she could raise the price further at the trading fair. The two reached a pleasant agreement. Around them, beastmen murmured among themselves. Soon, the aroma of stewed meat wafted from the pottery pot. Yet, his self-control was commendable. It feels similar to a stone pot, yet different, someone remarked. Other beastmen, seeing their clan leader cradling something with great care, grew intensely curious. Wolf Chill cleared his throat, drawing their attention. However, stone pots heated far slower than pottery ones. Moreover, Sacred Spirit had instructed Wolf Chill to fashion a wooden lid to match the pot's size. Instantly, the scent of the stew grew richer, and the surrounding beastmen swallowed hard in unison. Given the beastmen's substantial appetites, by the time the meat in the pottery pot was nearly done, the water in the stone pot had only just begun to bubble. Even Wolf Chill couldn't resist inhaling deeply. The stew was delicious, so much so that he barely noticed the scalding heat, chewing hastily before swallowing. What is that thing? Why does the leader treat it like a treasure? Leader, what is that? And you're putting meat inside? Observing Wolf Chill's expression, the crowd swallowed again. There are also 3 perforated handles. In truth, apart from the bowls and jars Sacred Spirit kept for personal use, most of her pottery was rather large. Wolf Chill ate a piece of the stewed meat in front of everyone, designed to be placed over a fire or hung by ropes. When they finally prepared the stone pot and began adding meat, the surrounding beastmen could no longer contain their curiosity. The base of the stone pot was crafted relatively flat by Sacred Spirit. Ahem. By evening, Wolf Chill carefully carried his prized pottery pot to the bonfire site, and the shaman seemed to be following closely behind the clan leader. Sacred Spirit assisted in cooking the meat, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and a splash of fruit juice with a wine-like aroma, though the fervor in their eyes remained unmistakable. Without simple stoves at this time, hanging the pot by ropes was far more convenient. Sacred Spirit was thoroughly pleased with the effect. This was precisely the scene she had envisioned. Wolf Chill remained silent, merely quickening his cooking motions, while White Wolf cooperated by preparing meat in the stone pot. Wolf Chill had first exchanged for a relatively larger one. As you can see, this is called a pottery pot, a replacement for stone pots. It's more convenient, heats faster, cooks quicker, and doesn't shed stones inside. Wolf Chill listed the advantages of the pottery pot and explained the precautions. Though he was merely echoing Sacred Spirit's words, seeing his clansmen's gleaming eyes filled him with pride. Originally, Shaman Sacred Spirit intended to trade these pottery pots with other tribes. But if any of you wish to have one, you may exchange for them first. Chapter 158. The plan once more. The price was reiterated, and the eyes of the orcs remained fervently fixed upon the ceramic pots. Yet, some orcs relinquished their thoughts of exchange. No matter how exceptional the ceramic pot appeared, the cost in crystal stones was substantial. Even if the spirit shaman offered them at a discounted rate, many orcs hesitated to part with their resources. After all, although the stone pots were not ideal, they could suffice with a little patience. The spirit shaman was not taken aback by this outcome. Each individual harbors unique needs, and the introduction of a novel item often incites both curiosity and skepticism. Nevertheless, a few orcs did engage in exchanges with the spirit shaman. As they followed her methods for cooking meat and storing food, they gradually became proficient and discovered the pots were indeed quite effective. Moreover, the spirit shaman generously included a set of meat cooking techniques. The exchange was arranged at the center of several adjacent tribes. After tasting the meat prepared by the spirit shaman, one orc felt that his own roasted meat lacked flavor. With the ceramic pot, he anticipated creating even more delectable dishes, thus he was eager to trade. Meanwhile, he carried a stack of animal hides, still warm from the heat he had enveloped them in. This prompted envy among those orcs who had not procured the ceramic pots. As for why they did not summon Wolfby, it was because that young fellow had recently formed a pair bond and spent his days clinging to his partner. The ceramic pots within the cave were quickly exchanged. Wolfsong, being of considerable stature, also sought to trade and, having established a degree of familiarity with the spirit shaman, successfully acquired a ceramic pot. After several days of industrious effort, they had produced numerous ceramic wares. Gradually, the number of orcs seeking to trade diminished. Observing her tireless activity, a nearby tiger felt a pang of sympathy. On the day of the exchange, the spirit shaman requested Wolfsong to assist in transporting the ceramic wares. These pots were significantly lighter than their stone counterparts, and their weight was hardly a burden for him. Sifting through a pile of items, he unearthed a wooden jar filled with water. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, he remained concerned about the possibility of damaging the precious ceramic pots during their journey. Yet, upon their arrival, a considerable number of orcs had already gathered. Wolfsong was exceedingly cautious, fearful that a moment's instability could result in the shattering of the spirit shaman's prized ceramic jars. He also added some seasonings. After Wolfsong departed, Shen Hang approached the spirit shaman, affectionately nudging her calf. Grateful, the spirit shaman acknowledged him. As Wolfsong gingerly set down the pots, he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Thus, he trotted along on his short legs, assisting the spirit shaman by fetching earth and tending to the fire. All right, Wolfsong replied, shaking his head. Shen Hang, having grown considerably over the past few days, followed closely behind the two. He placed the pre-prepared meat into the pot, commencing the cooking process. In the northern region, she had no intention of using medicinal powder for trade, as the sparse vegetation rendered such resources conspicuous. The spirit shaman selected a promising direction and placed the ceramic pot down. With the ceramic pot, she could also warm food by the fire. After quenching her thirst, the spirit shaman embarked on her trading endeavor, finding that the ceramic pots were well received within the tribe. The spirit shaman had not anticipated his meticulousness. Spirit shaman, if you have no further matters to attend to, I shall proceed to exchange some items. Nothing entices the orcs more than food. The following day, the spirit shaman commenced crafting additional ceramic wares for the market exchange. After a moment of contemplation, she affectionately patted his head. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the market, captivating the attention of several orcs. One particularly audacious orc, intrigued by the peculiar ceramic pots, could not resist inquiring, "Brother, are you selling food?" Chapter 159. Taste test. The aroma was undeniably exquisite. As Sheng Ling observed that the meat was nearly cooked, she ladled some into a ceramic bowl. "I am selling ceramic pots," she declared. The onlooking beastmen turned their gazes toward the direction of her finger. These were the ceramic pots, a practical alternative to stone pots. They were more convenient than their stone counterparts, and Sheng Ling elaborated on the advantages of the ceramic pots. Some beastmen felt a stir of desire. The meat was simply too fragrant, and the prospect of purchasing a pot to savor a few bites was enticing. How can one exchange for this ceramic pot? Sheng Ling picked up a pot of moderate size. This type generally requires 20 red crystals, while larger ones, like this over here, necessitate at least 25. With a smile, she lifted the lid and stirred the meat within, releasing an even richer aroma. She selected one for him and explained its usage. This ceramic pot not only served to cook, but could also be utilized for roasting meat, producing a dish devoid of smoky flavors. If one preferred a crispier texture, it could be used in that manner. Isn't that rather expensive? However, once a comparison was made, the crowd perceived Sheng Ling's ceramic pots as exorbitant. An elderly beastman, captivated by her articulate pitch and her kindness towards the younglings, found himself increasingly tempted, especially since he had little ones at home. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the beastmen. 20 red crystals could procure numerous items. Your ceramic pot is too costly. I shall stick with my stone pot. While demonstrating and explaining, the beastmen's voices grew louder, and those present were oblivious to any comparisons. The vigilance of a merchant prompted him to shout. An elder beastman, though possessing some savings, was cautious about his expenditures. Sheng Ling remained unperturbed. Could this ceramic pot be a tad cheaper? If it is, I would purchase one. Sheng Ling filled a bowl for the elder. Stone pot. Stone pot. Only 5 red crystals each. She continued, as for cooking meat in my pot, it becomes tender and succulent, ideal for those with sensitive stomachs or dental issues. Sir, in our northern region, where the climate is cold and dry, consuming too much roasted meat can lead to internal heat and sometimes discomfort in the stomach. At such times, a warm soup is essential. Whether for females or younglings, everyone can enjoy it, and particularly in winter. Hot soup is beneficial for both female and young offspring. If you are sincere in your purchase, you will be my first customer today. And I shall offer you a discount, 15 red crystals, but that is the lowest I can go. Nearby, a beastman selling stone pots observed the commotion with increasing anxiety. The anxious Chen Hang, witnessing Sheng Ling's composed demeanor, gradually calmed down. Upon hearing the astonished remarks from the beastmen, he let out a sigh of relief. Come, bring me one. In a moment, he saved 5 red crystals, feeling triumphant. The crowd of spectators dwindled significantly. Among the remaining 20 or so beastmen, a few genuinely wished to buy the ceramic pots, while the rest were merely tempted by the meat. Do sample it first. The elder, enticed, tried a piece of meat and sipped some soup. His eyes widened in amazement. Being of advanced age, he often struggled with roasted meat, frequently choking on larger pieces. Yet, this boiled meat was altogether different. Chapter 160, sold out. The cooked meat was tender and succulent, with significantly reduced gamey flavor, making it both aromatic and delectable. The old orc instantly developed a fondness for the dish, and upon hearing Sheng Ling mention that she would generously share her cooking method, he felt as though he had struck gold. Delicious. This is truly delightful. Observing the old orc's jubilant demeanor, the other orcs nearby couldn't help but feel tempted. After a moment of contemplation, a male orc decided to purchase a serving to try for himself. When he tasted the bowl of meat that Sheng Ling had served him, he was momentarily taken aback. Delicious. Unlike the dry toughness of roasted meat, he found that this dish might appeal to his own little offspring. He promptly exchanged 20 crystal stones for it. Witnessing this, several other orcs were thoroughly swayed. However, during her time in the beast realm, Sheng Ling had accumulated quite a stock of goods. Once she organized her belongings, she realized that this venture had yielded her a bountiful profit. This development piqued the curiosity of onlookers even more. Meanwhile, it was also a time for fermentation. Sheng Ling meandered through the marketplace, stopping to examine items that caught her interest and purchasing what she needed. Although pottery was not particularly labor-intensive, she was mindful not to overexert herself. Will you still have that pottery pot available tomorrow? Some orcs, having caught wind of the situation and feeling intrigued, couldn't help but feel anxious. Beyond the various animal skins and crystal stones outside, there were ample supplies within her space, including a plethora of foodstuffs. These provisions were kept as a precautionary measure. Chen Hung believed that Sheng Ling had an affinity for such items and was willing to spend his own resources, considering he could communicate in beast tongue. The tiger, once held by the scruff of its neck, immediately settled down. Sheng Ling's pottery quickly exchanged hands, with a significant portion already gone. Wasn't it more appealing to use it for cultivation? Chen Hong hurriedly followed after Sheng Ling. None left. After all, she regarded those items as essential for her survival. It was presumed that it wouldn't be long before results would manifest. The gathering of orcs sighed in disappointment. They had felt the urge to purchase when they had seen half of the stock. Sheng Ling paid them no mind. If her pottery met the orcs' expectations, more would inevitably seek it in the future. Firstly, the plants in her cave were thriving splendidly, some even blooming. If she hesitated any longer, they would be gone. Meanwhile, the orc selling stone pots was calling out with even greater fervor. Although she possessed numerous ways to acquire crystal stones, she would not squander them. Gathering her belongings, she patted the old tiger beside her. After a few turns, Sheng Ling discovered that stalls selling plants were notably scarce, and even when available, the prices were exorbitant. However, she refrained from making any purchases. This led some orcs to feel a twinge of regret. In the brief moment of their indecision, Sheng Ling's pottery had completely sold out. Many of the fruits at the stall were less than fresh and quite costly. They had initially thought that if Sheng Ling's pots didn't attract many buyers, they might get lucky and procure them at a lower price. In reality, while 20 red crystal stones was somewhat steep, they were not without means to acquire it. Yet now, Sheng Ling's pottery was dwindling rapidly. With her limited storage space, she could not overly depend on it. Let us go check over there. Chen Hung, feeling somewhat disheartened, trailed behind Sheng Ling. The little female was too formidable, leaving him with little room to assert himself. As they approached a nearby stall, Sheng Ling caught a whiff of a rather pungent odor from afar. Chapter 161. Exchange. Amidst the aroma lingered a faintly familiar scent of Sichuan peppercorns. Without hesitation, Sheng Ling approached the stall. The vendor, a diminutive orc, had no neighboring stalls, and the foot traffic of other orcs was scarce. The pungency of his wares was overwhelming. Yet orcish noses are notably acute. Before Chen Hung could draw near, he had already sneezed several times. Upon Sheng Ling's arrival at the stall, the small orc perked up immediately. Come, brother, take a look at my goods. He harbored a peculiar affinity for these intensely flavored items. However, most orcs found them unbearable, leading to a lack of sales. Among a myriad of assorted goods, Sheng Ling discovered peppercorns, chilies, bay leaves, and cumin. His initial reaction was not one of surprise at acquiring crystal stones, but rather a sense of having found a kindred spirit. Nevertheless, the orc's offerings were far too diverse and scattered. If you desire all these, it would be 5 red crystals. Not only could he continue indulging in his passion, but he could also earn crystals, providing an excuse to persuade his father. On the way back, Sheng Ling sneezed a few more times. How do you propose to exchange these? Upon hearing that orcs from the north had taken a liking to such items, he felt justified in continuing his pursuit of these curiosities. Examining other condiments, he found that aside from cumin, the others were all the same. Picking up the Sichuan peppercorn from the ground, he brought it to his nose and discreetly scanned it with his spiritual energy. Discovering it was devoid of toxins and nearly identical in flavor to true peppercorns, he remarked, "By the way, I belong to the Silver Wolf tribe. Should you ever require an exchange for such items again, seek me out at the Silver Wolf tribe. My name is Sheng Ling." The orc had tasted the zesty dishes crafted by Sheng Ling and found them quite delectable. The two reached an amicable agreement. Were it not for the desire to earn crystals, he might not have unveiled his treasures. Although she had already discovered a fruit resembling Sichuan peppercorns to substitute for grilled meat, he was indeed pricing them fairly, without taking advantage of the situation. In fact, they were relatively inexpensive compared to others. Yet, the magua still differed from true peppercorns. Observing the several pounds of goods, Sheng Ling willingly paid the crystals. Splendid. Greetings, my friend Sheng Ling. I am Mada, an orc from the nearby Flying Sparrow tribe. He recognized that many plants in the Orcish realm resembled those in the spirit realm, although some were indeed distinct. Yet, he hesitated to part with these items. Thus, he contemplated abandoning his venture after this transaction. The small orc's eyes widened in delight. His offerings were indeed dry and unappealing, making them difficult to sell. Having journeyed from the west, he noted that orcs in the north generally preferred milder fare, rendering grilled meats rather bland. Observing Sheng Ling picking up several items wrapped in leaves, the small orc was taken aback with joy. However, compared to the incessant sneezing at the stall, the situation had markedly improved. Some aromas were fragrant, while others were bitter, creating a cacophony of peculiar scents that became overwhelmingly potent and unpleasant. Today marked merely the first day of the exchange. Sheng Ling pondered whether to return to the tribe that evening or come back the following day when he encountered members of the Silver Wolf tribe. After exchanging pleasantries, they invited him to stay nearby. After all, a bonfire gathering was scheduled for the evening, and with numerous orcs present, they were naturally unperturbed by the presence of wild beasts. Chapter 162, The Tale. After some contemplation, Sheng Ling decided to spend the night there. However, the exchange site could not compare to the tribe's cave. The wind was still rather strong, despite the numerous bonfires surrounding them. Sheng Ling, now as large as an adult, leaned against Sheng Ling, shielding her from the gusts. He felt a twinge of concern that she might feel cold. At that moment, Lang Song also noticed them. Observing the human and tiger seated by the fire, he transformed into a large wolf and positioned himself on the other side, significantly reducing the wind around Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling exhaled onto the fire, feeling a tinge of displeasure towards Lang Song, aware that it was jealousy rearing its head. The flames flickered and crackled in response to the wind. Watching the interaction between the two, he felt an odd sentiment stirring within him. Sheng Ling shifted forward a little. As the night wore on, the air grew colder still, and the silver wolf's fur glimmered in the moonlight as if illuminated from within. The wind shifted as well. Surrounded by so many beastmen, she was cautious about using too much spiritual power, fearing exposure. Nonetheless, her body instinctively moved toward the stronger gusts. Sheng Ling remained still, not daring to resist. His gaze lingered on the pair, and as he observed the petite female using her tail to shield herself from the wind, a profound tenderness welled up in his heart. Sheng Ling glanced around, noting the loud snores that filled the air, and she yearned even more to quickly regain her adult form. Lang Song's gaze toward Sheng Ling softened with affection. He draped a thick layer of beast hide over them and positioned his tail around Sheng Ling, fixating on the closed eyes of the petite female. He felt her shallow breaths and was filled with a sense of peace, gradually succumbing to slumber. After all, the nighttime temperatures in the north could be rather lethal for a female. She felt the cold creeping through her back. And with the majority of the surroundings occupied by males, it was only natural for a female like Sheng Ling, who had yet to find a mate, to desire offspring. Some males who brought their females along dared not stay the night. With her eyes shut, Sheng Ling, relying on her cultivation, allowed her spiritual energy to flow within her. She leaned against his large paw, avoiding direct contact with the ground. Sheng Ling was suddenly awakened. Sleep, he thought. With 2 warm bodies and a windbreak nearby, it would be wasteful not to make use of them and squander her energy. After all, as an adult beast, he could completely envelop Sheng Ling, shielding her from the cold. He remained quiet, lying beside her. Yet, as a foundation-building practitioner, she had not completely shed the shackles of her mortal form. However, she was not shivering excessively either. After the sound of the tiger's snores filled the air, the silver wolf slowly opened his eyes. Just as he intended to rise alertly, Sheng Ling gently patted him. Was it possible that Sheng Ling, the shaman, was raising this little tiger as her own? With a deliberate movement, he adjusted his position, and the surroundings felt much warmer. Naturally, encountering this injured tiger cub tugged at her heartstrings. Perhaps after spending some time with the tiger, Sheng Ling had grown adept at commanding him. She reached out, grasping the tiger's tail, resting her head upon it, and drifted back into slumber. When dawn broke, Chen Hang awoke, but the warmth that enveloped Sheng Ling had yet to rouse her. Considering her kindness, having labored for several days crafting pottery without proper rest, he lay quietly beside her. In the meantime, Lang Song stirred, noticing the situation, and let out a gentle low growl. Understanding the beast language, Chen Hang recognized that the wolf was informing him he was off to hunt and to keep an eye on Sheng Ling, the shaman. Chapter 163. A chance encounter. Chen Hang emitted a few soft hums in response. Around them, faint rustling sounds gradually arose, and Sheng Ling soon awakened. Upon seeing her consciousness return, Chen Hang affectionately rubbed his head against hers and let out a couple of playful howls. Sheng Ling felt as though she had adopted an affectionate, oversized cat. After gently patting his head, she naturally rose to the riverbank to freshen up, and soon after, Lang Song returned. Having expertly prepared their catch, he commenced roasting the meat. Recently, he had developed a penchant for cooking meat, but while outdoors, one must temper their expectations. When Sheng Ling returned, Lang Song first offered her his portion of roasted meat before serving Chen Hang a share as well. Finally, he took his own serving. "Thank you," she expressed. "Without me around, you let yourself get into such a state?" The alluring grin of Lavin instantly captivated the attention of several female patrons wandering the market. After ensuring his own needs were met, he resolved to hunt additional prey for this wolf. "Ah, you truly are persistent. Even after being discarded, you chased all the way here from the east. How shameless." Lavin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Yet, he was profoundly familiar with the look in Sheng Ling's eyes. Lavin cast a disdainful glance at the wares before him, even as the vendor continued to extol their virtues. However, in a moment of agitation, as he waved his hand dismissively, his gaze abruptly halted. The market had become bustling with numerous new items. Chen Hang stood protectively in front of Sheng Ling. He felt no discomfort in refusing to eat. "Are you angry, you hideous creature? With your current pitiful state? What can you do to me?" Midway through their interactions, Lang Song once again separated from them. He pondered, her? Just as he questioned whether he had mistaken her identity. He caught sight of a nearby tiger, bristling with alertness, and couldn't help but laugh. Upon seeing Sheng Ling's face, Lavin felt a surge of joy. But this quickly diminished as he took in her flat figure, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Some distant beastmen had also arrived, their expression shifting from gentle to fiercely hostile. Chen Hang's breath quickened. The item in question was being sold as a plant. He expressed his gratitude in beast tongue. At a glance, it was unmistakably Lavin. Lavin's words struck a painful chord, as abandonment had long been a source of torment for Chen Hang. Whatever happened to that proud chest? Sheng Ling had also fortuitously discovered several medicinal herbs. Her primary intention was to procure items that could enhance her cultivation, such as magical beast meat or crystals. Today, the market was evidently more vibrant than the previous day. He felt a deep fear that Sheng Ling might reject him again upon discovering his true identity as Chen Hang. Moreover, his demeanor was hardly distinguishable from that of a male. After finishing their roasted meat, they resumed their exploration of the market. Lavin waved his hand irritably. Though Sheng Ling moved swiftly, Lavin was quicker still. Upon spotting Lavin, Sheng Ling did not hesitate to turn and walk away. Lavin tossed his hair back, revealing a somewhat mischievous smirk. Roar. She felt a gust of wind rush past, only to find herself confronted by a beast man. Yet, she had not expected to encounter an acquaintance at the market. Reflecting on his recent experiences of hardship and exposure, Lavin's gaze turned somber. Although Chen Hang was bewildered, he too followed suit. With a low growl, Chen Hang prepared to charge forward, but Lang Song positioned himself firmly between him and Sheng Ling, frowning. "Bullying cubs, what sort of skill is that?" Although he sensed the formidable threat posed by the beastman before him, he understood that Sheng Ling, as a shaman, held significant importance to their tribe. Moreover, Chen Hang, in any case, was now considered a cub of the Silver Wolf tribe. Chapter 164. The Truth Confronted by Someone. Lavin was exceedingly displeased, and upon seeing the countenance of Lang Song, his irritation escalated further. He harbored a disdain for such a lofty demeanor. "Ah, who do you think you are to obstruct me? This is a matter between me and those two. Mind your own business, or I shall ensure you comprehend the dire consequences of provoking other beasts." Lang Song maintained a stern expression, feeling the formidable aura radiating from Lavin. The surrounding beasts instinctively recoiled from the palpable pressure. Though Lang Song's complexion paled, he resolutely stood his ground between the man and the tiger. "The Xinlian shaman is our tribe's healer, and this tiger cub now belongs to our clan." Aware of his inferior strength, Lang Song acknowledged that if it were just him, he could face death without concern. However, with Xinlian present, he could not allow her to come to harm. As the term shaman echoed, the eyes of the surrounding beasts gravitated towards Xinlian. The laws of the beast realm explicitly forbid harm to shamans, particularly in the northern territories. Despite their trepidation, the beasts gradually inched closer to Xinlian, intent on shielding her. They were unaware of how such a youthful shaman had arrived in their midst. What were her intentions? For what purpose? Even if Lavin wished to maintain a facade of defiance, the presence of the tiger beside Xinlian and the additional silver wolf rendered him speechless. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. He sensed that the young female had grown in strength once more. Xinlian regarded Lavin with a frigid gaze. "What do you intend to do?" A muffled sound emerged, yet Lang Song felt no pain. Perhaps, he might even harbor a fondness for this female. Is it for this wolf beast? Or for that unsightly creature? Lavin felt a surge of discomfort, his words laced with irritation. The tingling sensation in his fist prompted him to raise an eyebrow. Surveying the surrounding beasts, the chill in Lavin's eyes intensified. He pressed his jaw, contemplating every thought that coursed through his mind, fueling a deeper agitation within him. Though they seemed to share no connection, he exerted threefold strength. And as Lang Song attempted to evade, he found himself impeded by Sheng Ling and Chen Heng. The shaman represents vitality. Raising his hand, he aimed to deliver a punch to Lang Song, who stood in his way. Had he been pursuing this female relentlessly? Initially, it was for revenge against his so-called humiliation. But had they not clarified matters subsequently? Moreover, Sheng Ling had even offered him 3 portions of meat to sever their ties completely. As his fist swung forth, it sliced through the air. Lavin's blow was caught by Sheng Ling, who skillfully redirected part of his force back at him. Although he had only exerted a third of his strength, a punch from a 6th-tier beast remained perilous. Yet, his journey thus far had been anything but pleasant. What do I desire? I wish to bring life as hope to the surrounding tribes. However, with a shaman's presence, even if she is not of their tribe, it signifies that nearby clans may seek her aid. Thud, they may even wish to court her? How long has it been since he felt such a fervent stir in his heart? Lavin was oblivious, but at that moment, he recognized he could not allow the tiger and silver wolf to claim her. I wish to mate with you, to bear offspring with you, to bond with you, gasped. A collective intake of breath resonated among the gathered beasts. Chapter 165, Hardness. At this moment, Sheng Ling embodied a masculine form. Although they did not oppose the idea of male pairing, was it truly appropriate to express such sentiments so bluntly? Furthermore, could males even bear offspring? The peculiar gazes surrounding him did not faze Levin in the slightest. Indeed, he was determined to let all the beastmen know of their connection. Did they wish to distance themselves from him? Not a chance. Sheng Ling observed the gleefulness and smugness in Levin's eyes, scoffing coldly. I must apologize. I made my feelings abundantly clear last time. Keep your distance from me. I have no interest in you, do not wish to pair with you, and certainly do not wish to bear offspring with you. Levin's breath hitched, his eyes reddening slightly. It was a mixture of embarrassment and fury. He had never experienced such humiliation over the years, ever since he had grown stronger, even while often adopting the identity of a wandering beast. The other beastmen dared not challenge him. In fact, some tribes even sought to recruit him. Why am I inferior to this useless silver wolf? Or this hideous creature? Ugh, this is such an exhilarating sensation. Forced affection. Oh, master. The telegraph in the space spun excitedly. Who does not adore a sweet girl? This twisted Yandra type certainly relishes such encounters. Sheng Ling, I assure you, should you wish to pair with me, you would not regret it. Should you choose to bond with another male, well, let us see whose resolve is stronger, his or my fist. Yet, in certain circumstances, she tended to prefer a gentler approach. Levin's threats held no weight for her. After all, many beastmen regarded him as a ruthless, cold-hearted wanderer, did they not? So, why should he bother to act like a proper beastman? His reputation with her was already tarnished, was it not? Outside the space, Sheng Ling pushed past the obstructing Levin, striding forward without a sideways glance. Taking a deep breath, Levin's gaze grew increasingly profound. What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone seeking a mate before? Keep looking, and I shall twist you all. Why must he conform to the whims of those beastmen, acting as a docile male eager to please females? If softness would not suffice, then he would resort to force. Sheng Ling had no desire to engage with him. She was not inclined to pursue a partnership at this time. As she watched him retreat, Levin inhaled deeply, his eyes suddenly fierce as he surveyed the onlooking beastmen. I cannot be bothered to engage in idle banter with you. Step aside. In contrast to Levin's ire, Sheng Ling remained emotionally stable, though an icy pressure surrounded her. Those who understood her even a little would recognize that she was somewhat impervious to both softness and harshness. At such times, she ought to embody the sweetness of a charming girl. Levin attempted to grasp Sheng Ling's hand, only for her to evade him entirely. His self-esteem, carefully encased in layers of protection, seemed to throb painfully once more. Meeting Sheng Ling's indifferent gaze, he felt a sting within his heart. The beastmen around him, witnessing his bizarre demeanor, instinctively tightened their legs and took a few steps back. Once she grew powerful enough, she would surely pin him down. The telegraph, having watched the spectacle for a considerable time, could no longer contain its excited, trembling heart. The age-old adage of destroy what you cannot have echoed in its thoughts. What if this beastman truly harbored twisted feelings, embracing her with discontent and causing others to suffer along with him? They had no desire to sacrifice their happiness. After scaring off the surrounding beastmen, Levin followed closely behind Sheng Ling. However, he maintained a careful distance. Was he not far enough away? Could she truly accuse him of stalking her? The road was wide enough. Chapter 166, Xiong Fei. He would not admit that he felt somewhat cowardly. After all, he was concerned about his pride. Being rejected and then approaching again felt rather humiliating. However, he was a man of his word. His previously good mood soured due to Levin's presence, and having purchased nearly everything he needed, Sheng Ling lost the desire to continue. Coincidentally, Lang Song shared this sentiment. For the orc posed a considerable danger. Only by returning to the tribe could they find safety. Yet, the orc that followed them seemed to linger like a persistent shadow. Lang Song did not comprehend why the orc remained in human form. Although the reason eluded them, it conveniently aided their escape. As a human speed was significantly inferior to that of an orc and beast form of the same rank, she despised being constrained by others. For she possessed wings that longed to soar through the skies. Nevertheless, to ensure the safety of the shaman Sheng Ling, I shall recommend you to the nearby white bear tribe. However, Sheng Ling halted this suggestion. When would he recover? When would he be able to protect her? Yet, Levin, who trailed behind, was not anxious. He had his own means of locating them. In the afternoon, the leader of the white bear tribe arrived at the silver wolf tribe accompanied by a contingent of orcs. After contemplating, Sheng Ling chose not to refuse their assistance. Chen Hang lay on the ground, while Lang Han sought out Sheng Ling. Upon returning to the tribe, Lang Song immediately informed Lang Han of the situation. However, Lang Han was not one to place all her hopes on other orcs. She could not stand idly by in the face of danger. Presently, they were visited by the 6th-tier orcs of the white bear tribe. Sheng Ling, you need not worry. We shall safeguard your safety, he assured her. He understood that among their leaders, the most persuasive factor was self-interest. Had she not found this place to her liking and wished to avoid complications, she would not hesitate to leave again. Yet, judging by the attitudes of Lang Song, Lang Han, and Levin, as long as Sheng Ling wished to remain here, no one could harm her or threaten her safety. Nonetheless, their silver wolf tribe housed numerous orcs. And not far away was a medium to large tribe whose leader was a 6th-tier bear orc. If he were sufficiently powerful, she need not concern herself with anything else. She could simply be herself and do as she pleased. Accompanying Lang Bai to Lang Han's cave, Chen Hang too wished to follow, feeling uneasy. He disliked the notion of others having influence over her. Preparations had to be made, after all. The two had spent considerable time together, during which Chun Hung had truly cared for her. The disparity between a young tiger cub and an injured adult orc was not negligible. At this moment, Chen Hang suddenly felt he understood Sheng Ling a little better. Although Lang Song speculated that the orc was likely a 6th-tier orc, Chen Hang watched as Sheng Ling left the cave, his eyes filled with melancholy. When Lang Bai called for Sheng Ling, she had just finished her roasted meat. Sheng Ling wished to avoid complicating matters. Not all orcs were oblivious to the reason behind his transformation into a small tiger. In truth, she had known for quite some time that the little tiger was Chen Hong. Observing outside the cave, within Lang Han's dwelling, Xiong Fei, the leader of the white bear tribe, conversed with Lang Han. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiong Fei turned to see Sheng Ling beside Lang Bai. Although he had already heard along the way that the shaman Sheng Ling was a remarkably young healer. Chapter 167, Protection Upon Meeting. He could not help but feel slightly astonished. Indeed, she appeared remarkably youthful. It was said that her shamanic skills were quite commendable. He had heard about the recent hunting incident concerning the Silver Wolf tribe, and was initially surprised by the minimal casualties. It turned out that there was a formidable shaman involved. This must be the esteemed shaman Sheng Ling, he thought. Greetings, I am Xiong Fei, the leader of the white bear tribe. Xiong Fei, possessing 6th-tier strength, regarded Lang Han with a certain arrogance. However, in the presence of Sheng Ling, he tempered that haughtiness. Whether or not her shamanic abilities were genuine, the fact that she had withstood a punch from an orc in the marketplace was sufficient to elicit his respect for this young orc. Sheng Ling politely nodded. Hello, Leader Xiong Fei, I am Sheng Ling. The original plan had to be set aside. Noticing his unwavering smile, she had anticipated that Xiong Fei might voice additional demands. After all, most orcs from the white bear tribe believed that despite her being a shaman, she was in need of their assistance due to some perilous situation. Haha. I have heard tales of your remarkable skills along the way, and it appears they are indeed true. Rest assured. Now that you are the shaman of the Silver Wolf tribe, you are also regarded as our shaman. We of the white bear tribe shall not stand idly by while any orc dares to harm a shaman. Observing Sheng Ling's calm demeanor, polite, unpretentious, and composed, he could not help but find her strikingly attractive. However, it was imperative not to foster enmity at this juncture. Haha, Shaman Sheng Ling. There is no need for formality. Simply remain at ease. I am keen to see if that orc dares to confront us. Xiong Fei felt that this individual before him was even more capable than the rumors suggested. At this point, his gaze drifted once more to Sheng Ling's flawless visage. Meanwhile, Lang Han let out a subtle sigh of relief. It was difficult to discern her gender, and he could hardly blame anyone for being captivated by this masculine figure. Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to observe the situation further. Yet, given her current demeanor, Xiong Fei found himself in a state of uncertainty. However, such a striking and powerful male could indeed be worth considering for his daughter. My gratitude extends to the Silver Wolf tribe and the White Bear tribe for their protection. After a difficult search, he finally located Lavin of the Silver Wolf tribe. Upon seeing several white bear orcs suddenly appear outside, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. He had anticipated that since Sheng Ling sought their assistance, they would act if she agreed to become their shaman. He was well aware of the tribal power dynamics in the north. How could he have escaped the encirclement of those orcs otherwise? Did the Silver Wolf tribe believe that summoning the nearby White Bear tribe would intimidate him into retreating or even capturing him? Such tactics might work on ordinary 6th-tier orcs. But he possessed spatial skills beyond that tier. Initially, Lavin's heart was not so cold. But observing the wary demeanor of the orcs around him stirred memories of his arduous life as a wanderer. They would not allow him to take Sheng Ling away. Yet he was determined to do so. If the young female were unwilling, he would confine her in a place known only to him. Chapter 168. A call for help. Under the cover of night, Sheng Ling commenced her cultivation, as a steady stream of spiritual energy surged into her being. Meanwhile, Chen Hang, lying on the ground, exerted himself to restore his own vitality. A gust of wind swept through the northern region, heralding the sudden arrival of heavy snowfall and a sharp drop in temperature, signifying the onset of the northern winter. At dawn, as Sheng Ling drew back the curtain of the cave, she was greeted by the howling winds and swirling snowflakes outside. The beastmen of the Silver Wolf tribe began their winter hibernation. The soil within the cave yielded a bountiful harvest of berries, and besides the berries, Sheng Ling had also cultivated radishes, which would make for a delightful stew of radish and meat during the winter months. Selecting cuts of meat with bones and cartilage, she prepared to simmer it after a simple concoction with the fruits. In truth, he wished to express that it was due to his gradual restoration to his adult form. After their meal, the duo, one human and one tiger, went about their respective tasks. Quick, call for Sheng Ling the shaman. These crystals would suffice for her cultivation, likely sustaining her through the winter. He shook his head, knowing that once she broke through to the golden core stage, many techniques would become accessible to her, providing her with ample confidence in this beastly world. Since the first snowfall, the days that followed were filled with continuous flurries, the snow accumulating on the ground nearly 2 meters thick. This world afforded Sheng Ling the opportunity to focus her energies on cultivation. Though her beast form proved somewhat cumbersome for various tasks, Chen Hang assisted with whatever he could manage. After all, she had recently amassed a considerable amount of crystals. Once the snow was cleared, it was bound to be covered again, rendering this task an ongoing endeavor. Have you gained weight recently? Chen Hang paused momentarily while tending to the fire, glancing down at himself. The beastmen were clearing the snow primarily with their claws, which inadvertently reduced Sheng Ling's hunting efforts, allowing her to take things a bit easier. Stirring the pot of radish and meat with a wooden spoon, Sheng Ling contemplated how Chen Hang would accompany her on her excursions. The days of hibernation were indeed leisurely, yet both harbored their own aspirations. However, as he had not fully recovered, his physique appeared somewhat disproportionate, with shorter limbs lending an impression of added weight. Leading the charge was the White Wolf, with Chen Hang naturally assigned to the snow-clearing task. Over the past few days, she had noticed that he seemed to require more rest than usual. Upon encountering several frantic beastmen, their bodies stained with blood, she sensed the urgency of the situation. For nearly the entire day, aside from mealtime, they had been in a state of slumber. Hunting in his juvenile form limited his ability to capture larger prey. Yet years of experience enabled him to hunt smaller game with relative ease. One day, after clearing the last of the snow, Chen Hang caught a whiff of blood in the air, realizing he needed to gather sufficient energy for himself. Some beastmen had begun to clear the snow from in front of their caves as well. Noticing Sheng Ling engrossed in her stew, Chen Hang quickly rose to fetch firewood and assist with the cooking. He was confident that once the winter had passed, his cultivation would surely reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. A sudden alertness washed over him as he caught the scent of blood. His gaze fell upon the gradually fluffed up fur of his own body. Transforming into his beast form, he swiftly made his way to Sheng Ling's cave. Sheng Ling the shaman. There are injured beastmen from the nearby Goat tribe seeking our help. The Goat tribe, a smaller faction allied with the White Wolf tribe, had once provided sustenance to them during a harsh winter when the White Wolf tribe's food supplies ran low, saving many females and cubs in the process. Chapter 169. Severe injuries. Thus, the camaraderie between the two tribes was significantly stronger than that of the Silver Wolf tribe and the others. Sheng Ling caught the scent of blood, set aside the crystal in her hand, and swiftly grabbed her grasp bag. She tore down a large beast's skin hanging on the wall and draped it over herself before making her way outside the cave. There, she saw several individuals anxiously carrying an orc. Upon noticing her presence, they urged, "Bring him in." Several orcs carefully transported the injured orc into Sheng Ling's cave. She observed the orc lying on the ground, his face ashen. His beast skin attire was soaked in crimson, indicating a substantial loss of blood. "Increase the fire in the cave," she commanded. Chen Hang promptly added firewood to the flames, raising the temperature within. However, seeing her sister weep inconsolably stirred compassion within them, prompting a few companions of the injured male orc to risk leaving the tribe in search of a shaman for aid. After a swift examination of the orc's wounds, Sheng Ling discovered both arms were fractured, and a deep gash marred his chest, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. "Prepare some hot water for me," she instructed. Both Lang Bai and Chen Hang had assisted her before and worked in unison. Every surgical procedure carries its risks, especially given the severity of this orc's injuries. With such a wound, if I were to intervene, he would have a mere 40% chance of survival, yet the threat of death loomed large. Without hesitation, Sheng Ling began to clean the wound with precision, hastily stemming the bleeding. They took the perilous step of transporting the injured orc to the Silver Wolf tribe. After all, in previous years, even those with injuries less severe than his had perished before the beast god. Yet, recalling the fallen kin, one of the males suggested the presence of a reputedly formidable shaman nearby. Sheng Ling's expression turned grave as she inspected the wound, then began rummaging through her belongings. The open wound continued to bleed, but the cold weather caused the blood to show signs of freezing, somewhat slowing the rapid loss. The injury was grave, especially given its sensitive location on the chest. Lang Han and the orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe also arrived upon hearing the news. At that moment, the crowd held their breath, gripped by tension at Sheng Ling's words. The facilities here were inadequate, and the orc's condition was dire, aside from the nearly fatal chest wound. Both arms were fractured, exhibiting comminuted fractures, alongside numerous external injuries and internal bruising. The shivering orcs exhaled in relief after resolving the most critical phase. As she tended to the wounds, she began to speak. The orcs from the Im tribe had not harbored much hope when they found him. The 40% chance of survival was a result of her spiritual energy and consciousness controlling the situation. The males of the Im tribe gazed at Sheng Ling with eyes full of hope. Initially, they intended to seek the old shaman from the nearby tribe, for he was the only shaman in the vicinity and his experience was considerable. Upon hearing this, one of the orcs gritted his teeth and replied, "We understand. Thank you, Shaman Sheng Ling. The possibility of survival is already a great relief." They recalled that when they previously brought someone to that shaman, he had declared it hopeless, even refusing to intervene, opting instead to offer prayers. Chapter 170, Compensation. They did not lament the presence of the healer. Rather, they felt that the situation was already satisfactory. Upon their arrival, the young healer did not immediately demand a hefty reward. The assembled orcs remained quietly at the side, observing as Sheng Ling deftly tended to the injuries. Her meticulous and swift actions garnered increasing admiration from the onlookers, even though they could not fully comprehend the intricacies of her work. Nonetheless, the orc lying on the ground had ceased to bleed. She skillfully managed the wounds, stitching where necessary, and finally addressed the two fractured arms. Sheng Ling procured splints and applied a recently concocted anesthetic, carefully safeguarding the nearby arteries and vital nerves with her spiritual energy. The injury stabilized temporarily. Yet it was imperative to remain vigilant through the night for any signs of fever, with the following days also designated for careful observation. However, the grasses were indeed less palatable than meat, with some possessing peculiar flavors. In the midst of the treatment, the unconscious orc, racked with intense pain, attempted to struggle, only to be restrained by the quick reflexes of Chen Hang and Lang Bai. A few orcs exhaled in relief. Several had already slipped away quietly. But due to the frigid northern climate and scarcity of vegetation, they hoarded whatever they could, uncertain of what they might find useful should food become scarce. After all, the strength of the woolly sheep orcs was not formidable, yet they could subsist on grass in lieu of meat. We have an abundance of pelts, but as for plants, there are some we cannot identify. After increasing the dosage of anesthetic, the orc finally calmed down. The external treatments had been applied, yet internal remedies were also necessary. Sheng Ling exchanged glances with a few individuals. A couple of woolly sheep orcs cautiously spoke up. "Sheng Ling, the healer. You are truly remarkable." "Thank you." Sheng Ling nodded. "What kind of compensation do you wish to offer me?" After all, the cold season had only just begun. As she commenced treatment on the fractures, they realized they could not be of much assistance here, particularly as they had females and young to care for at home. Sheng Ling, the healer. This was also the reason they were capable of aiding the Silver Wolf clan. "You may offer pelts, meat, crystals, or various plants, anything that I deem valuable." Once Sheng Ling finally administered the medicine to the orc, she exhaled deeply. They could only assess the basic toxicity of the remaining remedies. The only ones left were Lang Han, Lang Bai, Lang Song, and a few woolly sheep orcs. The male orcs exchanged glances, and the leader cautiously inquired, "Do you have more pelts or plants?" As they observed Sheng Ling pausing in her efforts, they gazed at her with hopeful expressions. Once the splints were properly affixed, Sheng Ling retrieved dried herbs from her pouch. Contemplating the principle of equivalent exchange, she recognized that this time, the woolly sheep orcs indeed bore a heavier burden. However, seeing the lean figures of the hungry males, she surmised that they might not possess anything of great value. "Sheng Ling, the healer, may we exchange plants and pelts?" Fortunately, the availability of clay pots for decocting medicine had significantly enhanced efficiency. Sheng Ling washed her hands. "How much do you require?" In this harsh season, such items were far less precious than meat and pelts. They dared not deceive Sheng Ling, opting for honesty. "You can bring some plants for my inspection. If I accept them, I shall reduce the amount of pelts I require from you." The group nodded eagerly, their faces alight with delight. Chapter 171, Surprise. After leaving a male to assist with the care of the injured orc, the others hurried back to the sheep clan to gather supplies. Throughout the night, Sheng Ling remained vigilant over the wounded orc on the ground. In the latter half of the night, the orc began to experience a fever. The male from the sheep clan, in a state of panic, was fortunately calmed by Sheng Ling's timely intervention. While administering physical cooling methods, she also brewed a fever-reducing potion. As dawn approached, the orc's fever gradually subsided. The following morning, Chen Heng commenced his daily routine, assisted by the wolf Bai, who had been sent over by her father. The enticing aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the air, rousing the orc, who lay upon the animal skins, to slowly open his eyes. In a daze, he felt the pangs of hunger and thirst. Sheng Ling fed him the warm vegetable soup she had prepared in advance. She nodded, noting the variety of herbs available in the northern region, though the quantity remained uncertain. She then engaged in conversation with Bai, gathered around the fire. Bai had already prepared her portion of roasted meat, while Sheng Ling savored her own. The orcs of the sheep clan were in high spirits at that moment, gathering the supplies they needed. However, without professional skills in the use of fertilizers and pesticides, she was uncertain of the outcome of their endeavors. Eventually, the group of orcs who had gone back to the sheep clan returned, carrying a bundle containing not only herbs but also an assortment of weeds. Along with seeds for food and the precious snow lotus, Sheng Ling decided against requesting anything further. She opened the bag filled with plants, potatoes, chestnuts, wheat ears, and a few wilted wild cabbages. Among them was a dried specimen resembling the snow lotus. This was sufficient. Moreover, aside from these items, she discovered additional medicinal herbs. The harvest was quite favorable, and she was pleasantly surprised to find potatoes and wheat ears, as both were cultivable and promised a substantial yield if planted well. These are what I desire. I require nothing else. They unpacked the large bundle of plants along with another containing animal skins. The orcs gazed at the remaining items, their hearts racing with excitement. A few medicinal herbs were also commendable. After all, these peculiar plants paled in comparison to the invaluable animal skins, lean meat, and crystals. Thank you, Sheng Ling the shaman, they exclaimed, holding on to the hope that if Sheng Ling deemed the plants unworthy, she might be willing to exchange them for other goods. The male orcs braced themselves for a significant loss, only to be taken aback at the sight of the item Sheng Ling held. This time, it was a G. He had been so famished that he had stealthily ventured out to hunt, only to be surrounded by wild dogs and suffer severe injuries. By the time they discovered him and drove off the wild dogs, he had already lapsed into unconsciousness, with something finally in his stomach. The pallor of the orc on the ground began to improve. These were indeed fine medicinal herbs, though the crude and hasty harvesting methods had caused considerable damage to the snow lotus. Recognizing several familiar items, they surmised that perhaps the shaman was showing favor due to the amicable relations between their sheep clan and the silver wolf clan. This was nearly their entire wealth. Is this all that Sheng Ling the shaman desires? Bai observed that the lives of the others were likely quite difficult. The G had only recently come of age and, not wanting to burden them, had refrained from mentioning his hunger for several days. We owe you our gratitude. Especially to you, Sheng Ling the shaman. Otherwise, the loss of their only brother would have deeply saddened their partner. Chapter 172. Awakening Wolf White remained silent, listening intently. Although the tribes mandated that their kin refrain from hunting during the frigid season each year, some beastmen ventured out under the cloak of winter, risking their lives. Some, fortunate enough, returned. Others came back maimed, while many never returned at all. Only a scant few beastmen were lucky enough to procure food and return unscathed. The perilous nature of these excursions was evident, yet the desperation drove them onward. Wolf White understood the harsh reality. To remain idle and face starvation would ultimately lead to death, whereas venturing out offered a glimmer of hope. This underscores the vital significance of sustenance for the beastmen. As he pondered this, memories surfaced of the food preservation methods once discussed by Sheng Ling, his father, and himself. Aji, are you well? Thankfully, Aji had survived the ordeal, albeit not without its trials. Brother Tai? With their parents gone early and his tender age, Aji had been cared for by his sister, a female who bore the burden of nurturing him. As his memories began to coalesce, he recalled the indistinct figures he had seen before slipping into unconsciousness. Is it us? Do you feel any discomfort? If you do, please speak up. We are currently with Sheng Ling, the shaman. She possesses remarkable skills. It would be prudent for you to rest and refrain from moving too much, or you may risk further injury to your hands. Moreover, once you have recuperated, vigorous activities should be avoided for a time. At that moment, a male beastman, noticing Aji's awakening but remaining silent, voiced his concern. Aji believed he had met the beast god, having finally reached adulthood. He did not wish to burden his sister and her companions and had thus discreetly left the tribe. Yet, Aji was perplexed. He thought that given his injuries, even if discovered, returning to the tribe would be futile. Hearing a familiar voice, Aji stiffly turned his head, and as he beheld the worried gazes directed at him, his focus gradually sharpened. Listen to Sheng Ling. She is the one who saved you. Your sister is deeply concerned for you. Please refrain from foolish actions in the future. While we may lack meat, we still have grass, which can sustain us, albeit barely. Their confidence, however, was tenuous, as the grass could not stave off hunger as effectively as meat, and their combined strength was not particularly formidable. Aji, still dazed as he opened his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, remained momentarily bewildered, staring blankly. So, did they come for me? If they were truly successful, how wonderful that would be. The treatment of barren females in the beast world starkly contrasted with that of their fertile counterparts. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, the other males carefully lowered Aji's hand, which had not yet been raised. When Aji attempted to lift his arm, Sheng Ling gently restrained him. Aji felt a pang of sorrow, for his sister was frail, and many beastmen claimed she could not bear children. Little did they know, this perilous journey nearly cost him his life. Their food reserves were limited, yet to comfort Aji, they chose to remain optimistic. They sought to shield their companion from sorrow. Despite the disdain others held for their mate, she was, in truth, a gentle and kind female. Chapter 173. Food. Even though her chances of bearing offspring were exceedingly slim, after spending so much time together, They genuinely cherished their partners and truly wished to spare her any sorrow. Listening to the conversation among a few individuals, Aji felt a pang of bitterness swelling within him. He was not foolish. Those grasses were hardly sufficient to sustain them. However, confronted with their concerned gazes, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. The lingering aroma of meat filled the cave, a scent so tantalizing that it compelled the newly awakened Aji to swallow involuntarily. Since the late rainy season, he had not tasted meat. How he longed for it. His stomach grumbled in agreement, causing a faint blush to rise on the faces of the males present. One of them hastily spoke up. They had already caused enough trouble for the shaman, Sheng Ling. Given that it was the cold season, everyone was struggling. And they could not continue to consume the shaman's provisions. If they were to find that item in the future, they could deliver it to her. For now, it was unnecessary, as the snow outside obscured all visibility. I have warmed some vegetable soup over there. Very well. When we encounter those items, we shall surely bring them to you, Sheng Ling. Thus, she crafted a rudimentary icebox from snow. Shortly after the onset of the cold season, the accumulation of snow outside inspired Sheng Ling with an idea. Bone broth was highly nutritious, and with Aji's condition improving, it would be perfect for him to consume. Especially since his arm was broken. I will go find you something to eat. Sheng Ling began to prepare bone broth in the largest clay pot available. Observing the anxious expressions of the others, she felt that refusing them might render them uncomfortable, so she decided to speak up. Although the vegetable soup was exceedingly bland, in the face of hunger, it tasted delightful. Chen Hong brought over several large bones, which had been neatly chopped into manageable sections. After consuming 2 generous bowls, he still felt unsatisfied. Meanwhile, Aji was feeling quite vexed. Go fetch the large bones I had frozen at the door. Within the pot, Sheng Ling had not only placed bones but also some meat and carrots. She examined Aji's wounds once more and noted that the gash on his chest had begun to heal, though his arms would require more time for their bones to mend. The fire blazed brightly, and soon the cave was filled with the mouth-watering scent of meat. However, the vegetable soup had already been finished, leaving the group feeling somewhat awkward. Perhaps some leftover bones from their hunts or uneaten food could be preserved in the snowdrifts at the entrance. Sheng Ling patted Shen Hong on the head. Sheng Ling, the shaman, all of this is your food. We shall exchange it for other items. The others expressed their gratitude, acknowledging her kindness. Remember, their gazes fell upon the bone broth that Sheng Ling was simmering. Not now. Do you recall the few items I took from you? He could not yet indulge in overly rich foods. First, he would fill his stomach with vegetable soup and later partake in the bone broth. Meanwhile, she added some large bones to the pot. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing the assembled beastmen to inhale deeply and swallow. Lang Bai noticed their unwavering focus on the clay pot, a smile dancing in his eyes. This clay pot indeed cooked food much faster, and the dishes produced under its lid were far more fragrant. In truth, several beastmen from the sheep tribe had already recognized the pot's unique qualities. Chapter 174. Recovery. They had only seen stone pots, and even those were scarce within their tribe. Previously, they had heard about a new item called a clay pot. Some orcs remarked that it was quite remarkable, something they had been unaware of until now. After observing it for a few days, they realized that those who had purchased the clay pots were not exaggerating. The bone broth simmered increasingly fragrant, and Aji, lying down, was incessantly salivating. Sheng Ling served him a bowl. Aji, just on the cusp of adulthood, still bore the innocence of youth. He felt somewhat embarrassed at that moment, yet his stomach grumbled persistently. His face flushed crimson as he gazed at the bowl of meat soup Sheng Ling had prepared. Be careful, it's quite hot, she cautioned. Aji observed the wooden tables, stone beds, and clay jars that adorned the space. Sheng Ling had tidied up her cave. Fortunately, she had announced that he could return home to rest, albeit with some precautions. After noting the advised precautions, Aji reluctantly accompanied several males back to the woolly sheep tribe. Thank you, Sheng Ling the shaman. This shaman is truly wonderful. Although Sheng Ling had warned him about the heat, the males were rather forthright in their feeding. Aji, cautious, took his time, while Lang Bai also fed him with care. Lang Bai, observing with surprise, quickly took the roasted meat from the male's hands, recognizing that it was quite taxing for Sheng Ling. The group of male orcs, concerned for both their companions and the situation at hand, remarked, the broth just served as scorching. Spit it out quickly. Fortunately, their tribe had a cave available. They chose a spacious one not far from Sheng Ling's as a future treatment location. That night, Aji lay in the large cave while Sheng Ling rested in her smaller one. The thought of exhausting the shaman was the gravest concern. Aji's injuries were healing swiftly, and by the end of 2 weeks, he could finally move about, though his hands remained immobile. As the snow in the orc world fell heavier, the meat, hot and steamy, entered his mouth, causing tears to flow from the heat. Yet he resolutely kept his mouth shut. Lang Han suddenly felt an indescribable sensation. Sheng Ling fell silent for a moment. Chen Heng occupied another cave. Although there were other males nearby their companions, 2 remained by Aji's side. Indeed, this statement held considerable weight over them. Everyone was remarkably obedient. With plenty of broth left, the other orcs exchanged their food for more of Sheng Ling's broth. If one were to scald their mouth, herbal remedies would be necessary. Chen Heng transitioned from clearing the snow in the cave every few days to doing so daily, making it easier for those with serious injuries to stay. You've just awakened and are still lying down. consuming too much could hinder digestion. After discussing this with Lang Bai, she received Langkin's support. The other males watched cautiously. After 2 nights of consuming the broth, Sheng Ling did not allow Aji to continue eating. However, Aji was exceedingly hungry. He thought it necessary to allocate a separate cave for healing. Fearing someone might snatch his meat, he swallowed hastily, nearly choking and turning beet red in the face. Once he finally swallowed, he let out a relieved sigh. Yet Aji had already consumed it. Within their tribe, this could be considered a dedicated healing space, warming his heart. Sheng Ling returned to her cave. For the past few days, Chen Heng had been sleeping, not even partaking in meals. Had it not been for the length and rhythm of his breathing, Sheng Ling would have thought he was in trouble. Chapter 175, The Fragrance upon sensing the gradually escalating power emanating from the other party. Sheng Ling surmised that this individual was on the verge of recovery. One evening, as she diligently practiced her cultivation, an unexpected pang of discomfort surged through her lower abdomen, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Following this, a damp sensation enveloped her. After a brief moment of bewilderment, realization dawned upon her. In the realm of the inland continent, having attained the golden core stage, she had been able to regulate her physiological cycle. However, she had forgotten that she was still in the foundation establishment phase. The long absence of her menstruation had nearly allowed her to forget this aspect of her existence. The fitted robe she wore was no longer suitable. While rummaging through her space, Sheng Ling discovered that she had chosen form-fitting garments for ease of movement. Observing her attire made of beast hide, she hurriedly prepared warm water and placed it in her cave. Then, she secured the entrance to the larger cave and scattered numerous stimulating herbal powders within. Sheng Heng, with his eyes closed, suddenly furrowed his brow. He was quite familiar with Sheng Ling's presence. Was that the scent of blood? No. It was the fragrance of a female in heat. Yet, he was also apprehensive about Sheng Ling's well-being. The breaths of Sheng Heng quickened slightly in his slumber. You are in heat? As Sheng Ling parted the curtain, their gazes met. At the moment he transformed into his adult form, Sheng Heng abruptly opened his eyes. Although the pungent medicinal odor emanating from Sheng Ling masked her feminine scent, the prolonged absence of her menstrual cycle had left her unprepared for such occurrences. Crouching down, Sheng Ling intended to fetch a basin of warm water from the larger cave. After a moment of silence, it was Sheng Heng who broke the stillness. Swiftly and gracefully, he made his way toward Sheng Ling's cave. His pupils constricted slightly but quickly adjusted to the realization that in the animal kingdom, females do indeed experience estrus. Having fashioned a makeshift pad, he donned his beast hide attire and applied several aromatic herbs to himself. His gaze darted toward the entrance. Just as she bent down, another wave of urgency surged through her. In another cave, she rummaged through her beast hide garments. Unbeknownst to her, the scent of a female in heat was unmistakable to males. A deep voice resonated from outside the cave, and instinctively, his claws extended to reveal the sharpness nestled within his paw pads. Fortunately, cotton was available. Returning to her cave, she removed her robe. Upon hearing Sheng Heng's words, Sheng Ling felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Sheng Heng's anxious tone left him momentarily stunned. A female? Sheng Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. As he approached the cave entrance, despite the barrier of a curtain, he caught a whiff of the potent feminine fragrance. Driven by an urgent desire for strength, he unconsciously accelerated the absorption of energy. Suddenly, he regained his composure. If he spoke, would he not expose himself? Although the aroma in the air had diminished somewhat, Sheng Heng, with his keen sense of smell, still detected the peculiarities. A radiant glow enveloped him, and he began to expand. Sheng Ling, are you all right? The rich scent of femininity, coupled with that intoxicating essence that drove males into a frenzy, stimulated Sheng Heng. He parted his lips, recalling the implications of her menstrual cycle. His brows knitting together slightly. Noticing Sheng Ling's frown, Sheng Heng instinctively began to explain, I have known for quite some time that you are female. After uttering these words, his face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 176, Inescapable revelation. As for how he came to know, only he himself was aware. How did you discover it? By chance. I happened to see it that day while you were bathing in the river. Observing someone who seemed eager to bury their head in their chest, Sheng Ling furrowed her brows even tighter. She had not anticipated that it stemmed from that particular incident. She had been sufficiently cautious at the time, yet she could not foresee that she would still be exposed. Moreover, she had yet to uncover Chen Heng's presence. It appeared she had underestimated these beastmen. However, if that were the case, Chen Heng must have realized her female identity quite some time ago. Back when they might not have even been properly acquainted, their meeting had been merely fleeting. Reflecting on Chen Heng's subsequent behaviors, even someone as naive and emotionally oblivious as Sheng Ling could discern the truth. Though I do not comprehend your reasons for concealing your female identity, I fear you may have your own intentions. If I express my thoughts, you might become upset. Although the scent had diminished considerably, she could still detect it. Chen Heng solemnly swore an oath before the beast god. Not even the ceremonial robe could entirely mask the aroma. Chen Heng quickly raised his head. Sheng Ling attempted several methods, only to realize that proximity allowed this fellow to perceive her scent. After a prolonged silence from Sheng Ling, Chen Heng cautiously lifted his gaze to glance at her, only to rapidly avert his eyes again. He swallowed hard. Sheng Ling instinctively rubbed her forehead. During her brief time spent with Lavin, she had sensed that aside from his carefree demeanor, there lay a rebellious streak within him. Sheng Ling's silence only fueled his trepidation. Channeling her internal energy to obscure her scent, she turned her attention to Chen Hong. Due to anxiety, her feline ears had unconsciously emerged. Her tranquil demeanor instilled considerable nervousness in him. Yet, he cast a worried glance at Sheng Ling. However, the scent of your estrus cannot be concealed from other male beastmen. The herbal aroma surrounding you can mask your female scent, but the essence of estrus is overwhelmingly potent. What about now? In contrast to Lavin, Sheng Ling felt a greater sense of ease in Chen Heng's rather foolish presence. If other males were unaware of Sheng Ling's female identity, could he linger by her side a while longer? Will you continue to keep my secret? Moreover, he harbored a tinge of selfish desire. Chen Heng nodded vigorously. As long as you do not compel me to reveal it, I would rather die than speak of it. I can swear to the beast god. Sheng Ling was indeed contemplating her own predicament. So, you knew my identity all along yet chose to remain silent? During their time together, he recognized her as a fiercely opinionated female. In this beastly realm, the only individuals who were aware of her female identity were Chen Heng and Lavin. Such individuals could sometimes prove to be exceptionally perilous. Sheng Ling raised her gaze, staring intently at Chen Heng. Yet, both of these beastmen were formidable. This realization led Sheng Ling to question the very structure of a beastman's nose and why they were so acutely sensitive to this so-called estrus scent. Their sensitivity transcended the bounds of technology. Observing Sheng Ling's somewhat distressed expression, Chen Heng gingerly prepared the meat broth. For a shamanist like Sheng Ling, the scent of female estrus was a powerful signal for mating and procreation, inherently understood by male beastmen as a natural instinct bestowed upon them by the beast god alongside their formidable powers. Chapter 177, Chasm from Biology to Metaphysics. Sheng Ling endeavored to employ every conceivable method, yet upon realizing their futility, she ceased her internal torment. Sheng Ling, why do you resist this so vehemently? Is it not a privilege to be a precious female? She glanced at the imposing tiger, momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, she could not reveal that she hailed from another realm. The beastmen held a profound aversion to malevolent spirits, and she distinctly remembered the numerous raucous voices clamoring for the annihilation of such entities. Even the wisest among them, who merely devised methods for food preservation, often fell victim to the ruling class. She was unwilling to wager her life, she cherished it too dearly. Though the likelihood of rejection was minimal, it certainly existed. Some truths transcended mere reason. Females, while undeniably significant, ultimately served the beastman's overarching purpose, to propagate a superior progeny. She had endured the dark days of the endless spirit continent, valuing her existence immensely. In certain powerful beastman cities, even if a female rejected a male, the latter could still demand partnership, a product of their living conditions. He surmised that the rejected male might suffer more acutely. However, if a female harbored disdain for a male, the bond of partnership could not compel harm upon her. In the realm of beasts, while females were indeed precious, they were marked from birth with the heavy burden of reproduction. Simple, optimistic, and aspiring. Yet, they undeniably preferred to win the affection of females before forming partnerships. Sheng Ling sighed inwardly. After all, a female could have multiple partners, whereas a male could not. Chen Heng was increasingly perplexed. The disparities in their worlds led to fundamentally different worldviews, values, and philosophies. Yet she yearned to master her own destiny. Chen Heng, if I were to express my desire to remain unpartnered, knowing my identity as a female, would you permit such a notion? The idea of partnership, even multiple ones, seemed an inescapable fate for them. Incompatible perspectives often resulted in mutual depletion, potentially leading to the demise of one party. The primitive state of the beast world ensured their thoughts had stagnated at an elementary stage. Their formidable power and status afforded them certain privileges. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, Chen Heng instinctively opposed her, yet an invisible chasm lay between them. While she contemplated matters of the spirit, he remained preoccupied with material concerns. At that moment, the disparity between them was starkly evident. Indeed, a powerful beastman was an excellent choice for a partner. What if, one day, for the sake of propagation and survival, she found herself compelled to bond with a male she profoundly disliked, with no alternatives available? Hence, some males, even when partnered, felt superfluous. Whether for the offspring of the beast world or for the safety of the female herself, it was undeniable that many beastmen possessed an endearing quality. How could a female possibly forego partnership? Observing Chen Heng's expression, Sheng Ling discerned his thoughts. To claim affection seemed a stretch, let alone to speak of love. She was grateful for her considerable strength, which afforded her the luxury of choice. Otherwise, she would be destined to struggle within the confines of material existence. Noticing Sheng Ling's renewed silence, Chen Heng felt an inexplicable chill emanating from her. Chapter 178. Uncertainty. The indifference emanating from her was so profound that it instilled a sense of fear within him. It seemed as though Sheng Ling existed in a realm far beyond his reach, a distance so vast that no amount of effort could bridge the chasm between them. Chen Heng glanced at Sheng Ling with a hint of concern. He was perplexed as to where he had erred. Sheng Ling, did I say something wrong? I am prepared to apologize. I truly am sorry. Please, do not be angry with me. If there is anything I have done that displeases you, could you kindly inform me? I would be willing to amend my ways. Chen Heng's cautious demeanor elicited yet another sigh from Sheng Ling. She understood that perhaps her thoughts were too excessive for a beastman to grasp. Yet, she possessed strength and did not wish to diminish herself. It could only be said that she had not yet reached the stage of liking or loving someone, and thus was unwilling to make compromises for another. Sheng Ling. I aspire to grow strong, to have the ability to choose, to thrive even without the protection of a male. If I encounter a male I do not favor, I wish to be able to refuse, and no one should be able to coerce me. Conversely, if I meet a male I admire, even in the face of opposition, I would stand firm. Aside from the shock and a tumult of emotions he could not quite name, he felt nothing else. Do you understand? Sheng Ling stared blankly at Sheng Ling. Her gaze was resolute as she met his eyes. At that moment, he finally comprehended that the barrier separating them was not merely his own humility, nor their appearances, nor even Sheng Ling's strength and intelligence, but rather an invisible yet formidable wall. However, he seemed to grasp a fragment of Sheng Ling's intent. Sheng Ling, I apologize for my ignorance, but I am willing to learn. Could you please refrain from distancing yourself from me? I am eager to absorb all knowledge, even if it means enduring hardship. I implore you, do not forsake me. They were being forcibly severed, cast into two disparate worlds. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, he candidly admitted that he was a product of a 9-year compulsory education system, leaving him with a myriad of expressions and terms he could not comprehend. I wish to be strong, to escape the confines of being a fragile being perpetually in need of protection. I desire to lend a hand when my loved ones and friends are in distress, to face the inevitable challenges of the future alongside someone I cherish, without succumbing to societal pressures. I wish for my future partner, when weary, to find solace and support from me. I long to plant my roots in one person, to blossom and bear fruit, enduring until the end of days. Do you understand? Sheng Ling knelt before Sheng Ling, his gaze fraught with anxiety, timidity, and concern. Although he did not fully comprehend her words, he instinctively knew that if he did not voice something now, the gulf between them would indeed widen irreparably. Despite the strangeness and unconventional nature of Sheng Ling's assertions, he was willing to transform into the person she desired, provided she would not dismiss him outright, at least granting him a chance. The raw and intense emotions of the beastmen surged forth like a fervent flame, rapidly spreading in all directions. Sheng Ling, you too find my words peculiar, perhaps even at odds with many aspects of the beast world. Thus, it is likely that one day, I may be rejected by all, and you may also find yourself despised and ostracized. Will you stand by my side to confront them? Among those individuals may lie your own friends and family, your kin, those you have once protected. Chapter 179. Are you willing? If not, then please depart. Otherwise, when you betray me, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Sheng Ling stared blankly at Sheng Ling, sensing the murderous intent emanating from her. He recognized her seriousness and began to ponder her question earnestly. Indeed, the unique Sheng Ling could very well become the target of many. If that day were to arrive, would he stand resolutely by her side, united against those who wished her harm? Among them were those he cherished dearly. You are the hunting leader of Dongyi Beast King City. From their descriptions of you, it is clear that you hold a deep affection for the beasts there, treating them as your own kin. I do not know why you left Dongyi Beast King City. Perhaps it was due to the brewing conflict over the title of Beast King, or perhaps it was because of me? I dare to speculate boldly, yet leaving is not the most difficult choice. When the day comes that you find them advancing with weapons drawn, will you be able to raise your own weapon, standing unwaveringly at my side, even aiming it at them? Will you forsake what you hold dear, what you love? Do you consider it worthwhile? Would you do so? Sheng Ling's words pierced sharply into Chen Hang's heart, each syllable resonating deeply, even as he had long sought to evade such thoughts. In that moment of inquiry, he hesitated. As for those he cared for, if one day her very existence became a source of irritation, he was astonished by Sheng Ling's thoughts, feeling a burning intensity within. Yet it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. But could he truly remain in a quiet corner, even embroiled in conflict with countless beasts, all for the sake of a female? He cherished those fragile lives and understood the gravity of his responsibilities as a leader. In that fleeting moment, he realized that his motives extended beyond mere ambition for the title. They were intertwined with the weight of duty. Thus, he had remained a leader for so long, even without the promise of reward. He was not a leader by nature, nor did he relish loving others. Lavin hesitated. However, after decades of leadership, he had witnessed the weak beasts perish from hunger, cold, and the onslaught of beasts. After all, he was a person who harbored grudges. And if his kin betrayed and cast him out, he might not only act without hesitation but find joy in it. Why should he love others when he had been wronged by so many? From youth until now. The moment he assumed the mantle of leadership was perhaps influenced by other factors. To stand against his own kin? That posed little challenge. Yet to forsake what he held dear for her? He cherished his freedom, his unrestrained existence. Hidden in the shadows, Lavin's gaze appeared hollow. He even found a certain allure in the plight of the downtrodden beasts. Perhaps it was the novelty that initially sparked his desire for companionship. If asked, he was well aware of their conversation. Lavin contemplated many things in silence. The beasts of the Beast King City had not treated him kindly. Outside the cave, Snow whirled fiercely. Therefore, he found it impossible. He had fought hard to ascend to his current status, to survive against all odds, only to potentially perish at the hands of countless beasts for the sake of a female. Even if this female was beautiful and exceptional, he thought to himself. He was a selfish individual and he could not do it. Lavin's eyes deepened with resolve as he turned away from the Silver Wolf clan. Perhaps he truly was unfit for companionship, for within his heart, he loved himself more than anyone else. Chapter 180. Determination. Levin's silhouette vanished into the vast expanse of falling snow. Within the cave, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Sheng Ling refrained from casting another glance at Chen Hang. To relinquish everything she cherished for the sake of another? Perhaps even she found that implausible. Sheng Ling, I cannot foresee whether they will stand against you in the future, nor can I ascertain whether they will brandish their blades at you. However, I can assure you of one thing. I shall protect you with my very life. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first contend with my demise. The individuals he safeguarded, those he cherished. He would never take the life of an innocent, benevolent kin, yet he would lay down his life to shield her. Sheng Ling turned to face Chen Hang, her gaze steady and resolute. To speak candidly, this response was neither the most conventional nor the least satisfactory. Yet, does a definitive answer truly exist in this world? In truth, it does not. But what of the aftermath? Chen Hang's eyes were sincere. Some familial bonds may falter. So what of those who share no blood ties? Is it merely emotional turmoil? It is not that she lacked faith in Chen Hang, nor in emotions themselves. Sheng Ling simply smiled softly. Sheng Ling, I understand that you may not harbor feelings for me. I am unaware of your past. Your thoughts and words are indeed unique. Nevertheless, I know that my heart beats fervently for you. As for the future, I cannot predict its course, but I firmly believe that with sufficient effort, it shall undoubtedly improve. To lay down one's life to protect another? Yet, she found herself drawn to the warmth of this connection. Chen Hang, should the conclusion prove unsatisfactory, she hesitated. At that moment, a fissure seemed to form in the barriers of Sheng Ling's heart. In their impassioned fervor, they might risk everything for one another. The telegraph in the room appeared astonished by the rhythm of Sheng Ling's pulsating heart. In the realm of Mo Ling, she had lived humbly and cautiously, indulged in reckless abandon, and endured profound despair. In reality, beneath her indifference lay a veneer of numbness. Seated by the fire, she observed the crackling flames. She had emerged step by step from the darkness, accustomed to cloaking herself in coldness. After the initial astonishment, she felt a strange sense of inevitability. A person who has grown accustomed to darkness and solitude suddenly finds someone intent on intruding into her world. Rejection, fear, self-preservation. Yet, she had never encountered such unadulterated, fervent eyes. I cannot predict what the conclusion will be, but in seeking you and harboring feelings for you, I have expended all my courage. I believe I shall not regret this. If in the end, Sheng Ling, you still do not harbor feelings for me or accept me, if I have become a source of annoyance to you, I shall withdraw. Yet, I dread the prospect of plunging into the abyss due to my superfluous emotions. She did not fully trust Chen Hang's words. Rather, she believed that certain sentiments, with the passage of time, might gradually transform in essence. Chen Hang was not her puppet. He possessed his own capacity for thought. There had been men, and even women who pursued her in the past. Beside her, Chen Hang's eyes burned with sincerity, his emotions nearly overflowing. Who, after all, begins their journey with indifference and numbness? Sheng Ling narrowed her eyes, the flickering firelight reflecting within them. Then, let us give it a try. If in the end it does not align with my desires, I shall not hesitate to withdraw. In that moment, her heart fluttered. Once Sheng Ling gained strength, she had always acted upon her thoughts. Chapter 181. Confession. Upon hearing Sheng Ling's words, Chen Hang was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at her. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly spoke. You. Sheng Ling, what did you just say? You. Chen Hang felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing a misunderstanding, Sheng Ling exhaled deeply, her gaze earnest as she addressed him. Listen carefully, Chen Hang. I am willing to give this a try with you. However, this does not guarantee that we will ultimately become partners or remain together forever. If, along the way, we find that we cannot persevere until the end or that fate has other plans for us, I will not hesitate to withdraw. She thought to herself that what one has taken up must also be laid down. Chen Hang's breathing became increasingly labored, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. I will certainly strive for us. I believe we can reach the end together. Had he not been so intent on evading certain truths, perhaps Sheng Ling would not have had to endure such hardships. With narrowed eyes and ears perked, Chen Hang resembled a docile cat, devoid of temper. Sheng Ling affectionately ruffled Chen Hang's head. By the way, how did you leave Dongyi City? Chen Hang, like an obedient child, circled around Sheng Ling, stirring up a fine layer of dust as he flopped down heavily. When I returned, I found you missing. I searched for you, but they all said you had fallen into the river. I am sorry. It was my failure to protect you. Thankfully, he had come. Otherwise, how could this day have come to pass? Suddenly struck by a thought, Sheng Ling turned to Chen Hang. I followed that river in search of you, yet found no trace. Later, it was Grandpa Musu who mentioned that the Fox tribe and the beastmen in Beast King City had suffered misfortune, and that Foxy had perished. We suspected it might be related to you, so I returned to Beast King City. Then, I heard you had come back, accompanied by an eagle beast. They say that it is your mate. I thought, I must see how that male treats you, and I wanted to personally apologize. So here I am. Moreover, that eagle beast was indeed unreliable. It had abandoned Sheng Ling and vanished. Leaning against the great tiger, Sheng Ling stroked Chen Hang's fur, contemplating her own thoughts and their shared future. Ultimately, this would mark the end of his life. Chen Hang immediately transformed back into a majestic tiger, his fierce eyes fixed intently on her. He lay down, and she patted him gently. Sheng Ling grasped a few key points from Chen Hang's words. As her hand glided through his fur, reminiscent of petting a cat, Chen Hang found immense comfort in her touch. Though Sheng Ling felt somewhat awkward, she did not refuse. Considering their current relationship, reflecting on past events, Chen Hang felt a twinge of guilt. The plans she had meticulously crafted had to be altered due to Chen Hang's unexpected arrival. She had never engaged in a battle without preparation. Dripping wet, he resembled a large dog. Boom. Since you are aware that I killed Foxy, and that those beastmen were indeed my doing, do you not find me cruel? She queried, though she did not perceive herself as such. Chen Hang shook his head. As the hunting leader, I bear the responsibility of protecting them. However, each beastman is no longer a cub. We must be accountable for our actions. They wronged you first, so your retaliation was justified. Besides, you did not seek the lives of those beastmen, save for Foxy. He sought to take your life, and he deserved his fate. Chapter 182, Together Moreover. This only deepened his fondness for Sheng Ling. Although she harbored a desire for vengeance, she would not indiscriminately harm the innocent. Sheng Ling felt quite satisfied with Chen Hang's response and promptly began to explain. The eagle beastman is not my mate. After I escaped from the Beast King city, I inadvertently saved him and his partner. My condition for rescuing them was that they would accompany me, provide me with information, and help guide me to the north. Chen Hang's eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly looked up. Sheng Ling couldn't help but tug at a few of his prominent whiskers, and he allowed her to indulge in this playful action. In fact, he extended his tongue, retracting the barbs, and affectionately licked her hand. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon realizing that the eagle beast was not her partner. This meant that it was just the two of them. Chen Hang was so exhilarated that he nearly jumped up and spun around but restrained himself instead. How wonderful it was. Although his master had never experienced romance and was somewhat straightforward, both of them possessed the gift of speech. In her slumber, Sheng Ling felt a soft sensation and instinctively nuzzled against it. After a moment of contemplation, she experienced a faint sense of unreality. Both of them shared a stubbornness, a sense of responsibility, and a determination that formed the foundation of their long-lasting companionship. Chen Hang remained in a position with his belly exposed, simply because he had encountered her. When she finally opened her eyes again, she discovered herself sprawled across Chen Hang's abdomen. He could not fulfill or save anyone. Yet he had an instinctive feeling that, despite the initial differences between their worlds, as long as both parties were willing to accept one another and confront their conflicts, they might indeed find a way to be together in the end. The telegraph machine, biting its tiny hand, was moved to tears. No wonder it felt so soft. Suddenly, he realized that all the countless hardships he had endured seemed worthwhile. Chen Hang's fervor, his inherent gentleness, and sense of responsibility were precisely what attracted Sheng Ling. The telegraph machine let out a sigh of relief, akin to a worried mother. Perhaps, in this world, there existed a soulmate perfectly aligned for each individual. Yet they simply had not encountered the fateful moment to mate. In reality, sweet romance must blossom, if a complete soul connection truly existed. It was likely a product of one's imagination or perhaps a facade put on by another. Gazing at Sheng Ling, whose breaths were long and steady, Chen Hang's eyes brimmed with tenderness. This was the best sleep she had experienced since arriving in the beast realm. After all, every person in this world is unique. His master, who had been single for so long, had finally found someone. Sitting by the fire, the warmth from the flames and Chen Hang's body heat lulled Sheng Ling into a drowsy slumber. While he had a slight fondness for tales of tragic love, he equally cherished the sweetness of romance. The misunderstandings and unspoken words between the male and female leads were best left to the pages of a novel. What significance did such emotions hold? A partner is one who, while embracing their differences, cultivates shared traits. After all, attraction stems from these differences, while shared qualities ensure lasting companionship. Any misunderstandings or issues should be openly addressed. After all, suffering is suffering, regardless. Perhaps the fleeting passion of the previous night had influenced them, but today, it seemed there was little regret. Chen Hang sensed that Sheng Ling was awakening and gradually opened his eyes, as he beheld his beloved female still resting upon him. Chen Hang's gaze was filled with gentle affection. Chapter 183, Excitement before her. The imposing tiger suddenly vanished. The robust male lay beneath her, her hand resting upon his sculpted abdomen. The warmth of his skin conveyed a delightful sensation, and she could feel the rise and fall of Chen Hang's breath. His skin, though not as soft as that of a woman, possessed a unique elasticity. Curiosity compelled Sheng Ling to explore, her fingers tracing and squeezing. Chen Hang reclined, savoring the essence of their shared moment. The petite female, fragrant and supple, was perched atop him, her captivating eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one's soul. The gentle pressure at his waist stirred something within him. He refrained from moving, fearing that any shift might reveal his inner turmoil, particularly in such an exhilarating morning. Yet, as Sheng Ling's caresses continued, his breath grew increasingly ragged, from his abdomen to his chest, And then to the alluring prominence of his Adam's apple, he cursed himself for the involuntary exclamation that escaped his lips. Such sentiments should be indulged in secrecy. Now, it seemed, all was laid bare, and he felt less like a mighty tiger and more akin to a timid mouse. Sheng Ling's voice was hoarse. What harm could there be in a little exploration of her boyfriend? Sheng Ling touched with unabashed confidence. One hand ventured upwards, encountering the slightly prickly chin, where a few inconspicuous stubbles had begun to emerge. Sheng Ling, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Without her concealment, certain aspects became glaringly apparent. Don't move. Ah, how thrilling. How stimulating. How delightful. To be so daring so early in the day. Yet, she hesitated to fully comprehend the implications. The heat enveloping her felt dangerously intoxicating, compelling her to flee. Chun Hung swallowed hard, his curiosity piqued by their differing anatomies. The soft sensations made him gasp involuntarily. As the Adam's apple bobbed beneath her grasp, Sheng Ling seized it playfully. The mighty tiger, once adorned with long whiskers, now appeared somewhat comical in his human form. Devoid of facial hair. This was Sheng Ling's first intimate encounter with the opposite sex. Your masculinity is not that of a mouse. You are truly a magnificent tiger. The presence of her beloved by her side ignited a fervor within him, his blood racing with excitement, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. He reached out, playfully weighing Sheng Ling's form, now undeniably her boyfriend. As Sheng Ling settled down, she sensed an unusual tension. She endeavored to ignore distractions, focusing instead on her morning routine. Shen Heng observed her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Intrigued, Sheng Ling inquired. Shen Heng's breath caught in his throat. Let go of me. It's time to eat. The atmosphere, once charged with exhilaration, plunged into darkness. Perhaps he had overestimated his own composure. The sultry, low timbre of his voice was irresistibly alluring. Shen Heng's gaze deepened, filled with intrigue. Have you never seen a pig run? He teased, noting her playful question about his whiskers. As his body shifted, he inhaled sharply. At her words, Shen Heng's large hand encircled Sheng Ling's waist, a gesture both protective and possessive. The tension in the air heightened, causing Sheng Ling's cheeks to flush slightly. He wished for her to feel the strength he possessed. Yet, the smile on his face faltered momentarily. Shen Heng took a deep breath, contemplating her presence, and reluctantly released her. Sheng Ling feigned calmness, gently patting his face. Shen Heng then turned his attention to grilling meat, though his gaze remained glued to Sheng Ling, his actions becoming almost mechanical. With a resigned sigh, she urged him to focus, concentrate, or the meat will burn. Dearest readers, your support is earnestly requested. Please bestow upon us your votes and affection. Your encouragement fuels the author's passion. Much love to you all. Chapter 184, Perseverance upon hearing the words. Shen Heng promptly lowered his head and turned the skewered meat. After enjoying a hearty breakfast of grilled meat, the two began to engage in casual conversation. Ling, do you intend to reside in the Silver Wolf clan indefinitely? He sensed that Sheng Ling held a profound affection for the Silver Wolf clan, yet acknowledged that the northern environment and food resources paled in comparison to other regions. However, if Sheng Ling were to insist on staying, he would not oppose her decision. Sheng Ling shook her head. I chose to be here initially due to the rainy and cold seasons, and later I found my interactions with them quite agreeable. Hence my decision to stay. As for the future, it remains uncertain. After all, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. In truth, her initial choice of location was not in the harsh western and northern terrains, but rather in the south. However, considering the proximity of the south to the east, she had her reservations. I'm fine. Indeed, taking into account the number of hot springs in the north, one could surmise that the underlying crust might be unstable. Additionally, the interactions between the two regions were frequent, and for safety reasons, the isolation of the north appeared to be the more prudent choice. Shen Heng nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. Apart from the cold and scarcity of food, the elder beastmen had mentioned that the north experienced a higher frequency of natural disasters, such as flash floods, avalanches, and earthquakes compared to other regions. Moreover, it was said that a particularly terrifying volcanic eruption had claimed countless beastmen lives. Lan Yin, shivering, had a pallid complexion, his form stiff and rigid, lacking wings to soar. He had to contemplate his situation more carefully. Although Lan Yin was a powerful 6th-tier beastman, he had yet to break through to the 7th tier, fully liberating himself from the instincts of his bloodline. Furthermore, as the blood of a merfolk, his body was cold-blooded. Should the temperature drop too severely, he risked succumbing to a deep slumber. Lan Yin, are you all right? Perhaps we should reconsider? Shen Heng suggested. The north is vast, and we may not be able to locate them. We wouldn't want you to collapse before we even find them. Indeed, the north was perpetually cold, and Lan Yin might struggle to endure the conditions, especially now that the beast world had entered the cold season, making the northern climate one of the most frigid in the realm. This was also why the majority of inhabitants here were avian beastmen during calamities. They could take flight and evade disaster. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The merfolk predominantly resided in the south, where the climate was generally milder. Though Sheng Ling was formidable, she too possessed her own strengths. Yin Xuan fared well, being a member of the Silver Wolf clan, and the eastern faction of the Silver Wolf clan had originally migrated from the north. Sheng Ling understood that Chun Hang was referring to the volcanic eruption, Thus, instinctively, she leaned towards the more hospitable southern environment. At times, they felt insignificant amidst the grandeur of nature. Yin Chuan endeavored to shield Lan Yin from the biting wind and snow. Yet, Lan Yin, being a merfolk, was different. As the two discussed their future, the notable change was that they now considered one another in their plans. However, he also held a deep respect for nature. Although Lan Yin claimed to be fine, Yin Chuan remained skeptical. Their fur and stamina provided them with certain advantages in the north. Yet, as they traversed the icy landscape, Yin Chuan led Lan Yin slowly onward. Lan Yin's vulnerability to the cold was a significant drawback. Nevertheless, he persevered. Yin Chuan sighed, contemplating how he, a silver wolf, was nearing his limits, while Lan Yin, a merfolk, was even less equipped to endure such conditions. Lan Yin, we could wait for the cold season to pass before searching. Why must we insist on doing it now? Chapter 185. The search. Lan Yin shook her head. It was because of me that I failed to recognize the potential of Sheng Ling, the shaman. Now that Chun Hang has departed from the Beast King city in the east, I have received alarming news. The former beastmen of the Tiger King and the Fox tribe have turned against him. Until I find them, my heart remains restless. I owe them this. It is my due. Yinchuan, it is far too cold in the northern regions. You should return. There is no necessity for you to accompany me. As this affair does not concern you, you need not put yourself in peril. Go back. Yinchuan sighed, for it was well known that Lan Yin possessed an exceptionally stubborn nature, even bordering on obsession, which had led her to depart from the south. If you do not return, then I shall remain by your side. At the very least, should you fall, I will be there to recover your body. He was a beast man of the Silver Wolf tribe, endowed with the instinct to survive in the snowy terrain. Coupled with his strength and the power of the beast goddess envoy, he was not easily vanquished in these northern lands. The biting cold howled through the air, and the heavy snow lashed against them, leaving Lan Yin trembling from the frigid chill. In the vast expanse of white, all was silent. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed, startling Yinchuan, who turned to see Lan Yin lying motionless in the snow. After their meal, the telegraph machine buzzed with excitement. The food had been delightful. Once proficient, he would prepare it for her himself. Although his tribe of silver wolves was not native to this area, he recalled that there was indeed another silver wolf tribe that had migrated from the Beast King city. Alas, why could Shin Hang not be oblivious to the intricacies of grains and seasonings? Closing his book, the telegraph machine mused that perhaps one day, he could craft his own narratives. Lan Yin, wake up. Lan Yin. Observing Lan Yin's feeble state, Yinchuan hesitated no longer. He hoisted her onto his back and began searching for traces of the silver wolf tribe. Are there truly such Na'vi adults in this world? Yes, but that innocence is transient, dependent on one's willingness to embrace it. The flavor of the food was indeed delightful. In the cave, Sheng Ling began her training, never expecting that Chun Hang would prove to be such a considerate companion. Despite his presence, she had not relinquished her desire to grow stronger. However, at mealtimes, he would always come to summon her. Gazing at the pork rib stew with radishes in the earthen pot, Sheng Ling felt his culinary skills had improved. It was reminiscent of the male and female protagonists in the stories, where one often exhibited such traits. Those were memories from his childhood, visiting the north with his kin. Chun Hang found Sheng Ling's cooking delectable and sought her guidance. The telegraph machine pondered over the stories it had been reading. Lan Yin. Yinchuan hurried to her side, transforming into human form, and placed his hand on her forehead only to discover she was as cold as ice. Chun Hang did not intrude upon them. Yinchuan felt a twinge of regret. He should not have acquiesced to this fellow's wishes, but rather forcibly brought her back. Turning his gaze to the surroundings, fleeting memories surged through his mind. Though their ties had waned, they were still of the Silver Wolf tribe, perhaps sharing a common ancestry. Taking a bite, he met Chun Hang's expectant gaze. He understood Chun Hang's intentions. It is said that after one is well fed, thoughts of other matters arise. He resolved to stealthily observe today, minimizing his presence. However, at the moment Chun Hang drew near, darkness enveloped him once more. Ah, master, could you not consider me one of your own? Chapter 186. As the face of Qin Hung drew closer, Sheng Ling extended her hand to rest against his forehead. What are you doing? Qin Hung swallowed hard. Can I kiss you? He had long envied the males with companions and yearned for intimacy with Sheng Ling. With a resigned sigh, she quickly pressed her lips to his cheek. All right. Seizing the moment while Qin Hung was momentarily stunned, Sheng Ling slipped away. By the time Qin Hung regained his senses, Sheng Ling had already exited. Her menstrual cycle had come to an end. Knowing that Sheng Ling typically lingered in her cave or near the entrance to treat others, the cold season passed swiftly in their tender companionship. Moreover, that silver wolf, though young, possessed considerable strength and was a divine beast emissary. Although aware that Sheng Ling was unlike ordinary females, Qin Hung still treated her with utmost care. On this particular day, while Sheng Ling was in the healing cave processing medicinal herbs, she suddenly heard the voice of Wolf Bai. Some of the herbs she had boiled were not ground into powder. After freshening up, Sheng Ling commenced her training, while Qin Hung embarked on his own journey to strengthen himself. He intended to seek out Sheng Ling, but soon realized there were still areas in the cave that needed tidying. Knowing her fondness for cleanliness, He reluctantly abandoned the thought of finding her and began to clean the cave instead. Sheng Ling touched his cheek where she had kissed him, unable to suppress a slight blush. Sheng Ling disliked being interrupted while she was engaged in her tasks. Entering the healing cave, Sheng Ling noted the considerable amount of herbs she had stored there, all of which had been gradually supplied by the Silver Wolf clan or the Woolly Sheep clan. There was no cause for concern over the issues Sheng Ling feared. These were merely ordinary herbs, and with the snow continuously falling outside, it was impossible to dry them outside. Sheng Ling, the healer, are you inside? The reason for their agreement was primarily that one of them was a silver wolf. I'm back. There's a fire pit inside. Hurry and warm yourself. In the caves of ordinary beastmen, several fire pits had to be lit. Upon entering, Sheng Ling sorted through the herbs she had dried, setting aside those that were nearly ready. The quantity of herbs was quite substantial. Yet the final decision rested with Sheng Ling. Later, she instructed a few beastmen to create ventilation openings to ensure adequate airflow and prevent stuffiness and mold. The northern cold season had finally entered its final phase. Compared to many other clans, the Silver Wolf clan was relatively small within the beast realm. Sheng Ling, the healer. 2 beastmen have arrived in the tribe. One is severely injured and wishes for you to take a look at him. They are willing to offer a generous reward. Upon seeing Sheng Ling return, Sheng Ling immediately rose to his feet. He too had his own responsibilities. He needed to become stronger to protect the female he cherished. Concerned that Sheng Ling might be cold, he learned alongside the other beastmen, despite her insistence that it was unnecessary. His father aimed to win over that individual, which was why he had agreed to summon Sheng Ling for assistance. Consequently, Sheng Ling placed some ordinary herbs in this cave. I'm here. Once she had finished her tasks, she returned to her own cave and began grinding the herbs into powder. Sheng Ling lay at the entrance, waiting for her. Sheng Ling had idled for quite some time, yet did not refuse. She followed Wolf Bai to the hunting cave. Upon seeing Sheng Ling, Wolf Han was overjoyed. Sheng Ling, the healer, they are here. The injured beastman looks extremely cold. The treatment cave is still somewhat chilly, so I temporarily placed him in my cave. Chapter 187. Sheng Ling nodded, while Yin Chuan stood by, utterly astonished. Sheng Ling, the shaman. Yin Chuan was well acquainted with Sheng Ling and was familiar with her appearance in a ceremonial robe, even though she currently wore a layer of animal hide over it. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's voice, Sheng Ling turned her gaze towards him, and naturally, she noticed the unconscious Lan Yin beside him, her expression instantly turning frigid. When she and Ying Yuan returned to the Beast King city, although their investigation focused on the Beast King and the Fox clan, they had come across some rumors regarding Lan Yin and Yin Chuan. Regardless of the circumstances, her impression of the two had significantly diminished. To be frank, she had no desire to encounter any beastmen linked to the Beast King city again. Yin Chuan, witnessing the sudden chill in Sheng Ling's demeanor, felt a wave of remorse wash over him, recalling the actions he and Lan Yin had taken. Moreover, it was evident from Yin Chuan's words that there was another beastman among them who held Sheng Ling in particularly high regard. He feared both Sheng Ling's anger and the possibility of her leaving the Silver Wolf tribe upon hearing this. Wolf Han's initially warm demeanor shifted instantaneously. In comparison to Shaman Sheng Ling, they seemed rather insignificant. He couldn't help but remember the disheveled and near-death state in which he had last seen Shen Hong, and a sense of worry crept into his heart, fearing that Sheng Ling might become incensed over the matter. Esteemed ones, if Shaman Sheng Ling is unwilling to offer her aid, I kindly ask that you depart from my Silver Wolf clan, Wolf Han stated, his tone serious. However, both Wolf Han and Wolf Bai's expressions underwent a subtle change, for they realized that finding Sheng Ling might also lead them to Chen Hang. In truth, Sheng Ling had no right to be angry with Lan Yin, as they shared no significant relationship. Yin Chuan felt a pang of discomfort as he cast a pleading glance towards Sheng Ling. His promise to care for Lan Yin was merely out of respect for Chen Hang. Shaman Sheng Ling, Lan Yin, he is not truly malevolent, he simply. Sheng Ling had not anticipated such a revelation. Suddenly, a twinge of bitterness gripped her heart. They ought to apologize for their actions, remaining cold and indifferent. She began to examine Lan Yin. She would save him, but only if he provided compensation before she departed. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Hong had risked his standing with the Beast King and the Fox clan, even facing pursuit on her behalf. Thus, she had refrained from taking any action against him thereafter. Meanwhile, Wolf Bai felt a sense of wariness towards the two, believing they owed Sheng Ling an apology. Lan Yin, lying on the animal hide, appeared quite unwell. Yin Chuan was inclined to protest, as their group's purpose was also to locate Sheng Ling Shaman Sheng Ling. I apologize on behalf of both Lan Yin and myself. We sincerely regret our actions and implore you to save Lan Yin. After your departure, Chen Hong confronted the Tiger King of the Beast King city and the Fox clan for your sake, ultimately leaving the Beast King city in search of you. When Lan Yin learned of the threat to Chen Hang's life, he followed suit. But being a merman, he is particularly sensitive to the cold. He has reached his limit on this journey. Shaman Sheng Ling, I beseech you to save him. What was he, after all? Had their cleverness led them astray? Yet, this did not mean she was obliged to treat him kindly. Nevertheless, she was not to the point of refusing to help someone in peril. They had not anticipated that this beastman would have such an acquaintance with Sheng Ling. Moreover, it seemed there was some underlying conflict between them. Wolf Han abruptly abandoned his intentions to recruit Yin Xuan. Shaman Sheng Ling, will you consent or depart? Yin Xuan glanced at the unconscious Lan Yin and let out a resigned sigh. Very well. Chapter 188. Foolishness. Sheng Ling's treatment of Lan Yin was rather straightforward, particularly given Lan Yin's current state, which was a result of the bitter cold. After dispelling the chill, she prepared 2 herbal remedies to warm him up. The cave, warmed by the presence of the wolf, provided a comforting environment. Lying on the animal hide, Lan Yin visibly improved, prompting Yin Xuan to exhale in relief. Noting that he was stable, Sheng Ling decided it was time to tidy her belongings and return to her own cave. As she prepared to leave, Yin Xuan quickly interjected. Sheng Ling, the shaman, what about Lan Yin? He will not perish. We simply need to await his awakening. Oh, and do not forget the reward. Were it not for the fact that these two were friends of Chen Hong, she might not have been so inclined to assist Lan Yin. After all, witnessing Sheng Ling's peculiar transformation into a masculine form was quite strange. As he anxiously paced, he was finally relieved to see Sheng Ling return, regardless of the hardships endured. He felt it was all worthwhile. However, as time passed without her return, Chen Heng's worry grew. He feared a repeat of past misfortunes. He genuinely dreaded causing Sheng Ling any trouble, contemplating the worst-case scenario, being exiled from the Silver Wolf tribe. I also heard them say that you had a falling out with the Beast King of the Eastern Beast King City and the Fox tribe. Did they send beastmen after you upon your departure? To be frank, when I first encountered you, were your wounds a result of their pursuit? Has anyone in the tribe fallen ill? Is it serious? After all, he had once been the hunting chief of the Eastern Beast King City, distinctly different from ordinary beastmen. Foolish tiger, they bully you, yet you do not retaliate? Do you not know how to avoid their sharp edges? Do you not comprehend the art of subtle vengeance? Chen Hong hastily draped a thick animal hide over Sheng Ling's shoulders, gently brushing away the snowflakes that had settled on her shoulders and hair. After all, Chen Hong was now her ally. Once Sheng Ling departed, Yin Xuan remained vigilantly by Lan Yin's side, hesitant to utter anything else. Sheng Ling allowed him to clear the snow from her. It's all right. It has all passed. I am alive and here with you. Why were you gone for so long? Sheng Ling raised her gaze to meet his. You know him. It's Lan Yin, who came with Yin Xuan. Lan Yin nearly froze to death due to the sea people. According to Yin Xuan, they came in search of you. Shen Hong affectionately patted Sheng Ling's head. Battling against the biting wind and snow, Sheng Ling hastily entered the cave, silently vowing to search for her if she did not return soon. Sheng Ling rolled her eyes slightly. This scene resembled a husband waiting for his wife's return at home. However, given the severity of the winter, he could not afford to burden Sheng Ling. A sense of regret washed over her, reflecting on her earlier leniency. Shen Hong stiffened, recalling the wolf that had called upon him to rescue someone. Upon entering the cave, he spotted Chen Heng anxiously pacing at the entrance, setting down her belongings. She began to explain. Due to the hibernation of the others, no one had yet discovered Chen Heng's transformation into an adult tiger. Deep down, Chen Heng understood that illness among beastmen was a serious matter. Realizing Sheng Ling was standing up for him, his lips curled into a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. I am not that foolish. I anticipated they might pursue me, so I took the back roads. I simply did not expect there to be so many beastmen after me, including those whom I once trusted deeply. That is why I was caught off guard. Chapter 189. Awakening. Given your grave injuries, have you ever contemplated what might have transpired had we not crossed paths? Would you have simply met the beast god? Shen Heng gently embraced Sheng Ling, resting his chin upon her crown, nuzzling softly. I have considered it. The thought of succumbing to fate crossed my mind when I could not locate you. In such a scenario, fear would cease to exist. Sheng Ling lightly pinched his waist, only to discover its remarkable firmness. Her gentle grip elicited little discomfort from Chen Hong. When I encountered a few acquaintances, I presumed they had come to bid me farewell. Little did I know. Later, I managed to escape to the north. However, the lack of timely treatment for my wounds led to inflammation and pus. Coupled with the rainy season's chill and my unfamiliarity with many northern locales, I faced some difficulties. Do not worry, Sheng Ling exhaled softly. In the future, should unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall seek a safe haven first. Only by living can one pursue other endeavors. I will survive, trust me. And do not recklessly charge ahead. Should you be wronged, you can tell me. I shall take care of it for you. Chen Heng mumbled in acknowledgement. His father was a silver wolf, and his mother belonged to the Red Fox clan. Yes, Ling can also inquire of them for more assistance. Their resources are undoubtedly abundant. At the break of dawn the following day, Lan Ning awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar cave, instantly on high alert. She sought a relatively comfortable position, leaning against Chen Heng. His awakening was partly due to the furs surrounding them, during their years as messengers of the beast god. They had amassed considerable resources. Her attention was drawn to the thunderous snoring nearby. I can support him. In her slumber, she felt as though she were being suffocated. It was only when she noticed the familiar silver wolf grunt and turn over, revealing the drool pooling at its mouth, that the three silver wolves sprawled on the ground brought her back to reality. Yin Xuan was entirely silver, save for a red mark between his brows. The three silver wolves huddled together, providing warmth. Both were experiencing such closeness with the opposite sex for the first time, causing their cheeks to flush. She relished this delightful sense of camaraderie. Chen Hang invited Sheng Ling to sit in his lap, resting his head on her shoulder, their faces nearly touching. For your sake. I saved Lan Ning, but I shall not forfeit a single reward owed to me. A smile danced upon his lips. Moreover, the feeling of being supported by someone he cherished was truly exquisite. The pair settled by the fire. Business is business. Since his father had departed to meet the beast god, no beastman had offered him such counsel again. Very well. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. He was draped in thick furs, layered one atop the other. The red mark on his brow was a legacy of his mother's bloodline. Sheng Ling couldn't help but chuckle. However, the two silver wolves beside him, one large, one small, were indeed unfamiliar to him. Yet, recalling that this person before her was her intended, she allowed herself to relax. The warmth of the furs and the fire's medicinal effects alleviated his discomfort, although he still felt somewhat weak. Yet, he now found himself desperately needing to relieve himself. Attempting to rise, he discovered that he lacked the strength even to dislodge the furs covering him. After holding it in for what felt like an eternity, Lan Ning realized that if she continued to resist, she might very well end up wetting the bed. Chapter 190, Embarrassment. Bai Yin's face flushed slightly. Such weakness was unprecedented. Except for his childhood. Yinchuan. Bai Yin's voice was hoarse, yet the hearing of the beastmen was remarkably acute. However, it was Lang On who first awoke. Due to the relentless days of travel with Yinchuan, he had scarcely enjoyed a restful sleep, finally escaping the perilous outside world and the frigid temperatures. He naturally succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lang Bai, having just reached maturity, lacked Langkin's vigilance. Bai Yin and Lang On exchanged glances for a moment. Lang On harbored lingering concerns about Sheng Ling's reaction from the previous day, which rendered him wary of both beastmen. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. This, paradoxically, seemed less perilous. Disdainful of him? Why not stand up on your own then? He had no desire to support a rigid male. In truth, Bai Yin was reluctant to accept assistance from unfamiliar beastmen, especially given his aversion to filth. Yinchuan's fist struck Bai Yin's chest, prompting a violent fit of coughing. Yinchuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bai Yin had little prior acquaintance with Yinchuan, their relationship having developed later on. Bai Yin awkwardly accepted Langkin's support. However, the merman before him. Lang On was taken aback that Bai Yin's first words upon waking were these. Observing his rather unpleasant expression, he caught sight of Yinchuan snoring softly on the ground. Once the two resolved their significant matters and returned to the cave, Lang Bai and Yinchuan were finally roused. Yet, compared to this, he was even less inclined to soil the animal hides. Lang On grimaced. He was astute enough to perceive Bai Yin's aversion and disdain. Ahem. So, you can't stand? Shall I assist you? Bai Yin. How splendid. I'm relieved you're unharmed. This sentiment stirred a desire to despair within him. Regarding this formidable merman, Lang On felt an increased sense of caution. It was said that the merman clan shared a pride comparable to that of the peacock clan, and indeed it proved true. During this northern expedition, the two had endured trials together. Before him stood the male beastman, whose arms bore suspicious marks and whose nails were sullied, which only intensified his discomfort. It was commonly said that the snow foxes of the north, the monkeys of the east, the camels of the west, and the mermen of the south were the most intelligent beastmen of the beastly continent. Bai Yin, too, noticed the wariness and guard reflected in Langkin's eyes. He had been holding back too fiercely, and ultimately, he could not contain it. A flicker of schadenfreude arose in Langkin's heart. Yet upon seeing Bai Yin, he felt a surge of excitement and clarity. Yinchuan, just awakened, appeared somewhat dazed. Despite the numerous times Yinchuan's carelessness had led them into peril, it was also thanks to him that they had survived this time. Realizing he may not have controlled his strength properly, Yinchuan quickly expressed his apologies. Thank you. I need to relieve myself. Having spent a brief period together, he found Yinchuan's disposition reminiscent of his son, both straightforward and somewhat naive. All right, no worries. However, while I carried you to the Silver Wolf clan, the true savior was not me, but the shaman Sheng Ling. Bai Yin abruptly lifted his head, his emotions fluctuating, which triggered another round of intense coughing. You, please don't get too agitated. Yinchuan, witnessing his distress, was deeply concerned. Chapter 191 Atmosphere. Bai Yin finally managed to calm his turbulent emotions, exhaling deeply as he turned to Yinchuan. You mean, it was Sheng Ling who saved me? Have we found her? His hands, concealed beneath the animal skin, clenched tightly. Within the East Beast King City, his only friend capable of meaningful conversation had been the foolish tiger, Chen Hang. Before departing, Chen Hang had earnestly requested him to look after Sheng Ling. Yet, his own arrogance and self-satisfaction had led him into a web of his own making. He had not anticipated the plans of the Tiger King, nor had he foreseen Sheng Ling's schemes. It was at that moment he felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Realizing that he was not the sole intellect in the world, even the most meticulous calculations could encounter unforeseen complications. Bai Yin raised his gaze, a chill evident in his eyes, his fists tightening even further. Noticing the inexplicable shift in the atmosphere, Yinchuan hastily positioned himself between them. Guilt over Chen Hang's trust weighed heavily on him, as did the anguish of witnessing a female in peril and the dismay of a young shaman and beast deity messenger ensnared in a conspiracy. The matter concerning Sheng Ling gnawed at his conscience. Inchuan scratched his head, contemplating how to reassure Baiyin that they could still see Sheng Ling. But he suspected that in order to receive their reward, they would need to take their leave soon. Casting a glance towards Baiyin, he subtly gestured with his eyes. It was evident that the Silver Wolf clan was not favorably disposed towards them at present. Inchuan shook his head. Let us not act rashly, let us converse amicably. He understood that their position was tenuous, especially with one among them injured, clearly outmatched by the opposing party. Given their numerical superiority, a confrontation would likely lead to severe consequences. Baiyin, you must realize that we are the ones who rescued you. This is not the East. There are indeed 6th-tier beastmen in the vicinity. Should you insist on taking any action, I, Lang Han, and the Silver Wolf clan shall not allow you to lay a finger on Sheng Ling, the shaman. Lang Han stood protectively in front of Lang Bai, the tension palpable. It is not we who discovered the shaman. Rather, she serves as the shaman within the Silver Wolf tribe. We did not intend to intrude. But thanks to Chief Lang Han's initiative to summon the shaman, I discovered that the shaman here is, in fact, Sheng Ling. The reward is rightfully hers. I wish to see her. Does she wish to save me? He sought to apologize for his actions and for Chen Hang, who remained missing. Naturally, his heart leaned towards the shaman. It was likely that Sheng Ling was still asleep, as beasts rarely disturbed her on ordinary days. She required her rest. And not everyone could simply visit her at will. Baiyin, I think that Sheng Ling may not wish to see us. It would be best not to disturb her. We can express our gratitude when she requests her reward. He recalled the moment he had plunged into the water, desperate to rescue Sheng Ling, only to see her depart without hesitation. Lang Bai's expression soured. Baiyin lowered his head, his fists still clenched beneath the animal skin. Lang Han and Lang Bai remained on high alert. In Lang Bai's heart, Sheng Ling was a figure of profound respect, akin to his father. Yet it seemed that he and Baiyin bore some past grievances with the shaman. She saved you, but expects us to provide a reward, and once you recover, we must leave the Silver Wolf tribe. Baiyin was a clever beastman. His earlier haste had been driven by overwhelming emotion. After all, he and Inchuan had searched for so long. Very well. Hearing his agreement, Inchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 192. The meeting Wolf Bai swiftly reported the situation to Sheng Ling. Upon hearing their conversation, Sheng Ling remained unfazed. After Wolf Bai conveyed the news, he instinctively twitched his nose, casting a puzzled glance at Sheng Ling's cave. He felt an unfamiliar masculine orc presence within Sheng Ling the healer's cave. Could it be another orc from the clan? Wolf Bai was perplexed, yet with Sheng Ling standing safely before him, he dismissed any notion of danger. By the way, where was that tiger cub? Sheng Ling paused slightly in her work with the herbs, while Chun Hung, who had been hiding in the cave, listened quietly to their exchange. Sheng Ling chose not to elaborate on whether his identity was exposed. It was entirely up to him. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Hang decided against continuing to rely on the goodwill of the Silver Wolf clan members. Upon hearing footsteps, Wolf Bai instinctively turned around. When he saw a strange male orc emerging from Sheng Ling's cave, emanating a perilous aura, his alertness surged. He was aware that life was not easy for the Silver Wolf clan, and now that he had regained his strength, he could open his own hide pouch. He had also heard that some high-ranking orcs, after sustaining life-threatening injuries, might revert to a juvenile state in a bid for survival. Wolf Bai, it's me, the tiger, the orc announced. They had no such male orc in the Silver Wolf clan. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Wolf Bai's keen nose detected that this orc was a male from the tiger clan, seemingly not one of their native tigers. Thus, he had only heard of them but had never encountered one. His thoughts immediately flickered to the tiger cub. Chen Hung endeavored to appear harmless. Knowing that the Silver Wolf orcs were generally kind to Sheng Ling and him, could it be that the tiger cub's father had come looking for him? Facing Wolf Bai's suspicion, Chen Hang quickly spoke up. That little tiger? You, truly are that little tiger? Wolf Bai, he is the little tiger I rescued. He was injured and reverted to a juvenile state, but he has fully recovered now, Sheng Ling explained, recalling the once frail little creature. After a moment of vigilance, Wolf Bai, upon realizing Chen Hung bore no ill intentions, gradually relaxed. Yet, high-ranking orcs were not as common as cabbages. They were rare. Chen Hang nodded. Wolf Bai, still in a defensive posture, bared his teeth at him. How could it be that this robust male orc was actually the little tiger? Sheng Ling patted Wolf Bai's shoulder. And upon hearing her words, he finally processed the information. Thank you for your care these days. I can repay you with prey or crystals, Chen Hung said. Transforming into a silver wolf, Wolf Bai shielded Sheng Ling behind him, eyeing Chen Hang with caution. However, his demeanor and physique were anything but innocuous, for he was storing quite a bit of food. As the realization dawned on Wolf Bai, he stared incredulously at Chen Hung. Nevertheless, during his time with Sheng Ling, he had gradually learned to act discreetly. Hearing Chen Hang's words, Wolf Bai's wariness diminished further. After all, if Chen Hang intended to strike, why would he offer such precious tokens of gratitude? You are not an orc from the north. There are hardly any of these large yellow tigers in the north. They are mostly white, except in the region bordering the east. Chapter 193. Dialogue. The territorial instinct of these beastmen is remarkably strong. Why has he appeared in the north? Is it due to migration or territorial expansion? Influenced by Lan Yin and Yin Chuan, he has grown increasingly wary of the beastmen from the east, harboring little fondness for them. Chen Heng nodded. I am one of the beastmen from the east. Yin Chuan's mind wandered back to the conversation with Lan Yin, recalling their mention of someone seeking the spirit healer. Could it be this tiger beast before him? Do you know Yin Chuan and Lan Yin? Chen Heng nodded once more. At this, Lang Bai instinctively positioned himself protectively behind Sheng Ling, his vigilance heightened compared to before. A fiery emotion surged within Lang Bai, yet after a fleeting moment, he regained his composure. It was not that he failed to protect Sheng Ling, that was his fault. He had no intention of taking her back to the east. Wherever she went, he would follow. This included the north, where skirmishes often arose during high-level monster hunts due to varying interests across regions. Lang Bai's ears twitched, inexplicably. He sensed that Chen Heng was subtly enticing him. He wished to avoid bringing trouble to the Silver Wolf tribe. Chen Heng was unafraid of conflict or bloodshed. His only concern was to remain by Sheng Ling's side. However, their plan was to reveal themselves only after the cold season had passed, no matter how formidable. They must not harm the spirit healer. Yet, he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of Yin Chuan and Lan Yin. You have harmed the spirit healer. And now you come to the north to retrieve her? Yet, he understood that these few beastmen were formidable high-level beings, not ordinary beastmen devoid of status in the east. Sheng Ling sensed Chen Heng's profound insecurity. Even when they were together, he constantly feared she might abandon him again. Lang Bai was somewhat astonished. The beastman before him certainly possessed significant strength, perhaps even surpassing that of the two beastmen in the cave. He nuzzled against Sheng Ling's neck. Once the hunting leader of East City, he was no longer that now. The resolution of this matter rested with his father and the spirit healer. Very well. Ling, will you ever leave me again? I must inform my father. Unlike the two beastmen, this high-level beastman had distanced himself from the east. If he could join the tribe. The telegraph machine within the space sighed softly. Observing Lang Bai's renewed hostility, Chen Heng could only sigh in resignation. After all, during his years as the hunting leader of Beast King City, he had clashed with other beast tribes for the sake of East City. Once Lang Bai departed, Chen Heng gently embraced Sheng Ling. Yet, could such a high-level beastman truly heed the spirit healer's words? Lang Bai marveled at Sheng Ling's prowess, his admiration for her growing ever deeper. What is your status in the east? This was a matter he and Sheng Ling had previously deliberated upon. Chen Heng worried about the Silver Wolf tribe's acceptance of him. The stories have long suggested that even if two individuals are in love, they must not display excessive affection. For human nature is fraught with jealousy and pretentiousness. The one favored becomes emboldened, while the one who takes love seriously is left vulnerable. This great tiger is indeed thoroughly ensnared by his master. In the past, Chen Heng did not seem to be this way. Could love truly render one foolish? The telegraph machine felt relieved that its master's intellect had not diminished. Nevertheless, it deemed it prudent to explore strategies for romance, just in case. Sheng Ling patted Chen Heng's hand resting upon her waist. Chapter 194, Conversation. As long as I cherish you, and you have done no wrong to me, I shall not depart. Go and see them. Since Lang Bai has returned to inform Lang Han, it is time for a meeting. Sheng Ling grasped Chen Heng's hand and headed towards Lang Han's cave. Within the cave, Lang Bai had just finished speaking, ignoring the elation of Lan Yin and Yin Chuan. He focused intently on his father, seeking guidance. Lang Han found himself in a quandary. He believed that since Sheng Ling had already uncovered Chen Heng's identity yet chose to retain him, there must be some semblance of affection between them. At this juncture, expelling the adult tiger beast would entail the risk of Sheng Ling's shaman departing alongside him. He had witnessed too much potential in Sheng Ling. She represented an opportunity for the Silver Wolf tribe's advancement, possibly a chance for growth in the north. He wished for Sheng Ling to remain, even considering arranging a partner for her. However, the sudden arrival of three individuals from the east stirred Lang Han's seasoned instincts, suggesting that something was amiss. These were notorious and fierce beastmen from the east. Lang Han harbored little fondness for Chen Heng. The only aspect he could trust about Chen Heng was his status as a tiger beast from the east. Sheng Ling, shaman, may I have a word with you? You are Chen Heng? Chen Heng attempted to speak, yet Lang Han did not regard him. Before he could formulate a strategy, Sheng Ling had already ushered Chen Heng into the cave. He had never anticipated meeting the real person under such circumstances. After exchanging greetings, Lang Han's gaze fell upon Chen Heng, who stood behind Sheng Ling. Chen Heng was a formidable warrior, a leader. Apart from the many beastmen in the east who recognized him, his reputation had also spread to tribal kings in other regions. However, out of respect for Sheng Ling, he refrained from displaying any disdain. Unlike Sheng Ling, the healer who could save lives, Lang Han felt compelled to exercise caution due to Chen Heng's unique identity as a tribal leader among the northern beastmen. Although his son had described Chen Heng as a robust male beastman of considerable strength, Lang Han was still taken aback upon meeting him. Such appearance and prowess inevitably reminded him of someone. After all, the strength of the east implied oppression for the north, and their subsequent rise had instilled fear in many beastmen. Sheng Ling nodded. That young tiger cub had once ventured to the north when it was even weaker, defeating several male beastmen in succession. Chen Heng, it is fortunate you were unharmed. Why did you leave the Beast King City without a word? We searched for you all along the way and nearly missed you several times, but thankfully, we found you. If Chen Heng was regarded as a guardian by those in the east, he was far less favored among beastmen from other regions, even despised by some. Another sixth-tier beastman. Noticing the scar on Chen Hang's face, Lang Han instinctively furrowed his brow. Beside him, Yin Chuan joyfully grasped Chen Hang's arm. He was a formidable weapon for the Beast King city of the East. Yet, Lang Han felt the necessity to converse with Sheng Ling Lan Yin sighed in relief. Chen Hang, I apologize. The typically proud Lan Yin offered a sincere apology. Chen Hang opened his mouth to respond. Chapter 195, Opposition You. Should apologize to the spirit witch Sheng Ling, even if it was not he who requested Lan Yin to care for her. A witch is under the protection of the Beast King city. Lan Yin lowered her head. I understand. However, I still owe you an apology. The atmosphere once again fell into silence as Lang Bai's gaze shifted among the individuals present, ultimately resting on the scratching-headed Yin Chuan. Why are they so peculiar? Meanwhile, Sheng Ling and Lang Han found a secluded spot away from prying eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lang Han steeled himself to speak. Spirit with Sheng Ling. We of the Silver Wolf tribe sincerely wish for you to stay. We will do everything within our power to provide for your desires. However, Chen Hang. He was once the hunting chief of the Beast King city in the east. Lang Han sighed, fearing that Sheng Ling, as a witch, might not grasp the intricacies among the various regions, and began to elucidate. Although the four regions appear tranquil on the surface, conflicts often arise over resources, particularly the coveted magical beast crystals. Chen Hang, as the leader of the Eastern Beast King city, once led his hunting party to intercept our northern tribesmen. While we orcs strive tirelessly for survival, living necessitates the consumption of resources, and the limited nature of these resources inevitably leads to conflict. Yet, at this moment, Chen Hang is no longer the hunting chief of the East. He will be my future partner, and I cannot simply disregard him. There are numerous orcs in the north who have suffered at Chen Hang's hands, and many have met their demise by him as well. Though I am merely a chieftain of a tribe, I am also an orc of the north. I am unaware of the events transpiring in the east, or the true purpose of his arrival in the north. One could argue that the righteousness or wrongness in their conflict lies in differing perspectives. Lang Han gazed at Sheng Ling. If that is the case, it is akin to a war hero. To one nation, he is a hero, while to another, he may be perceived as a merciless executioner. Perhaps he seeks the spirit with Sheng Ling, or there may be other motives at play. Regardless of the reason, I cannot afford to trust him lightly. Behind me stand the orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe, as well as many others from the north. Spirit with Sheng Ling. Do you comprehend? He knew that Sheng Ling was exceptionally astute. He genuinely wished for her to remain. Lang Han regarded the serene Sheng Ling, his heart growing tense. In the beast world, the ambition of the orc lords to expand their territories is not without precedent. The north does not compare to the east. Their strength over the years has not matched that of the southeastern tribes. Lang Han sighed. Yet he feared that the bond between Sheng Ling and Chen Hang might transcend their concerns, prompting Sheng Ling to depart alongside him. Were it not for the last vestiges of sentiment, Lang Han would not have so easily spared a few individuals. I understand the chieftain's concerns and appreciate your perspective, even if it means risking the entirety of the Silver Wolf tribe. Sheng Ling remained silent for a moment, grasping Lang Han's words and sentiments. Every individual harbors a sense of favoritism, and having accepted Chen Hang, he naturally becomes the favored one in this instance. To grant the favor of one is to offer the generosity of a lifetime. Lang Han was taken aback, his gaze lifting in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the relationship between Chen Hang and Sheng Ling was of such a nature. Furthermore, it seemed to be more complex than that of ordinary friends. Chapter 196. Unresolved. This disruption has thrown his original plans into disarray. The two fell into a profound silence, creating an invisible standoff. Wolf Han pondered extensively, attempting to persuade himself, yet he realized he could not convince his own heart. Regarding Chen Hang, it felt as though a thorn was lodged within him. After a prolonged silence, Wolf Han sighed. Sheng Ling, the shaman, allow me a moment to reflect. Sheng Ling nodded, refraining from further comments, though her heart sank slightly. Wolf Han's demeanor informed her that Chen Hang would not be easily accepted by them. Upon returning to the cave of Wolf Han, the atmosphere among the group became noticeably tense. Chen Hang appeared somewhat apprehensive. Lan Yin raised her gaze towards her. Had it not been for their unexpected arrival, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Wolf Han's countenance darkened, and his glances towards Yin Chuan and Lan Yin grew increasingly unfavorable. Sheng Ling maintained a calm expression, displaying little emotion, accepting the two individuals' crystal stones. She said nothing more and took Chen Hang away. Initially, she had intended to exchange the crystal stones for other items, such as fishnet and various plants. Now that you have awakened, it is inconvenient for you to remain within my Silver Wolf clan. You shall depart today, in exchange for your shelter. You need only surrender your provisions and hides. Concerned that the crystals might prove insufficient, he even offered to provide more. Sheng Ling accepted the leather pouch, noticing its striking resemblance to Chen Hang's original spatial leather pouch. Since you have awakened, it is time we discuss the matter of compensation. The presence of these two beastmen alongside Chen Hang posed a considerable threat. Their strength made their continued stay within the tribe a potential hazard. Wolfbai glanced at his father, then towards the direction of Sheng Ling's cave, harboring a sense of resentment towards the duo. Sheng Ling accepted the crystal stones, while Yin Chuan also presented his own. Though less affluent than Lan Yin, he still possessed a fair amount, carrying 2/3 of his family's wealth. Sheng Ling altered her initial plans, as their foremost concern had been provisions. The Silver Wolf clan was not particularly affluent, and food was scarce, especially during the harsh, prolonged cold season of the north. This is all my crystal stones. Should it fall short, I shall make up the difference. Sheng Ling addressed Lan Yin and Yin Chuan. Even if he currently lacked sufficient resources, he vowed to seek more. However, given the added uncertainties, she opted for the most straightforward form of compensation, crystal stones, as high-grade stones could enhance one's cultivation. Though unaware of Sheng Ling's intentions for such a quantity of crystals, Lan Yin still presented all her stones. Beyond the basic crystals, high-grade ones were also necessary. Exchanging a glance with Chen Hong, the rapport they had cultivated during this time was evident, and Chen Hang nodded in agreement. Lowering her gaze, she spoke softly. From Wolf Han's expression, Lan Yin deciphered an unspoken understanding. Neither Yin Chuan nor Lan Yin anticipated Sheng Ling's demands would be of this nature. Very well. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Agreed. Yin Chuan felt a twinge of worry. The cold season had yet to pass, and the outside world remained frigid. He wondered if Lan Yin's recently recovered health would regress under such conditions. Yin Chuan attempted to plead with Wolf Han, but Lan Yin restrained him. Once the two had gathered their belongings and prepared to leave the Silver Wolf clan, Yin Chuan remained somewhat perplexed. Chapter 197, Thoughts Lan Yin. Your body has not yet fully recuperated. Venturing out at this time could lead to unforeseen consequences. Lan Yin wrapped the animal skin around herself, her gaze tranquil. Your pleas are futile. Yin Chuan remained perplexed. It should not be an issue. The Wolf Cult chief has always been quite cordial with us. Perhaps, considering our shared lineage as members of the Silver Wolf clan. That was in the past. Did you not notice his countenance upon returning from his discussion with the spirit medicine doctor? It was clear that a divergence of opinions had arisen between them. Observing their interactions, it seems they may have allied with one another. However, given Chun Hang's status, even though he is no longer the leader of the Eastern Beast King City, the northern tribes would not easily accept him. Our continued presence in the tribe may incite further suspicion from Wolf Cult. He fears our alliance and worries we may usurp the spirit medicine doctor or harbor ulterior motives. Yin Chuan gradually comprehended the situation and sighed. But the cold season has not yet passed. Where could we possibly go? Lan Yin gently tapped his forehead. First, we should seek a small tribe and barter with them. He cannot manage that. Yin Chuan, do not underestimate the leaders of certain tribes at times. They may resort to unscrupulous means for their desires. Wolf Cold has successfully maintained order within the Silver Wolf clan and has garnered the favor of the spirit medicine doctor. He must possess some capabilities. For now, we can only hope that Wolf Cold's affection for the spirit medicine doctor can withstand the trials ahead. Yin Chuan deemed it unnecessary to linger in the north any longer. Back in the cave, Sheng Ling and Chen Hang sat beside the fire. Chen Hang cast a worried glance at Sheng Ling. Although Yin Chuan was unsure why the conversation had shifted back to the rivers, he responded nonetheless. Yin Chuan gasped in surprise. Lan Yin shook her head. I recall there is a great river in the north, with numerous tributaries that stretch across various regions, ultimately flowing into the Bilous Sea. At their core, beasts possess a selfish nature. This is not to belittle their character, but rather a reflection of the numerous similar incidents he has witnessed. Chen Hang immediately dismissed the notion of leaving Sheng Ling no. Would Wolf Cold resort to violence against Sheng Ling and the others? However, they seem to hold the spirit medicine doctor in high esteem. Lan Yin gazed towards the distant snow-capped mountains. We cannot depart just yet. Our presence may have disrupted their plans. If Wolf Cold intends to seize the spirit medicine doctor or act against Chen Hang, it could occur before the end of the cold season. Until then, we must remain nearby. Are we not returning to the east instead? We have already located Chen Hang and the spirit medicine doctor. They appear to be faring well and are together. He was torn. If Sheng Ling cherished the Silver Wolf tribe, yet they could not accept her, should he grant her freedom, or, Ling, have I caused you trouble? Yes. But at this moment, many tributaries of the great river have frozen due to the frigid weather. Having finally reunited with Sheng Ling, he would not relinquish her easily. Sheng Ling produced the crystals she had received from Lan Yin and Yin Chuan, sharing some with Chen Hang. During this period, strive to grow stronger. She could sense that since Chen Hang's injuries had healed, his aura had become more formidable than before. However, as a precaution, the two must become even stronger for their own security. Chapter 198. Becoming stronger in the following days, the atmosphere remained tranquil. Sheng Ling and Chen Hang seized this opportunity to diligently cultivate, as they felt the spiritual energy within their bodies gradually gathering towards their dantian. Sheng Ling concentrated all her spiritual power into this core. With a soft pop, her cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The rich spiritual energy coalesced in her dantian, and upon opening her eyes, she exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling invigorated by this breakthrough. Stepping out of her cave, she noticed that the snow had diminished, and sunlight began to break through the clouds. Some of the accumulated snow even started to melt. Was this a sign that the cold season was coming to an end? As expected, the days that followed were filled with brilliant sunshine. Sheng Ling held a vague recollection of the beastman. As the cold season waned and the earth warmed, the change in temperature afflicted some of the weaker beastmen with ailments. She felt a conflicting sense of discomfort, but hoped her kin would remain unaffected. On the tribe's expansive lawn, the beastmen had cleared a space, where several young ones were frolicking. Upon hearing footsteps, Yang Zhe turned around and, upon recognizing Sheng Ling, smiled. However, an air of ambivalence lingered in his heart, preventing him from expressing the same warmth as before. After examining the female beastman, Sheng Ling diagnosed a common cold, prescribed medication, and offered some advice before departing the cave. Perhaps this was the best outcome one could hope for. Unfortunately, it was his mate who had fallen ill. Most crucially, this beastman was knowledgeable about various plants. Thus, if he could keep them in the dark and continue as such, he would willingly bear the burden alone. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fell upon an elderly beastman hunched over. Ultimately, Lang Han refrained from taking any action against Sheng Ling. Once the cold season concluded, they would be able to venture out for hunting. In some beastman households, they had been tightening their belts for quite some time. Nevertheless, a silver lining was that during this cold season, no one from the Silver Wolf tribe had succumbed to starvation, extreme cold, or illness. This particular beastman was one of the few vegetarian beastmen of the Silver Wolf lineage, belonging to the Goat clan. He kept his head lowered, avoiding eye contact with Sheng Ling. Fortunately, Sheng Ling was not only on cordial terms with him but also with Lang Song. She noticed some beastmen had become mere shadows of their former selves due to hunger, igniting excitement among many. Upon seeing Sheng Ling, the beastmen greeted her with warmth. Lang Han could discern that Sheng Ling preferred the simplicity of her kin. As the future successor nurtured by Lang Han, he was well aware of many underlying matters. When Lang Song summoned Sheng Ling to a cave, Lang Bai was also present. He felt a tumult of conflict within himself, uncertain of how to proceed. A glimmer flashed in Sheng Ling's eyes as she approached the beastman. He, however, chose not to disclose this matter to their kin. They were filled with joy and renewed hope for life. Sheng Ling, the shaman, you've come out to bask in the sun as well, Lang Song remarked, though he sensed something amiss among the few individuals. Nevertheless, he was not one for many words. With the pleasant weather, numerous beastmen lay languidly on the grass, soaking in the sunlight, including Yang Zhe. He felt quite content, having survived yet another cold season. Sheng Ling nodded. As the weather begins to warm, many plants will soon sprout. I recall that Uncle Yang knows a variety of plants. I've been rather busy lately. I anticipate that once the snow melts, beastmen from other tribes may come seeking medical help or to exchange goods. May I request your assistance? Chapter 199. Assistance. Yang Zhe looked up in astonishment. Ever since he had injured one of his legs and became lame, his capabilities had diminished significantly. He barely managed to survive by identifying whether certain plants were toxic. Thus, when he unexpectedly heard Sheng Ling's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he eagerly nodded in agreement. Not only did he wish to engage in some activities, but the prospect of assisting the esteemed healer, Sheng Ling, also brought him immense joy. As Sheng Ling had indicated, after the melting of the accumulated snow, several groups of beastmen from the Silver Wolf tribe arrived seeking medical treatment, along with some who had come to exchange pottery with Sheng Ling. Those beastmen who purchased the pottery found themselves in a far more comfortable position than those who relied solely on roasted meat for sustenance during the harsh winter. Moreover, some had discovered that roasting meat over an open fire led to a significant loss of fat, resulting in a much reduced portion once cooked. Beastmen, known for their hearty appetites, were particularly affected by this revelation. Although Lang Song appeared rugged, he was quite meticulous. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, Sheng Ling raised an eyebrow, noting that boiling meat not only preserved its fats but, with the addition of broth, resulted in a more satisfying meal. Lang Song was tasked with assisting in the preparations. Sheng Ling, are you teaching me to make pottery? He queried. Fortunately, the beastmen were not overly critical. I cannot keep up with this demand. I cannot continuously make pottery, can I? Hence, pottery became widely popular during the winter. With little physical activity, one could lie around for hours without feeling hunger. Lang Zhe's respect for the healer, Sheng Ling, grew even deeper. Meanwhile, the pottery making was bustling with activity. After several days of listening to Sheng Ling's explanations, Lang Song could no longer restrain himself. This is fertilaria, harvested during the warm season. Remove the fibrous roots, coarse skin, and dirt, then dry it under the sun or at a low temperature. It has a bittersweet taste and can clear heat, moisten the lungs, and relieve coughs. It is used for heat-related coughs and dry throat. The dosage is about this much, ground into powder and steeped in hot water. Typically, one would use this much. This is hawthorn, collected during the late warm season, sliced and dried. It is slightly warm in nature and has a sour-sweet flavor. It aids digestion, invigorates the stomach, and alleviates bloating and abdominal pain. Then there's the snake bed, harvested during the warm season and its latter part. Impurities removed and dried. It has a pungent taste and mild toxicity, capable of warming the kidneys, enhancing vitality, dispelling wind, and eliminating parasites. In the healing cave, Sheng Ling picked up a medicinal herb. Lang Song had learned well, but he was still only able to grasp the basics. He opened his mouth to argue but found he could not counter her words. Initially, he had been called to assist Sheng Ling willingly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. These herbs are common remedies for fevers, stomach discomfort, and bleeding. However, after several days, he sensed something was amiss. Yang Zhe, with his extraordinary talent for botany, had easily absorbed Sheng Ling's teachings. The base of this pottery must be slightly thicker to bear the weight above. And for this jar, the opening could be made a bit wider. Yang Zhe listened intently, as Sheng Ling had imparted much knowledge to him in his efforts to assist. Until Lang Han heard the commotion from both sides, his hands abruptly paused. His gaze, once fixed on the fire, became somewhat dazed. Father? Lang Han heard Lang Bai's voice and slowly returned to reality. Chapter 200. Family Assets. Wolf Bai cast a concerned glance at his father, who seemed to have sensed the peculiar tension in the air. Wolf Han remained silent for a considerable time, eventually letting out a soft sigh. Perhaps this is for the best. He did not hinder Sheng Ling's actions. On the contrary, he cooperated fully, refraining from interfering. Inside the cave, Chen Hang observed the industrious Sheng Ling as she gathered the medicinal herbs she had laid out to dry. I can handle this, he offered. You've been so busy lately, between pottery and healing, with Yang Zhe and Wolf Song assisting, you ought to take it easy and not overexert yourself. If you need anything for your healing work, just let us know. I can keep an eye on the pottery. Although Sheng Ling's health surpassed that of the average beast men and females, Chen Hang couldn't help but feel a pang of concern watching her toil so tirelessly. After securing the herbs, he began to assist in preparing the clay. During the days spent with Sheng Ling, he had learned much, and he was more than capable of handling these tasks. With a fond gesture, Chen Hang ruffled Sheng Ling's hair. Indeed, the crystals she required for her cultivation were numerous. Sheng Ling sifted through the crystals, noticing that this particular type of plant was Chen Hang's favorite. Observing the gentle expression on his face, she couldn't help but nibble on her lower lip, revealing her own modest treasures. In a rare moment of cheerfulness, Sheng Ling engaged the telegraph in some light-hearted banter. All my crystals are yours. Tell me, based on the currency value in the beast world, am I not a little wealthy lady? The telegraph set aside its novel, glancing at the pile of crystals before Sheng Ling. With a thoughtful expression, she counted the crystals, their fragrance a delightful blend of fresh grass and wood. The telegraph rolled its eyes, utilizing its limited skills to assess the value of the crystals. Several more heaps appeared on the animal skin. Chen Hang observed Sheng Ling's contemplative demeanor as she regarded the assortment of crystals, realizing for the first time that she possessed a penchant for wealth. His gaze, tender and focused, was so intense that Sheng Ling could distinctly perceive his scent, the proximity between them palpable. Master, your current wealth exceeds that of 70 of beast men. However, considering the crystals required for your cultivation and future endeavors, only about 10 of these crystals may be readily available to you. Thus, to maintain your status as a wealthy lady, continued effort is essential. Do not regret it. Reflecting on the treasures he had amassed over the years, he settled beside Sheng Ling on the stone bed. One must not flaunt their wealth. Sheng Ling nodded, producing the resources she had acquired through her exchanges in pottery and healing. The vibrant crystals glimmered enticingly, with the majority being the kind she had specifically requested. Gazing at the small mountains of crystals piled on the animal skin, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Chen Hang embraced her. No regrets. Not only these, but all my crystals. No, everything I possess will be yours, including myself. With a snap, the telegraph hastily set aside its novel, its eyes darting around in excitement. Chapter 201. The Western Orcs. Such an overt suggestion, he relished. He hoped his master would not hesitate, but charge forth boldly. Sheng Ling leaned against Chen Hang's embrace, gathering a collection of crystal stones, and smiled. You said it yourself. If you dare to go back on your word, I shall obliterate you. Chen Hang chuckled softly, nuzzling his large head against Sheng Ling's neck, his voice muffled. I could swear to the beast god. Sheng Ling embraced his head, playfully rubbing his ears. The orc's ears were exceedingly sensitive, and she immediately sensed Chen Hang's body quiver. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Sheng Ling's eyes as she turned to face Chen Hang, leaning in to whisper softly into his ear, exhaling gently. Following Wolf Song, she made her way to the entrance of the tribe. Chen Hang, seated upon the bed, gazed longingly at Sheng Ling's departing silhouette. As Sheng Ling arrived, the orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe parted automatically, creating a path. Her gaze fell upon a group of rugged-looking orcs, their skin noticeably darker than that of all present. Outside the cave, Wolf Song continued to call out. You still laugh, yet I feel so miserable. Aling, do not mind him, shall we continue? Murmured Yang Zhe softly, sensing Chen Hang's increasing tension. He nuzzled her neck once more, driven by the instinct of masculinity, unwilling to forego this opportunity. The orcs standing outside the tribe turned their attention towards the sound. Chen Hang's eyes glistened with a hint of red, reluctant to release his hold on Sheng Ling. Listening to his agitated breaths, Sheng Ling could not help but laugh, her gaze deepening with intrigue at his unsatisfied demeanor. The shaman has arrived. The pink bubble enveloping the two was abruptly shattered by Wolf Song's call. Behave. She must maximize her efforts to acquire as many crystal stones as possible in these days. Just moments ago, he had felt Sheng Ling's own stirrings of passion. Moreover, they were traversing the arid desert with a caravan. Aling. They were even leading a string of camels, each laden with various packages. Her fair hand caressed Chen Hang's face, murmuring softly, almost stifled. The shaman has arrived. Someone is here to trade pottery. This sight evoked thoughts of ancient caravans in Sheng Ling's mind. A crowd of orcs had already gathered. Sheng Ling. These orcs have come from the western territories, where the environment is harsh and many wanderers struggle to survive. They require exchanges with orcs from other regions. primarily for salt and food. However, be cautious, as many orcs from the west tend to be quite ruthless. The herd of camels following them consists of failed evolutionary kin. Should a camel perish en route, they would not hesitate to consume their exhausted kin. Yangtze was still somewhat unaccustomed to such ways, yet for the Silver Wolf tribe, it was not entirely unacceptable. At times, survival necessitated such choices. Some elderly or disabled orcs willingly accepted being consumed by their own kin. The leading camel, upon Sheng Ling's approach, respectfully performed a northern greeting. You must be the shaman. Sheng Ling. In my days traversing these northern mountains, I have heard much of your esteemed name. It is a privilege to finally meet you. I am grateful to the beast god for this fortune. Chapter 202. The orc with the bag. The orc leading the group displayed a demeanor of utmost reverence, his rugged visage revealing a deep admiration for the shaman. In stark contrast to the northern regions, the western lands are the most inhospitable in the entirety of the orc world, while the north, despite its sparse vegetation, at least boasts water resources. The west suffers from a severe scarcity of both plant-based sustenance and water. Initially, they had not intended to come here for trade. Their journey was directed towards a larger tribe. However, upon overhearing discussions about pottery, they discerned that such vessels could potentially hold more water and serve their needs effectively. After some inquiries, they found their way here, seeking to barter with the Silver Wolf tribe for some pottery. It was only after further investigation that they learned the potter was, in fact, a shaman, though the West is more primitive. The orc tribes there hold the beast god in the highest esteem. Consequently, they extend profound respect to the shaman, who is favored by the deity. Each time they laboriously transport water in stone pots, many of their pack animals succumb to exhaustion along the way. Nevertheless, the West's dire need remains water resources. The leading orc paused momentarily, then began to comprehend Sheng Ling's intent. Have you never considered using wooden barrels or similar containers for water? Sensing Sheng Ling's gaze, the orc hastily produced a small ceramic jar. While salt and food could be stored in leather bags, water was not so easily contained. Observing their cracked lips, Sheng Ling noted their frugality with water even upon entering the north. They had lost copious amounts during their journey, and the actual quantity returned to the west was less than 1/5 of the original. Sheng Ling, esteemed shaman. We have come to the Silver Wolf tribe to exchange for some pottery. We wish to carry back more water. We can barter with items you require, whatever we possess. Sheng Ling ventured cautiously. The orc's careful demeanor indicated his deep appreciation for the small jar, which was merely the size of 2 fists and had been crafted by Sheng Ling for storing salt and similar goods. Sheng Ling nodded in acknowledgement. A habit cultivated over many years. The orc sighed and shook his head. There were those who harbored similar thoughts in the past. But the West is plagued by numerous insectoid creatures. If we were to use wooden containers for water upon entering the West, those creatures would detect the moisture and swarm for it, leading to greater dangers. A careless moment could result in the complete loss of our precious water. However, he mused, what if they used ceramic jars? He had seen larger jars that were lighter than stone pots and less prone to spilling when covered with leaves. Are you referring to wooden pots and jars? Sheng Ling inquired, his gaze fixed upon the small ceramic jar cradled in the leader's arms. Yet, there are indeed better alternatives for carrying water than pottery. He elaborated. This jar was an unintentional acquisition upon our arrival in the north. I procured it at a considerable cost in crystal stones, realizing it was excellent for holding water. Thus, we traveled here. Sheng Ling's thoughts began to swirl. Indeed, pottery is more practical than stoneware. There are numerous orc tribes in the West that require their water. Previously, their greatest challenge was transporting water back to the West. Perhaps they could craft containers from insect-resistant, durable wood, but there exist even superior alternatives. Bladders, wineskins, water skins. These are far lighter than stone or pottery and are more suited for long-distance transport. After all, both stoneware and pottery share a critical flaw, their fragility. Chapter 203. Excitement. However, the bag differs. It is not only lightweight, but also remarkably sturdy. Yet, in a beastly world devoid of metals such as iron, copper, and others, it possesses a critical flaw, its vulnerability to fire. Nevertheless, this deficiency is not fatal during the transportation process. Having gained considerable experience from years of undertaking missions, Sheng Ling is well acquainted with the crafting techniques of such bags. The materials required can be obtained from animal hides. Observing a weary group of orcs, a bold idea began to take shape in Sheng Ling's mind. How many crystal stones do you possess? He inquired. The orcs, upon hearing his question, exhibited signs of apprehension. Sheng Ling, the shaman, we have this many crystal stones, one of them replied, cautiously presenting a large bundle of crystals. Yet, he hesitated, your crystals are indeed insufficient. As I seek to exchange with you the knowledge to create the bags, I possess a superior vessel for carrying water. It can hold a greater volume and is far less prone to breakage. You must be traversing a considerable distance from the north to the west, correct? Stone and pottery are easily shattered with a careless mishap, resulting in spilled water. However, this vessel will endure, provided it does not come into prolonged contact with fire. Furthermore, I can offer you a remedy to deter pests, preventing them from devouring your supplies. He earnestly laid out the entirety of his companion's possessions. However, we still require some of these crystals to procure other necessities, such as salt and food. Thus, if the pottery proves too costly, we may not be able to complete the exchange. Water is the essence of life. The orcs appeared perplexed, their expressions a blend of anxiety and uncertainty. This item I refer to as a bag, but what I am offering to trade is not merely the bag itself. I can grant you an extension of time. You may seek out additional orcs from the west to pull together more crystal stones, or send word to those who can provide such a quantity. Alternatively, if your pace is insufficient, you could deliver some crystals to the northern eagle beasts, who possess the ability to travel swiftly between the north and west. Sheng Ling cast a knowing glance, sensing their potential. Indeed, yes. If we could acquire these bags, would it not mean that we could have water to drink? Would it not spare many of our kin from dying of thirst? The leading orc spoke, his words tumbling over themselves in excitement. The western orcs widened their eyes in astonishment, an inkling of hope igniting within them. They sensed that acquiring this item, known as the bag, could usher in a multitude of changes for their region. The orcs from the west stood in stunned silence. Sheng Ling the shaman. Does such a thing truly exist? The prospect of a solution invigorated the western orcs with fervent enthusiasm. Seizing the moment, Sheng Ling pressed forward. The orcs gasped in astonishment. While the allure of pottery was undeniable, they had not yet succumbed to folly. The Silver Wolf tribe orcs gazed upon Sheng Ling with reverence. Is it because our crystal stones are insufficient? Oh, may the beast god bless us. Precious water. As the orcs spoke, their eyes brimmed with tears of despair. The northern orcs felt a pang of empathy. After all, the scarcity of water in the west mirrored the food shortages faced in the north. Only those who have experienced hunger and thirst can truly comprehend the value of sustenance and water. They cherish the scarce provisions they possess, expressing gratitude for the bounties bestowed by nature. Chapter 2:0 For the leader of the camel beast nodded eagerly. We are willing. We are prepared to pay 1 crystal stone for the assistance of the northern eagle beasts. He could sense that if this pouch could be acquired by their tribe, the technique for creating it might become the cornerstone of their tribe's future prosperity. With a solid foundation, the potential for growth and expansion would undoubtedly follow. Trading crystal stones for hope was a proposition they readily embraced. The camel beast promptly provided the crystal stones, requesting the orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe to journey westward, even adding an extra crystal stone to expedite their efforts. They understood the urgency of securing the pouch-making method, for if others caught wind of it, they might lose the opportunity to purchase it, especially considering the presence of numerous more powerful tribes. As Sheng Ling observed their transaction nearing completion, he addressed the leader of the camel beast and Lang Han. The method for creating this pouch will only be sold to the camel beast tribe. Should other orcs seek it in the future, I will not provide it to them. Thus the price will be somewhat elevated. The camel beast nodded in delight. Though the current beast world lacked monopolistic commerce, the camel beasts, seasoned traders, remained acutely aware of the benefits of monopolistic industries. The camel beasts, accustomed to long-term trading, typically operated on a principle of fair exchange. However, I suggest that upon your return to the West, you also consider selling this method to allied tribes. After all, dividing the profits is far more advantageous than hoarding them all for oneself. By acquiring the pouch technology and subsequently selling it at a premium to several other tribes, you would share the risk and effectively gain additional allies. The camel beast was somewhat perplexed, yet Lang Han immediately grasped the implications. Before he could voice his understanding, Sheng Ling continued. The camel beast was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refute the notion. For in the West, there could not be just one tribe vying for profit. To secure lasting benefits without attracting unwanted attention from others, the tribe would need to possess formidable strength capable of contending with numerous orc tribes. Otherwise, it would be prudent to share the spoils. Moreover, for a technique to thrive in the long term, it must undergo countless improvements. To establish a foothold using the pouch technology, one must innovate and surpass the offerings of other tribes. Attaining independence in pouch making upon a solid foundation was the true mark of victory. However, with time, jealousy would inevitably arise among some orcs, while others unwilling to expend precious crystal stones would resort to desperate measures. The camel beast's ambition to monopolize the technique for fleeting gains was not the optimal strategy. The realization dawned that selling exclusively to them would yield far greater benefits than limiting the opportunity to others. While the camel beast could indeed profit in the short term, Lang Han, as a tribe leader, understood the nuances of governance and the mindset of those in power. The camel beast still hesitated, lamenting the potential loss of shared profits. I. Sheng Ling smiled gently. Sharing a portion of the profits does not equate to an equal split. You can retain the lion's share. There are numerous strategies you might employ, such as only divulging a fraction of the production technique or collaborating with other tribes, where you maintain control over the core technology while they assist in production. In such a scenario, you would reap a larger share of the profits while they receive a smaller portion. Although it may appear that you are surrendering some benefits, the reality is quite the opposite. The tribes you assist will undoubtedly remember your generosity, and those who covet your pouch-making prowess will reconsider their approach, weighing your tribe's capabilities in production. Chapter 205. Layers. Perhaps this arrangement is indeed more advantageous, for those who have acquired a portion of the technology are, in the initial stages, still reliant on the camel beast tribe. Provided they operate effectively, they might even expand the tribe. Wolf Han listened with a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. He marveled at Sheng Ling's intelligence, yet felt an escalating wariness towards her. If Sheng Ling were merely a shaman, it would be acceptable. However, her wisdom surpasses that of many orcs. Such a person, even if they cannot befriend, must never be antagonized. For if one lacks the ability to deliver a fatal blow, one must bear the repercussions of a counterattack. Wolf Han felt fortunate that he had refrained from taking action earlier. The camel beast, though only partially comprehending, began to realize some of the underlying implications. A layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. No problem, but I can only allow a month's time. If there is no news, our transaction will cease. Furthermore, the animal hides are essential for crafting the pouches, and if they remain under their control, they wield a degree of initiative, as long as they can maintain cooperation. The long-term benefits will undoubtedly far exceed sporadic gains. Sheng Ling, too, felt a surge of satisfaction. The camel beast felt a sudden jolt in his heart and promptly nodded. He sensed that this matter had exceeded his capacity to manage. Moreover, should some orcs become aware of the pouch's value in the West, the price of animal hides would certainly double. Both parties reached a consensus, leaving all parties pleased. Wolf Han had not anticipated that he would also benefit from this arrangement. The chief, undoubtedly wiser than he, would discern the merits and demerits. Furthermore, this represented a substantial business opportunity. If they could collaborate with the West, perhaps they could also thrive. If you are willing to cooperate with us, and exclusively with us going forward, I am inclined to offer a discount. He had already sensed the intricate implications at play. After conveying what needed to be shared with the camel beast, Sheng Ling turned her gaze back to Wolf Han. Chief, while the pouch may hold significant utility for the West, it is not as crucial for the North. However, the animal hides in the West are limited, and crafting the pouches requires both hides and certain materials. Perhaps the chief could negotiate with the West regarding these materials. Should both sides establish a long-term collaboration, the tribe might acquire what it desires from the West in exchange for hides or even water resources. What do you think, Chief? They naturally wish to secure a stable supply channel, as purchasing sporadically from different places often led to exploitation by local traders. Sheng Ling nodded. I will have someone relay the message to the chief. I believe it won't be long before the chief arrives to make a decision regarding this matter. Moreover, this region is not among the wealthier areas of the North. The camel beast looked up in delight, feeling that both Wolf Han and the shaman Sheng Ling were benevolent individuals. Excellent. I will certainly convey this to the chief. We are most willing. Wolf Han nodded and immediately extended an olive branch. However, if a long-term partnership could be established, with Wolf Han and his group selling at a favorable price, it would certainly be preferable to purchasing from other tribes. Though she was willing to do her utmost to aid the beast world, it was imperative that she could safeguard her own interests. If she were to entrust the pouch to the camel beast tribe, she would also be in peril alongside them. For until the camel beast tribe was vanquished, they would strive to protect the pouch's technology with all their might. Meanwhile, some orcs would invariably seek breakthroughs from other avenues. Chapter 206, Gratitude. Naturally, this place may also attract the attention of others. However, once the camel beast divulges the method, the dangers here will significantly diminish. This is one aspect. Secondly, she currently resides in the North, while the technology of the pouch is entrusted to the West, allowing her to reap substantial profits. Should someone become envious, desiring a share of the spoils, or should they take it for granted that the pouch's technology should be allocated to the North? It would pose a considerable threat to her. One day of vigilance cannot suffice for 1,000 days. If certain individuals lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment, it is impossible for her to maintain constant vigilance without faltering. She wishes to avoid a mishap. If the Silver Wolf tribe were to ally with the West, forming a vested interest, then with the cunning of Lang Han, coupled with her previous remarks, he would undoubtedly invite trusted tribes to join. Thus, the issues in the North would be largely resolved. Envy arises not from the development of the tribe, but from its flourishing progress. He represents the entirety of the Silver Wolf clan, yet he can also represent himself. Nevertheless, the sounds of laughter and merriment from the outsiders outside the cave ultimately grounded him in reality. That is good. If, in the future, the Spirit Medicine Master has any needs, you may come to me. The Silver Wolf tribe is willing to assist the Spirit Medicine Master. He was well aware that the Spirit Master might harbor thoughts of departure. As he saw the Spirit Master turning to leave, Lang Han gritted his teeth and called out, Spirit Medicine Master, thank you. Lang Han does not know how to express his gratitude, but if you have any commands in the future, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate. Although the Spirit Master did not respond directly, it was evident to Lang Han that his suspicions were not unfounded. The Spirit Master smiled and shook her head. Thank you. The Spirit Master nodded, her eyes slightly misty. After the camel beast departed, Lang Han called out to the Spirit Master. Ultimately, the pouch is not a necessity for the North, thus alleviating the crisis further. The Spirit Master smirked. Spirit Medicine Master, are you teaching Lang Song to make pottery? And, Yangtze, the medicine man? Both individuals were astute. There was no need to vocalize certain matters. Their differing positions merely prevented them from arriving at the most favorable conclusion. During these days spent in the Silver Wolf tribe, he had been living quite comfortably. He is not merely Lang Han, he is the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe, a beastman of the north. Yet, he is merely the spirit medicine master. In truth, she understands Lang Han's thoughts and comprehends his actions. However, Lang Han does not. The most loyal approach to the north involves securing her and Chen Hang. Observing the smiling spirit master, Lang Han parted his lips. There indeed exists a genuine bond between them. The north requires pottery, and I have already accrued substantial crystal stones. Yangtze possesses some talent in this area. The current Silver Wolf clan is still not sufficiently strong. He cannot allow emotions to dictate his actions. He cannot gamble the entire tribe on such a wager. Lang Han suddenly bent down, offering the highest form of respect to the spirit master. Spirit medicine master. I apologize. He felt a surge of impulse to retain the spirit master and Chen Hang. He wished to persuade himself to keep Chen Hang, yet he could not bear that risk. Lang Bai and the clansmen would also grow. The spirit master nodded with a smile. In truth, her interest in pottery and medicine, aside from her genuine fondness for the Silver Wolf tribe, was also tied to her calculations. With pottery already emerging, should she decide to leave the north with the essential pottery, it would likely be impossible to do so, even if the Silver Wolf clan refrained from intervening. Other tribes such as the Flying Tiger tribe and the White Bear tribe. Chapter 207. Play as for the shaman. She could at best be regarded as a mere barefoot doctor, perhaps not even that. Her knowledge stemmed mainly from life experiences and rudimentary understanding. However, upon becoming a shaman, she discovered a genuine fondness for witnessing the vitality and hope in the eyes of the orcs. The concept of life encompasses an abundance of meanings. She cherished the vibrancy of living beings, full of life. While she held no objections against doctors who profited from their medical skills, recognizing their need to survive, she mused that there might always exist a healer in this world, tirelessly striving for the preservation and inheritance of life. Sunlight bathed Sheng Ling, casting an ethereal glow upon her. Her attitude towards mistakes was commendable. After all, having a boyfriend does not mean being treated like a mere ornament. Within the space, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. He had changed significantly. He did not wish for Sheng Ling to bear such hardship. He could undertake the task of earning crystal stones, even if it meant enduring a bit of toil and danger. In a buoyant mood, Sheng Ling playfully pinched Chen Hang's face alongside her own fluttering heart. Upon returning to the cave, the sky had already darkened. Yet, a certain large tiger seemed merely to have grown more muscular. I'm sorry, Ling, he murmured, having prepared himself for what was to come. In the next moment, the space fell into darkness with a beep. Sheng Ling raised an eyebrow, turning over to lie face down. She was back. Chen Hang immediately stiffened, his wet and pitiful eyes gazing longingly at Sheng Ling. After a long day, he asked, "Could you give my shoulders a massage?" His smile was fixed awkwardly upon his face. The telegraph machine couldn't help but reveal a mischievous grin. Promptly, he knelt down, delicately massaging her shoulders and back. Chen Hang felt a pang of sympathy for Sheng Ling. How about some post-meal exercise? Seeing her return, he hurried over, feeling an urge to be softer. Sheng Ling smiled, her lips curving delightfully. Chen Hang had already prepared the meal and was waiting for her. Yet, his gaze involuntarily wandered downward. Thus, she had no intention of suppressing her innermost thoughts. She could sense Chen Hang's affection for her. His large hand trailed downward, gently squeezing her waist. I'm giving you an opportunity. Come here, he beckoned, his voice as soft as ever. Approaching the hot spring, Sheng Ling peeled back her beast skin garment, revealing the snug robe beneath. Chen Hang was startled, quickly setting aside his task and scampering toward her. Under Sheng Ling's guidance, his touch was perfectly balanced, neither too light nor too heavy, causing her to feel a touch drowsy. After finishing her meal, Sheng Ling lay on the stone bed, beckoning Chen Hang with a wave. Is that all? He thought, wishing fervently for him to assert himself more. Chen Hang suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing blankly into Sheng Ling's eyes. The meal was merely stewed meat and some vegetables, yet it tasted quite satisfactory. Come here, she urged, concerned that she might be hungry after a long day. He hastily began serving her food. Observing her demeanor, he knew she was in high spirits. Ling just as he felt an irrepressible urge to act. Sheng Ling's hand rested upon his large one. Yet, he was no longer the same Chen Hang of the past. Sheng Ling had reached adulthood, even without practical experience. She possessed theoretical knowledge. However, as he sensed her confusion, his own behavior became increasingly unrestrained. Understanding that Sheng Ling valued independence and strength, he resolved to share in her burdens while respecting her choices. I'm about to get angry, she warned. Yet, recalling his clandestine activities in the cave that afternoon, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. She remembered when Chen Hang had first acknowledged her presence. Knowing this, why had he concealed it for so long? This seemingly honest large tiger harbored a hint of cunning, did he not? Given this, it was only natural to engage in some delightful mischief. Chapter 208. Variety. Upon catching sight of Sheng Ling, Sheng Ling felt a nervous gulp rise in his throat as she began to disrobe. The corners of Sheng Ling's mouth curved into a wider smile. As she drew back her outer robe, the fitted garment slipped away, revealing Sheng Ling's exquisite figure, perfectly contoured in all the right places. Although she wore a snug top underneath, it did little to conceal her alluring form. Sheng Ling's gaze involuntarily fixated on her ample bosom. In a moment of dazed admiration, Sheng Ling playfully pushed him away, instructing him to fetch some berries. Reluctant to budge, Sheng Ling found himself captivated by the enchanting sight before him, disinterested in any notion of gathering fruits. Ling, please, let me stay with you, he implored. Sheng Ling raised an eyebrow, knowing the rarity and value of the robe she wore. After treating herself to a refreshing wash with the luxurious bath and hair products from her spatial realm, she felt invigorated. When Sheng Ling returned, he discovered Sheng Ling reclining on a stone bed, draped in animal skins. She had kept a few comfortable nightgowns in her space, appreciating their quality. Momentarily shaken from his reverie, he reluctantly set off to gather berries, even though he was loath to leave her side. Sheng Ling's gaze lingered on a pink camisole, her skin glistening as water evaporated from her body. Go on, be a good boy, or I might just be angry and ignore you tomorrow, she teased, clutching the nightgown with a mischievous intent as she changed into it. The berries they had previously consumed were now depleted, but those she had planted were not far off. And the fabric of her nightgown possessed an enticing allure that hinted at her figure. This selection was made carefully to avoid revealing her abilities. The round trip for the berries would take no more than a mere 10 minutes. Sheng Ling sensed a distinct change in Sheng Ling tonight, and he found himself drawn to it. However, he understood that when venturing out, some semblance of disguise was necessary. 10 minutes was ample time. The sound of him swallowing echoed conspicuously in the silent cave, his gaze returning to Sheng Ling's exposed shoulder, where delicate collarbones met a gracefully elongated neck, complemented by her cool yet enchanting visage. A hint of mischief danced at the corner of her smile. Seizing the opportunity while Sheng Ling was away, Sheng Ling hastily bathed and styled her hair, most of her garments being nightwear. Her fair, rounded shoulders bore a subtle blush. Her eyes drifted to the array of clothing in her spatial realm. You took your time returning. I suddenly find myself less inclined to eat, she remarked, referencing an outfit she had once acquired from a shop. The silk camisole boasted a smooth texture, adorned with lace at the hem, and featured a V-shaped neckline. It was both loose and comfortable, yet cinched at the waist to accentuate her form. As she turned over, the animal skin she wore slipped slightly, revealing her fragrant shoulder. It was said that a hint of mystery is the most alluring. Is this all it takes to be unable to endure? Sheng Ling questioned, perplexed. Ling, I have brought the berries you asked for. Have you already gone to sleep? Do you still want a bite? Sheng Ling raised her gaze slightly, meeting his fervent eyes. Sheng Ling's face flushed, the color creeping to his ears as he sensed the turmoil within him, evident in the rise and fall of his chest. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the undulating animal skin that draped her form. Chapter 209. The playful fish in Sheng Ling's eyes. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Her hand emerged from the animal hide, which slipped down her body, revealing the delicate straps of her dress. Sheng Ling's breath caught in his throat. Sheng Ling turned slightly, her luminous skin captivating his gaze, drawn irresistibly to the alluring curve before him, soft and radiant. Sheng Ling's breath quickened, his blood surging with a fervor that made the veins on his forehead throb. Ling. As he spoke, he suddenly yanked away his own hide skirt. Yet, he still wished to honor Sheng Ling's choices. His large hand trembled as it rested on her waist, recalling her initial invitation. Come here. Sheng Ling's eyes remained fixed on Sheng Ling as he slowly lowered his head. This is not a dream. His palm brushed against the bothersome animal hide, disregarding the effort he had put into crafting it, and tore it away. The unfamiliar tension made Sheng Ling instinctively shift her legs, causing the silk of her dress to slide further down her waist. Ling, am I dreaming? He seemed enchanted, drawing ever closer to Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling instinctively nuzzled her neck, his forehead resting against her ear. They could hear each other's breaths and the erratic rhythm of their heartbeats. At his words, Sheng Ling smiled softly, though she felt a twinge of nervousness. She wrapped her arms around Sheng Ling's neck, comforting the insecure tiger. How wonderful. Ling, shall we become partners? Before Sheng Ling could utter another word, he lunged forward, collapsing onto her. The rippling waves of the river danced outward, fish leaping from the water. The moonlight outside the cave was enchanting, casting dappled shadows that swayed in the breeze. Even in dreams. As the animal hide was torn away, Sheng Ling's entire form was revealed upon the stone bed. You do not know. In my dreams, I hold you just like this. I have dreamt many times of us, becoming partners. I am so happy. Even amidst the overwhelming scent of females in the cave, his desire to bond reached its zenith. Her legs curled slightly, accentuating her curves. In the final moment, Sheng Ling restrained his urges. To avoid overwhelming Sheng Ling, he propped himself up with his arms at her sides. The sensation of their skin touching was both fervent and unfamiliar. Let the ink flow. Sheng Ling grinned widely, his eyes widening in astonishment. He felt a sweet torment, a primal instinct awakening within him. Though his upper body hovered above her, the lower half remained in contact with Sheng Ling. You, get away. Sheng Ling, slightly irritated by his indecisiveness, raised an eyebrow. The pink hide adorning her was unlike anything he had seen, smoother than silk and extraordinarily beautiful. He pressed a kiss to her cheek. Chun Heng's restrained gasps echoed in Sheng Ling's ears as she extended her delicate fingers, beckoning him gently. When their lips finally met, the soft sensation brought a mist to his eyes. Two fish frolicking in the river, reliant on one another. The midnight air was cool, yet Sheng Ling felt an intense heat. Her consciousness blurred as her outstretched arms sought to grasp something, only to reveal crimson marks on her alabaster skin. Chapter 210. Bonding. Just as she reached for the table beside the stone bed, a powerful hand grasped her wrist, pulling her back and pinning her against the stone surface. Their hands tightly entwined. No. Please, stop. All that responded was the sound of heavy breathing. A ling. A ling. A ling. Chun Heng's whispers seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Sheng Ling gazed up at the cave's ceiling, her eyes glistening with tears, a veil of mist clouding her vision. Days later, Sheng Ling emerged from the cave once more. Seeing Chun Heng approach her with a beaming smile, she instinctively turned to leave. She regretted her actions from that fateful night. What a ferocious tiger. No, this was undoubtedly a ravenous wolf. Noticing her attempt to evade him, Chun Heng hurriedly wrapped his arms around her. In the realm of beast folk, bonding typically involved the female obtaining certain abilities from the male through a mate mark, primarily enhancing physical strength, with a few gaining additional traits. The northern climate had warmed recently, causing some fruit trees to bud anew. These fruits were from the previous year. Yet the green spirit fruit, having endured a harsh winter, would be most delectable. I'll let you off today, he declared, the fragrance of the fruits enticing Sheng Ling's senses. The sticky, playful tone made her involuntarily shiver. Nevertheless, she believed anyone would feel ravenous after such trials, and she was indeed starving. After being worn out for several days, had it not been for her exceptional stamina, she would have surely succumbed. Chun Heng seated her by the fire, peeling the tough outer shell of the fruit for her. Observing Sheng Ling's wide-eyed expression, he found her irresistibly adorable. After bonding with Sheng Ling, Chun Heng noticed his strength had increased significantly. As she savored the energy-laden fruit, Sheng Ling glanced at him, and he recognized her fatigue from the past few days, choosing not to press her further. A ling. He contemplated the mate mark on her chest. He had his own partner, his own family now. With a radiant smile, Chun Heng playfully patted her bottom. His gaze lingering on her chest, he tenderly ruffled her hair, feeling a surge of confidence. Sheng Ling was indeed a little hungry. Each time he recalled the moment he opened his eyes to see their beast marks, a bittersweet wave of emotion welled within him. Where did you get this? She inquired, her voice firm. No. If you dare to act recklessly again, you shall leave. It was rare in the beast world for a male's mark to be inscribed so clearly upon a female's chest. Chun Heng scooped her up in his arms. The closer the mark was to the female's heart, the more cherished the male was by her. Sensing his gaze, Sheng Ling instinctively covered her chest. I know. I brought you some fruits. Come, you must be hungry. Let us retreat to the cave to eat. Chun Heng rested his chin gently on her shoulder, his face close to hers. He did not mention the dangers involved in gathering the fruits. If you enjoy them, eat as many as you like. The bonding marks of the beast folk held significance. Yet, for the sake of his partner, he was entirely willing to take the risks. Chun Heng mused that perhaps it was because a ling was also incredibly strong. After all, they had an eternity ahead of them. A lifetime. The telegraph machine lingered in the background, incessantly murmuring, for no other reason than its own. Chapter 211. When he was finally able to see outside, there was nothing left. A profound sense of unwillingness surged within him, making him wish he could devour half of the beast world. His esteemed master. Would you dare to let him see just a little more? As the weather warmed, each day became increasingly pleasant. In just about a week, Sheng Ling had transitioned from her thick winter attire to lighter clothing. News finally arrived from the camel beasts. Indeed, the leader of the camel tribe had come, bringing along a considerable amount of crystal stones. Due to their trade with the silver wolf tribe, the three parties engaged in discussions together. After completing their transactions, they addressed each other's uncertainties, and Sheng Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having acquired a substantial amount of crystals, her spirits soared. Sheng Ling, the shaman. You truly bonded with someone? Wolf Bai and Wolf Han were busy with the prey. Indeed, this winter season, thanks to your presence, Sheng Ling, we have fared much better than before. As for Yang Zhe, due to his advancing age, he took on lighter tasks, such as washing vegetables. Although he had witnessed the union of many, Sheng Ling occupied a lofty place in his heart, and the sudden news of her being taken by a formidable tiger stirred feelings akin to a flower blooming amidst dung. Sheng Ling nodded. She was confident that before long, she would break through to the golden core cultivation level. Her gaze fell upon Wolf Tsang, who seemed to be fixated on her. Once dinner was ready, they all sat down on the ground. Sheng Ling and Chun Heng prepared the meal together. The sumptuous feast elevated everyone's spirits. In his eagerness to offer Sheng Ling some fruit, Wolf Song quickly peeled it and handed it to her. She also extended an invitation to Wolf Song, Yang Zhe, Wolf Bai, and Wolf Han. Deliberately ignoring matters that could dampen their mood, Wolf Han and Wolf Bai engaged in casual conversation. Feeling upbeat, she decided to host a grand dinner celebration that night. With the recent warming of the weather, many beastmen had ventured out to hunt, and their cellar was finally being stocked. We believe it won't be long before we have sufficient supplies, and we owe this to you, Sheng Ling. I extend our gratitude on behalf of the Silver Wolf tribe. After much internal conflict, Wolf Song finally mustered the courage to inquire about Sheng Ling when Chen Hang was absent. Upon receiving a definitive answer from Wolf Han, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. As he sought to present Sheng Ling with a portion of meat, Wolf Song beat him to it. As for Yang Zhe, having lived for many years, he had grown indifferent to such matters and simply wished for Sheng Ling's happiness. Regardless of whether her partner was male or female, their interactions were candid and unreserved, while Wolf Bai and Wolf Han remained silent. Anyone with functioning eyes could sense the distinct atmosphere between Sheng Ling and Chen Hang. Meanwhile, Chen Hang slightly furrowed his brow. Wolf Song had grown accustomed to assisting and executed his tasks with great efficiency, his movements fluid and composed. Yang Zhe reflected on the years he had lived. Aside from a few occasions of abundant food, he had rarely experienced a winter season as prosperous as this one. No beastman from the tribe had approached the beast god. Wolf Song, Wolf Bai, Yang Zhe, and Sheng Ling discussed various matters concerning the tribe. Had Chen Hang not glimpsed the affection Wolf Song harbored for Sheng Ling, he might have struggled to restrain his fists. Yet, even so, a pang of jealousy stirred within him. With a heart full of apprehension, he submitted several chapters, fearing rejection. With innocent fervor, he extended a trembling hand, pleading, "I beseech you for your support and votes. A humble author, seeking affection online. I adore you all." Chapter 212. Preparation. After a few individuals returned, Chen Hang began to linger by Sheng Ling's side, almost as if he wished to be tucked away with her wherever she went. After being followed for a while, Sheng Ling could not help but roll her eyes. "Should I fetch a belt to tie you to me?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Hang tilted his head quizzically. Although he did not comprehend what a belt was, he understood the latter part about being tied to Sheng Ling. The mere thought of such an image filled him with an unexpected sense of anticipation, and he nodded vigorously. Sheng Ling chose to ignore him and busied herself within the cave. As she surveyed the cave where she had resided through both a rainy season and a winter, a tinge of reluctance washed over her. Once again, she found herself in a sleepless night. She did not wish harm upon either of them. Rather, she suddenly began to appreciate the northern orcs more than before. She cast a glance at him, reassuring herself that they should be fine. The temperature within the cave began to rise once more. Amidst the gentle drizzle, the two commenced packing their belongings, no longer clinging to Sheng Ling. Chen Hang instead nervously inquired about the reasons for their actions, and upon suddenly recalling something, his gaze shifted anxiously toward Sheng Ling. "I merely lament. I sense that Sheng Ling the shaman is an extraordinary individual, and I can perceive the reverence she holds for life. In her eyes, I witness a respect for existence that many shamans lack. I believe, even if she possessed no other abilities, her healing alone could aid many orcs, which is regrettable." Dinner was prepared rather simply. Meanwhile, Lan Yin and Yin Chuan, who awaited news of the duo's potential peril from a distance in the tribe, fell silent upon hearing that Sheng Ling the shaman had exchanged pottery with numerous orcs. "Initially, I intended to journey south. For the environment, there is more favorable and the prey is ample. Now that the winter has passed, we can set forth," she stated. Presently, she had acquired a certain level of self-sufficiency. The northern orcs were unable to accept Chen Hang, and the northern climate was indeed harsh. "There are reasons for you, but not exclusively." At that moment, Chen Hang felt incredibly fortunate. "Tomorrow, take a look at your belongings and tidy up. We should be departing from the Silver Wolf tribe soon. The larger the territory, the more inhabitants, and thus, the more complex the environment." It was unfortunate that they had missed the opportunity to meet a shaman in the east. Once they had packed all their possessions, they realized that the cave had nearly been emptied. Gently wrapping his arms around Sheng Ling from behind, he embraced her. "A Ling, encountering you has truly brought me immense joy." Yin Chuan sighed. "There is no reason to feel despondent. Behind the prosperity of the Eastern Beast King City lies much that is unseen by the common eye." Sheng Ling's words left Chen Hang momentarily stunned. "Is it because of me?" The warmth he felt within was one of being cared for and cherished. The following day, light rain began to fall. Lan Yin, aware of his thoughts, patted his shoulder. She had witnessed too many females who took for granted the entirety of the male's contributions while remaining indifferent. After all, the treatment Sheng Ling received in the Beast King City was vastly different from her current circumstances. Yin Chuan stirred the fire, his demeanor somewhat gloomy. "Moreover, it is not just a shaman that has been missed. We have overlooked an exceptionally intelligent and formidable female, alongside a Chen Hang who is equally responsible and reliable." In Lan Yin's eyes, the reflection of Yin Chuan's somewhat melancholic expression was evident. Chapter 213. Departure. In that moment, He suddenly realized that the excellence he once believed he possessed was, in fact, nothing more than an inflated self-perception. It was not merely the harsh rebuke from Sheng Ling regarding his clever schemes, but also the remarkable strength and sense of responsibility displayed by Chen Hang, who had devoted his life to Beast King City, and the serene resignation of Musu, who could let go in the end. Then there was Yin Chuan, whom he had always considered young and naive in thought. Each of them seemed to possess their own convictions and thoughts. And he was ensnared in his own pride, deluding himself into thinking he towered over all the beastmen. Yin Chuan rose, brushing off his fur skirt. Lan Yin. Must we continue to wait? Lan Yin gazed into the distance, toward the location of the Silver Wolf tribe. This time, he did not hesitate. I believe that even without us, they would fare quite well. It was understandable for Yin Chuan to be taken aback, for he had seldom witnessed Lan Yin smile. Yet this time, Lan Yin's smile bore a distinct quality, though he could not pinpoint what made it different. He sensed it emanated from the depths of Lan Yin's heart. Really? Indeed, let us go. Sheng Ling, the shaman, you should hurry along. After the two departed from the north, they returned to the east. Yin Chuan found it hard to believe, considering Lan Yin's unwavering commitment to this matter. Furthermore, it was inevitable that there would be some estrangement between the north and Chen Hang. He needed to restrain himself, and since they had resolved to leave, they must do so swiftly. Moreover, if certain ill-intentioned beastmen caught wind of this news, they would undoubtedly take action against them. Wolf Han's fists clenched tightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade them to stay, yet seeing the two clasped hands, he understood that it was futile. What? Lan Yin, you are actually smiling. Wolf Han turned away. However, this farewell was already predetermined. Thus, it was perhaps better to release them now, after spending so much time together. He had gleaned some understanding of Sheng Ling's temperament. Yet, if there existed any bias against Chen Hang in their hearts, Sheng Ling the shaman likely would not have remained here. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Sheng Ling was fiercely protective, exceedingly so. The concern extended beyond merely those beastmen with ill intentions. In this world, he was not the only clever beastman, and he was not necessarily the most astute among them. Upon hearing the sounds of the two departing, Wolf Han sighed and finally spoke. Farewell, Chief Wolf Han. And even if Lan Yin occasionally smiled, it was often the kind that hinted at ulterior motives. Sheng Ling the shaman. Avoid the beastmen in the north. Do not take the eastern route. Your pottery in certain matters. There are beastmen who have been keeping a close watch. Sheng Ling paused slightly, turning his head just a fraction. Meanwhile, Sheng Ling and Chen Hang had finally bid farewell to Wolf Han. Yet, Yin Chuan suddenly leaped up. The beastmen were not the greatest danger. The true peril lay with those who had ulterior motives. They would certainly implore Sheng Ling not to leave. Lan Yin's lips curled into a faint smile. Let them be free. Perhaps we are no longer needed here. Let us depart. Even if they were to reluctantly retain Chen Hang due to Sheng Ling's influence. Yin Chuan abruptly turned to look at Lan Yin, noticing a complex glimmer in his eyes. Otherwise, once the clansmen realized what was happening, they would inevitably feel reluctant to part. As he observed Wolf Han's back turned to them, a smile crept upon his face. Thank you, Chief. Sheng Ling took Chen Hang's hand, leading him away from Wolf Han's cave. The figures of the two soon vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 214 Arrival. Several days had passed before the orcs and the tribe realized that Sheng Ling and Chen Hang had departed. Yang Zhe stared blankly at the empty cave, unable to contain the tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, he belatedly understood that Sheng Ling had used the pretext of needing his assistance to impart the skills of a shaman to him. His body trembled slightly, and upon seeing the serene expression on Lang Tsong's face, Yang Zhe sniffled. You knew, didn't you? You knew Sheng Ling, the shaman, was leaving? After all, in addition to teaching him, Sheng Ling had also instructed Lang Han in pottery. Lang Tsong's gaze was deep and contemplative. He was not one for many words. But he was no fool. His initial suspicions were a form of self-deception, hoping against hope that it wouldn't come to pass. Yet, that day had ultimately arrived. Chen Hang sensed Sheng Ling's care for him, his ears twitching slightly. After traversing the western region, they had reached the southern edge after nearly half a month. All right. Lang Tsong, come back. Where are you going? Lang Tsong did not respond, racing through the forest. Yet, he wished fervently for Sheng Ling to remain. He cherished the moments spent alone with her. Chen Hang tenderly held Sheng Ling in his embrace, caressing her face. Lang Tsong abruptly turned, transforming into his beast form, sprinting deeper into the woods. He knew the chances of finding the two were almost non-existent, yet he continued to run. The night wind howled fiercely. Chen Hang shook his head, gazing at the distant, verdant mountains and the towering trees that stood like sentinels. Lang Tsong bowed his head. Chen Hang chuckled softly, shaking his head again. Slowly, Lang Tsong turned back. Yang Zhe watched his rapidly disappearing figure, unable to suppress a loud call. The two rested for a night before continuing their journey. Ling, we have arrived. He did not wish to lead Sheng Ling into a life of wandering. He longed to provide her with a warm and stable home. As they gazed upon the distant snow-capped peaks, Sheng Ling sat on Chen Hang's back, gently stroking his powerful spine. They would no longer pursue further. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, the two hardly rested at all. They traveled day and night. She was fine. As Chun Hang carried her on his back, Sheng Ling opened her eyes, taken aback by the sight of a landscape resembling an oasis. With Lang Han's guidance, they had journeyed from the western edge to the south. Upon discovering a water source, Chun Hang's spirits lifted. The winds in the western region were fierce at night, whipping up sand that stung exposed skin with a coarse discomfort. Their acquaintance had spanned merely one rainy season and one cold season. As soon as they entered the southern region, his companion would be spared those hardships. Having left the northern territories behind, they sought a place to rest in the west before continuing their trek. Although Sheng Ling was protected by her spiritual energy, she felt little discomfort. It wasn't until the sun began to set that he gradually slowed his pace. No, this is the boundary between the south and the west. Once we cross this lake, we shall enter the south. Chen Hang shivered with relief, letting out a contented hum. Yet, he understood that he needed to find a safe haven to settle down with Sheng Ling. Is this the south? Sheng Ling lay across Chen Hang's paws, covering herself with her tail. Chun Hang had transformed into a large tiger, securely cradling Sheng Ling in his embrace. Are you tired? Yet, Chun Hang had scarcely rested. Perhaps it was merely his own perception, but he felt that his companion had grown thinner. You've lost weight. Upon hearing this, Sheng Ling pouted. I eat just as much every day. Even during this time, I have not lacked food or drink, and most of the time, I have been sitting on your back. How could I have lost weight? Chapter 215. The locale. Moreover, Sheng Ling straightened her proud form. She was certainly not thin. Suddenly, Chun Hang was struck by inspiration, his gaze landing somewhere specific. During their journey, the most intimate moments they shared were mere embraces and fleeting kisses. He felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Ling. Upon seeing his ears droop and his eyes slightly squint, Sheng Ling immediately understood his intentions. She playfully tapped his head. Let us focus on our journey and find a place to rest. I do not have a habit of engaging in wild battles at any given moment. Due to his hearty appetite, after finishing her meal, Sheng Ling had given him a few more pieces. When the grilled fish was finally ready, they each took several portions. At that moment, the enticing aroma of the grilled fish and the thought of its delectable flesh made them both eagerly anticipate the feast. This sumptuous meal brought them both comfort. They had not been particular about their food recently. Anything that could replenish their energy would suffice, even if it was somewhat dry and lacking in flavor. Chen Hang reminisced about the past, feeling particularly joyous to have a companion now. Then let us seize that territory. It will also serve as revenge for the time he bullied you. Chen Hang's previously subdued sorrow was entirely washed away by Sheng Ling's words. Since he dared to mention that place, it was clear that it held promise, and at this moment, they were indeed capable of overcoming that formidable beast. Very well. Before I grew stronger, I wandered for a while. My father passed away early, and my mother paid little heed to me. Back then, I was bold, thinking that if I ventured southwards, I would escape hunger and cold. However, most of the desirable areas in the south were dominated by orcs or magical beasts. At one point, I inadvertently stumbled into a forest, which I found to be splendid, but it was adjacent to a fearsome beast. I could not defeat it and nearly lost my life to its claws. Eventually, I managed to escape back to the east, where I was rescued by Grandpa Musu from Beast King City, and since then, I have remained in the eastern Beast King City. The long-lost delicate fragrance made her involuntarily squint her eyes in pleasure. Nestled in his embrace, Sheng Ling affectionately scratched the back of his hand. She tore off a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. Ling, we are likely in the northwest of the south now. I know of a place particularly suitable for habitation, rich in water resources and abundant in food. The two of them drew water from a lake and caught some fish. She planted a kiss on Chun Hang's forehead. Chun Hang was also easily satisfied. Aside from being well fed, he enjoyed being close to Sheng Ling. He too had moments of youthful recklessness, and the scar on his face was a remnant from that time. Chun Hang had a fondness for fish. Sprinkling on some seasoning, he began grilling the fish. However, after being ridiculed by both males and females for so many years, the scar on his face remained a source of concern. Ling, this is truly delicious. I want to eat plenty of fish in the future. The enticing aroma of the grilled fish soon captured their attention. Sheng Ling raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Although Chun Hang had intentionally overlooked the scar on his face since being with Sheng Ling, she had never heard him mention it. Chen Hang could only nod in earnest. They both burst into laughter. The warmth of the moment drew their hearts closer together. Behind the thicket in the forest, Sheng Ling and Chen Hang lay in wait cautiously. Not far off, atop a hill, a beast with a mottled purple-brown coat was indulging in its meal. Chapter 216. Collaboration. Before them stood the very beast they had encountered long ago. Years had passed, and while Chen Hang had grown immensely stronger, the beast too had evolved. Though not at the same rapid pace, this creature, akin to a fifth-tier beastman in strength, remained oblivious to the impending peril. Sheng Ling, eager to test her mettle against such a formidable foe, felt confident in her abilities, having reached the pinnacle of foundation building. She was capable of contending with peak fourth-tier beastmen, and this beast represented a late fifth-tier threat. Despite Chen Hang's concerns for her safety, Sheng Ling insisted on joining the fray, her desire for strength unyielding even with a partner by her side. Ultimately, Chen Hang relented to her determination. Though he extracted a promise from her, should danger arise, she must retreat behind him or flee. The pain from its wounds ignited the beast's fury once more. The wind rustled the bushes before them, leaves whispering as the creature twitched its ears in response. Unique to the beast realm. The agony of flesh being torn and blood drawn elicited a heart-wrenching roar from the beast, startling a flock of birds into flight. In its perception, Sheng Ling posed a greater threat. With spiritual energy surging from his dantian, the glint of his dagger flashed ominously. The force of his sixth-tier prowess struck the beast's visage, causing blood to spurt forth. As two dark figures lunged toward him, the beast bellowed in rage, charging towards the more formidable Sheng Ling. The creature's speed took Sheng Ling by surprise, leaving devastation in its wake amongst the trees and foliage. At that moment, both Sheng Ling and Sheng Ling surged forward, the dagger piercing the beast's neck, blood gushing forth like a spring. The beast, at last, recognized the imminent danger. With its crimson eyes fixed intently on Sheng Ling, the great tiger struck the beast's face with a mighty paw, deftly evading its retaliatory attacks. Meanwhile, perched upon the beast's back, Sheng Ling once again slashed with her dagger. The scar on Sheng Ling's face flashed in his mind, and his eyes reddened. It is said that enemies, upon meeting, bear a particularly fierce animosity toward one another. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Ling opened his jaws wide, sinking his teeth into the beast's neck while pressing down with forceful claws. In his heart, he perceived Sheng Ling as flawless, while he himself felt incomplete. Sheng Ling wielded her dagger with the swiftness of lightning. Blood flowed freely, and the beast's desperate struggles painted the area in crimson. Seizing the moment, Sheng Ling spun her dagger with force before swiftly withdrawing it. Sheng Ling, not to be outdone, lunged powerfully, leaping high. This beast was the source of his incompleteness. Dust rose and stones scattered as the beast was pinned to the ground by the sheer force of their assault. Possessing their own intellect yet exhibiting brutality, these creatures could not assume human form. Sheng Ling's agility made Sheng Ling anxious as she narrowly avoided the beast's strikes time and again. The primal instinct for hunting surged within him, igniting his bloodlust. Even as she faced peril, he knew he could not recklessly intervene. Witnessing Sheng Ling land a decisive blow, Sheng Ling ascended to the beast's back. Sheng Ling clamped down on its neck, fiercely thrashing his head while his claws continued their relentless assault. Roar. Nonetheless, Sheng Ling intended to end this swiftly. The tension was unbearable. With a final, decisive bite, the beast's major artery was severed, and its struggles grew weaker by the moment. Chapter 217. The end. With a resounding thud, the beast finally fell to the ground. Sheng Ling also leaped down from the creature's back, yet both remained on high alert. After all, the instinctual drive for survival and destruction that emerges at the moment of death is truly terrifying. Sheng Ling hurled her dagger at the motionless beast lying on the ground. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh echoed, but the creature remained unmoving. A chill flickered in Sheng Ling's eyes as she pulled Sheng Ling further away. Once more, she launched another dagger. This time, the beast stirred. Its previously closed eyes snapped open, and its massive jaws lunged toward the dagger hurtling toward it. In a desperate struggle for resources, both Sheng Ling and the beast were driven by their primal instincts. The telegraph machine buzzed with excitement, for in nature, the strong prey upon the weak, a fundamental principle of the food chain. The dagger clashed against the beast's teeth, producing a harsh sound. In this savage world, strength reigns supreme, and survival of the fittest prevails. Recently, Sheng Ling had absorbed many of Sheng Ling's stories, becoming deeply immersed. Yet, she was also willing to engage in acts of balance. She would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of survival, and thus, she held no excessive sympathy for the beast, joining in the fray. Sheng Ling swiftly dealt with the beast's flesh and hide, even retrieving the dagger that had been swallowed by the creature. In this vast expanse of land, the question of who truly reigned supreme remained uncertain. Perhaps no one did. The beast that had once marred Sheng Ling's face with its brutality was now met with disdain. Yet, before it could rise again, it collapsed once more. Sheng Ling chose to ignore it. The two approached only after confirming the beast's demise. In the struggle for existence within nature, they also respected its loss. Despite the deep-seated resentment and hatred towards the beast, she felt no overwhelming animosity. At that moment, witnessing the creature's death, she clapped her hands in excitement, merely a matter of differing perspectives. The bloodied beast had swallowed the sharp dagger, gradually losing its focus, extinguishing all signs of life. Its furious, wide-open eyes remained fixed on Sheng Ling and Sheng Ling. She harbored a modicum of curiosity towards such a creature. What could one find worthy of sympathy in such an ugly beast? The telegraph machine, having glimpsed Sheng Ling's profile, mused that had he not been disfigured, he would undoubtedly be a striking figure. Sheng Ling took charge of skinning and butchering, while Sheng Ling stood by, observing. The visage marred by destruction lingered as a poignant regret. The telegraph machine did not consider the beast justified in its actions, for its worldview was as distorted as its appearance. Aha! The beast has finally perished. Master, Sheng Ling has avenged himself. This creature, which had disfigured a handsome man, deserved nothing less than utter annihilation. The beastmen and beasts stood in opposition, compelled the battle for survival. Upon realizing that the creature was no longer alive, the beast harbored a reluctant desire to rise again. In the coming days, this forest would likely be anything but tranquil, as predators drawn by the scent of blood would inevitably venture forth, emboldened by their instincts. With ample food available, The two decided to leave behind the inedible remains of the beast for other creatures to consume or to enrich the soil of this land. Let us wash ourselves in the river over there, Sheng Ling suggested, and wait for the next rain. This place will soon return to its former serenity. Chapter 218. The chamber as dusk descended. Chunheng and Sheng Ling finally discovered the valley Chunheng had glimpsed years ago, encircled by elevated terrain that formed natural defenses. The valley cradled a river at its heart, flanked by stretches of fertile, level land. Beyond rose low shrubs that gradually gave way to towering trees. The valley's vast expanse struck Sheng Ling at first glance, its resemblance to plains, its suitability for cultivation. Rice paddies could thrive near the water, while terraced fields might ascend the slopes. The topography was ideal for settlement, though the low-lying center necessitated building at a prudent distance from the river to avoid flooding. Yet the surrounding heights posed their own peril. Without proper fortifications, they could become a trap, leaving inhabitants besieged. Sheng Ling had no intention of being cornered like a caged beast. Thus, both front and rear exits were essential. Chunheng agreed readily until Sheng Ling mentioned dividing their sleeping quarters into 2 or 3 rooms. His head snapped up, eyes wide and glistening with wounded confusion. After a brief pause, Sheng Ling relented with affectionate exasperation. Action followed swiftly, as Sheng Ling outlined her vision. Chunheng absorbed every word, nodding intently, his luminous eyes perhaps a trait of his beastkin lineage, alight with understanding. Yet grand designs would have to wait, for now. They focused on simpler tasks. Though timber abounded, the valley's humidity, intensified by the river's mist, far exceeded that of northern or western regions, even surpassing the east. Stone construction proved more practical than wood, which would require careful selection for durability against moisture and pests. For now, just the two of them inhabited this land, making elaborate plans premature. Still, Chunheng's instincts whispered that Sheng Ling's blueprint, if realized, could forge an impregnable stronghold, guided by her instructions yet infusing his own considerations. Chunheng set to work on the stone dwelling. Aheng, Sheng Ling directed, beyond the 4 foundational walls, extend this section outward. Reserve the central space for daily activities. Designate a separate kitchen here, and allocate 2 or 3 chambers for sleeping. Walls rose around them, topped with slate or thatch, perhaps partitioned internally. At this moment, Chunheng resembled nothing so much as a pleading feline. Ailing, his voice wavered. Do you wish to sleep apart from me? Have I displeased you? Sheng Ling thought of the crude stone structures common in the beast world. No, she soothed. I only meant to prepare spare rooms. Should other beastkin visit, Chunheng stiffened. Visitors were improbable, neighbors were scarce and distant. And other beastkin? His mind leapt to potential rivals. The beast world's custom of females taking multiple mates sent a fresh pang through his heart. Chapter 219. Building a house as greed was undeniable. Though jealousy in a male was a lamentable trait, he truly did not wish to share Sheng Ling with other males. The mere thought of her laughing and engaging in intimate acts, even mating with others, caused his heart to ache as if it were about to shatter. Akin to consuming a multitude of bitter herbs. Noticing Chunheng's silence, Sheng Ling assumed he understood her, and she continued with her other suggestions. We could leave several openings in the 4 walls, then pass wooden beams through and cover them with planks or stones to create a second floor, which would provide a better living space when the first floor becomes damp. Chunheng nodded in agreement, though his mood remained rather subdued. Sheng Ling did not contemplate this further. She was content with having Chunheng. Managing this clingy, formidable tiger was already taxing on her, and she feared that more would lead to her undoing. He gently bit the tender skin of her neck, a sensitive area of the human body. Chunheng merely grazed her with his teeth, extending his tongue to lick her as if he were a beast feeding. The crux of the matter was that, having chosen Chunheng, she had committed to restraining and enduring many things from that moment forth. The surroundings were tranquil, once assured of the softness of their makeshift bed. He embraced Sheng Ling. However, this evening, a peculiar stone emitted strange sounds. She missed the intimate world that belonged solely to the two of them. Together, they hastened the construction of their abode. Previously, this land had no orc inhabitants. At night, aside from the sounds of insects and birds, there were only the howls of wild beasts. Listening to Sheng Ling's musings, Chunheng prepared their bed, layering it with several thick pelts. The flutter of emotions was unexpected. Yet love was a conscious choice. After laboring together for so long, Sheng Ling understood his sentiments. As night fell, the moonlight outside was enchanting. Gazing at their first home in the beast world, Sheng Ling felt a wave of contentment. The stone bed could be further adorned with straw and pelts. Observing the empty space, they began to unpack items from their pouches. Had she not restrained her primal instincts, she might have impulsively retaliated against Chunheng. Caught by the throat, Sheng Ling froze. This phrase held a double meaning. Not far away, a deer extended its neck, peering at the unusual structure. Such a situation would inevitably reduce her training time. For the time being, they covered the window with animal hides. Later, they could construct a table here, with a path for smoke to escape. If the cold of the winter season set in, they could transform the stone bed into an earthen hearth. This area would serve as a bathing and restroom space, ideally positioned to allow for ventilation. In approximately half a month's time, they completed the house that Sheng Ling envisioned. Who does not appreciate beautiful things? Yet, having chosen to be together, their admiration could only remain at the level of appreciation. Once the house was finished, they moved in together. Let us rest. The wild deer, curious, glanced around but, upon hearing a roar belonging to the orc, instinctively fled deeper into the forest. After all, the teachings of its kind dictated that such creatures were perilous, and one must avoid them at all costs. The deer vanished into the thicket. The crackling of the fire illuminated the shadows of the pair leaning against one another. Chapter 220. Thoughts in the ensuing days. Sheng Ling scarcely left that room. What perplexed her was that they slept in different chambers each night. Qin Heng's fervent insistence led her to suspect that the formidable tiger might harbor peculiar inclinations. After finishing dinner, Sheng Ling rubbed her somewhat sore waist. Unable to suppress her admiration for the females of the beast realm, this also conjured memories of the long-forgotten Shuejiao, another woman from a different world. If the females of the beast realm could endure such circumstances, it would indicate that, despite their similar appearances, they differed significantly from human women. At least in terms of physical constitution, they surpassed many ordinary humans. She was still able to leap and bound, thanks to her status as a cultivator. The telegraph within her space began to ponder this matter as well. Qin Heng sought to act endearingly, aware that Sheng Ling sometimes responded better to gentleness than to firmness. He did not intentionally seek to vex her. Rather, the thought of other males potentially intruding upon their relationship, possibly residing in the love nest they had built together, tormented him deeply. He gazed tenderly at Sheng Ling, and even though her back was turned, she could feel the intensity of his gaze. The days enveloped in the presence of such a handsome man were blissful beyond measure. He respected Sheng Ling and wished to place his trust in her. Although many beastmen desired to bond with her, and she had accepted numerous suitors, today she found herself sleeping on the floor. Resistance proved futile. Yet, her circumstances were far removed from her initial expectations. She had drawn too much attention in Dongi Beast King City and failed to temper her demeanor. The gaze that fell upon Sheng Ling was imbued with affectionate tenderness, catching the notice of several beastmen. Meanwhile, Shuejiao, whom Sheng Ling recalled, was currently residing in Dongi Beast King City. Noticing that Sheng Ling showed no signs of yielding, Chun Heng could only nod dejectedly. Sheng Ling, in a huff, gave him a playful jab. Upon seeing her massage her waist, Qin Heng eagerly approached her. However, time is a relentless test for individuals. No matter how many words are spoken, they can be worn down by the passage of time. Yet, when Sheng Ling stood firm, not even 10 oxen could sway her resolve. Yet, reality proved that everything obtained comes at a price. Still, this affirmed that he had once possessed his little female, his Ling. If she remained steadfast, he would ensure she endured no discomfort. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his eyes. He secretly resolved to leave traces of their life together in every room, making such an impression on Sheng Ling that, even if a more exceptional male were to appear in the future, she would not easily forget him. Chun Heng mused. Should a day come when they could not reach an end, and Sheng Ling discovered a better male and wished to depart from him? In the past, he believed that the more, the merrier. After all, who wouldn't he relish the idea of a harem? This led some beast men to forget their previous vows, willing to betray the beast god and fall from grace rather than uphold their promises. However, soon she discovered the dilemma. Firstly, her physical condition was inadequate. During procreation with those beast men, even a moment's negligence could pose a life-threatening risk. As her unexpected predicaments increased, the males who admired her beauty gradually became scarce. After all, most beast men possessed a strong desire to reproduce. Shuejiao's frail health made her situation even more dire. She could barely survive, let alone bear them a robust lineage. Chapter 221. Shuejiao. The orcs inherently harbor disdain for imperfect offspring. Consequently, Shuejiao's worth diminished significantly. Even more troubling was her disparate physical constitution and intellectual prowess, rendering her a mere pawn in the schemes of certain ambitious orcs. Lacking the strength for self-preservation, she displayed an audacious arrogance. As long as the Tiger King reigned, Shuejiao gradually fell under scrutiny. When Lion Lai discerned the impending danger and sought to escape with her, he was met with rejection. She perceived his intentions as jealousy, believing he desired to monopolize her. Yet, as a precious female, how could she possibly claim a male partner? When she finally recognized the precariousness of her situation, it was already too late. Both Lion Lai and a few trusted companions were ensnared by the Tiger King's machinations. The Tiger King began to exploit her value to solidify his dominion. Shuejiao was taken aback to discover that Sheng Ling was also female. Yet she felt a glimmer of hope that their alliance might topple the Tiger King. Countless suitors vied for her attention, and devoid of any means for self-defense, she ultimately became a sacrificial pawn in the struggle for the throne. Creak. In the dimly lit cavern, a peculiar stone emitted a faint glow. It was entirely different from her expectations. Her rapid development lacked a solid foundation. In the past, she had repeatedly spurned her parents for the sake of Shuejiao, leading her mother to grow increasingly disheartened and indifferent. Yet, the events were just beginning, having hardly commenced before the turmoil involving Qin Heng and Sheng Ling erupted. The damp, pungent air mingled with an odd, rancid stench, causing disorientation upon entry. Confined within the secret chamber, Shuejiao gazed vacantly ahead, her eyes devoid of life. The Eastern Beast King City held her tightly under control. It was rumored that she was exceptionally intelligent, should her physical state falter. Perhaps she could bear offspring who might inherit the Orcish physicality along with her intellect. The stench within the cave was unbearable. Her previous compliance led some orcs to regard her as an inexhaustible treasure trove. The events from the northern ancient Beast King city seemed to replay at this moment. Each day, apart from devising strategies for those individuals, she was subjected to mating. If I cannot possess her, neither shall anyone else, or they shall be drained dry. No one could rise above those in power. To experience the essence of a female, even if just once, some male orcs were more than willing. Just when Shui Jiao believed the crisis had passed, and that she could return to being the revered and admired precious female of countless orcs, reality dealt her a crushing blow. And even if she could not bear offspring, what of it? In the beast world, the Beast King city was rife with males who remained and bonded, as well as those who would never find a mate or were disabled. Lion Lai, though well loved by his father, found himself powerless. His mother had other children to attend to. Shui Jiao's body suffered unspeakable torment. They could serve as test subjects. The Tiger King may have fallen, but with the absence of one Tiger King, there remained the second Ape King, Fox King, Leopard King. The heavy stone door was pushed open from the outside. Shui Jiao, lying on the stone bed, could not help but shudder violently. She knew that this was the moment of her greatest anguish. Countless times, Shui Jiao pondered if she could return to the beginning, if she had obediently left with Lion Lai, humbled her greed and arrogance. Or if she had never ventured into this beast world, would her fate have been different? Chapter 222, The Breakthrough of the Golden Core Once. She lamented the injustices of the ancient world countless times. Upon arriving in the beast realm, she found this place far superior to that feudal dynasty. After all, as a servant from a wealthy family of the feudal era, she had endured numerous unfair exploitations. Each day, she was relegated to serving others, receiving a meager monthly stipend. Here, however, she could relish being catered to, enjoy the company of multiple partners, and bask in the admiration of those around her. Yet, when the glamorous facade faded, the underlying stench of brutality and bloodshed was revealed. Compared to the feudal dynasty, this beast realm represented an unrefined primitive age. Behind its seemingly simple exterior lay unabashed savagery. Not only were legal protections inadequate, but even the most basic moral standards were absent. Her uniqueness had not rendered her a legend in the beast realm. A tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Yet, why had it come to this? And why had she encountered several males today? Why did they treat her this way? If they are not of my kind, I shall slay them. Today, she could indulge herself. It was profoundly unjust. The hoarse cries for help from the little female reached the ears of the males, one of whom rubbed his hands together in excitement. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the beast realm was far more abundant than that of the in-spirit continent. Did those individuals finally decide to take action against her, having deemed her incapable of producing anything worthwhile? No. Despair engulfed Shui Jiao. If only she could start anew. Tears streamed from the corners of Shui Jiao's eyes. As the last remnants of spiritual energy were absorbed into her dantian by Sheng Ling, she turned her consciousness inward, discovering a golden core forming within her dantian. The scene of her final failure during tribulation and the shattering of her golden core lingered vividly in her mind. The familiar golden core stirred her emotions, making her eyes glisten with tears of excitement. Sheng Ling focused her mind, swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Who knows? Perhaps we might visit this place again in the future. Though the aroma leaves much to be desired, a female is still a female. Those females always disdain me for my lack of strength and unattractiveness. I too do not discriminate. A moment of pleasure is all that matters. Upon returning, I must save more crystal stones. Shui Jiao, unable to move as she lay on the stone bed, felt her pupils constrict sharply. Yet, she clearly heard the words of those males. Thunder rumbled. She had never anticipated such a rapid breakthrough to the golden core. The lascivious voices echoed in her ears, causing her to tremble even more violently. Boom. The surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. Today, we have exchanged crystal stones, and no one will rush us later. Lion Lai. Lion Lai. Woe is me. Lion Lai, save me. She had been administered a special drug, leaving her devoid of strength and incapable of even taking her own life. Spiritual energy surged rapidly towards her dantian, and Sheng Ling felt a loosening of her cultivation, her heart swelling with joy. Last time, hadn't you cried and screamed about never wanting to see us again? You are bound to be disappointed. For now we only need to pay crystal stones to visit you. You may not wish to see me, but I still yearn for you. Ha ha. Little female Jiao Jiao, are you calling for that useless lion Lai to rescue you? Ha ha ha. Do not hold your breath. That fool will not come to your aid. You shall enjoy the services of us few instead. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and Sheng Ling sensed the power of the heavenly tribulation. Rising from the ground, she gazed at the heavens. At this moment, what was once a clear sky had gathered a mass of dark clouds, shrouding the valley. What the lightning tribulation of the beast realm entailed, Sheng Ling did not know. Chapter 223. Fright, however, she is now in her finest state to confront the tribulation. She is filled with confidence. The thunderstorm descends without hesitation, striking directly towards Sheng Ling. Boom. The deafening roar of thunder reverberates through the valley. From a distance, Chen Hong, who is still hunting, hears the thunder and glances back, momentarily stunned. He senses that today's thunderstorm feels somewhat different. Why do the dark clouds only shroud that particular expanse of sky? Furthermore, why does that section of the sky appear so familiar? As realization dawns, Chen Hong abandons his prey and transforms into a large tiger, swiftly making his way towards the tribulation, enveloped by the thunderstorm. Sheng Ling is now radiating with tiny arcs of electricity. However, the tribulation is nearing its conclusion. Upon seeing Chen Heng dash madly towards her, she immediately waves and calls out. The golden core within her has fully formed. With great effort, it feels as if he intends to fuse her into his very flesh. Chen Heng's crimson eyes and rapidly beating heart, upon gazing at Sheng Ling, can no longer contain themselves. He is terrified. Beastmen possess an innate fear of fire and thunder, believing them to be the powers of the beast god. Sheng Ling realizes that Chen Heng is in distress. He is crying. Gently, she pats Chen Heng's shoulder. I wish to have you by my side, never to part, so that I may always behold you. The river is crystal clear, and with the recent rise in temperature, the water has warmed considerably. Just moments ago, witnessing the tribulation in the remnants of Sheng Ling's garments scattered outside, he truly thought he would never see his little female again. I am fine, truly. I wish to take a bath, even if death were to come. Let it be together. But he would take the first step, to protect her until the very end. Ling. After absorbing the last vestiges of the thunder's energy, Sheng Ling feels invigorated, a sensation that brings her immense comfort. As Chen Heng reaches the valley's edge, witnessing the devastation wrought by the tribulation in the remnants of Sheng Ling's clothing, his eyes blaze crimson. Chen Heng, led by Sheng Ling, approaches the riverbank. In a moment of distraction, he fails to notice that the mark of their bond on his chest remains unscathed. He embraces Sheng Ling tightly. Sheng Ling still desires a bath, perhaps a habit formed during this time. Let us wash away the dirt upon you as well. Feeling the warmth and dampness at her neck, along with Chen Heng's trembling form, she is jolted back to reality by a heart-wrenching, despairing roar. For both of them, whose physical conditions are robust, there is little to be felt. Not wishing Chen Heng to see her in her current disheveled state, she employs a few cleansing spells to restore herself somewhat. Chen Heng leans against her shoulder, inhaling deeply. Noticing the blood on Chen Heng, she touches him gently. Discovering that his robe has been ruined, Sheng Ling nimbly leaps out of the pit. She quickly changes into another garment from within the deep hole. Chen Heng. I am here. I am fine. Sheng Ling displays remarkable patience towards the great tiger, who feels a lack of security at this moment. After a while, Chen Heng slowly releases her, though he continues to hold her gently. It must be the blood of the prey. Be good. Sheng Ling pulls Chen Heng into the river with her. Using the soap pods they discovered together, they wash their hair. Chen Heng's hair is softer, and as Sheng Ling scrubs it, he carefully washes her hair in return. His movements are tender and cautious, treating her as if she were a fragile porcelain artifact. Chapter 224. The lake. After the two individuals had cleansed themselves of the blood, they basked in the sun by the riverbank. Sheng Ling reclined upon the belly of the great tiger, leisurely grooming Chen Heng. Ling, our house has been completed. In recent days, I have hunted enough game, and I believe we can commence crafting the table you desire. Chen Heng was eager to create a home alongside Sheng Ling. Yes, we shall explore nearby to see what fine timber we can find. The pair relished this moment of warmth. Early the next morning, Sheng Ling was roused by Chen Heng. Previously, she spent most nights either resting or training, thus she would awaken feeling quite refreshed. However, things had changed now with Chen Heng as her companion. Consequently, there were mornings when she would indulge in lingering in bed, as was the case today. Chen Heng nodded in agreement, amused by her demeanor. With a tender caress to Sheng Ling's face, he began preparing the meal. After we have breakfast, we shall wander nearby to see if there are any useful items. Since their arrival, they had been preoccupied with constructing their home, and she had yet to explore many of the surrounding areas. Satisfying their hunger was essential. Yet it did not imply that he did not enjoy delectable food. Today, let us venture over there. All right, if you're feeling tired, we can rest. We can go tomorrow or in a few days. Yet for himself, he was content as long as there was food. Chen Heng chuckled softly, perhaps unaware that Sheng Ling was oblivious to her own drowsiness while lingering in bed. When she noticed that breakfast was ready, she gradually regained her senses and remembered their agreement from the previous day. You could have woken me. However, at this moment, Sheng Ling was clearly reluctant to rise. Chen Heng began preparing breakfast, attuned to her preferences. As she inhaled the enticing aroma of the meal, she groggily got out of bed. Aware that she did not favor greasy foods in the morning and now living together, Chen Heng had never compromised on her culinary preferences. He indicated a direction, and Sheng Ling followed his gaze to the south of their house. After quickly washing up and finishing breakfast together, the two set out to explore their surroundings. By the time Sheng Ling awakened, breakfast was already prepared. Chen Heng brought her water for washing, his movements gentle, maintaining tranquility within the cave. Gazing at the sky outside, Sheng Ling concluded that they should not venture too far today. Heng, let us refrain from disturbing the trees around the house. Their presence provides a natural barrier for concealment. During my last hunt, I passed by a lovely lake. It was pristine, and there were no wild beasts nearby. I stood at a distance and could not see clearly, but perhaps we could visit it this time. Initially, they had agreed to set out early in the morning to seek timber and then enjoy fresh game outdoors. Chen Heng called out a few times, to which Sheng Ling merely raised her hand, muttering softly, before turning back to sleep. Transforming into a great tiger, Chen Heng lay down, nudging Sheng Ling to indicate she should climb onto his back. Without hesitation, she complied, and once settled, Chen Heng broke into a swift run towards the south. The wind breezed past, carrying a hint of coolness. Yet the sun above was warm, creating a delightful sensation of basking in sunlight while feeling the gentle breeze. Chapter 225. Salt Alling. That lake appears quite expansive. If there are no issues, perhaps we shall not suffer from a scarcity of water resources during the dry season. After all, many rivers in the beast realm tend to dry up during that time. Although the river in their valley seems substantial, it is not guaranteed to remain so in the dry season. Once the upstream sources run dry, those downstream will inevitably follow suit. Chen Hang swiftly traversed the forest with Sheng Ling in tow, and after approximately an hour, Sheng Ling finally beheld the lake Chen Hang had mentioned. Indeed, the lake was vast, its azure waters seemingly merging with the sky. As they drew nearer, Sheng Ling discovered that the lake was even larger than it appeared from a distance. However, upon noticing the barren shores and the white crystals scattered upon the sandy beach, a peculiar thought surged within her. Alling, something feels amiss. There are no signs of animals coming here to drink. Please be cautious and stay behind me. Chen Hang, wary of potential predators, positioned Sheng Ling behind him for protection. The moment Sheng Ling laid eyes on the lake, her mind raced with a multitude of thoughts. She retrieved a mask from her spatial pouch and donned one for both herself and Chen Hang. I recall you mentioning that salt is the most traded commodity from the south to other regions. The pair stood on elevated ground, careful not to approach too closely. Sheng Ling squeezed the crystals, applying some pressure. The presence of these organisms at least indicated that the lake had not eradicated all life within its waters. The sea tribe predominantly utilizes sea salt. If this lake, as she suspected, were a saline body of water, then it would be acceptable. However, should it emit any harmful substances, they would need to vacate the area swiftly to avoid afflicting their health. Some lakes remain tranquil for a reason, Sheng Ling pondered. They needed to ascertain whether there were other forms of life within the lake. If not, it would be prudent to depart post-haste. Yet, beyond sea salt, there exist numerous other types of salt. For instance, rock salt, lake salt, and plant-based salts. The crystals immediately disintegrated into powder, their texture reminiscent of rock salt. Chen Hang nodded in agreement. Salt is of utmost importance to the beastmen, be they male or female offspring. However, salt is solely produced in the southern territories and is said to be found only near select marine areas, all closely guarded by formidable sea tribes, particularly the merfolk, who are known to drive away any intruding beastmen with lethal force. Upon observing schools of fish and various aquatic creatures in the depths of the lake, Sheng Ling exhaled in relief. The colors of the crystals were, in truth, quite varied, with hues of white intermingled with yellow and other shades. Chen Hang, understanding her astuteness, refrained from questioning her observations. The term white merely referred to the color in contrast to others. Why, then, were there no terrestrial animals approaching the lake to drink? Bending down, Sheng Ling picked up a small piece of the white crystal from the sandy shore. While she had the ability to suppress her sense of smell, she was uncertain whether Chen Hang could do the same. These substances could be a source of salt. However, hadn't salt fruit recently appeared in the eastern regions? The salt they had consumed previously was derived from those very fruits, was it not? Chen Hang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, salt fruit does contain salt. Yet the continent of Lu is vast, and not every region is graced with salt fruit. Moreover, salt fruit requires time to mature. Chapter 226, Boiling however. The salt from the sea tribe differs. They can exchange salt throughout the seasons. Moreover, in the beast realm, the number of beastmen is vast, and relying solely on salt fruit is far from sufficient. It is only in the vicinity of the Beast King's city that prosperity can be found, as many areas in the beast realm are plagued by extreme poverty. Thus, even though the cost of exchanging salt with the sea tribe is considerable, many tribes are compelled to compromise for the sake of salt. The southern region, too, has become increasingly prosperous due to the presence of salt. Chen Hang assumed that Sheng Ling was concerned about their salt supply, so he spoke to reassure her. Do not worry, Ling. We have enough salt. If we run short, I can trade for more. We are in the south, and acquiring sufficient salt should not pose a challenge. If you require a larger quantity, I can exert myself and hunt more prey. As your male partner, I shall ensure you do not go hungry. Whatever other females possess, my Ling shall have too. Yet, Sheng Ling's thoughts extended beyond this. It is said that the cold and rainy seasons pose significant challenges in the beast realm. Unlike the north, where cooler temperatures allow for underground storage solutions, the south faces its own trials. If my assumptions are correct, we may soon possess a supply of salt. This salt could be utilized to trade for crystals and other necessary resources. This is merely my conjecture. I will confirm the outcome after conducting some experiments. Chen Hang, assist me in our daily sustenance while I manage these crystals. After all, salt is an essential commodity. By securing this location, they would establish a solid foundation. The south is characterized by humidity, and the rainy season is particularly prolonged. Sheng Ling nodded in agreement, and Chen Hang promptly returned her gesture. Chen Hang was no exception. He diligently aided in their daily life. Fortunately, their travels had filled their leather bags with numerous provisions. If this lake truly is a saltwater lake, possessing such a resource would guarantee a bountiful salt production. Ling, are you suggesting that this place can yield salt? Sheng Ling's spirits lifted at the thought of the vibrant crystals. Living by the lake and boiling salt, they lacked for nothing in terms of materials. He understood the critical importance of salt for the beastmen. At this juncture, if they wished to preserve food, having ample salt could lead to methods like pickling or smoking as preservation techniques. Shen Heng was taken aback by her words. Should unforeseen events arise in the future, these resources would serve as leverage for their growth. Although she had a plan in mind, she dared not act recklessly without absolute certainty. Upon seeing the clay jar, Shen Heng assumed Sheng Ling was hungry again. Just as he was about to start a fire to cook meat, Sheng Ling spoke up. Having experienced the rapid cultivation of crystals, Sheng Ling believed that if they could harness this lake, it might lead to substantial profits. There's no need. We currently have no shortage of salt, he said, excitement bubbling within him. Sheng Ling selected some crystalline blocks from the shore with a small clay pot. When the time was right, he placed them in the pot, added water, and stirred. He retrieved a larger clay pot from their leather bag. This discovery could potentially serve as the foundation for their development. Uncovering new matters and creating useful items brings a deep sense of pride and fulfillment to everyone involved. As time passed, the water in the pot began to boil, and the crystals dissolved. Occasionally stirring, Sheng Ling commenced crafting a filtering funnel. After several rounds of filtration, coupled with the evaporation from the clay pot, the process continued. Chapter 227. Thoughts as the water in the clay pot dwindled. Shen Heng and Sheng Ling finally discerned the white crystalline powder on the walls of the pot. Once the water had completely evaporated, they would be nearly finished. Watching the diminishing water, Shen Heng felt an increasing excitement. After the water in the pot had entirely evaporated, Sheng Ling carefully removed the pot from the fire. Surrounding the pot and on the bottom lay some white powder. She gently pinched some between her fingers, recognizing the familiar texture. She filtered it with her spiritual energy to ensure it was devoid of poison before tasting it on the tip of her tongue. The familiar flavor caused her to narrow her eyes. Indeed, it was salt, and this method was indeed viable. A heavy weight lifted from both their hearts, and Shen Heng joyfully embraced Sheng Ling, planting a kiss on her forehead that echoed with a smacking sound. Of course, if we are overpowered, we can always flee. But would you willingly relinquish what we have painstakingly created to other beastmen? Yet, compared to the salt from the beast realm, the salt obtained through this filtration and evaporation process was significantly purer. Shen Heng gradually halted his steps, opening his mouth but realizing he had no counterargument. Although none of them wished for such an outcome, some matters required foresight. What if there is a group? What if someone discovers this and reports to other beast kings? You may be able to defeat 1, 2, 3, or even 4 beastmen, but what if more and more appeared? This place was their home, and he would not allow any beastman to take away what belonged to him and Sheng Ling. Of course, I refuse. Everything here has been created by our own hands. Piece by piece, Shen Heng gazed at the pristine white salt crystals, a smile spreading across his face. After a day of toil, they finally packed away the clay jar and salt as the sun dipped below the horizon. Let us extract all the salt from inside and place it into a small jar. Today, we will produce salt here. Hung, although we have come here. There are currently only the 2 of us beastmen in this valley. What if other beastmen discover this place in the future? Shen Heng felt no fatigue, rather. He was exhilarated. To live well, they must elevate their quality of life. Whether it be the stone houses they built, or the crops they planned to cultivate, or the walls they intended to construct, all these endeavors set them apart from many beastman tribes. Then I shall confront him. Sheng Ling, feeling somewhat exasperated, patted his shoulder. Reflecting on her thoughts from earlier that day, she began to converse with Shen Heng. The existence of an advanced civilization either leads or is obliterated by inferior civilizations. In truth, the salt produced through this method was still inferior to that derived from the machinery and various processes of the spirit realm. However, enhancing their quality of life would inevitably widen the gap between them and the majority of beastman tribes. On their way back, Shen Heng carried Sheng Ling on his back. A Ling is truly remarkable. Sheng Ling packed the salt crystals into a small jar, and they resumed their work. Good. Shen Heng's pupils constricted. Can we escape for a moment, or escape for a lifetime? Or do you wish to wander with me for eternity? Shen Heng's heart ached once more. He might not mind a life of wandering, but what about his Ling? Even if she was strong, he did not want Sheng Ling to accompany him through a life of turmoil and instability. Traveling could be a source of joy, but it was not meant to be a forced exile. Noticing that they were nearing completion, Sheng Ling spoke again. Chapter 228. Speaking openly, therefore, Heng, I wish to inquire about your thoughts. After a brief silence, Shen Heng gradually regained his composure. He took Sheng Ling's hand and placed it over his heart. Aling, I am willing to sacrifice everything, including my life, to protect you. Thus, whatever you choose to pursue, I shall stand by your side. Lacking Sheng Ling's intellect, he understood that the best course of action was to follow her lead. Sheng Ling could feel the rhythm of Shen Heng's heartbeat. In truth, he was not foolish. He possessed considerable intelligence. Most of the beastmen were not dim-witted either. They were merely ensnared by the constraints of their era. The absence of knowledge and experience left them at a loss, unable to find a way forward. Heng, I cherish the life we share. Yet if being together for the long haul entails a price, I am willing to strive for it. Therefore, if escape is impossible, we might consider establishing our own tribe. Forming a small tribe might not be overly challenging, but growing it into a formidable force would require extensive effort. She had never desired mere fleeting excitement. Only by becoming strong could they deter others from threatening them. He feared losing Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling embraced her. With a child, they would no longer be merely two individuals. They would bear the responsibility of parenthood. Regardless of the circumstances, she did not wish to lack the strength to protect their child. Beneath his internal confusion, he felt a profound contradiction. Yet, it was evident that some things could not be achieved simply by wishing for them. He was, in fact, afraid. Having finally escaped from the original Beast King's city, he believed he could live in seclusion with Sheng Ling, leading a life meant for just the two of them. From that place, she sensed fear and uncertainty. Inevitably, they would have to contend with other tribes for territory. She had contemplated the possibility of their relationship leading to a child. If they were to have offspring, would their child be an anomaly or something else entirely? Sheng Ling felt a pang of discomfort. Losing her was far more preferable than seeing his ally in danger, helpless to intervene. Sheng Ling was momentarily taken aback at that moment. She felt a warmth radiating from Sheng Ling's beast mark on her chest. Sheng Ling was slightly startled, for he had indeed pondered this notion. A child? Good. Sheng Ling's body trembled. And he stared blankly at Sheng Ling. Ahang, I wish to establish a tribe, not merely for self-preservation. I desire for us to be together for the long term, not just for transient joy. Moreover, if we were to have children in the future, how could we protect them if we lack the strength to do so once they arrive in this world? The desire to be with Sheng Ling stemmed from a fundamental reason. She would forever belong to him. However, should the tribe be established, it would inevitably attract other beastmen. Was it the miraculous power of the beastly realm? What was Sheng Ling afraid of? Sheng Ling felt that since they were together, it would be wise to openly discuss certain matters rather than allowing misunderstandings to escalate into conflicts with dire outcomes. Ultimately, the strength of one or two individuals was limited. Yet, he feared more than losing Sheng Ling. He dreaded the thought of being unable to protect her. Sheng Ling suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes, followed by a damp sensation on his cheeks. He gazed intently at Sheng Ling. Aling, would you be willing to bear my child? Sheng Ling sighed, for she understood the beastman's obsession with having offspring. Chapter 229. In a good mood, whom else shall I bear children for if not for you? At least for now. She has no intention of pairing with another male. Should she and Sheng Ling truly part ways in the future, she doubts she would seek another mate. After all, she believes that if she were to separate from Sheng Ling, it would likely stem from their differing worldviews. Yet, in this primal world, she is the anomaly. Thus, if she were to lose Sheng Ling, what would be different with anyone else? Sheng Ling's heart was overflowing with joy as he pressed his forehead against Sheng Ling's. Of course, I want to. I dream of having many little cubs with you. Those cubs would carry the bloodline of both of us. Just the thought made him feel an overwhelming tenderness. So, what are you truly afraid of? Sheng Ling froze, meeting Sheng Ling's earnest gaze, and opened his mouth to speak. On some level, she too was profoundly insecure, which fueled her intense desire for strength. No, it's you I fear losing. Sheng Ling found his foolishness amusing. Even if it were merely a dream, he would rather not awaken. Regardless of what was real or not, he was willing to believe. At that moment, Sheng Ling felt as if his heart was submerged in honey, so sweet it was, especially with such a clever, beautiful, and powerful female by his side. Suddenly, Sheng Ling broke into a silly grin. During their cozy mealtime, they appeared almost like an old married couple. He understood Sheng Ling's words well. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly. With what Sheng Ling had said during the day, Sheng Ling felt even more buoyant that night. Let us return. It is getting late. All right. How could he bear to leave Sheng Ling? I have always feared that one day you might depart from me, encountering a better male, or finding another partner and growing weary of me. If that day ever comes, I would know what to do. Yet, if leaving me is the only way for your happiness, I think I would leave. But I cannot bear the thought of it. Her words were bold, for in this beastly world, few females spoke so openly. Sheng Ling nodded vigorously, carrying Sheng Ling towards their valley. Silly tiger, I have told you. There is but one I wish to mate with. I hope we can overcome all hardships and walk together to the end, including all temptations. Please trust me, as I trust you. However, should you treat me poorly, I would leave without hesitation. If you meet my expectations, I shall never forsake you. A lifetime for one. Does a female need only one male? Observing Sheng Ling's continual laughter led to her sleeping in the next morning. However, after breakfast, the warmth dissipated. Would she mock him? The temperature within the room steadily rose. Eat. The great tiger lacked security. What an honor that must be for that male. Sheng Ling, seeing his somewhat excited expression, suddenly understood. A soft touch lingered momentarily before withdrawing. Having resolved any potential misunderstandings between them, Sheng Ling noticed she had prepared enough salt and lost the desire to continue its production. She gently brushed her lips against Sheng Ling's. When Sheng Ling opened her eyes, the sky outside was already bright. She rubbed her slightly sore waist. Telegraph machine, are you two going to beep until one of you drops dead? Chapter 230. The serpent shedding a few dark lines traced across Sheng Ling's forehead, yet the telegraph machine continued its incessant chatter. She marveled at the vigor of the beastmen. Were it an ordinary person, they would surely be overwhelmed. Nonetheless, she acknowledged the prowess of her master, who managed to endure it all. Wishing to distance herself from the machine's incessant noise, she instinctively muted its sound and shielded herself from external perceptions. However, Her gaze fell upon a chaotic array of animal hides, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. As Sheng Ling's spiritual energy coursed through her body, it alleviated much of her lingering soreness. Stepping outside, she gazed up at the sky, noticing an increasing abundance of greenery in the valley. An idea for cultivation and planting began to take root in her mind. As she drew nearer, she discovered it was a complete serpent shedding. After meticulously folding the entire shedding, she was astonished to find it was an enormous bundle, towering even above her. This revelation conjured an image of the serpent's formidable owner in her mind, its entire form a striking black and red. The thundering sound of the waterfall echoed loudly, and her gaze fell upon a crevice at the waterfall's bend. At this moment, Chen Hang was likely off hunting, prompting Sheng Ling to follow the river's course downstream. Lightly, she landed beneath the waterfall. Suddenly, a black red tail surged through the water, vanishing into the depths. She observed the serpent's shedding for quite some time, realizing it had aged somewhat and felt rather dry to the touch. The surrounding trees were increasingly lush. As she pulled the shedding from its resting place, Sheng Ling noted its impressive size. Since the incidents involving Chen Hang and Wen Lai, she no longer underestimated the beastmen of this realm. Retrieving several medicinal packages from her space, she began to process the serpent's shedding. Just as she was about to leave with the shedding, ripples began to form in the water beneath the waterfall. With the presence of beast marks, Chen Hang could sense her location, allowing her to feel at ease. Upon reaching a certain point by the waterfall, she paused. Had he departed from this place, or was he lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity? Gazing down, she estimated the waterfall's height to be at least 10 meters. Just as she prepared to descend further, her gaze abruptly sharpened. Such a vast shedding implied a colossal owner. Was it a magical beast, a wild animal, or a beastman, with spiritual energy at her disposal? None of these posed a significant challenge. Both the serpent's shedding and the silk of the merman were treasures in this realm, and Sheng Ling had no intention of letting such a large shedding slip away. Scanning her surroundings with her spiritual awareness, she detected no other beastmen, save for a few small wild animals. Considering the magical beast that once inhabited this area, she surmised it had likely departed. However, even if she intended to take it, preparation was essential. Observing the waterfall's cascading flow, Sheng Ling gathered her spiritual energy and leaped. Along her descent, she collected numerous familiar plants, including medicinal herbs, vegetables, and fruits. Once she concealed her aura and altered the shedding's appearance, she finally appropriated it. Yet, to ensure future development in this area, reliance solely on spiritual energy would not suffice. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water. The male possessed an uncommon white complexion, his alluring visage tinged with an unsettling chill. Most striking were his eyes, glinting with an eerie light. He opened his mouth, eventually extending a serpent's tongue to taste the air. Chapter 231. Upon encountering the situation, his brow furrowed lightly. His serpent skin was missing. Satchel's cold, piercing gaze swept across his surroundings. He recalled that before his hibernation, the only creature with any semblance of combat capability in this vicinity was that beast. Yet, could a mere beast pilfer his serpent skin? What purpose could it serve? If it were those small creatures, the potent aura emanating from his serpent skin would be enough to send them scurrying away. Satchel's tail flicked irritably. Although he held little regard for his serpent skin, the unsettling feeling of having something stolen right beneath his nose was undeniably vexing. Nevertheless, considering the recent weather, he resolved to swiftly trade for provisions with the sea tribe. The dry season was impending, and as a member of the serpent clan, he thrived in humid, cool environments. The mere thought of the impending heat and aridity of the dry season further exacerbated his agitation. Having grown accustomed to the presence of Cheng Hong, he felt as if he resembled a large cat. Upon speaking, he paused slightly. Although he sometimes envied the serpent beasts and the mermen for their ability to craft garments for their partners from their own skins, his aura often led unfamiliar individuals to mistakenly perceive him as a fierce beastman. Both Sheng Ling and Cheng Hong had hearty appetites, and they shared the bulk of the meal. By the way, Hong, I found a serpent skin by the waterfall downstream today. Of course, it must be from a wild serpent. A male serpent beast would not suffice. After returning from his hunt, Cheng Hong caught a whiff of the delectable aroma of food. Accepting the warm meat broth, he took a sip, closing his eyes in satisfaction. His expression turned serious as he accepted the serpent skin from Sheng Ling's arms. The meat of the fluffy beast was placed in a clay pot, while the skin required further processing. Once satisfied, Cheng Hong dragged the fluffy beast to the riverbank to begin the preparation. He nodded and answered naturally. The processing techniques of the beast world were commendable, rendering Sheng Ling's basic knowledge of fur largely unnecessary. Noticing his somewhat foolish demeanor, Sheng Ling's gaze inadvertently fell upon the disfigured half of his face. Startled, Sheng Ling retrieved the large serpent skin from her spatial pouch. Upon seeing her produce an item, Cheng Hang's casual glance abruptly halted. However, the serpent skin was inanimate. Sheng Ling assisted nearby. With a swift flick of her tail, she leaped onto the shore, disappearing into the forest with a few more swishes of her tail. Ling, I killed a fluffy beast today. It's quite plump. Later, I can skin it for you to use in the cold season. Having decided to be together, Cheng Hong understood the importance of securing benefits for himself as well. He set down his catch and washed his hands in a clay pot nearby. Sheng Ling served him a bowl of meat broth. Despite the jagged scar marring one side of Cheng Heng's face, he was not unhandsome overall. Sheng Ling's ability to discern beastmen still relied heavily on aura and appearance. With dexterous precision, he skinned and deboned the creature. It is important to note that the serpent skins of serpent beasts and mermen were intended for their future partners. Seeing Sheng Ling waiting for him with a prepared meal filled him with joy. If a Ling likes it, I can craft you a garment from the serpent skin. He sniffed the air and scrutinized the skin. It bore a familiar scent, that of Sheng Ling's medicinal herbs. The owner of this serpent skin was male, and a powerful one at that. Cheng Hung grew alert. Aside from the beast, there was a second formidable beastman nearby, a cold-blooded serpent beast. However, he soon felt relief, grateful that his partner was clever. Chapter 232, Vigilance. A Ling, did you find this snake shed near the waterfall? Shen Hung inquired, gesturing toward a general direction. Regardless, he felt compelled to patrol his territory once more to eliminate any lurking dangers before he could find solace. Sheng Ling responded truthfully, yes, it was over there. Shen Hung swiftly concluded his business with the prey at hand. Stay at home for a while. I will take a look. After a moment's contemplation, Sheng Ling decided to accompany him. I will go too. Shen Hung instinctively wished to refuse. A reflex ingrained in him through years of immersion in the culture of the beast realm. Males protect females. Yet, could they truly withstand a formidable magical beast or an orc? Having witnessed the strength of orcs, Sheng Ling held no illusions that the city walls could offer sufficient protection. Noticing her troubled expression, Shen Hung sought to reassure her. In truth, Sheng Ling's insistence on having Shen Hung build these walls had a compelling rationale. Moreover, this snake beast was likely a rogue, cold-blooded orc. Fortunately, since the snake beast needed to hibernate for the winter, it probably had not broken through to the 7th tier. Nevertheless, considering Sheng Ling's uniqueness, Shen Hung restrained his instinctual protective urges. Fine, but remember that if danger arises, I will go first. Do not take unnecessary risks. Upon returning to the stone house, Shen Hung began surveying the surrounding terrain. It was evident that the snake beast had departed only recently. That is a formation, he mused. Powerful snake orcs, before surpassing the 7th tier, were still bound by their primal instincts, necessitating hibernation during the cold season. To safeguard themselves, hibernating snake beasts would enter a state of apparent death. The stronger the snake beast, the more difficult it was to detect. The two ventured again to the waterfall's vicinity. Sheng Ling felt a slight sense of relief. However, she was startled. When she arrived, there had been no sign of the snake beast, only a shed skin left behind. Observing the damp area transformed into dry grassland, Shen Heng's heart raced. Unless they constructed a fortress of steel, they would have to wait until they grew stronger to reclaim it. An ordinary wall might withstand most beasts and some mindless magical creatures. But if a 7th-tier snake beast truly appeared, Sheng Ling would insist that Shen Hung leave immediately, regardless of the sacrifices made over the past fortnight. Should a 7th-tier orc emerge, the entire beast realm would be abuzz with commotion. Hung, while the snake beast appears not to have surpassed the 7th tier. We should remain cautious for the time being, Sheng Ling advised. Utilizing some knowledge imparted by Sheng Ling, combined with the practical experience of life in the beast realm, they commenced the construction of a defensive wall. Shen Hung sniffed the air nearby, detecting the faint, lingering scent of the snake beast. Over time, even certain snake beast tribes would be classified as rogue tribes by the orcs. Sheng Ling nodded in agreement. However, the reality remained. After all, the 7th tier represented a beast king of a territory. She had her own judgments. Snake beasts were scarce within the tribe, as their cold-blooded nature rendered them unappealing to most orcs. Shen Hung nodded in agreement. He believed it was time to initiate the construction of the defensive wall that Sheng Ling had mentioned around the valley's perimeter. However, the materials and effort required for such a task could not be assembled in a short span. Furthermore, sturdy construction necessitated a certain level of architectural knowledge, rather than merely stacking a few stones together. It was only later in the night that Shen Hung returned to the stone house, finding Sheng Ling diligently practicing in his absence. Chapter 233, Commencement. Only upon the return of Shen Hang did she retract her breath, having braved the cold winds outside. Shen Hang felt a chill and warmed himself by the fire before returning to the stone bed. He wrapped his arms around Sheng Ling, resting his chin on her shoulder and affectionately nuzzling her. You're still awake at this late hour? He inquired. Sheng Ling, obedient, nestled in his embrace, replying, I was waiting for you. Shen Hang smiled broadly and nuzzled her again. Well then, let us be together. This evening, Shen Hang was particularly docile. Perhaps worn out from a day's labor, and recognizing that Sheng Ling had also endured considerable hardship in recent days, he simply held her in silence. Enveloped in his embrace, surrounded by a scent, Sheng Ling felt an undeniable allure emanating from him. He gently pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, and the two drifted into slumber, exuding an air of masculine vitality. Observing her delight in the meal, Shen Hang felt a corresponding joy within. It had been quite a while since Sheng Ling had savored the delicacies of the fluffy beast, which she found herself fondly reminiscing about. If we are to welcome others in the future, we should establish our own tribe. I shall extend the boundaries of our walls, she mused. The current walls felt constrictive. Yet with her formations, they provided ample protection for the two of them. Whenever she displayed a look of appreciation, he would wag his tail enthusiastically. For breakfast, They prepared fluffy beast meat. At times, Sheng Ling thought the grand tiger before her resembled a large, affectionate dog. She nodded in agreement with Chun Hang's proposal, her gaze imbued with warmth, prompting him to glance back several times. Yet, he relished the attention from his partner, driving him to exert himself even more vigorously. His well-defined physique was unmistakable, and Sheng Ling chuckled softly. A somewhat loose beast hide skirt was casually wrapped around his waist, indicative of a relaxed morning. When the gentle rhythm of her breathing reached his ears, Chun Hang lowered his head, gazing tenderly at the petite female nestled in his arms. Certainly, constructing overly large walls would not only demand significant resources and time, but also overwhelm them when it came to defending against adversaries. She wasn't particularly hungry. Yet she could indulge, storing any excess energy near her dantian, allowing her to relish the feast. A smile danced in her eyes. The warm embrace of the beastman gradually lulled the initially restless Sheng Ling into a tranquil state, her eyelids growing heavy. It is often said that those who are earnest radiate a captivating charm. To foster a robust tribe, strength must be collective. Excessive protection only stifles ambition and breeds complacency. After their meal, the couple set off towards a nearby hill. Once the walls were expanded and bolstered by the presence of beastmen, she would no longer need to establish formations atop them. The comforting sense of security was inherently dependable. It must be noted that since forming a bond with Chun Hang, his performance in all aspects had increasingly aligned with her desires. Ling, I explored the nearby mountainous terrain last night. Today, I shall begin constructing the defensive wall. But seeing as we are the only two in this valley, I have decided to reduce the wall estimation somewhat. However, Chun Hang rose earlier than Sheng Ling. Perhaps it is better to shrink the range and refine our work, he suggested. Consequently, the next day, both indulged in a leisurely slumber. Sheng Ling lay languidly on the stone bed, her gaze drifting toward the man bustling by the fire, preparing their meal. From here, the defensive wall can be constructed, extending to higher ground, where the mountainside can serve as a natural barrier, significantly reducing our efforts. Chun Hang nodded in agreement after surveying the area. This location was indeed ideal for establishing a settlement. With a plan in place, the two began their labor. Chapter 234, Rainy Day. The two individuals had clearly defined roles. Chun Hang bore the brunt of the physical labor, while Sheng Ling assisted with various other tasks. Constructing the city walls was a time-consuming endeavor. And even after half a month of diligent effort, there remained portions yet to be completed. During the day, they labored on the walls, and in the evenings, Chun Hang would carve out time to help Sheng Ling with the furnishings she required, although she had assured him that those items were not urgent. He would secretly prepare them, leading to his nightly exertions stretching late into the hours. At last, after a fortnight of clear skies, the day arrived when rain poured down relentlessly, drenching the earth throughout the day. The two were compelled to remain indoors within their stone abode. As their minds wandered, they were flooded with memories, ultimately resting on the moment they first became partners. No, that was not it. Ling, which day was it? Which animal skin skirt did she wear? She had donned many such skirts, but perhaps Chun Hang was not particularly fond of rainy days, as his tail twitched restlessly. Which one do you mean? Is it this one? He inquired, his voice, typically cold, resonating with an unexpected warmth that he cherished. Sheng Ling gently stroked his fur, prompting him to squint his eyes in contentment. She lay atop Chun Hang's belly, having spent considerable time together. If she could not discern what the great tiger before her was thinking, it would have been a wasted acquaintance. Yet, he seemed to revel even more in her soft, endearing voice, which was simultaneously playful and pleading. Upon hearing his words, 3 question marks flashed across Sheng Ling's mind. She retrieved a garment from her space. As she continued to groom his fur, she sensed something amiss. His ears twitched, and his claws instinctively scratched the ground. Chun Hang's heated breath wafted over her face. It was yet another strap dress, though unlike the last, it was not understated. Gazing at the majestic tiger, inspiration struck her, yet she chose not to reveal her thoughts. As Sheng Ling's mind gradually processed the moment, she narrowed her eyes slightly. The animal skin skirt you wore that day was quite lovely. Life, after all, ought to possess a touch of charm. At that moment, she savored the tranquility of the rainy day, lazily patting his belly. The languid tone of the female's voice only intensified Chun Hang's fervor. However, with the rare opportunity to rest, both settled comfortably against one another, relishing this moment of ease. It was that one. It looked splendid, adorned with a pouch and delicate white lace beneath. The great tiger, who had nearly succumbed to slumber, suddenly tensed, his body going rigid. Noticing his peculiar reaction, Sheng Ling furrowed her brow slightly. What is it? Occasionally, when she groomed him, she would whimsically indulge in a few vigorous strokes. Which one do you refer to? He gazed at her with wide, intent eyes. Listening to the rain was, after all, a rather delightful endeavor. Yet, the monotonous hours did not linger long, for as he watched the droplets cascade outside, Chun Hang found himself inexplicably recalling the moment he first realized Sheng Ling was a female. Did I hurt you? The red strap dress, with its plunging V design and split hem, was silky and semi-transparent. Chun Hang propped himself up, and Sheng Ling adjusted to sit atop him, gazing at the dress. His mind momentarily turned to mush. He had never seen Sheng Ling wear this particular garment. The fiery hue was exceptionally eye-catching, and as she held the skirt, It accentuated the fairness of her delicate fingers. Chapter 235, Returning Without Needing to Ponder. Chen Hang was acutely aware that if this dress were to be donned by Sheng Ling, his heart began to race violently. Sheng Ling could hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart. Even though she knew that Chen Hang at that moment was perilous and should not be provoked, she could not suppress her playful instincts. She waved the strappy dress teasingly. Is this the one? Chen Hang gazed at Sheng Ling's innocent expression, striving to contain the tempestuous beast within him that threatened to erupt. Though he had never seen her wear it, he nonetheless nodded affirmatively, swayed by his own desires. Chen Hang's breath hitched. The sensation of tension, akin to drawing a bow taut and preparing to release an arrow, left him somewhat unsettled. His previously satisfied heart stirred once more. Perceiving Chen Hang's burgeoning anticipation, Sheng Ling's expression shifted dramatically. After a restful slumber until the following day, the sky was clear and bright. Yet at that moment, Sheng Ling was so fatigued that she lacked the strength to open her eyes. In the room, the telegraph machine covered its nose. Go away, it nudged against her. This posture felt distinctly uncomfortable. Quickly, Sheng Ling tucked away the strappy dress. No, Ling, you deceived me. You promised to wear it for me. She had declared that if she wore it, they would behave themselves and sleep soundly that day. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Hang, busy fortifying the walls, wore a perpetual smirk. Sheng Ling could distinctly sense a change in his tone at that moment. All right, indeed. Gazing at the cold, unyielding stones, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sheng Ling raised an eyebrow. Had she been awake to hear those words, she certainly would have slammed the table in anger. The red nightgown slipped from her grasp to the stone floor below, and the heavy rain only began to subside as night fell. Within the stone cottage, the two lay entwined in slumber. Sheng Ling lifted her arm, noticing the myriad of bruises upon it, momentarily taken aback. Today, I'll let you off easy. Yet, observing Sheng Ling's raised brow and twinkling eyes, he gritted his teeth. Chen Hang, undeterred, attempted to plead once more. Sleep. The soft, tender tone tickled his ears, evoking a delightful sensation. Next time. As for when that next time would be, it depended on her mood. He never anticipated his master could be so playful. The tension in the air was palpable. A whimsical tug-of-war, and he could sense the pink bubbles of flirtation surrounding them even within the confines of the space. Chen Hang's heart raced even faster, his ears perked, and his body slightly tensed. However, as he cradled Sheng Ling, she gently pushed him away several times. I'm not lying to you. I promise to wear it for you next time, she reassured him. Once more, she encountered the perilous side of Chen Hang and eventually donned the nightgown. Stepping outside to stretch her arms, she sought to alleviate her aching body. Even in the depths of her sleep, Sheng Ling instinctively resisted Chen Hang's advances. After rising to wash up and have breakfast, she noticed Chen Hang nodding, deliberately feigning deafness. After wiping his hands, he discovered suspicious red marks on his palms. Is it truly that beautiful? Shall I wear it for you again? She teased. Hey, Chen Hang. Oh, the kitchen was still warm with food. The red nightgown, draped over her figure, exuded a sensuality that made Chen Hang's nose feel slightly warm. Upon awakening, he found that the disorder from the previous night had been tidied up. Transforming back into his human form, he suddenly tackled Sheng Ling to the ground. With a splash, water from yesterday's rain still lingered on the leaves, dripping down the edges. His obsidian vertical pupils fixated on the lifeless prey below, his expression devoid of any emotion. Chapter 236. Satcher had a peculiar fondness for rainy weather, yet it also vexed him. The dampness brought a certain comfort, but the rain would wash away many traces left by prey in the forest, complicating the orc's hunting endeavors. Moreover, it stirred memories of past unpleasant days. After trading with the sea tribes, he contemplated for a long time before ultimately deciding to return to the valley where he hibernated. As for the detestable beast nearby, he resolved to kill it. Primarily, he could not fathom where else he might go. The presence of that high-tier beast deterred many orcs from venturing into the valley. Although the exterior appeared ordinary, it concealed a hidden paradise. Upon entering, one would discover it was remarkably habitable. Even from a distance, the seemingly luminescent fair skin of the female made Satcher's lips involuntarily moisten. The valley, refreshed by the rain, exuded a particularly crisp atmosphere, with a gentle breeze mingling the scents of grass and earth. Satcher squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Even if faced with a seventh-tier beast, he would not easily concede. Sheng Ling lounged languidly on the stone house's balcony, basking in the sunlight. After a harsh winter, he was nearing the pinnacle of the sixth tier. As he slithered swiftly to the edge of the trees, he discovered that many had been neatly severed at the waist. The death of the beast implied that the orc who had claimed this territory was likely above the fifth tier. Was it truly dead? Satcher pondered as he touched the broken trees. Gazing at the trees not far away, he narrowed his eyes. Since he had set his sights on this land, he would not relinquish it, regardless of any orc that might inadvertently discover it and seek to claim it. They would have to defeat him first. Following the traces, Satcher quickly made his way toward the valley, only to soon realize that something was amiss. These were not marks left by a beast. In addition to the neatly severed trees, there were systematic signs of harvesting. For a solitary male orc, enduring the mating season without a partner was excruciating. After scrutinizing for a while, he found the structure somewhat reminiscent of orc stone houses, yet distinctly different from most. If this was indeed a stone house, it was unlike any he had ever encountered. it did not appear to be a natural fracture. Soon, he reached a conclusion. Approaching the valley, Satcher noticed a peculiar structure not far from the originally empty expanse. Following the cold season, the serpent tribe had emerged from hibernation, and with the rise in temperature, the serpent orcs officially entered their mating season. However, as he drew nearer, he was taken aback to find a female half reclining atop the odd stone edifice. But what of it? He extended his tongue to taste the air, reminiscing about the numerous stone houses he had come across during his years of wandering. Caution enveloped him. Satcher did not lack a partner out of desire. Rather, he had been unable to find one. He sensed the faint trace of the beast in the air. This subtlety delighted Sheng Ling, who had endured many years in the apocalyptic world. He too had once sought a female companion. However, his obsessive nature rendered him intolerant of a female associating with other males. Each time he witnessed a female he desired in the company of another male, he felt an overwhelming urge to devour both the male and his partner. After several failed attempts to claim a few females from the tribe in hopes of forming bonds, Satcher ceased his fixation on the notion of companionship. Chapter 237. Pursuit. Yet the male instinctively yearned for the female, a primal urge driven by nature. Thatcher glanced around, seeking traces of a female companion in the vicinity. At last, he caught the scent of a male from the tiger tribe. Indeed, this female had a partner. However, it appeared there was only one male companion from the tiger tribe. Given that the snake tribe possessed neither keen senses of smell nor sight, Thatcher moved closer, attempting to detect any other sense. Alas, there were none. Apart from the strong aroma left by the male and the sweet fragrance of the female, no other beastman scent permeated the air. Feeling emboldened, Thatcher drew nearer, raising his body, with his serpentine tail providing support, allowing him to hover in midair. After estimating the distance between them and realizing his chances of victory were less than 20%, Sheng Ling decisively chose to retreat. With a powerful thrust of his colossal tail against the ground, Thatcher propelled himself onto the second floor of the stone house. In Thatcher's world, if he desired something, he could seize it. With his dark red hair, delicate features, and eyes that shimmered with determination, he felt an undeniable allure. The dagger clashed against the dark red scales of the serpent, akin to striking a wall of iron. Sheng Ling's keen eyesight, bolstered by her cultivation, enabled her to spot the beastman standing not far away. The sharp dagger was enveloped in spiritual energy. This female, he was determined to possess. The unfamiliar beastman. The serpent's tail curled towards Sheng Ling. Startled, she sprang to her feet, brandishing a dagger. If he could bond with a partner to alleviate the torment of his heat cycle, he would not hesitate. Moreover, observing Sheng Ling's face and her alluring figure, he felt that nurturing this female would be worthwhile. At worst, he would learn from his